I had a dream, a nightmare. I lived through 7 years of hell in the apocalypse, only to die betrayed by those I trusted. But when I woke up, I realized it wasn't just a dream. It was a warning. The end of the world is coming, and I've been given a second chance to survive. My name is Li Ming, and I've awakened the Doomsday King system. This system is my lifeline. It lets me amplify supplies 100-fold, sign in daily for rewards, and build an empire in the ashes of civilization. But the clock is ticking. I have 6 months before the world collapses, and I'm not wasting a second. First, I need money. The system gave me a stock tip, and I used it to turn 2 billion into 24 billion in a single move. With that, I went to the Lada region, a lawless land where guns are cheaper than bread. I bought enough weapons to arm a small nation: AKMs, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and enough ammunition to last a lifetime. The system amplified it all, giving me millions of pristine weapons and billions of rounds. But guns alone won't save me. I need food, fuel, and a safe place to ride out the storm. Using my family's fresh food business as a cover, I've started stockpiling supplies. I've also begun building an underground shelter, a fortress where I can survive the coming disasters. The system has bigger plans for me. It wants me to build an army, a force loyal only to me. With my weapons and resources, I'll recruit soldiers, train them, and create a new order in this broken world. The apocalypse will be brutal: typhoons, floods, earthquakes, and worse. But I'll be ready. I've seen the future. I've lived through the horrors of a world where humanity turns on itself, where survival means becoming as ruthless as the world around you. But this time, I won't just survive. I'll rule. The Doomsday King system has chosen me, and I won't let it down. When the world ends, I'll be the one to rebuild it. Let the apocalypse come. I'll be waiting. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding like a drum. The dream felt so real, too real. I was back in my villa, sunlight streaming through the windows, warming the room. But the warmth felt strange, almost out of place. My mind was still stuck in that nightmare: the world ending, my friends betraying me, and me pulling the pin on a grenade to take us all out. I reached out instinctively, my hand brushing against my phone. I picked it up, staring at it like it was some kind of lifeline. The date on the screen read May 6, 2025. My stomach churned. In the dream, the apocalypse had started on November 7, 2025. Was it just a dream? Or was it a warning? I pinched my arm hard, wincing at the sharp pain. This was real. I was awake. Then, out of nowhere, a voice echoed in my head. Ding, the Doomsday King system has been successfully bound to the host. Please prepare for the upcoming apocalypse. I froze. Doomsday King system? What the hell is that? The voice, calm, robotic, explained, this system will help you survive the apocalypse. For now, you have access to the system store and daily sign-in rewards. You'll earn survival points, skills, or resources each day. There's also a system space where you can store and enhance items, except for cash or already amplified items. I blinked, trying to process this. A cheat? In real life? System, I asked, my voice shaky, was that dream, is it really going to happen? Ding, everything you dreamed is a fact that will occur in the future, the system replied. My heart sank. The apocalypse was coming, and I didn't have much time. Before I could spiral further, the system chimed again. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a newbie gift pack. Would you like to sign in today? Sign in, I said without thinking. Ding, first sign-in rewards doubled. Congratulations on obtaining an invisibility cloak. When worn, it grants ultimate stealth for up to 12 hours. My eyes widened. An invisibility cloak? This was getting wild. Open the newbie gift pack, I said quickly. The system pinged 6 times in rapid succession. Ding, 400 million yuan in legally sourced funds. Ding, a secret stock investment tip. Ding, an M9 pistol with 300 bullets and 10 magazines. Ding, the skill, 1000 faces, a spy-level disguise ability. Ding, a Baltan Planet Universal Passport. Ding, global language proficiency. I sat there, stunned. This was insane. But it was real. I had money, weapons, skills, and a way to move freely across the planet. My mind raced. I needed a plan. First, money. I had to make more of it, fast. The system's stock tip was my ticket. Second, weapons. I could get those in Gamma Kingdom, where cash bought you anything. Third, supplies. I had Lee's fresh food, my parents' business, which gave me access to survival essentials. Fourth, a shelter. I needed a safe place to ride out the chaos. And fifth, an army. In the apocalypse, power meant survival. The system interrupted my thoughts. Ding, to recruit an army loyal to you, you'll need a level 2 underground shelter, a base car, and survival points. You can earn points by recycling items from reality. An army. The idea sent a thrill through me. With the system's help, I could build something powerful, something that would keep me safe and maybe even let me settle some old scores. My parents' death still haunted me. I didn't trust my uncles and aunts. They'd taken control of the Lee group, leaving me with just Lee's fresh food. I had my suspicions about their involvement in my parents' accident. I grabbed a pen and paper, jotting down my priorities. Money first. I logged into my stock account and dumped everything I had, 2 billion yuan, including a chunk of Lee Group shares, into short-selling Lee Group stock. The system's tip had revealed a major defect in their new energy vehicles, and the news was about to break. I was going to make them pay, one way or another. As I watched the stock plummet, I felt a grim satisfaction. This was just the beginning. The apocalypse was coming, and I wasn't going to just survive, I was going to rule. Sure enough, the next day, Lee's group was exposed for having technical problems with their batteries, and Li Ming directly used this short-selling move to increase his funds to as much as 24 billion. With 24 billion in funds, he could directly go abroad for procurement. Before going abroad, Li Ming still needed to sign in with the system. The system's voice sounded, "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 survival points." The sign-in reward was better than nothing, a consolation prize, Li Ming thought to himself. Then, Li Ming decisively used the system's Thousand Faces skill to disguise himself, and with his universal passport, he smoothly arrived in the neighboring country, the Gamma Kingdom. The northern neighbor of the Gamma Kingdom frequently experienced war, so there was a place at the border between the two countries called the Lada region, which could be said to be the world's largest private gun and ammunition workshop. There was a legend that the number of guns in the entire Lada region was enough to arm the soldiers of a group army. It was unclear if this was true, but Li Ming believed it probably was. He bought a robe unique to the locals, wore a headscarf, and disguised himself again. The whole person looked no different from the locals. Speaking the local language, he found a guide and went to the Lada region to buy guns. It could be said that if you didn't have a local guide in the Lada region, outsiders couldn't get in at all. Under the guidance of the guide, Li Ming, speaking the local language, began to follow the guide into the Lada region. Strictly speaking, the Lada region was about the size of a county town. All the shops on both sides of the road in the entire region sold various guns and ammunition, but to purchase large quantities of guns and ammunition, you had to have the consent of the local tribal leader. At this time, Li Ming was disguised as a weapons procurement officer for an organization in the Nanja prison area. With the guide's introduction, he successfully met the tribal chief. "Respected Chief Hertu, for the sake of our true God, please save the compatriots in the prison area," Li Ming said, speaking fluent local language. The chief, hearing the language and seeing the other party's appearance, and finding that they had a common religious belief, greatly increased his goodwill towards Li Ming. "Sir, please come with me, let's discuss the procurement matters in detail." Since the Tianhui Empire was one of the three major empires in the world, the Tianhui Empire's currency could be used throughout the planet, which saved the trouble of exchanging currency. Therefore, Li Ming directly used the Tianhui Empire's currency to pay for this arms deal. In this arms deal, Li Ming bought a full 100,000 AKM rifles, 50,000 imitation 416 Hong Kong dollars series rifles. There were also 5,000 PKM light machine guns, 1,000 DSHK heavy machine guns, 2,000 self-defense pistols, 100 Barrett sniper rifles, and these guns unusable. In addition to these light weapons, there were 500 rocket launchers and corresponding ammunition, as well as many as 2,000 60mm mortars. Each gun was equipped with a full 300 rounds of ammunition, and the rocket launchers had a full 100 rounds of ammunition each. This transaction directly swept away the entire Lada region's arms inventory. Li Ming paid about 2 billion for this, and the tribal leader also generously gifted Li Ming an additional 2,000 micro-submachine guns. After the other party transported the arms to the designated location, they left. After Li Ming checked that everything was correct, he put all the arms into his space and then paid on time. In just a few days, Li Ming had a large number of arms. As the arms transaction was completed, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding, it is detected that the host has purchased a large number of weapons and ammunition. The quality of this batch of weapons and ammunition is uneven. The system will use an amplification method to make these guns and ammunition the same quality as those produced by a regular arsenal." Does the host need to amplify? System, do you have a method of amplification that takes into account both quantity and quality? Li Ming asked. Ding, yes, the host can choose to increase the number of these weapons and ammunition by 50 times and have the dual amplification and strengthening of the quality of a regular arsenal. Then amplify it like that. Li Ming said. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 million brand new AKM rifles, 2.5 million 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifles, 250,000 brand new PKM machine guns, 50,000 DSHK 12.7mm heavy machine guns, 100,000 Glock 17 self-defense pistols, 5,000 Barrett 12.7mm sniper rifles and SVD sniper rifles each, 100,000 MAC 10 micro submachine guns. In terms of bullets, the host will obtain 40 billion rounds of brand new qualified 7.62 by 39mm rifle bullets, 20 billion rounds of 5.56mm rifle bullets, 10 billion rounds of 7.62x54 rifle bullets, 1 million matching backup gun barrels, 1 million metal bullet chains, 100,000 hand crank loaders. 100 million rounds of DSHK matching 12.7mm machine gun bullets, 5 million rounds of 7.62x54 special sniper bullets, 5 million rounds of Barrett matching sniper bullets. 200 million rounds of 9mm matching pistol bullets. In terms of artillery, the host will obtain 25,000 brand new RPG-7 rocket launchers produced by regular military factories, 100,000 60mm mortars, 25,000 120mm heavy mortars, and 150 D-30 howitzers. Matching ammunition, 2.5 million RPG-7 rocket-propelled grenades, 30 million 60mm mortar shells, 7.5 million 120mm mortar shells, 45,000 122mm shells. Li Ming roughly inventoried his equipment. How to describe it? The quantity of light weapons was terrifying, and the ammunition was sufficient, but he still sincerely hoped that the apocalypse would not come. Because the apocalypse he experienced in his dream was simply a living hell. Typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme cold, extreme heat, earthquakes, each stage was almost purgatory. Although he had a system cheat in hand, he still lacked a sufficient sense of security. The things he experienced in his dream chilled him to the bone. It was too terrifying. It could be described in one sentence: a dark and man-eating world. If hell had 19 levels, then the most terrifying hell was undoubtedly the human world. No wonder myths and legends consider gods being banished to the mortal realm as punishment. It truly is the cruelest punishment. In past history books, there was often a sentence: in years of great famine, people eat each other. Li Ming always thought that ancient history books were too simplistic, but after personally experiencing these things in his dream, he understood the true meaning of those 6 words. It was a series of human tragedies because when people are hungry and face a survival crisis, they are truly capable of anything. At that time, people had completely reverted to their primal instincts, and all actions were governed by the survival instincts of beasts. Li Ming really hoped that the apocalypse would never come, but the system seemed to know his inner thoughts and solemnly prompted, "Ding, dear host, this system must solemnly remind you that everything you experienced in your dream is a future reality. The apocalypse will inevitably arrive, so please do not harbor unrealistic fantasies. The system's voice completely dispelled all of Li Ming's fantasies. He looked at the mountain of weapons and ammunition in his system space, and a surge of heroic feeling welled up in his heart. So what if the apocalypse comes? I have so many guns and ammunition, and a cheat, what am I afraid of? At this moment, Li Ming's heart became very cold and ruthless. This was also related to the situation he experienced in his dream. It can be said that the current Li Ming does not trust anyone, he only trusts himself and the system because in his dream, he trusted his friend too much, leading to his betrayal and death. The next plan is to get a large amount of fuel. The area with the most crude oil resources on the entire Baltan planet is this boundless desert. The entire desert area has the Camel Kingdom and a series of other small kingdoms. This is the central area of the entire planet. It can be said that all the wars and disputes on the entire planet are related to the abundant energy here, so this is also the most chaotic area in the world, without exception. Here are the most oil refineries and massive crude oil reserves in the world. Li Ming must get a large amount of oil, crude oil, and natural gas. At the same time, he needs to get more heavy weapons and ammunition here anyway, he has a lot of money on hand. The currency of the Celestial Glory Empire is still very strong and can be used globally. If he doesn't spend the money now, will he wait until the apocalypse to turn it into waste paper? Today is the third day, and Li Ming has arrived in the Camel Kingdom. He continues to sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the world's top hacker technology. Li Ming was overjoyed and directly used his hacker technology to register a very secret account on the dark web. Then, he placed a very large arms order on the dark web. The dark web is generally a website for special transactions. It can be said that as long as you have money, you can buy anything you want here. Except for some very special commodities, this can basically meet your needs. Li Ming's arms order didn't have anything rare, 40 main battle tanks and self-propelled howitzers from the northern Bear Country, and 300 107mm rocket launchers. 30 tracked infantry fighting vehicles and 30 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles from the northern Bear Country, 300 military all-terrain trucks, 1,000 anti-tank missiles, 2,000 man-portable air defense missiles, 3 of the most advanced armed helicopters, plus a large amount of supporting ammunition. In addition, there are 300,000 sets of bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets that can directly withstand rifle bullets, 50,000 sets of stab-proof clothing and riot helmets, 1,000 alloy spears, 1,000 alloy machetes, 1,000 bulletproof shields, 300,000 sets of gas masks and corresponding protective suits against poison and biological weapons, etc. There are also 20,000 41 Hong Kong dollars sniper rifles, 1,000, plus 5,000 PKM general-purpose machine guns and a large amount of supporting ammunition for these equipment, a large number of light weapon tactical accessories. 5,000 polar cold-proof tents, 50,000 sets of polar cold-proof combat uniforms, 300,000 military backpacks, 100 snowmobiles, 50,000 polar cold-proof sleeping bags, and 300,000 military first aid kits and 300,000 military water bottles, etc. In total, it would cost him 7 billion yuan. Li Ming quickly put the 3 billion yuan deposit into the account. This deposit is mainly to prevent Li Ming from breaching the contract and causing losses to the other party. Of course, the arms dealer who trades with Li Ming will also have a deposit. If the arms dealer wants to cheat, then the arms dealer's tens of billions of yuan deposit will also be transferred to Li Ming's account. In this world's dark web, you can say it is very dark, but since the establishment of the dark web, there has not been a single case of such a large-scale arms transaction involving cheating. After Li Ming placed the order, he began to wait for the other party to deliver the goods. The transaction address he chose happened to be in no man's land. Generally speaking, transactions are safer in this kind of place. In other words, as long as the other party delivers the goods to the place and the buyer thinks there is no problem, then the other party will pay the remaining funds. The deposit can at least guarantee the credibility of both parties in this arms transaction. Soon it got dark, and Li Ming directly put on his invisibility suit and set out. For the convenience of action, he also put on makeup, disguised as a local, and drove a local used car straight to the transaction location. After he put on the invisibility suit, he patiently waited for the other party to deliver the goods. Soon at 11 o'clock in the evening, a very large convoy came to the transaction location. One 60-ton heavy-duty trailer after another drove here. Li Ming counted a full hundreds of these heavy-duty trailers plus military all-terrain trucks. These cars directly stopped at the transaction location, and then people began to get off the cars. All the people on the cars were evacuated. Li Ming carefully observed and found that there was no problem. After activating the invisibility suit effect, he asked the system to check the quantity and quality and found that there were no problems. He directly put all the things within a 10-meter radius centered on himself into his space. According to the previous agreement, these trailers were also directly given to Li Ming. Li Ming also generously paid the remaining balance. This transaction directly became the largest arms transaction in the history of the dark web. Completion check: every part of the original text has been translated completely. Length comparison: the length of the translated English text closely matches the original Chinese text, ensuring no information is lost. Confirmation statement: the translation is complete, accurate, and of high quality. Shopping one: after obtaining such a large amount of armaments, Li Ming felt a surge of security. The system had amplified the quantity of these heavy weapons by 50 times and enhanced their performance, making them far superior to the main battle equipment of any country in the world. As for the light weapons, their quantity was increased by 100 times. The system detected that these weapons and ammunition were products of legitimate military factories, so there was no need to enhance their performance, only to increase their quantity 100-fold. Looking at the mountain of weapons and ammunition, he was filled with a sense of security. As the saying goes, all your insecurity stems from a lack of firepower. He knew that in his dream, the heavy and light weapon stockpiles of many countries' armies were lost in the brutal natural disasters. Therefore, every gun and every bullet was a non-renewable resource, extremely precious. In the apocalypse, those who possess a large number of light weapons are basically major forces. Ordinary forces generally don't have many firearms and ammunition. After all, every bullet fired is one less. As for forces with a small number of heavy weapons, they must be superpowers. After acquiring these heavy weapons, he used his invisibility cloak to go near the oil fields and refineries of the Camel Kingdom, intending to acquire them without spending a dime. His system space was a full 10,000 square kilometers in size and 100 meters high, so he could store anything. Soon he drove to a place 5 kilometers away from the refinery, got out of the car, activated his invisibility cloak, and began a rapid sprint. After running 5 kilometers, he snuck into the refinery. With the help of the system, he quickly found the finished oil storage area. Li Ming didn't care what kind of oil was in these tanks, or if the large tanks contained natural gas. He frantically collected them into his space. Since he was getting them for free, he loaded as much as he could. This refinery covered a storage area of 4 square kilometers, and all the oil tanks were completely emptied by Li Ming, leaving not a single drop of oil behind. After looting the warehouse, he sneaked into the adjacent oil field. Many of the extracted and canned crude oil were also taken away by Li Ming. Throughout the night, Li Ming ran to 3 refineries and 2 oil fields, emptying all the warehouses of these 5 factories. The next day, global news broke a shocking case: a major oil theft occurred in the Camel Kingdom. A full 5 refineries, 1 million tons of finished oil, and 40 million tons of crude oil mysteriously disappeared. Li Ming was sound asleep in his hotel. He returned to the hotel using invisibility, so no one knew that he had committed this major crime. He had to go out again tonight to get more oil. Oil is not just fuel, it is also an industrial raw material, known as black gold, the blood of industry. Anyway, after the system's 100-fold increase, he had a full 4 billion tons of crude oil and 100 million tons of finished oil. He could say that he would never use it all in his life, but if he formed an army, this oil would not be enough, and he had to continue stealing oil. After waking up, Li Ming started eating. After eating, he did his routine check-in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, Earth Tunneling. The host can use this function for 6 hours every day. Good stuff, with this, I can steal more things. Li Ming was overjoyed. Then he continued to rest. After dark, Li Ming began to move. Due to last night's major case, all the refineries and oil fields, regardless of size, strengthened their defenses today. But Li Ming was completely invisible. Li Ming stole very happily, letting this group of people watch their oil disappear before their eyes, but they were helpless. This was so cool and exciting. Li Ming stole for 3 full days in the Camel Kingdom, changing hotels every 3 days. After amplification, he obtained a total of 15 billion tons of crude oil, a total of 600 million tons of various finished oils, and 5 trillion cubic meters of natural gas. It can be said that Li Ming stole to his heart's content. Since the purpose of coming here had been completed, Li Ming directly left the Camel Kingdom and headed to the next stop, the Vulture Empire. The Vulture Empire is one of the world's 3 major empires, along with the Celestial Radiance and Bare North empires. The Vulture Empire was once the overlord of the planet, but later began to decline, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and it is still one of the world's 3 major empires. Li Ming's main purpose in going to the Vulture Empire was to acquire a large number of firearms and ammunition, as well as a large number of living supplies, machine tools and other industrial equipment, medical equipment, and to rob their military bases, including but not limited to the Navy and Air Force. If others knew Li Ming's true thoughts, it is estimated that everyone would think Li Ming was daydreaming. But in reality, Li Ming really planned to rob the Vulture Empire. Moreover, he wanted to create enough trouble for the Vulture Empire. With the use of the Universal Passport, Li Ming successfully arrived in the Vulture Empire. On his first day in the Vulture Empire, he directly tunneled into the Vulture Empire's mysterious Area 13 while invisible, and looted all the military research data, various computers, and high-tech processing equipment. The next day, he looted a large military base of the Vulture Empire. 30 of the world's most advanced Warhawk-class stealth fighters and 15 Agile-class stealth strategic bombers were taken away by Li Ming in one fell swoop. Also looted was a large amount of supporting ammunition from their ammunition depot. Over the next month or so, Li Ming successively robbed large military bases in various regions of the Vulture Empire of weapons and ammunition, and obtained a large number of light and heavy weapons, as well as a large number of advanced fighter jets, strategic bombers, and armed helicopters. At the same time, the Vulture Empire's remaining 12 Sea Eagle-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers with a displacement of up to 150,000 tons and a large number of supporting escort fleets all fell into Li Ming's hands. Although there were duty crew members on board, it was still useless. Li Ming's collection range had expanded to a radius of 50 meters. As long as he thought about it, he could directly collect it. As for the personnel inside, they were automatically filtered out by the system space and killed. With Earth tunneling and invisibility, Li Ming directly became a global thief. Because he was cautious enough, no one saw him, and no one knew what he looked like or where he was. He not only robbed military ports, but also the containers in civilian ports. Li Ming robbed a full 60-plus ocean-going fishing boats, 2 million-plus containers, and 300-plus freighters in the entire Vulture Empire. In addition, he also looted various advanced industrial equipment, advanced machine tools, various advanced high-value drugs, as well as various conventional drugs and living materials, hardware and daily necessities, steel and various metals, etc. from the various capital giants' subsidiaries. In short, Li Ming unhesitatingly stole anything he thought he needed. The entire intelligence department of the Vulture Empire was dispatched to investigate, but they still couldn't find anything. Shopping too during that month in the Bald Eagle Empire, he single-handedly wreaked havoc thanks to the various rewards provided by the system, his invisibility cloak, and his Earth ability. Li Ming not only robbed large quantities of military firearms and ammunition but also a significant number of advanced fighter jets and strategic bombers, as well as a large number of naval vessels and other equipment. He also plundered quite a bit of army equipment. It can be said that after these pieces of equipment were stolen by Li Ming, the Bald Eagle Empire's own armed forces were definitely greatly weakened. In addition, a large number of cargo ships and other civilian vessels were also completely looted by Li Ming. Basically, every port in the Bald Eagle Empire was visited by Li Ming, and container freighters could not escape the fate of being robbed. Adding to this the gun stores robbed by Li Ming, the large amounts of gold stored in banks, the crude oil in various regions, as well as various industrial raw materials, medicines, seeds, grains, oils, fresh produce, and other supplies, had already piled up into small mountains in Li Ming's system space. Especially after experiencing the system's amplification, the numbers reached an astonishing level. To put it this way, Li Ming could support 10 million troops with these supplies for at least 50 years. In addition to these supplies, he also robbed a large number of supermarkets, and a lot of daily necessities were also plundered. In short, Li Ming's main focus was to leave no stone unturned. He had to rob fiercely. Anyway, the system space has a function to prevent the passage of time, which means that whatever it looks like when it goes in is what it looks like when it comes out. The function and freshness are exactly the same and not affected at all. In the Bald Eagle Empire, Li Ming committed crimes on the run, robbing for a full month and a half, directly causing serious shortages of supplies in many areas of the Bald Eagle Empire. In addition, he also collected all of the Great Lakes, which were amplified and recycled by the system, earning him as much as 40 trillion survival points. For Li Ming, what do I care about the lives of you foreigners? I robbed it with my own ability. After disrupting the entire Bald Eagle Empire, Li Ming directly took a plane to the Rising Sun Kingdom. As a neighbor of the Celestial Brilliance Empire, the Rising Sun Empire has always been an island nation with very scarce domestic resources. Li Ming decided to create some trouble for it as well. Although the Rising Sun Empire is poor in resources, it doesn't prevent Li Ming from making things worse for them. No sooner said than done. Li Ming acted in the Rising Sun Empire for half a month, and a lot of the Rising Sun Empire's living supplies and military supplies were robbed by Li Ming, resulting in direct economic losses of nearly 1 trillion planet coins. Not only was there a loss of living supplies, but also a loss of a large number of weapons and equipment, as well as a large number of industrial equipment. It can be said that Li Ming's move directly plunged the Rising Sun Kingdom into chaos. They mobilized the power of the entire country to investigate but found nothing. Li Ming was too cunning and left no trace. He basically went out with invisibility activated and came back with invisibility activated, and only revealed his true form after returning to his room. The third place Li Ming visited was the Southern Monkey Kingdom. As one of the Celestial Brilliance Empire's former vassals, it has been jumping from side to side in recent years, and Li Ming has no good impression of it. When Li Ming arrived in the Southern Monkey Kingdom, it was already mid-July, which was a relatively hot time. Li Ming still went out at night and hid during the day, moving out with invisibility. So the hotel couldn't detect his abnormal situation at all. He changed hotels every day, making it difficult to detect his situation. The main thing Li Ming needed to do when he went to the Southern Monkey Kingdom was to rob the Southern Monkey Kingdom's grain reserves. The Southern Monkey Kingdom built a very large grain storage area in their central region, which stores enough grain for their entire country to eat for a year. As long as Li Ming successfully seizes this storage area, the Southern Monkey Kingdom will only have a dead end in the apocalypse. No sooner said than done. Li Ming left the hotel in the darkness with invisibility activated, and then drove his used car straight to the storage area. In view of Li Ming's previous illustrious reputation, all countries around the world began to strictly defend key areas to prevent this terrifying thief from targeting their country. The Southern Monkey Kingdom is no exception. They are well aware of the importance of this grain storage area, so they directly sent troops to guard it to prevent anyone from targeting their grain. However, because the Southern Monkey Kingdom's army's combat effectiveness is not very strong, Li Ming walked in front of them with invisibility activated, and they didn't notice anything. Then Li Ming directly launched a looting spree, and it took him a full 5 days to collect all of the 15 million tons of grain stored in the entire storage area. 15 million tons of rice and other grains is simply an astronomical figure. Looking at the 1.5 billion tons of grain in his space that had been amplified, the sense of accomplishment was simply irresistible. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand why Li Ming is so desperately robbing others when he clearly has a system space amplification function. Because Li Ming had a really hard time in his dream, that was a cannibalistic dark apocalypse. In such an apocalypse, no matter how much food and supplies there are, it feels like it's not enough, because he lived in the apocalypse in his dream for a full 7 years, and the uncomfortable feeling of being hungry made him never forget it in this life. It was too damn painful. So after receiving a clear answer from the system, Li Ming is absolutely going to desperately engage in the matter of getting food and supplies. Even if he can't eat it all in his life, he still can't help but go and get it. After all, only God knows when this apocalypse will end. As a man who will rebuild civilization in the future, the more food the better. After finishing with the Southern Monkey Kingdom, he directly took action against the White Elephant Kingdom. He also took action directly and mercilessly, directly robbing all of the White Elephant Kingdom's ports and various grain reserve areas. Then he went to West Saint Continent and robbed everything as well. It can be said that he robbed all the various kingdoms and small countries on that large piece of land, causing this group of countries to lack food and clothing and have a shortage of supplies. After this comprehensive robbery, Li Ming had already filled 2.5 of the space with an area of 10,000 square kilometers. At this moment, his space is full of densely packed containers, stacked one on top of another, as well as various rice, various cooking oils, various seasonings, etc., all of which have been sorted by the system. In addition, there are meats. He asked the system to roughly estimate that the meats Li Ming had robbed from various countries, after amplification, included 85 million tons of pork, 95 million tons of beef, 70 million tons of mutton, and the total amount of poultry meat was as much as 250 million tons. The total amount of various vegetables is about 300 million tons, and the total amount of various crop seeds is about 5 million tons. The amount of fertilizers is so large that it is impossible to count, enough for the entire Celestial Brilliance Empire to use for a year. In addition, the various rare medicines he robbed are all calculated in tons, and the various imported medical consumables are an astronomical figure. The value is calculated in trillions. There is also a large amount of industrial equipment, the amount of which is too large to count. Can you imagine how much he robbed in total? It can be said that the direct economic loss of the White Elephant Kingdom is as high as 800 billion planet coins, the loss of the Southern Monkey Kingdom is as high as 500 billion, the loss of the Bald Eagle Empire is simply measured in trillions, and the loss of the Heavenly Camel Kingdom is also measured in trillions. Li Ming single-handedly successfully messed up the entire globe. On August 20, 2025 of the solar calendar, Li Ming successfully returned to the Celestial Brilliance Empire. Shopping madness, but did you think Li Ming was done? Not at all. His next move was to take over the largest freshwater lake, Beihai, to exchange for more survival points. He also planned to take all the water from some excellent freshwater resource areas. Anyway, it's all going to be used by some companies, it's not excessive for him to take a portion. No sooner said than done. Within a month, Li Ming had taken Beihai Lake and quite a few excellent freshwater resources from all over the country into his system space, all preserved. Then, Li Ming returned to Li's Fresh. Although he hadn't been there for several months, it didn't hinder Li's Fresh from making profits and operating normally because of the professional managers. Li Ming could completely be a hands-off boss. After he returned to the company, the general manager immediately reported the achievements of the past few months. Mr. Li, in the past 3 months, our Li's Fresh has had an average monthly turnover of about 90 million yuan and a monthly net profit of about 8.1 million yuan, the general manager reported. Li Ming nodded. Manager Zhang, you've worked hard these past few months. You'll get an extra 100,000 yuan bonus this month. Also, I'm going to meet with some suppliers today to talk about future supply. Yes, Mr. Li, I'll arrange it for you immediately. This manager Zhan was an old employee left by Li Ming's parents, so he was relatively trustworthy. Of course, only relatively. After experiencing that dream, Li Ming wouldn't trust anyone. He still had more than 15 billion yuan in cash that he hadn't spent. He decided to purchase a large number of other goods in the name of Li's Fresh. He needed to secure more supplies of these fresh products. Soon, Li Ming met the bosses in the large fresh produce wholesale market. Li Ming made it clear to them that he would have significant moves soon and needed a large number of goods. As long as they delivered, his supermarkets could take as much as they could supply. Especially fruits, vegetables, and meats, just send them to the designated location. They could even notify other merchants to supply goods together. When these suppliers heard this good news, they were very happy and gave Li Ming various discounts, and they signed contracts on the spot. Li Ming made an initial payment of 1 billion yuan, asking them to prepare goods worth 1 billion yuan for the first batch, but the quality of the goods had to be good, and the delivery speed had to be fast. The Heavenly Glory Empire basically doesn't conduct relevant investigations into the circulation of civil living materials. Moreover, Li's Fresh had released news that they were preparing to expand the scale of their stores and were preparing to enter the pharmaceutical, hardware, and supermarket industries. Soon, he had already invested a small amount of funds to make moves in this area, directly using this wave of publicity to get a large number of hardware, daily necessities, supermarket supplies, and a large number of various medicines, etc. After all, he was a rich second generation and had a company, so the imperial government didn't pay much attention to him. After all, there were many people in the country who were richer than him. In this way, Li Ming kept spending the money in his hands, turning the money into various materials. After all, he had more than 15 billion yuan in funds, which was still very durable. In addition to these things, he also purchased a large number of generators, coal, charcoal, gas tanks, huge water storage tanks, various household appliances, and a massive amount of solar power generation equipment, transformers, assault boats, rubber boats, seawater desalination devices, sewage filtration and purification equipment, etc. In addition, he also purchased a huge amount of building materials. After all this was done, it was already October. The newly opened pharmacies and supermarkets under Li Ming's control in September and August had all opened. Li Ming didn't open these stores for profit, but to find a better excuse to hoard materials. Li Ming took the opportunity to get a large number of various materials. The number of medicines was calculated in tons, and there were even more advanced medical equipment, various computers, and other electronic equipment, drones, etc., were counted in thousands. By the end of September, he had bought a large number of various grain crop seeds, herbal medicine seeds, mushroom bags, mushroom spores, a large number of agricultural tools and various agricultural machinery, nutrient solutions, fertilizers, various high-quality planting soil, etc. He also personally went to various cannery and food factories to discuss large-scale procurement businesses for canned fruits, canned vegetables, various canned meats, and various foods. He also personally went to breeders to buy a large number of live, breeding chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, sheep, dogs, rabbits, and other animals that could be raised, as well as a large amount of feed. Li Ming found that although other living people besides him would be filtered out after entering the system space, the living animals were in a dormant state after being taken in, and they could continue to be raised after being released. Li Ming was desperately using time to get all kinds of materials. Basically, as long as he could think of materials that could be used, he would spend money to get them. He bought dozens of tons of various famous teas alone, as well as all kinds of fruit trees, tea trees, and plants with special value. Looking at the materials that occupied 40% of the space, an unparalleled sense of satisfaction made Li Ming very intoxicated. Now, there was only one last important issue left, which was to build a shelter. The location of the shelter was very important. First of all, it had to be relatively quiet and sparsely populated. Secondly, it had to avoid major rivers to prevent floods, and it couldn't be located on a seismic belt. He also liked to read novels before, and there were also some apocalyptic novels. Based on his experience in the dream, Li Ming felt that these novels were purely nonsense. The protagonist actually builds a shelter in the community? Isn't this just rushing to die? Some authors with big brains directly build houses wrapped in all-metal walls in high-rise residential buildings. What kind of person came up with this plot? If you build this kind of all-metal house, are you sure the load-bearing walls can withstand it? This is purely a brain thrombosis idea, without any common sense. Even if you can build this kind of all-metal house in a high-rise residential building, it's easy for people to kill you after you build it. Just swing a sledgehammer and destroy the load-bearing wall on the floor below you, and you'll be thrown to death. Or, if the enemy is ruthless, they can directly carry out blasting operations, and you will be buried alive in the iron coffin. What's the use of having so many materials without oxygen? Doing this, your final ending is bound to be death. To be honest, the houses in the community can barely cope with daily life, but if you want to transform them, you can only transform the doors and windows and install bulletproof glass. Other transformations are basically unrealistic. Moreover, the firmness of residential buildings is not enough at all. Turning residential buildings into apocalyptic fortresses is nonsense. It's not even as reliable and safe as putting a few containers in the mountains. In his opinion, this community god of war is purely nonsense. As long as others want to kill you, it's useless for you to hide in the tortoise shell of a high-rise residential building. The best way is still like him, honestly finding a mountain to build an underground shelter. It has good concealment, he has hoarded a lot of materials, there is no worry about food and drink, and he can also farm and explode soldiers. This kind of shelter is the safest. Shelter. Li Ming quickly selected a location to build his underground shelter. At this time, the number of survival points in his account was from selling the Great Lakes plus the North Sea to the system, reaching an astonishing 100 trillion points. Subsequently, he selected a mountainous area as the location for the underground shelter, which was not far from Manga City, about 15 kilometers away, with an altitude of about 350 meters, which was considered a relatively high mountain nearby. After selecting the location, he directly spent 100,000 survival points from the system store to purchase a level 1 underground shelter blueprint. After purchasing the blueprint, the system's voice sounded, "Ding, congratulations to the host for owning a level 1 shelter blueprint. Does the host want to build a level 1 shelter?" System, I looked at this blueprint, and this level 1 shelter seems to be an underground base complex of about 8 square kilometers, right? Ding, the host is correct. Whatever is on the blueprint, you can build inside, the system replied. Then what if I want to build a heavy industrial base and a light industrial base? Your blueprint doesn't indicate that. Li Ming asked suspiciously. Ding, dear host, the level 1 shelter only meets the host's survival and living needs. Other industrial bases and recruitment needs require the host to purchase level 2 shelter blueprints and other materials to expand and upgrade the level 1 shelter. The level 2 shelter has a basic area of about 20 square kilometers, which can be completely understood as an underground city. However, everything still requires the host to establish a level 1 shelter before upgrading. After listening to the system's explanation, Li Ming felt that this was acceptable, and he quickly asked the system, "System, I can't possibly dig and build this shelter myself, right?" Ding, dear host, there are special excavation robots in the system store. After the robot scans the blueprint, it will excavate according to the blueprint. According to the current construction difficulty of the level 1 shelter, the host needs to purchase 10 excavation robots, which will take about 3 days to dig. Li Ming hurried to the system store and found the excavation robot, labeled WJ1 type robot. According to the description in the system store, this robot has a high technological content, powered by a cold fusion battery, and the digging drill and bucket are made of special materials, which are very durable. Basically, this robot can work continuously for a month before various failures occur. This robot costs about 1 million survival points per unit. Li Ming directly spent 10 million survival points to buy 10 units. Then, the eyes of these robots emitted light, and they began to scan the shelter design drawings, and then began to excavate. At the same time, Li Ming also began to take stock of the materials in his space, preparing 500,000 tons of steel, 10 tons of various rare metal materials, and other miscellaneous items such as electric wires and generators according to the shelter's design drawings. These generators are all ordinary generators. Li Ming didn't amplify them. He bought a full 20,000 units. System, amplify the diesel generator. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 500,000 diesel generators, 500,000 gasoline generators. The fuel utilization efficiency of both generators is increased by 800%, the noise is reduced by 95%, the reliability is increased by 90%, the durability is increased by 100%, and the power generation is increased by 500%. Awesome, so awesome. This is Li Ming's true thought at this time. This generator is simply a treasure in the apocalypse. This kind of generator was originally a small power generator, but now it has become a high power generator. Moreover, the small power generator that could generate electricity for 8 hours with a tank of fuel can now generate electricity for 64 hours with the same tank of fuel, and the power generation will also be improved. Moreover, the reliability and durability have been greatly improved. In addition to this type of generator, there are also a large number of photovoltaic solar panels, which have also been simultaneously increased in quantity and power generation efficiency by the system. The same area of solar panels, which originally could only generate enough electricity for 1 day's daily use, can now generate enough electricity for 7 days daily use. In addition, it is also necessary to take out equipment such as voltage and current converters. In short, building such a shelter is not a small expense for Li Ming. After Li Ming prepared all the necessary materials, even with Li Ming's wealth, he felt a little heartache, because the cost of this level 1 underground shelter was as high as hundreds of billions of Tianhui Empire currency. Fortunately, he has the function of hundredfold amplification, otherwise he really couldn't build such a shelter. System: how does this shelter compare to the underground comprehensive command center of the imperial capital? Li Ming couldn't help but ask. Ding, dear host, in terms of technological content, their command center cannot be compared with the plan provided by this system. In any aspect, even a level 1 shelter built by this system, as long as the entire planet is not completely destroyed, as long as the host is in the shelter, you will not die. You only need to know that I am bound to you, and if you die, I will also perish. After hearing what the system said, Li Ming felt very good. This shows that he and the system share the same fate. Even for its own sake, the system will definitely support him with all its strength. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed. The system prompt sounded, ding, congratulations to the host, the main frame of the underground shelter has been completed. Next, the host only needs to take out the materials and supplies marked on the blueprint. Li Ming took out a large pile of supplies without hesitation, and then the system said, host, the shelter is officially starting to be built, and the construction time will take about 1 week, please be patient. After the system finished speaking, this large pile of supplies was covered by a light, and then disappeared. Li Ming didn't wait idly, and directly returned to Malga City, and then continued to purchase a large number of vegetables, fruits, medicinal materials, various medical equipment, and a large number of vaccines and other supplies. In the Tianhui Empire, as long as you don't buy arms and white flour, basically no one will care about your purchase of other supplies. Li Ming's purchases are absolutely generous. Just as he was waiting for the shelter to be built, more than a dozen canned food factories and other food factory owners called him, saying that the goods had been delivered. The canned food factories that Li Ming was looking for were basically small factories. Their canned food was very cheap, and they could sell 500 g of iron box fruit canned food for 3 or 4 yuan online. After Li Ming negotiated with them, the price of fruit and vegetable canned food was directly compressed to 1.5 yuan each, and the price of meat canned food was compressed to 3 yuan each. There is no other reason. Li Ming gave too much, an order of 150 million boxes, although the profit is low, but it can't stand the large quantity, this is purely their god of wealth. And Li Ming directly placed an order for a total of more than 150 million boxes in the first batch. These factories worked overtime day and night to produce, and finally produced them. Various canned foods were delivered, as well as a large number of supplies such as instant noodles and biscuits. Level 1 shelter completed these food factories, and canning factories came to deliver goods one after another. Li Ming asked them to unload the goods into the large warehouse of Li's Fresh, and Li Ming directly started to inspect the goods. After he asked the system to check and found that the quantity and quality were good, he paid the money happily. These factory owners are easy to get along with. They really worked hard to produce, and the raw materials used were also good. After paying a total of 1.5 billion in payment for the goods, in addition to the goods they should have, these bosses also generously sent an extra batch of goods to Li Ming, a big customer, allowing Li Ming to gain a lot more. In general, about 40% of these canned foods are canned fruits, 20% are canned vegetables, and 40% are canned meat. Among them, the most canned fruits are yellow peaches, strawberries, pineapples, oranges, apples, pears, and mixed fruit cans. There are also a few cans of rare fruits such as strawberries, crabapples, and lychees. The canned vegetables are very interesting. There are mushroom cans, as well as a large number of cabbage, radish, cucumber, and dried tofu cans. Some of these cans are made into cold dishes, and some are made into other styles. The most delicious is the mushroom can. As for the meat cans, about 20 million cans are 1 gene, approximate 500 g, cans of luncheon meat, 20 million boxes are braised pork cans, 1 million cans are beef cans, and the rest are cans of braised pork and quail eggs together. In addition, there are fish cans and various hot pot cans made of pig and beef offal. These meat cans are very substantial. One can weighs about 1 gene, approximate 500 g, and one costs only 3 or 4 yuan. In order to make Li Ming willingly pay for the goods, the solid content of these meat cans is almost 75%. I have to say that it is really preferential to get goods from the factory. It's so damn cheap. Li Ming doesn't feel bad at all about spending money to buy these things. After all, paper money is almost becoming waste paper. If you don't spend money, will you keep it to lay eggs? Money must be spent to be valuable. If you can't spend it, it's useless. When the apocalypse comes, no one will use paper money even as toilet paper. In order to get the benefits, Li Ming directly mortgaged his various industries to borrow money from the Empire Bank, and borrowed another 1.5 billion in loans, and agreed to repay it in 1 year. In this way, he has another 4 billion in cash. He spent all the money except for 1 million, and exchanged it for a large amount of supplies. I have to say that the productivity of the Tianhui Empire is really developed. With a population of 3 billion, the self-sufficiency rate of food can still reach 65%. You must know that the terrain of the Tianhui Empire is not good. Most of the empire is mountainous and hilly terrain. There are only 3 real plains, and only these 3 areas are suitable for large-scale mechanized agriculture. So once the apocalypse breaks out, it will definitely be a heavy blow to the Tianhui Empire. But what does this have to do with Li Ming? The large amount of supplies I bought with money are my property. If you have any ideas and want to move my supplies, try to move it. Li Ming used 2 billion to buy a large amount of food and canned food from canning factories and food factories again. The remaining money was spent on various snack streets and high-end hotels, and he also purchased fuel-powered 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled motorcycles, as well as a lot of electric vehicles and various dry batteries and storage batteries. He also bought a lot of all-terrain vehicles. In short, he just kept buying. His idea is not to leave any money behind. The money must be spent. As for whether some foods have technological additives? TSK buddy, this is about surviving in the apocalypse. Are you sure you're still going to be so picky in the apocalypse? It's damn good to have something to eat. Only living people are qualified to eat things with technological additives. What's the use of talking about these things when people are dead? Don't talk about eating well in the apocalypse. You've already surpassed most people if you can eat your fill. People who don't know how to cherish food in the apocalypse deserve to die. Li Ming has read many apocalyptic novels that say the protagonist wastes food in various ways, and throws away half-eaten food directly. This is purely nonsense. How could someone who has survived in the apocalypse for a while in their previous life waste food? This is simply illogical. Li Ming only experienced that kind of apocalypse in a dream, for a full 7 years. This feeling made him feel extremely real, so he desperately stockpiled various supplies. He was really scared of being hungry in his dream. Hunger can be said to be the most cruel punishment of mankind by God. The most cruel ways to die in the world are starvation and thirst. These 2 ways of dying will make you feel your vitality draining away little by little, and you are helpless about your impending death. This is simply despair. As the saying goes, death is not terrible, the feeling of waiting to die is the most terrible. After Li Ming finished working for this period of time, he still had 1 billion in funds left. He assigned people to sweep goods from convenience stores and supermarkets all over the country, buying a large amount of cigarettes and alcohol, and also ordered a large number of condoms online. The amount of these supplies that can be bought with a full 100 million is definitely an astonishing number. In the apocalypse, in addition to food, water, and medicine, the most valuable supplies are cigarettes, alcohol, and condoms. These things seem inconspicuous and not as useful as food. But in the apocalypse, people live very depressingly, so they need cigarettes and alcohol to increase their sanity and happiness, and condoms also have this effect. In the apocalypse, women are also a kind of commodity. But once you get certain diseases in the apocalypse, it will definitely be fatal in the case of lack of medicine, so the value of this kind of thing is also rising. Li Ming himself has supermarkets, so it will not cause any suspicion to purchase these things. Everyone will only think that Li Ming may expand the scale of operation. As for the 1.5 billion loan owed to the bank, the imperial government will be gone by then. What is the bank? Moreover, before the disaster comes, Li Ming will definitely take away all the supplies under his industry, even a small shelf will not be left. It can only be said that Li Ming was simply exhausted during this period before the end of the world, and the purchase of various large quantities of materials was really busy. But no matter how busy he was, he stopped immediately after receiving the system's notification. At this time, the time has come to October 8, 2025 of the solar calendar. The system said, "Ding, dear host, your level 1 shelter has been built, please go and accept it." Ding, congratulations to the host for owning a level 1 shelter, rewarding the host with 100 Special Forces soldiers, please summon them at any time. Ding, congratulations to the host for already owning a level 1 shelter, which can make the host survive without worry in the apocalypse. Reward the host with 10 million survival points, a complete set of heavy industry technical drawings and a complete set of technical data each, and a copy of light weapons technical drawings and technical data. Ding, it is detected that the host has a level 1 base, rewarding the host with 500 agricultural planting personnel and 500 animal husbandry personnel. Cool. Li Ming roared in his heart. Then he drove his off-road vehicle straight to the mountains. This mountain is called Dragon Head Mountain, only about 15 kilometers away from Marga City, and 20 kilometers away from the largest river in the empire, the Sao River. It can be said that even if floods are rampant, there is no need to be afraid. He came to this mountain. With the memory of the last time, he came to the place, but he couldn't find the entrance, because it was obviously a mountain. System, where is the entrance to this underground shelter? Ding, the entrance to the underground shelter is about to open, please be prepared, host. As soon as the system's words were finished, he heard a slight woo-ka sound in front of him. Soon Li Ming saw that the surface of the mountain in front of him actually began to move. The shelter's entrance was actually disguised as part of the mountain, and he hadn't even noticed it despite being so close. Li Ming was shocked. He had to admit the disguise was exceptionally well done. System, I give you 10,000 thumbs up. Li Ming said inwardly. As Li Ming walked into the underground shelter, the door behind him gradually closed. With the closing of the door, the shelter began to power up. Ding, esteemed host, you are currently in the upper passage leading to the underground shelter. This passage requires passing through 3 doors before taking an elevator to the main body of the shelter, the true underground base. If the host has weapons and equipment, you can hand them over to the system, and it will create a defense plan, installing various weapons within these 3 passages to prevent enemy intrusion and protect the host's absolute safety. Li Ming was surprised, he really hadn't expected the underground shelter's structure to be like this. Soon, under the system's control, the 3 doors opened and then closed in sequence. Hey system, what kind of attacks can these 3 doors and the outermost door withstand? Ding, in response to the host's question, each of these 4 doors individually can withstand the simultaneous impact of several nuclear bombs and can directly weaken the shockwaves of the nuclear bombs, while also possessing radiation protection capabilities. Furthermore, according to the system's calculations, to truly destroy each of these doors, it would require tons of high-performance explosives and multiple blasting operations to make the door fall rather than shatter it. Within this underground shelter, the host will be in a state of absolute safety, the system prompted. Li Ming nodded and then directly took the elevator downwards. The elevator ran for about a minute, transporting him to the main body of the underground shelter, the true underground base. Host, this base is currently at level 1, and its main functions include solar power generation, and in emergencies, it can also use high-efficiency generators to power the entire shelter. On weekdays, the solar charging panels, after meeting daily electricity needs, will automatically store the remaining electricity in the base's super batteries and storage boxes for future use. In addition, this shelter covers an area of 8 square kilometers and is divided into a living area, a material storage area, a weapons storage area, a breeding area, and an ecological garden that combines planting and breeding. Besides these, there are also 3 medical pods. These medical pods can basically help the host treat some diseases that can be treated in a secondary level hospital. Subsequent serious illnesses or injuries will require upgrading to a level 2 shelter for treatment. In addition to these functional areas, there is also a production and manufacturing area, allowing the host to produce and process some materials on a small scale, such as bullets and ammunition. There is also a small laboratory, where the host can conduct a series of scientific research. This shelter has been specially modified to maintain a constant temperature between 23 and 26 degrees Celsius, so the host doesn't have to worry about severe cold or heat. It also uses a special design to maintain smooth ventilation within the shelter and has 3-proof capabilities, so you don't have to worry about outside pollution entering the shelter. As a Level 1 shelter, it is also equipped with various metal supports and earthquake counter-impact devices, allowing the shelter to survive major earthquakes, with a maximum tolerance of magnitude 13 earthquakes. In case of emergency, this shelter also has an emergency oxygen supply device. In the most critical situation, the host can also escape through the shelter's emergency escape, which has a medium-sized escape pod for short-term flight. In short, the host doesn't need to worry about any survival or safety issues here. Li Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. It was amazing, this was simply the best doomsday fortress in the apocalypse. But in the end, it was just him alone, weak and isolated, so the plan to recruit an army should be put on the agenda. System, are there any other power supply methods for this shelter besides solar power and generators? Ding, there are other power supply methods, such as the miniature cold fusion power station in the system's store, which costs only 20 million survival points and can continuously provide power support for the shelter, but only a Level 2 shelter can purchase a miniature cold fusion power station. The system suggests that the host can try upgrading to a Level 2 shelter, so that the host can build an industrial zone and produce some heavy equipment themselves. Li Ming's heart was itching from the system's temptation, as if scratched by a cat's paw. System, can I recruit an army now? Ding, esteemed host, please purchase a base vehicle. After purchasing a base vehicle, the host can build barracks and then recruit an army, but the system still suggests that the host upgrade to a Level 2 shelter before recruiting an army to prevent insufficient power. System, purchase Level 2 shelter blueprints. Li Ming didn't waste any words and directly started his shopping spree. Ding, the host spent 200,000 survival points and successfully purchased Level 2 shelter blueprints. Please prepare the materials, and the system will upgrade the host to a Level 2 shelter for free. Li Ming directly started preparing various materials and supplies in the open space, and the 10WJ1 type excavation robots started working again to expand the area of the underground base. Li Ming's eyelids twitched as he looked at the materials needed in the design blueprints. 1 million tons of steel, 20 tons of rare metals, 20 high-precision machine tools. Besides these, there were also a large number of other industrial equipment and a large number of medical supplies. In addition, there were mountains of various building materials and various metals and building materials, etc. In short, Li Ming felt distressed. Although these materials were only a drop in the bucket compared to what he had obtained, he was still very distressed. These were all resources. However, the thought that he would have the strength to be a regional power after the Level 2 shelter was upgraded still made him very excited. Ding, the host has prepared the materials. This mission is to upgrade to a Level 2 shelter, which will take 1 week. Please pay attention to system notifications. Soon, with the system's assistance, the Level 2 shelter was being upgraded and built. Li Ming also left the shelter and returned directly to Marga City to continue controlling the fresh food supermarkets and industries. Li Ming basically spent all of his profits every day to buy a large number of supplies. To describe him in one sentence, he was obsessed with supplies. However, Li Ming's orders still brought a lot of profits to many small factories in China. In the eyes of these people, Li Ming was simply the god of wealth. This day was October 15, 2025, according to the solar calendar, and the system's voice sounded on time. Completion check, the entire original text has been translated. Length comparison, the translated text is of comparable length to the original text. Confirmation statement, the translation is complete and accurate to the best of my ability. Shelter completed. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Level 2 shelter. The system provides the host with 200 Special Forces soldiers free of charge. The host can summon them at any time. Ding, congratulations to the host for already owning a Level 2 shelter. Rewarding the host with 30 million survival points, a set of light industrial technology equipment blueprints and technical data. The most advanced tank technology blueprints, the most advanced artillery technology blueprints, and the most advanced infantry fighting vehicle technology blueprints, as well as related technical data, etc., each set. Ding, detecting that the host owns a Level 2 shelter, the host can activate the industrial zone function. The system rewards the host with summon them at any time. Ding, congratulations to the host for owning a medical center. Gifting the host 10 beautiful doctors. Ding, congratulations to the host for owning a medium-sized high-tech laboratory. Rewarding the host with 2 top-notch researchers and 30 researchers. At this time, Li Ming felt like he had won the lottery. It was so awesome. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful. This is the most powerful system, giving away technical workers, technical engineers, and researchers for free. The most important thing is that he also has doctors, a medical center, and a high-tech laboratory. These are definitely good news. To some extent, his shelter is now the closest to a complete form. It can be said that he already has the ability to survive independently of this society. Awesome, so awesome. After arranging the affairs of his enterprises, Li Ming drove straight to the shelter. He knew very well that these shelters were his real foundation in the coming apocalypse. Even better, he actually already had an army, a full 300 special forces soldiers. When entering the base, there wasn't much change at first, but after entering the main structure, he discovered huge changes in the underground base. First of all, the area had more than doubled, and secondly, many functional areas had changed. Li Ming directly purchased a base vehicle from the system store. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 3 billion survival points to obtain a base vehicle, rewarding the host with 30 million survival points and 100 gene potions. Ding, detecting that the host owns a base vehicle, do you want to deploy it? Deploy. Li Ming directly chose a place to deploy the base vehicle. With his order issued, the base vehicle began to transform, like a transformer. After a burst of mechanical operation sounds, the huge base vehicle turned into a building similar to a factory. Then Li Ming discovered that his system interface had changed. He had actually unlocked the building interface. He directly chose to build a barracks. Ding, the host chose to build a barracks, requiring 30 million survival points in 48 hours. Please be patient. After speaking, the system stopped talking. Li Ming directly summoned the engineers, technical workers, 10 beautiful doctors, as well as the planting personnel and aquaculture personnel, etc. Everyone respectfully shouted to Li Ming, "Commander, hello." Li Ming waved his hand, "Hello everyone. The operation of the base will depend on you all from now on." Willing to serve the commander. Soon everyone began to work, and Li Ming's base officially began to operate. He left a large amount of supplies in the base, and also summoned 100 special forces soldiers to become the base's security force, protecting the base's safety. The other 200 people were ready to be summoned at any time to follow him. Li Ming briefly inspected the base and was very satisfied. At this time, the industrial zone had already begun to operate, especially the operation of the heavy industrial zone, which made Li Ming very happy. He knew very well the importance of heavy industry. In fact, from the perspective of equipment, Li Ming's equipment was definitely the most advanced in the world, but from the perspective of technology reserves, Li Ming's technical foundation was still very weak. So what Li Ming had to do now was to make up for various lessons and gradually improve his industrial system. Industrialization is a concept of whether you have it or not. It can be said that industrialization is definitely a very important link, especially in the apocalypse. In the apocalyptic period, whoever has the ability to industrialize is the most powerful force. Of course, industrialization is inseparable from raw material supply and processing and production. The most worrying thing for Li Ming is the issue of raw material supply. System, if I want to mine in the apocalypse, do you have a way? Ding, in response to the host's words, the host can mine mineral resources by building mines. After the system has a base vehicle, it can build buildings such as mines within a radius of 50 miles from the base vehicle. This mine is a multifunctional mine integrating mining and rough processing, and there will be dedicated mining vehicles to mine. Even the most barren and difficult to mine minerals can be refined and processed, as long as the host pays survival points to build the mine. Damn it! Li Ming couldn't help but swear. This thing is too heaven-defying. This is definitely a must-have. The system's answer dispelled Li Ming's doubts and calmed his heart. The next time just needs to hoard supplies as much as possible and welcome the arrival of the apocalypse. That's right, he still has to settle the score with his dear uncles and elders. After all, his parents can't just die in vain, and he must investigate clearly. But now is not the best time to do it. After the apocalypse arrives, he will directly launch a surprise attack on them with powerful firepower. Won't they be at his mercy then? Soon, he summoned 5 more Special Forces soldiers, mainly to scout and monitor the movements of his uncles and elders. After all, he must not let the cooked duck fly away, and he will never raise a tiger to cause trouble for revenge. As long as it is determined that the other party did it, he will kill the other party immediately without hesitation. As for those protagonists in many apocalyptic novels who let their enemies go unkilled, praising themselves as torturing the other party, this is purely stupid behavior. Li Ming is to completely kill the other party as long as there is an opportunity. The principle is that it is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. With the dispatch of 5 plainclothes Special Forces soldiers for reconnaissance, Li Ming returned to his villa. Looking at his villa and the shares of the Li Group in his hand, he directly sold them all. Anyway, this kind of villa is not safe in the apocalypse, but will become the target of others' key attacks, and the shares are useless. He knew very well that his uncles and elders were coveting his villa and shares, so he sold them to them, and by the way, scammed them for a sum of money. He took out his phone and dialed out. A voice came from the other end of the phone. "My dear cousin, do you have something to do with me?" "Li Chang, I plan to sell my villa and the group's shares." "Are you buying them?" "Ah. Are you really going to sell them?" Li Chang was very surprised. "Stop talking nonsense, do you want them or not? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just need to tell me whether you want them or not." "Yes, of course, I want them." "Wait a minute, can we meet in person?" It must be said that Li Ming was still very thoughtful. He planned to use the villa and shares to trick them one last time. Because this villa was left to him by his parents, and it is located in the most famous wealthy area of Marga City. To some extent, Marga City should be the economic center of the entire Tianhui Empire, with a large urban area. The entire urban area alone has more than 60 million people, with a high population density. Marga City itself is also one of the largest cities in the world, with a seaport, and the daily throughput is very large. It can be said that even globally, this is one of the largest ports in the world. Having a villa in a wealthy area of such a city shows the status of Li Ming's parents. He soon waited for Li Chang and Li Chang's father, Li Ming's dear uncle. Dear nephew, why are you thinking about selling the villa and shares?" Li Ming's uncle, Li Wei, asked. Uncle, you also know that I've been making a lot of investments recently, so I want to sell not only this villa, but also my shares in Li's group. I wonder if Uncle is interested." Li Ming said with a smile, but his smile faintly concealed murderous intent. "Really?" Li Wei was overjoyed. He had been coveting the 5% of shares in Li Ming's hands for a long time. It can be said that this 5% of shares directly determines the absolute controlling stake in the company. Although they had taken away some of the shares that Li Ming's parents had left him, some shares were still retained. To some extent, Li Ming was also a shareholder of Li's group, ranking as the 6th largest shareholder in terms of shareholding. The ownership of these 5% of shares determines the absolute controlling stake and decision-making power of Li's group. Of course, I've expanded a bit too much recently, so my cash flow is a bit tight. If Uncle is interested, we can talk. Dear nephew, how much are you planning to ask for? How about this, Uncle, including my villa, give me 4 billion. Li Ming opened his mouth and asked for a high price. He was sure of the importance of his 5% stake and asked for an exorbitant price. When Li Wei heard this price, the flesh on his face twitched. That, dear nephew, isn't your price a bit too high? Uncle, although my shares are not many, they are also the 6th largest shareholder of the group, determining the absolute controlling stake. You are a smart person, you should know the meaning of this sentence, right? And you have to count this year's dividends in it, so considering everything, this share will definitely be a real help to you, don't you think? Li Ming said with a smile that was not a smile. Dear nephew, I can give you the money, but can you wait for a while? My funds are very tight recently. Hee, is that so? Uncle, if you are not sincere, then I will decide to call the Dongsheng Group. I believe President Xiao will definitely be very interested in my proposal. Li Ming threatened. Dongsheng Group is a competitor of Li's group. At this time, Li Wei was in a bad mood. He glared at Li Ming fiercely. Dear nephew, when shall we sign the contract? When the money arrives in my account, I will naturally sign the contract. Li Chang, arrange the funds immediately, as soon as possible. Li Wei ordered. About half a day later, Li Ming received a text message reminder. After the funds arrived, Li Ming and Li Wei signed an equity transfer agreement. Li Ming smiled and said, "Congratulations, uncle, on getting what you wanted. From now on, Li's group is yours to control. By the way, you can move here too. Wait for me to pack up and move." Li Wei glared at Li Ming fiercely, and then left here. Li Ming directly activated the system function and quickly took away everything in the villa, not even leaving a nail for the other party. Then he left the home where he had lived for more than 10 years, and then drove away from here, directly opening a room in a high-end hotel outside. The time came to November 2nd, 2025. Li Ming spent all of the 4 billion funds in his hand again to purchase a large amount of clothing and other useful materials. At the same time, he acted at night for the past few days, driving in stealth to collect more than 2 million shared bicycles and more than 1 million shared electric motorcycles on the streets. Then he directly found manager Zhang. Old Zhang, everyone has been working hard recently, and I have seen that the fresh food stores below are a bit too old and need to be upgraded. How about this? All employees help to divide some of the vegetables and bring them home, and then take a paid vacation for a while. I will redecorate and design the stores here. The rest of the vegetables and fruits will be taken to our large warehouse. As for you, this is a reward for you. After saying that, Li Ming directly gave manager Zhang a card. There are 300,000 in the card. Take a good rest during this time. You will be busy in the following time. Thank you, President Li. Thank you, President Li. Manager Zhang was very grateful to Li Ming. After all, this is 300,000, which is really a lot for him. This money also proves that he did not follow the wrong person. By the way, Manager Zhang, for the sake of our many years of getting along, let me tell you one more thing, that is, I have received some secret information. It seems that there will be a natural disaster recently. You should reserve some living materials and medicines. Li Ming still reminded the other party. What he said was not nonsense, because recently the official also predicted that there would be natural disasters such as typhoons. For Li Ming, I can remind you here. As for whether you can survive the natural disaster in the future, it depends on whether you listen to the advice. All the employees of Li's Fresh Food were very happy. Everyone took a lot of vegetables and fruits from the fresh food supermarket. Paid vacation, President Li is too conscientious. Li Ming could only help the ordinary employees of his company this far. Soon he let his supermarkets, pharmacies, hardware stores, etc. put the goods in the large warehouse. After doing all this, he drove alone to the 2 large warehouses of Li's Fresh Food. The entire warehouse was filled with materials like small mountains. Rice, flour, pork, beef and mutton, fish, live seafood, various edible oils, vegetables, fruits, and mountains of instant noodles, biscuits, bacon, sausages, chicken legs, various pre-made dishes, seasonings, and medicines, various clothing, hardware building materials, electronic equipment, and various equipment, etc. It can be said that this entire large warehouse is enough for people to live a good life in the apocalypse. Li Ming quickly collected these materials. After collecting the materials, he drove away from here. He drove back to the hotel, and there were still 20 million left unspent. His task in the next few days was to continue spending money. At this moment, in his system space, various tobacco, alcohol and other materials were piled up like mountains. Looking at these materials, Li Ming was extremely satisfied. World begins. Many people might wonder, doesn't this Li Ming have any friends or a girlfriend? Li Ming used to have them, but they gradually lost contact. Especially after Li Ming dreamed of the apocalypse, finding a girlfriend in the context of the end of the world was undoubtedly like finding a ticking time bomb for himself. Having experienced such a realistic dream, he would never easily trust anyone. He only trusted the people summoned by the system, because the system said that these people would be 100% absolutely loyal to him. Why would he use a bunch of ticking time bombs when he had such loyal subordinates? He wouldn't do something so unnecessary. Besides, what if he had needs? Didn't he still have the 10 beautiful doctors provided by the system? Of course, that was just a joke. Li Ming was really very busy, and he knew very well that in the apocalypse, emotions were superfluous. Too many emotions mean you'll have weaknesses, that's the truth. In the few days leading up to the apocalypse, Li Ming ordered the technical engineers in the base to download all the games, novels, videos, and various data in the world. All of it was stored on the server as a backup. On the other hand, he spent money like crazy, converting the money in his hands into supplies. In the end, he kept only a little over 100,000 yuan. In addition to shopping, Li Ming also obtained a lot of trees, various fruit trees, and live plants of Chinese medicinal herbs. In short, he obtained as many supplies as possible. Time passed day by day, people's lives were still the same as usual, but Li Ming's inner anxiety grew stronger and stronger. The system's voice suddenly sounded, "Ding, this system reminds the host that there are 15 hours left until the apocalypse breaks out. Please return to the shelter quickly." Li Ming was startled by the system's voice, but quickly reacted. He quickly drove directly into the mountains, then put the car away, and then rode his motorcycle into the shelter. Finally, he arrived at the underground shelter. Completely safe. At this time, the underground shelter had undergone great changes. The living area of the entire underground shelter was a villa no less than the one he lived in before, but the difference was that this villa was a house built of all metal composite materials. It had good sound and heat insulation performance, was warm in winter and cool in summer, and the living experience was very comfortable. After half a year of continuous running around, Li Ming was completely relaxed at this time. He looked at everything in the living area and felt very satisfied. The quality of life had not decreased compared to before. Then he checked the cold storage and found that the area of this cold storage was actually about 500 square meters, and it mainly stored some meat or seafood that needed to be kept fresh. Then he checked the warehouse for storing grain, oil, and seasonings again, and felt relieved after finding that there were enough supplies. At the same time, he found that everyone in the entire base except him lived in dormitories, but the conditions in the dormitory area were also very good, warm in winter and cool in summer. Especially the system's 10 female doctors, all had single dormitories with various living facilities. The rest of the various technicians and soldiers lived in dormitories with 4 people in each room. There was a special canteen to provide food, and the cooks cooked the meals. Li Ming inspected everyone's food and nodded with satisfaction after seeing meat and vegetables. The soldiers had to do physical training, so the food had to keep up, and the technicians were engaged in technical production work, so the food had to be guaranteed. After inspecting the canteen's food, Li Ming rested in the villa. The next day was November 7, 2025 in the solar calendar. Li Ming went directly out of the mountain shelter. He looked up at the sky and found that the sky was gloomy today. This made him feel very bad. When the time came to 9 o'clock in the morning, some bottom-level workers started to go to work as usual. They didn't realize that the world was about to undergo a huge change. The wind started to pick up outside. The typhoon predicted by the meteorological forecasters of the empire was actually about to appear. All the schools in the empire directly notified that in order to welcome the upcoming typhoon, the schools would be temporarily closed for 3 days, and the specific time for resuming classes would be notified separately. Middle school and elementary school students cheered and returned home. After all, as a coastal city, they would experience several so-called typhoons every year. Every time, they looked forward to school closures and holidays, and now their dreams had finally come true. What they didn't know was that they might never have to go to school again. Li Ming was not in such a good mood. He directly released several drones to scout the situation. At this time, the wind outside was not very strong, about level 5 or 6. Li Ming returned to the command center of the shelter. System, hack into the weather satellite. I want to know when the big typhoon will happen. Ding, connection completed, please check the host. The system's voice sounded. Li Ming directly saw the weather cloud map on the big screen of the base command center. At this time, the system explained, respected host, the real typhoon will break out in no more than 3 hours. The disasters that occur around the world are not necessarily the same. The southern hemisphere of planet Baltan may have a drought and hot weather, while the northern hemisphere will have heavy rainfall caused by the typhoon, resulting in floods. In addition, the governments at all levels in all countries around the world will directly disintegrate in the typhoon, leaving the whole world in a state of anarchy. The system said solemnly. Li Ming was restless in the command center, checking the images transmitted by the drone. For now, it was relatively safe, depending on whether any smart people could sense the coming crisis and store up supplies in advance. These few hours were the last moment for them to buy supplies at normal prices. The disaster did not happen overnight, but gave a buffer time, depending on whether humans could grasp it. Time quickly came to 12 o'clock noon, and the wind in the urban area of the entire manga city suddenly became stronger. If the previous wind was only level 5 or 6, then at this time the wind was already level 9. Li Ming's drone had been enhanced by the system and could automatically adjust its flight attitude to cope with harsh electromagnetic and climatic environments. At this time, he saw through the drone's image that a small electric tricycle delivering express delivery was driving with difficulty, but when it drove halfway, the entire electric tricycle was directly blown over by the strong wind. Trees that had already begun to shed their leaves were swaying wildly in the strong wind, and the sound of the wind blowing through the sky made people tremble with fear. At this time, there were still a few people on the street trying to intercept taxis, and some were placing orders through mobile phone software, trying to find a ride, but no vehicles arrived after waiting for more than an hour. Garbage, paper scraps, dust, etc. throughout the city were blown all over the sky by the strong wind. At this time, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. A woman holding a package had just left the express station and hadn't reacted yet. The whole person was directly blown away by the strong wind. Completion check, the entire original text has been translated. Length comparison, the length of the translated English text is comparable to the original Chinese text, ensuring completeness. Confirmation statement, the translation is complete, accurate, and of high quality. End of the world. Li Ming couldn't help but sigh at the sight before him. Nature was truly terrifying. Humanity's only advantage over other animals was its ability to create tools to constantly improve its quality of life. But even with such a powerful civilization, humans still couldn't escape the destruction of civilization when faced with natural disasters. The only difference was that humans could struggle for a longer period in the face of such disasters, nothing more. The woman swept away by the typhoon was desperately shouting, but it was all in vain. The wind completely drowned out her voice, and she was lifted into the air before disappearing completely. As for the cars on the road, they were moving against the wind and seemed relatively stable for now. But this was only temporary. If these drivers couldn't get home in a short time, death awaited them. At this time, the sky was getting darker and darker, creating a feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city. The darkening horizon was filled with broken branches, and some of the city's steel roofing was torn up by the wind, creating a rattling sound. On a street in the distance, a woman in a coat was clinging to a lamppost, her mouth forming the words "Help me." But everyone was too busy taking care of themselves to dare to go out and save her. Because the wind was too strong, there was a high probability that they wouldn't be able to save the person and would end up getting themselves killed instead. At this moment, a man with a rope around his waist ran out of a nearby shop, braving the wind towards the woman. He also had a rope in his hand, seemingly to help her get into his shop to take shelter. Just as he handed the rope to the woman, the man was almost blown away by the wind. Fortunately, he managed to regain his footing with the rope tied around his waist and desperately ran back to the store. Several people in his shop helped pull the rope, and finally, the woman was successfully pulled into the store by the group. This thrilling scene was happening all over Malga City, and only God knew how many people had been blown away by the wind. The apocalypse had officially begun. Li Ming was hiding in the safe command center of his underground shelter, and he felt a chill in his heart. The power of nature was truly terrifying. Humans were just slightly stronger ants. Li Ming was now certain that the typhoon would be followed by heavy rainfall and torrential rains. Within a week, the water and electricity supply in Malga City would be cut off. Once the electricity disappeared, many public services would disappear, such as gas. People usually enjoyed the convenience of modernization, but they didn't realize how fragile the city itself was. Because all the city's supplies depended on external transportation, it was difficult for the city to be self-sufficient. Especially in a large city like Malga City with a population of over 60 million, the daily consumption of various supplies was like a mountain. Li Ming had managed Li's Fresh, and his Li's Fresh had to receive dozens of large trucks of supplies every day. Modern cities essentially relied on modern logistics advantages to maintain their operation. Now that the typhoon and rainstorms had arrived, Malga City's urban area would inevitably experience a shortage of supplies in a short period of time without sufficient logistics vehicles. Of course, this wasn't the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that Li Ming had just received a notification from the system. Ding, notification, emergency notification, most of the officials of the Tianhui Empire and other countries around the world have died in the typhoon. The Tianhui Empire has now officially entered a state of anarchy. Please prepare yourself, host. Hearing the system's notification, Li Ming sighed. Anarchy was the most terrifying thing. Because anarchy meant no order, and no order was definitely a disaster for humanity, because only God knew what kind of ugliness human nature would reveal in this apocalypse. Li Ming was very clear that even the worst government was better than no government, because it meant that the country and society still had order, at least not so chaotic. Now that they had completely entered a state of anarchy, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before there was unrest in the imperial army. Once the army was in chaos, the entire country would not be far from turmoil. The essence of the army was a machine of violence. A group of violent machines without restraint was like a beast locked in a cage being released from the cage. This was simply a greater disaster. In the apocalypse, sometimes man-made disasters were more terrible than natural disasters. Li Ming directly took back the drone, and then he started cooking in the villa area. Let the outside world be in turmoil, all of this has nothing to do with Li Ming. Anyway, he has sufficient supplies and enough armed forces to protect himself. He cooked braised pork, mushroom stewed chicken, and boiled sliced meat, making a lot of each dish and putting them into pre-prepared vegetable basins, steaming hot, and placing them into his space. Since he couldn't go out for the time being in the apocalypse, he could only pass the time by cooking and making delicious food. Li Ming's level 2 shelter was now very complete in all aspects. Currently, he was using bottled natural gas for cooking. He had obtained a large amount of fuel such as fuel oil and natural gas from the desert area, and he had also robbed a lot of coal and bottled liquefied natural gas and charcoal from overseas. So he didn't lack fuel. At the same time, he didn't lack drinking water. After all, he had bought a lot of large water storage tanks, which were filled with tap water. Among them, there was also high-quality drinking spring water from all over the country, which he had put into amplified large water storage tanks that could hold tens of millions of gallons. What's even more interesting was that Li Ming's shelter had a sewage treatment system. Whether it was domestic water or industrial water, it could be recycled after treatment. It could be said that after being treated by his sewage treatment system, the water quality was no less than that of tap water in the city after a series of processing. Many people may not have any concept of tap water, but when the real extreme heat disaster comes, you will find that you want to drink a sip of tap water is a luxury. At that time, let alone tap water, even a small mouthful of dirty water mixed with mud in a puddle would have to be drunk, and even more extreme would drink urine, all in order to survive. The end of the world too. Objectively speaking, human vitality is indeed very strong. The desire to survive is also very high, and the ability to survive is also quite good, but when faced with this kind of doomsday natural disaster, even the strongest are helpless. The entire human civilization faces only destruction in the face of such a doomsday natural disaster. Especially now that countries around the world have entered a state of anarchy, this is even more fatal, especially for countries with a large government and small society like the Tianhui Empire. Once the government is gone, there will definitely be big trouble. However, no matter how chaotic it is outside, it has little to do with Li Ming. After Li Ming finished lunch, he was so bored that he directly turned on his mobile phone and began to use his hacking skills to infiltrate and join many community groups, wanting to see what these community groups were planning. At the same time, he had already used hacking technology to shield his mobile phone number when he returned to China. In other words, no one could locate Li Ming's real location through his mobile phone. Li Ming's connection to the internet is also directly through satellite, so even if the internet is disconnected, it won't affect him much. Soon, he entered several community chat groups and looked at everyone's chat history. After all, to understand the real situation, it is relatively more realistic to understand it from the perspective of the people at the bottom. At this moment, an exchange group called Tanglongipin was very lively. The name of this community is a high-end residential area near Li Ming's villa area. The residents inside are basically white-collar workers, and there are also some small celebrities or mistresses and concubines raised by rich people living in this community. The community group's messages were continuous, and the number of unread messages in the group quickly rose to 99 plus. At first, many people were celebrating the arrival of Typhoon Hinamner. The wage slaves finally didn't have to work 007, and the students could also go home for vacation. Many people in the group posted disaster pictures and videos of the typhoon. In the videos, the trees in the urban area were directly uprooted by the typhoon and then blown away by the strong wind. Some luxury cars were also blown upside down by the typhoon, or luxury cars were directly hit by things blown by the typhoon, and the windshields were full of spider web cracks. The factory buildings of some factories were even more miserable, directly cut in half by the typhoon. Countless iron sheets and some equipment raw materials were swept away by the typhoon. As for where they fell, only God knows. After seeing these videos, many people began to feel scared, because the destructive power of this typhoon was really terrifying. Some people listened to the howling wind outside and realized that something was wrong. So someone started to say that when they went to the supermarket to buy vegetables after get off work, there were no vegetables left in the supermarket, only old pickled pepper beef noodles were left. From Li Ming's understanding, instant noodles are definitely a good thing. Because this thing has a lot of calories, as well as salt, sugar, and fat, it can be said that being able to drink a bowl of hot instant noodles in the apocalypse is an excellent delicacy. Of course, Li Ming doesn't lack these things. Not to mention anything else, the hundreds of billions of boxes of canned food after the amplification are his most solid logistical reserve. In addition, he has a lot of reserves of salt and sugar, all measured in hundreds of tons. After all, he himself runs a fresh food supermarket, so he doesn't lack these supplies. At the end, he also took away all the goods from all his industries, leaving nothing behind. It can't be said that Li Ming is doing things very absolutely. After all, in the apocalypse, people who are not selfish simply cannot survive. This is a very cruel statement, but this is the reality. In the apocalypse, there is only exchange of benefits. Don't think about any feelings or friendship. As long as there are benefits that can allow people to survive, anyone will sell you out for a little bit of insignificant benefit. It can't be said that there are no saints in the apocalypse, but based on Li Ming's experience in his dreams, these saints are often eaten clean by others, leaving not even bone scraps. At this moment, Li Ming directly opened the large screen in the command center and used synthetic aperture satellite to view the ground situation. This look made him feel the deep fear of the apocalypse. The large screen in the command center was playing high-definition satellite images, and there was even sound. The wailing and howling strong typhoon was constantly hitting the walls of every building in the city. The heavy rain mixed in the typhoon was hitting the glass of each building with a crackling sound. The glass of some old residential areas was directly shattered by this storm, and the strong wind and rain entered the room through the large holes in the glass. In just 3 or 4 hours, the heavy rain had flooded all the streets. Subsequently, the vehicles on some streets with relatively low terrain began to be gradually soaked in rainwater, becoming water-damaged cars. 2 hours later, in some turbulent sections of the streets, the flood directly washed away the vehicles. The underground parking lots and the residential areas began to continuously flood, and the drainage function of the entire city's sewers was completely scrapped. Those vehicles parked in the underground parking lots were also soaked in rainwater and headed for scrap. At this time, the rain outside was getting heavier, it was simply raining to the point of smoking, and it began to block the line of sight. Through satellite observation, Li Ming found that the sky outside was getting more and more gloomy, as if there was an invisible big black hand above the sky, playing with the entire city in the palm of its hand, and would crush the entire city into pieces at any time. At this time, the perspective on the large screen in front of Li Ming was the satellite's perspective, overlooking the city of Marga like the eye of God. All the roads in the entire city had become a vast expanse of water, and the dark clouds began to press lower and lower. The typhoon swept up the flood, forming the spectacular sight of a water tornado. The huge water tornado connected the entire sky and earth, and the high-speed rotating water tornado swept up the rain, uprooted trees, and some washed away cars, as if it was going to swallow everything in the world. This is a tornado. Li Ming was shocked. He watched as the tornado instantly cut off the overpass in the urban area of Marga. The high-speed railway viaduct, which the empire had spent huge sums of money to build, was directly turned into a pile of ruins by the tornado like a knife cutting tofu. The buildings of Marga railway station were directly swept away by the tornado, and the entire railway station's buildings were shattered by the tornado. As for the train heads and carriages in the railway station, they were directly twisted into pieces by the tornado like toys. Lightning struck trees and caused fires, but these fires were quickly extinguished by the heavy rain. A 30-story high-rise residential building was directly swept away by the tornado. After the tornado passed, the entire high-rise residential building disappeared in place. Soldiers Li Ming knew very well that the high-rise residential building was located in the central area of the city, with a very high population density. The entire city had a population of over 60 million, so it was conceivable that everyone in that building would be unlikely to escape unscathed. Those caught in the tornado would be torn to pieces along with the building and completely vanish from this world. Sometimes, Li Ming even wondered why the end of the world was happening. Could it be that the population of planet Baltan had become too large, exceeding the planet's carrying capacity, ultimately leading the planet's own will to reduce the population through the apocalypse? To some extent, humans are like cancer cells to planet Baltan, only knowing how to extract resources from the planet without giving back. If humans continue like this, the planet's resources will only dwindle, and ultimately human civilization will be unable to escape extinction. Li Ming pondered these questions, but eventually, he stopped thinking about them because thinking about them was useless and couldn't solve any problems. Therefore, the immediate priority was to figure out how to survive the apocalypse. Li Ming had already started recruiting soldiers after the barracks were built. According to the system's prompts, the system characters he could recruit included several types. The first type was ordinary soldiers. Recruiting one ordinary soldier required 100,000 survival points. Of course, this price only included the soldier himself and a military uniform, without any equipment. However, the combat effectiveness of these directly recruited soldiers was not bad. They were basically soldiers with combat experience, much stronger than the ordinary soldiers of the Imperial Army. The second type of personnel that could be recruited was technical engineers. These technical engineers also had very high capabilities, but the price was also very high. The price varied depending on the engineer's level. The lowest level, level 9 engineer, cost about 200,000 survival points per engineer, level 8 cost 300,000, and so on. However, a level 1 engineer required 2 million survival points to recruit. These technical engineers were not comparable to ordinary engineers. They possessed strong scientific research capabilities. In other words, you could not only use them as technical personnel but also as scientific research personnel. Therefore, the cost-effectiveness of level 1 engineers was very high. Li Ming directly recruited 20 level 1 engineers, costing 40 million survival points. Of course, this price was definitely worth it because these 20 level 1 engineers were basically the type that had both light and heavy industrial expertise. In addition, he also recruited 50 level 2 engineers, costing 50 million survival points, and another 3,000 various technical workers. The prices of these technical workers also varied depending on their level. Li Ming spent a total of 300 million survival points just to recruit these scientific research personnel and technical workers. Besides these personnel, he could also recruit doctors, but the number of doctors was limited, depending on the level of the medical points within the base. Currently, Li Ming's shelter was level 2, with one medical center. The size of the entire medical center was about the same as a level 1 hospital, with about 100 hospital beds. It could have departments such as traditional Chinese medicine, internal medicine, surgery, orthopedics, dermatology, infectious diseases, emergency medicine, radiology, and laboratory. From the perspective of a comprehensive departmental structure, it was relatively close to a Grade 2 Class A hospital, and about 180 medical staff could be recruited, including 80 doctors and 100 nurses. As for the level of the doctors, it completely depended on whether Li Ming was willing to spend money. The more survival points spent, the more capable the recruited doctors would be. A chief physician from a provincial Grade 3 Class A hospital would cost about 20 million survival points to recruit. Li Ming had no choice. For his own safety, he recruited 7 chief physicians from first-line clinical departments, plus about 21 associate chief physicians, and 30 attending physicians. He also recruited 30 nurses. It could be said that Li Ming's medical center could now perform the vast majority of difficult surgeries in the world, and even organ transplant surgeries could be performed. Li Ming spent a full 600 million survival points just to recruit these first-line medical staff. Basically, his medical center was full of technical experts. Li Ming never supported idlers. Li Ming's medical center also had luxurious equipment and configurations, with 5 ICU beds, 3 of the world's most advanced surgical operating rooms, and many advanced medical devices snatched from foreign countries, all prepared properly. In addition to these, Li Ming also planned to equip the medical center with 2 helicopters and armored vehicles to serve as mobile field operating rooms. The equipment inside was all miniaturized medical equipment with a high level of technology. So far, the basic framework of Li Ming's medical system was basically completed. In addition, he could recruit many other characters, such as scientists. A top scientist actually required 200 million survival points, but Li Ming still gritted his teeth and recruited the 3 top scientists that the system could recruit. These 3 scientists were responsible for military industry, heavy industry, and microbial viruses research, respectively. Coupled with the top scientific research personnel he already had, a scientific research system began to take shape. With the assistance of technical engineers, he could speed up the progress of scientific research. In a sense, the team of Li Ming's underground base had begun to take shape. Of course, the most crucial thing was the army that needed to be recruited from the barracks. Li Ming recruited 650 ordinary soldiers, 130 non-commissioned officers, 2 lieutenant colonels, 1 major, 8 captain company commanders, 8 lieutenant deputy company commanders, and 20 second lieutenant platoon leaders. The total consumption of survival points was about 200 million survival points, without equipment. Li Ming only felt that it was really expensive. The organizational framework of the army he recruited was that of a composite battalion, including 3 armored infantry companies, 2 heavy tank companies, 1 artillery company, 1 combat support company, and 1 logistics support company. The weapons and equipment of the 2 tank companies mainly included 24 main battle tanks, 2 armored command vehicles, and 2 all-terrain trucks. The 3 mechanized infantry companies mainly included 42 tracked infantry fighting vehicles, 3 all-terrain trucks, and 6 military jeeps. The artillery company was equipped with 12 self-propelled 120 mm self-propelled mortars, as well as 3 ammunition supply vehicles. The combat support company included 2 communication vehicles, 2 radar vehicles, 1 electronic jamming vehicle, 3 reconnaissance vehicles, 3 all-terrain reconnaissance vehicles, 4 armored ambulance vehicles, 2 treatment vehicles, 1 truck, and 4 military jeeps. The logistics support company's equipment mainly included the supply platoon's equipment, 12 tankers, 7 ordinary trucks, 7 heavy trucks, 2 power supply vehicles, and 1 jeep. The catering platoon's equipment, 2 mobile kitchen catering vehicles, 8 field catering vehicles, 2 freezer trucks, 4 trucks, and 1 jeep. The maintenance platoon's equipment, 4 mechanical repair vehicles, 2 electronic repair vehicles, 4 heavy cranes, and 1 jeep. Li Ming had all of this equipment, but even if some equipment was missing, it didn't matter. He could research and manufacture it himself, but the training of the troops must not be stopped. In general, Li Ming's composite battalion had a total strength of about combined battalion. The advantage of a combined arms battalion is that it can create different combat plans based on different enemies, because combined arms battalions are divided into light, medium, and heavy types. With Li Ming's current equipment reserves, he has a significant number of light, medium, and heavy equipment. Heavy combined arms battalions are undoubtedly terrifying in combat power, but they also have many limitations, so it is necessary to establish medium and light combined arms battalions. Li Ming has plundered many countries in the world, especially the Bald Eagle Empire, which was once the global hegemon, and its military equipment is absolutely advanced. There is also a lot of equipment suitable for medium and light combined arms battalions. With the support of Li Ming's own heavy industry, he can completely modify these existing equipment reasonably. For the convenience of equipment maintenance and logistics, Li Ming directly established 3 combined arms battalions, one each of light, medium, and heavy, all using the Bald Eagle Empire's equipment. However, the infantry's small arms are mainly AKM assault rifles, but they are all modified AKM rifles. Rails were installed on them to improve the rifle's expandability, and the squad machine guns were PKM general-purpose machine guns. The light machine guns on tanks and armored vehicles were also replaced with PKMs. Li Ming's troops emphasize combination and specialization. Because the underground space is sufficient, these troops began to conduct various tactical training in the camp area. Li Ming, wearing military camouflage, observed the soldiers training with binoculars. After seeing the soldiers training, Li Ming could only say that the survival points were well spent. Whether it was individual skills or tactical coordination training, these soldiers were well integrated. Frankly speaking, the soldiers in these equipment have initially formed combat effectiveness and can completely defend their base. Li Ming's mood, which was originally depressed due to the arrival of the apocalypse, improved a lot. In addition to the training of these troops, the training of the special forces has not stopped. Li Ming sometimes trains with the special forces when he has nothing to do, because he must have strong self-protection capabilities in the apocalypse. Everything is being advanced in an orderly manner. Soon, the apocalypse arrived on the 3rd day, and Li Ming routinely checked in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the constant temperature fabric production and manufacturing process technology data. Constant temperature fabric? Li Ming was stunned for a moment. System, what is this thing for? Ding, dear host, constant temperature fabric, as the name suggests, is a fabric that will keep your body's surface temperature stable within a certain temperature range. The current constant temperature fabric clothing can keep the human body temperature constant at around 26 degrees Celsius within a range of plus or minus 60 degrees, with very small fluctuations. After listening to the system's explanation, Li Ming felt that System Bro was really generous. This kind of fabric is definitely a good thing in the apocalyptic world with abnormal climates, keeping body temperature constant. In the apocalypse he experienced in his dream, the extreme cold temperature was minus 50 degrees Celsius, which could freeze people so much that they wanted to crawl into a furnace. That kind of cold was really deadly. When it's extremely hot, the temperature is 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, which is the posture of roasting people to death. God knows how many people died in these 2 disasters. Although the disaster has not yet come, it does not prevent him from preparing in advance. On November 10, when Li Ming was resting, he directly opened his phone and started checking messages. He invaded these groups again to check the disaster situation outside. To Li Ming's surprise, there were still people in the community group posting photos of themselves eating delicious food, some showing off their seafood feasts, some showing off their braised pork, some showing off eating hot pot while listening to the typhoon, and some even more directly posting photos of their home's material reserves to the group. What's even more bizarre is that there are quite a few people competing for these things, and they even started a game of chain posting in the group. None of them realized how much trouble their behavior would bring them. That's right, it will bring huge trouble. You must know that the entire world is currently in a state of no government, especially in countries like the Celestial Brilliance Empire, which have a large government and a small society. Once the government is finished, the entire country will fall into chaos. The reason why such a great chaos has not happened yet is not that everyone does not want to do something, but that everyone is not sure how long the disaster will last. Once everyone is really sure that the country and the government are finished, then the entire country will be a great turmoil. At that time, the ugliest side of human nature will be completely exposed. People who look well dressed on weekdays may be beasts in clothing behind their backs. People who seem honest may actually be very terrible demons. In short, under the apocalyptic disaster, everyone will become unscrupulous in order to survive. At that time, what laws and morals will have no binding force? The apocalypse will completely become a paradise for thugs and criminals. This group of people who are showing off their food reserves in the group will be the first to be looted when food is scarce to the point of endangering their lives. After the constraints of morality and law are gone, it will not be surprising what kind of evil deeds the thugs will commit. The evil deeds he saw in his dream can be said to have reached an appalling level. Of course, if there are people in this group showing off their enjoyment of food, then there will naturally be people asking for help. Especially in cities like Marga with many young people, very few young people cook. Especially in these high-end residential areas, young people basically rely on takeout. Among them, there are also many so-called little fairies. They look bright and beautiful on the outside, but they spend money lavishly. All kinds of famous brand cosmetics, famous brand bags, and famous brand masks bought by various sugar daddies are piled up, but they don't have any food. Maybe some little fairies who can only whine may have a little snack at home, but this kind of thing is not resistant to hunger at all. So there are still many people who lack supplies, and the help information in the group is also rising one after another. Is there any kind person who can give me some food? I finished all the food I bought yesterday, and I am willing to spend 1,000 yuan to buy a pack of instant noodles. I didn't grab anything the day before yesterday, so I bought a small bag of rice, but there is no pot at home. I am fair-skinned, beautiful, and have long legs. Is there any brother who is willing to send me food? You know. After sending it, she also brought an extra photo without showing her face, wearing very sexy clothes, the kind that can provoke men's hearts. In short, at the beginning of the apocalypse, order can still be barely maintained. After all, everyone can now use relatively peaceful means to get some supplies more or less, so the atmosphere in the group currently looks relatively harmonious. And development of the base, however, this relatively harmonious atmosphere wouldn't last long, because not everyone could obtain supplies. Especially those who are naturally bad seeds. Frankly, the apocalypse is their breeding ground in paradise. On this day, after briefly checking the messages in the group, Li Ming didn't find anything special, but the only difference was that someone had posted videos or pictures from other parts of the country in the group. This disaster was indeed nationwide. It wasn't just Melga City that was like this, but the entire empire. The torrential rain continued, and typhoons and tornadoes raged everywhere. It was only the third day of the apocalypse, far from the collapse of order, and everyone was unable to go outside, so their understanding of the outside world through the internet was limited. Currently, some relevant departments of the empire's various levels of government were still able to fulfill their responsibilities. For example, the fire and rescue departments dispatched some personnel to rescue trapped vehicles and people. Of course, this rescue itself was very risky. After all, there were raging winds outside, typhoons and tornadoes. So some people were successfully rescued by the empire's fire department, while others were wiped out along with the rescuers and car owners. After all, assault boats were too weak compared to the terrifying natural disasters. In addition to this information, there were also messages about some people who couldn't bear the torment and committed suicide. For Li Ming, he just watched these messages with a cold eye, especially those about suicides. He had seen things in his dreams that were more cruel and bloody than this. The further it went, the more inhumane things became. For example, there were many families of orphans and widows where mothers took their 2 young children and jumped into the water to commit suicide. In the apocalypse, people not only needed supplies like food and water, but also needed a strong psychological endurance to survive. Not everyone could survive without a strong will. In fact, for these suicides of orphans and widows, Li Ming thought it was better to die, because dying in the early stages of the apocalypse meant they didn't have to see the ugly side of humanity, which was a kind of disguised relief. If they didn't die, the women might suffer cruel torture, and as for the children, their skin was very tender, he. On this day, Li Ming once again observed through high-definition satellites and found that the entire Tianhui Empire was a vast ocean. The once bustling and prosperous cities had now all turned into water cities, just like the famous water city of Nisla in the world. The destructive power of tornadoes was also very terrifying. It could be seen very clearly through satellites that countless places that originally had tall buildings had all disappeared, and the people inside had basically gone with the wind. But for this group of people, being able to die so quickly might be a relief. After all, according to the dream, every extra day in this apocalypse was another day of torment in hell. But the body's self-protection mechanism wouldn't let you commit suicide so easily. Not everyone had the courage to commit suicide. At this time, the entire Malga city was in darkness, and no lights could be seen at all. After seeing this situation, Li Ming was sure that Malga city had definitely entered the stage of water and power outages. It might not be long before the internet was also cut off, and the subsequent development of the situation did indeed verify Li Ming's guess, because when he planned to check the group at 6 o'clock in the evening, he found that the network was no longer connected. He directly connected through satellite to connect. At this time, looking at the messages in the group again, they were basically messages from 4 or 5 hours ago, which showed that everyone was in a state of disconnection. No one had sent a message for so long, not because they didn't want to, but because there was no network and they couldn't send it at all. Li Ming decided not to think about these heavy topics anymore. He went to inspect his base. In this base, he was the absolute king of this base, and he had supreme power over the base. He first inspected the planting area. The overall area of the base was about 20 square kilometers, and the industrial area accounted for almost half of the area. The remaining half of the area also needed to be shared by the barracks, the living area, the planting area, and the breeding area. So the real area of the planting area was only 3 square kilometers. It didn't seem like much, but if converted into area, it would be about 4,500 acres. Of these 4,500 acres, in addition to 500 acres of fruit tree forest, 1,000 acres were planted with medicinal materials, 1,000 acres were planted with soybeans, 1,000 acres were planted with potatoes and sweet potatoes, and the last 1,000 acres were planted with plants such as alfalfa. Although the supplies he had obtained were already an astronomical figure, he still had to ensure self-sufficiency, which was very important, because it was better to have it yourself than to have it from someone else. And if you want to rebuild civilization in the future, farming is essential. Now his farming is not only for that little harvest, but more for research and exploration of agricultural development models in the apocalypse. Since the underground base has no sunlight, artificial synthetic light sources are used here. Generally speaking, artificial light sources are not as good as sunlight, but in this case, being able to artificially synthesize simulated sunlight is the limit of what Li Ming can do. This artificial sun synthetic light not only retains the characteristics of sunlight, but also retains the thermal radiation and other capabilities that sunlight itself has, so to some extent, it is not impossible for this thing to replace sunlight. He checked this planting area. At present, some crops have begun to grow shoots, which looks like a faint green, which is a breath of life, making Li Ming feel good. Then he inspected the breeding area again. Since he was engaged in an ecological cycle agriculture model that combines planting and breeding, even the wastewater and animal manure produced by the breeding industry are useful. His farm currently raises a total of 2,000 pigs, 500 cows, 500 sheep, and 5,000 chickens, ducks, and geese each, as well as 200 rabbits. To some extent, this has basically met the daily needs of the base for meat, eggs, and milk. These things can all reproduce by themselves. In the apocalypse, the value of these living animals is very huge. Even just 2 living chickens have great strategic significance to ensure the continuation of this species. After watching the breeding area, he nodded in satisfaction, and then inspected the heavy industry again. This heavy industry is the link he is most concerned about, without exception, because heavy industry is the core of the core. At this time, the heavy industry processing plant is conducting research and improvement on some technical equipment of the Tianying Empire that he has obtained. At the same time, the weapons and equipment of the 3 synthetic battalions are being modified to be more in line with the soldiers' usage habits. The Storm Li Ming's life in the shelter could definitely be described as fulfilling. He had no worries about food or drink, and didn't need to worry about safety issues. However, the residents in the residential areas of Malga City didn't have such good feelings, because the typhoon was too fierce, and the glass of many residents' homes was directly smashed by debris swept in by the strong winds. With the glass broken, the strong wind mixed with heavy rain began to pour into their homes. You need to know that it is November now, and the northern hemisphere has entered the traditional winter season. Although Manga City belongs to the south and the empire, the temperature is still relatively cold. In addition, the heavy rain outside continued, and the water level also began to rise. Only 3 days into the apocalypse, the water level had already risen to the windowsill of the first-floor residence. If the heavy rain continued like this, the residents on the first floor would have to move. However, the strong wind and heavy rain continued, and even if they moved, there was nowhere to move. Some departments of the city that were still barely operating could not carry out rescue operations at this time. So these residents whose homes were about to be flooded had to move to the corridors, and they moved to the corridors upstairs. However, many corridor windows were also broken by the typhoon, so life in the corridor was not good. After all, it was quite cold. Adults can get through it, but what about the children? Moreover, there is an inconvenient place to live in the corridor, that is, how to solve the problem of going to the toilet. You need to know that going to the toilet is a big problem. In normal times, sewage treatment plants solve these problems, but now that the apocalypse has come, the sewage treatment plants have directly stopped working. And the city's sewer functions have all been abolished. Manga City is a super city with 60 million people. How much excrement can 60 million people produce in a day? Thinking about it is a terrible number, and the fragility of the city is fully demonstrated at this moment. So these people can only choose to solve it in the corridor. At the beginning, they would use plastic bags to pack it and throw it into the flood. But later, there were no plastic bags, so this group of people had to knock on doors from house to borrow the toilet. But no one would open the door at all. Who knows what kind of people you let in after opening the door? What if they stay in your house and don't leave? There is a saying that it is easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away, which is the current situation. So not opening the door directly is the best solution. So as not to embarrass everyone, and many people, they are not simply borrowing a toilet, but more to find a new place to live. After all, in this society, human nature cannot stand the test in peaceful times. People's hearts are separated by their bellies. Who can drill into someone's heart to see what the other person is thinking? In normal times, there is a high probability that an old lady who falls will be blackmailed by her family, and some departments will say, if you didn't hit her, why did you help her? So in this difficult situation, everyone is very indifferent. People are selfish. In this case, if you let in a few burly men, and your female relatives happen to have good looks, then this is not helping, but leading wolves into the house. Sometimes, people's selfishness is the best protection for themselves. Under such a background, the first thing this group of people forced out by the flood did was to start looking for empty houses in the whole building. If there is an empty house, that would be great, it would be considered a temporary residence. If there are no empty houses in the whole building, some people will choose a more risky way, that is, swim out by themselves to see if they can go to other buildings to see if there are any empty houses, so that they can move. However, most of the people who choose to swim out to find a house have not returned. The strong wind swept through the flood. Going out at this time will not have any practical effect except to add a few more corpses to the flood. The relationship between neighbors in the city was already very indifferent. Now, with the influence of the apocalypse, some quarrels are often heard in communities across the country, and there is no harmony in normal times. Many small celebrities who live in high-end residential areas and some beautiful fairies who are supported by gold masters are also in deep despair at this time. It's very simple. Their homes usually don't store rice, flour, grain, oil, vegetables, meat and other things. Even if there is food, it is some potato chips, shrimp sticks and other things, which are not resistant to hunger at all. To be honest, this group of people usually eat big meals with their gold master fathers, but now they have to go hungry. How can they stand it? And even when they are hungry, they don't want to eat instant noodles, bread and other junk food. After all, they are little fairies. Now they no longer have the glory of the past. Hunger and the instinct to survive make this group of little fairies' stomachs make decisions that are more in line with reality than their brains. So in the apocalypse, one-time paid love, this profession that has existed the longest in human history has revived again. No, it should be said that it has been carried forward again. To be honest, there is nothing shameful about selling your body in exchange for supplies in order to survive. It's okay now, no matter what, the order has not completely gotten out of control, so this group of little fairies can barely get supplies through relatively peaceful means. Li Ming saw many more tragic scenes than this in his dream. Women were bought and sold like goods. Everyone read that right. In this dark and cannibalistic apocalypse, women's fate is so tragic. Not only will they become the tools for many evil forces to vent their desires, but they will also become the tools for evil forces to earn supplies, and they can even be used as food reserves in emergencies. Never underestimate the ugliness of human nature, especially in this kind of apocalypse. After the constraints of law and morality are gone, the probability of women being treated as two-legged sheep is very high. Don't talk about the apocalypse period. Even in ancient times during the prosperous period of the dynasty, rice meat would still appear when there were major natural disasters. According to relevant historical records, in terms of the quality of rice meat, children's meat is the best, followed by young women's meat. Learn about vegetable people's sorrow. Now in this apocalypse, men have absolute advantages in terms of force and other aspects, so the more women who jump around in the past, the more miserable their end will be. The apocalypse will not care about your identity, and the evil forces will not care about your identity. In the eyes of this group of people, women are tools, and their value is even less than a bag of salt. Because raising women also requires consuming food and other supplies. Evil forces are not doing charity. Go Out. The Radiant Empire has always taken a tough stance against gambling, drugs, and prostitution. The real reason for this crackdown isn't just about those three things themselves, but also the violence associated with them. At this moment, the empire hasn't completely lost order because this is just the beginning of the apocalypse. More or less, everyone has some stored food and won't starve to death just yet. Moreover, everyone believes this disaster will soon pass. Once everyone fully understands that the end of the world has arrived, regardless of their considerations, social order will quickly spiral out of control without the leadership of a strong state apparatus. At that time, the survival of ordinary people will become even more difficult, especially for some beautiful girls, whose fate is predictable. In this world without laws or morals, violence is the only order. That's why Li Ming is procuring so many weapons, because he wants to build his own army. It can be said that from the moment the apocalypse descended, the empire's army was destined to suffer significant losses, not only in personnel but also in equipment. Therefore, Li Ming wants to prepare for the establishment of a new order, which is why he is acquiring a large amount of weaponry. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 6th day of the apocalypse. Li Ming performed his routine daily check-in. Ding, host check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining underground airport construction blueprints, ultra-long-range heavy transport helicopter technical blueprints, and a set of technical data. Very nice. Li Ming immediately claimed these items and began to study them. After various considerations and analyses, Li Ming found that building the underground airport now was not the best time, at least not until the rain stopped. In comparison, the feasibility and usability of this ultra-long-range transport helicopter better suited Li Ming's current needs. The takeoff and landing difficulty of this type of helicopter is much lower than that of fixed-wing aircraft. He directly took this set of technical blueprints and technical data to the laboratory and handed them over to them for research and mass production. According to the technical data, this helicopter has an astonishing range of 3,500 kilometers, a payload of about 30 tons, and a maximum speed of helicopter is simply too great. Even better, with his existing industrial processing level, manufacturing this helicopter is not too difficult, which is why he decided to produce it. After all, with this thing, as long as there are enough of them, large-scale air transport can be carried out when necessary. For example, transporting heavy equipment such as infantry fighting vehicles, or hoisting large-caliber heavy artillery for support operations. The uses are too great. Just as Li Ming was actively developing his military strength, the residents of the city began to live in fear. Because some masked thugs began to appear in some residential areas, breaking into houses, killing the men, stealing all the supplies, and taking away the attractive women. As for the children, in any case, the evil in human nature began to gradually manifest in some people, and order had begun to break down. When the solar calendar reached November 14, 2025, the apocalypse entered its 7th day. The best news for everyone was that the typhoon that had raged for a week finally stopped. However, although the typhoon had stopped, the sky outside was still as black as the bottom of a pot, and the rain continued to pour down. To put it figuratively, the sky was leaking. The rain was still pouring down, but for everyone, although it was raining heavily, they now had the conditions to go out and find supplies. It's just that the flood has submerged the second floor, with a depth of more than 7 meters. In some low-lying areas, the water may be even deeper, so few people are willing to risk going out to find supplies. Li Ming also received a system notification. Ding, system notification. Dear host, the typhoon outside has stopped, the heavy rain is still continuing, the host can decide whether to go out to find supplies. Just as Li Ming was pondering, Li Ming's high-power walkie-talkie rang. This walkie-talkie has a coverage range of 2,500 kilometers. He gave one to each of the 5 Special Forces soldiers responsible for monitoring his uncles and others. Now that the walkie-talkie rang, it meant they had some information. Li Ming picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the answer button. This is command, respond. Report Commander, this is Spider 1. I have been monitoring the target for about a week. Target 1's supplies are starting to become a problem. Please advise. Spider 1, what about the other 4? Reporting Commander, according to our intelligence summary, the other 4 targets have also encountered supply problems one after another, but they are not in immediate danger yet, but these people have their own security forces around them. I understand. You 5 continue to monitor and report any situations in a timely manner. Yes. Li Ming was very happy because his chance for revenge was coming. For this reason, he directly mobilized 100 Special Forces soldiers to move out, 80 of whom were equipped with a dimensional pocket, which was for them to collect and carry various supplies. The other 20 went with him to take action, directly capturing these people by force in order to investigate some matters. Soon the troops were assembled, and a lieutenant colonel commander saluted. Report Commander, the troops are assembled, please instruct. Li Ming returned a military salute and said, Brothers, I have a mission for you to carry out. Members of the 1st to 8th squads, each carry a dimensional pocket and go out to collect supplies. The supplies you collect mainly include steel, building materials, decoration materials, furniture, hardware and daily necessities, as well as books from various universities and some units' libraries in Malgia City, mainly these supplies. Collect living supplies if you encounter them. If you don't encounter them, then forget it. First Company Commander, I will leave these tasks to you to assign. Yes. The lieutenant colonel saluted in response. Soon, 8 squads began to receive their dimensional pockets and related equipment. Then Li Ming said to the remaining 20 people, the remaining 20 people will follow me to perform other tasks. Yes. With the issuance of Li Ming's order, all the Special Forces soldiers changed into their related equipment, including specialized military raincoats, bulletproof vests, and bulletproof helmets, each with an AKM assault rifle and 7 magazines, plus some explosives and detonators for breaching doors. The 20 people led by Li Ming were equipped with 2 PKM machine guns, each with 300 rounds of ammunition. 2 SVD sniper rifles, and the rest, including Li Ming, were armed with an AKM with various tactical attachments and 7 magazines of bullets, and a Glock pistol and a combat knife as a sidearm. Plus some explosives and other things, and soon the troops set off. Li Ming's 100 fully armed Special Forces soldiers directly boarded the assault boats that had been modified and enhanced by the system. After these assault boats were enhanced and modified, a tank of fuel could travel 700 kilometers, and the reliability and speed were also greatly improved. In addition, the size and wind and wave resistance were also greatly increased, and the noise was reduced a lot. The biggest improvement is that the overall material of the assault boat has been improved. It is a material that can automatically repair itself once a leak is hit, and the protection of the hull has also been greatly improved, which can withstand the shooting of pistol bullets. The group of people took 10 assault boats and started to go their separate ways. Li Ming and his 20 Special Forces soldiers directly drove 3 assault boats. Li Ming's base is only 15 kilometers away from the city of Malga, and about 20 kilometers away from the villa area where his uncles and uncles live. Li Ming easily found the villa area. The villa area is generally located on the edge of the city, so Li Ming did not enter the city of Malga along the way, so he did not see anyone asking for help. Soon 3 assault boats arrived at the villa area, and the gate of the villa area was tightly locked at this time. Li Ming contacted the 5 Special Forces soldiers responsible for monitoring these uncles and uncles, and found that these 5 people were hiding in a cave near the villa area. They monitored this group of people through pre-installed super hidden cameras. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction after seeing the live monitoring video. Then with a wave of his hand, 5 Special Forces soldiers began to lead the way separately, preparing to raid the villa area. Li Ming took the action rifle and followed the 5 Special Forces soldiers behind, and began to swim into the villa area. I have to say that the geographical location of this villa area is still a bit high, so although the flood is very large, the villa area is only flooded the first floor of the villa. The group of people easily entered, and then climbed over the wall into the designated villa. At this moment, Li Wei, Li Ming's uncle in the villa, was also very worried. After all, in addition to his family of 5, there were also 4 bodyguards, and the food reserves began to be insufficient. At this time, Li Wei received a report from the bodyguard. "Mr. Li, it seems that someone has entered the courtyard of our villa." "Ah? Someone came in?" Li Wei's face was a little ugly. He thought the other party wanted to rob supplies. "Mr. Li, the situation is a bit wrong. These people look like soldiers," the bodyguard said after observing for a while. "Soldiers? Could it be that the imperial government is preparing to rescue us entrepreneurs?" Li Wei was overjoyed. "Mr. Li, don't go out first, I'll take 3 brothers to see the situation." The bodyguard captain was very cautious. With a wave of his hand, a group of 4 bodyguards began to climb to the roof of the villa to check the situation. "People in the yard, don't move, or we will shoot," the bodyguard captain shouted. "Don't shoot, I am Li Wei, the nephew of Mr. Li, and I am going to take him to my shelter," Li Ming shouted. "Mr. Li's nephew?" The 4 bodyguards were stunned for a moment. Just as they were stunned, Li Ming's Special Forces soldiers directly held aim on the water and shot at the bodyguards. After a short burst of gunfire, the 4 bodyguards fell to the ground directly after being shot, and blood was washed into the flood from the roof by the rain. At this moment, the people in the villa also heard the gunshots. Li Wei was shocked and hurriedly called his family to prepare. He also held a pistol in his hand. Among the 6 people in Li Ming's group, he and another person held aim to cover the rear to prevent someone from sneaking attack. The other 4 Special Forces soldiers shot at the glass of the window with aim, and the glass was quickly broken. When one of the Special Forces soldiers was about to stick his head out to observe the situation inside, he felt a sense of unease in his heart and hurriedly retracted his head. Bang! A gunshot rang out from inside the villa. The bullet flew directly past the Special Forces soldier's ear, and another Special Forces soldier directly took out a grenade and threw it in through the window. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire interior of the villa was blown up with smoke and dust. Taking advantage of this effort, 4 Special Forces soldiers entered the villa and suppressed the shooting inside. Li Ming and another Special Forces soldier took the opportunity to enter the villa. At this time, in a corner of the villa, Li Wei was holding a pistol with a pale face. A shrapnel from the grenade hit his thigh, and blood was flowing, and he was sweating from the pain. He didn't know who this group of people was. Li Ming and the Special Forces soldiers began to search alternately, and they searched everything, but they didn't find them. Finally, they searched the room where Li Wei's family was. Li Ming patted the left shoulder of a Special Forces soldier in front of him, and the Special Forces soldier immediately understood, and directly took out a flash grenade from his waist, and another Special Forces soldier aimed a gun at the door lock of the room and raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Then he used the butt of the gun to open a small gap in the door from the side, and the gunshots inside began to ring, constantly shooting at the door. These Special Forces soldiers were hiding on both sides of the door, avoiding the bullets. Bang bang bang, after 7 shots in a row, the gunshots stopped, and the wooden door was directly penetrated by pistol bullets, and the wood chips were flying everywhere. At this time, the Special Forces soldier who took the flash bomb seized the opportunity for the other party to stop shooting and threw the flash bomb in. A very muffled sound rang out, and then a Special Forces soldier directly pulled out a pistol and entered the room, and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s holding a pistol and frantically loading bullets. He raised his hand and shot directly, smashing the other party's hand, and the pistol fell to the ground. Then the remaining Special Forces soldiers all entered the house with guns and began to control the scene and seize weapons. After the scene was completely safe, Li Ming walked into the door with a gun. Li Wei finally returned to normal at this moment. He saw Li Ming holding a weapon at a glance. "Li Ming, is that you?" Li Wei said with a pale face, not knowing whether his pale face was from the pain of being hit or from being frightened by Li Ming. Li Ming sat on the computer chair in the room, constantly playing with a pistol in his hand. "Hee, my dear uncle, are you surprised to see me?" Li Ming sneered. "You, what are you doing here?" Li Wei looked terrified. "Hee, of course I'm here to talk to my dear uncle. Do you want me to remind you? For example, how about we talk about how my parents died?" Li Ming said with a smile. Didn't your parents die in a car accident?" Li Chang interjected. Hee, is it? Li Ming sneered, pointing the pistol at Li Wei from a distance of 3 meters. "I'll ask you again, how did my parents die? Speak." At this time, Li Ming's face was full of murderous intent, and he didn't have the harmonious appearance of the past. His finger was pressing on the pistol trigger, looking like he was about to shoot at any time. Li Chang looked disdainful. "Who do you think you are? Do you think it's still 10 years ago? Why would I bow and scrape to you? Your parents are dead, you know? Now the entire Li group belongs to me, this Li. You orphan, you should be grateful I didn't kill you back then, understand?" Ha! Li Ming didn't seem angry. Instead, he raised his hand and fired a shot, the bullet hitting Li Chang's thigh directly. Then, he fired several more shots in succession, the bullets hitting Li Chang's other 4 limbs. It hurt so much. Li Chang's limbs were directly shattered by the bullets, and he could only roll back and forth on the ground, screaming. "I don't like people interrupting when I ask questions. Did I let you speak?" Li Ming said coldly, pointing the gun at Li Wei again, and chuckled, "My dear uncle, how about you tell me what happened?" At this moment, Li Wei really didn't expect that his nephew, who usually seemed so gentle, would actually dare to shoot, and seemed to do so without any psychological burden. Li Ming, let's talk nicely. I really don't know anything about your parents' affairs." Li Wei remained stubborn. Hee, uncle, you won't talk, huh? It's okay, we have plenty of time to play. If you don't want to talk, it doesn't matter. Don't I still have a few other uncles? They should be arriving soon. Then you can discuss whether to talk or not. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, a soldier received a call and reported to Li Ming, reporting, "Commander, the other personnel have been brought in. Should we interrogate them together?" Li Ming nodded. "Come, let my uncles have a good reunion and a good chat." Soon, all the families of Li Ming's other uncles were escorted in by soldiers with live ammunition. Li Wei and the others were also tied up, and everyone was taken to the largest room on the 2nd floor and made to kneel down. When they saw it was Li Ming, everyone's faces turned pale. Li Ming didn't waste any time. "Dear uncles, long time no see. Have you forgotten about this nephew of yours? I've invited you here today for nothing else. As the saying goes, every debt has its debtor. More than 10 years ago, my parents died in a car accident for no apparent reason. You took advantage of my youth to usurp the Li group that should have belonged to me. We need to settle these accounts properly, right?" As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, a young man shouted, "Li Ming, it's illegal to carry a gun in the Tianhui Empire. Aren't you afraid of going to prison?" Li Ming took a look and realized it was his cousin Li Huaqi, from his second uncle's family. So he smiled and said, "Isn't this my dear cousin? I don't know if I'll go to prison, but you might die soon." Bang! Li Ming raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting Li Huaqi directly in the chest. Li Huaqi fell to the ground in response, constantly spitting out blood, and it was clear he wouldn't survive. Bang! Bang! Li Ming fired 2 more shots, finishing him off. I don't like talking nonsense. Tell me, who was behind my parents' death back then? Whoever tells me, I'll spare their life. He changed a magazine and pointed his gun at the crowd again. Li Ming's brutality directly frightened everyone. Li Chang sneered, Li Ming, I did it 10 years ago. I didn't do much. I just tampered with your parents' car a little, and then there was a boom, and it was over. After speaking, he laughed wildly. Ha, are you surprised? This car accident was that simple. Several trillion in assets, and your parents took us from the village and gave us tens of millions to send us away? Your parents are so hypocritical. Looking back now, I should have killed you along with them. That would have been perfect. Li Ming looked at the other uncles. Did you also participate? No, I definitely didn't participate. Li Ming's 4th uncle exclaimed in horror. He, you didn't participate? Then how did you get your shares? It seems you're also a hypocritical guy. After mocking him, Li Ming directly pulled out a knife from his waist, grabbed his 4th uncle's hair, and then slowly cut his throat with the knife. Then, he kicked his 4th uncle away, and all that could be seen was his 4th uncle twitching weakly on the ground, watermelon juice flowing everywhere. Li Ming's ruthlessness made everyone feel terrified. Then he walked towards the 2nd person, the son of his 4th uncle. At this moment, his cousin was so scared that he wet his pants. Cousin, spare my life. My 3rd uncle's affairs had nothing to do with me. Alas, old brother, you can only blame your father and the others for this. Don't worry, I'll burn more paper money for you after you die. After saying that, he neatly slashed the other party's carotid artery with a knife. Li Ming just started slitting the throats of his uncle's families, one by one, without the slightest mercy. It wasn't that he was bloodthirsty, but since they had plotted to seize the shares that originally belonged to him, they naturally had to pay the price for their actions. That price was their lives. Li Ming, don't kill me. Don't you just want your shares back? I'll return the shares in my hand, and all the assets of the entire Li group. I'll give them all back to you. No. I'll give you all my money too. Li Wei was so scared that he wet his pants at this moment. He still underestimated his nephew's ruthlessness. He killed his uncle's families like chickens, and his hands didn't even shake. This made him tremble all over, and his original courage instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. He. My dear uncle, how could I be willing to kill you? Didn't I promise just now that whoever tells the truth will be spared? I keep my word. Since my cousin told the truth, then only one of you can be let go. Li Ming patted Li Wei's face with the blood-stained knife. Really? A surge of joy welled up in Li Wei's heart, but a trace of resentment was hidden in his eyes, but it was still captured by Li Ming. Of course it's true, but what about your son, daughter, and my aunt? I can only let one of your family go. I'm really in a dilemma. Li Ming smiled very gently. Li Ming, you are simply a demon. They are all innocent. Li Ming's aunt cried. Stop pretending to be a good person here. You've enjoyed it for so many years, it's enough. You usurped what originally belonged to me, and you still don't want to pay the price? There's no such good thing in the world. Don't worry, I will definitely make your whole family wish they were dead. Search for supplies. After Li Ming finished speaking, he whispered a few words to the Special Forces captain, who nodded and immediately began to act accordingly. Then, he really lifted Li Wei up. Uncle, your nephew is giving you a way out. He's taking you out of here. At this moment, Li Wei reacted and shouted in terror, No. Li Ming, you can't do this. Didn't you promise to spare my life? Li Ming said with an innocent look, Uncle, I did say I would spare your life, but that was me sparing your life. Whether they are willing to spare your life is something I don't know. Take him away. Li Ming, you bastard. Li Wei was taken away by a Special Forces soldier. As for Li Chang, he personally dealt with him, and the rest were killed like chickens. In the end, Li Chang had all the bones in his body broken by Li Ming. Before he died, he suffered very cruel torture. Every breath felt like being slowly sliced to pieces, a living hell, and he died in agony. As for Li Wei, his fate was the same as his son's. The Special Forces soldiers broke all the bones in his body one by one. While enduring the physical pain, Li Ming thoughtfully injected him with relevant drugs to keep him alive, suffering and conscious. After being tortured for 3 hours, Li Ming slit his throat, ending his sinful life. After taking revenge, Li Ming felt refreshed and relieved of a long-held obsession. After doing all this, Li Ming carefully searched the entire villa again. After confirming that there were no survivors, he piled all the bodies together, poured fuel on them, and then set them on fire to burn the bodies. He watched everyone turn to ashes before leaving. Li Ming was very cautious. He would never leave any future troubles for himself. After doing all this, the group left the villa area, boarded the speedboat, and sped away. When Li Wei's villa caught fire, some neighbors saw it, but no one cared. Because the flood was raging, the rescue department and firefighters couldn't come, and under this heavy rain, the fire would probably be extinguished quickly. Now that he had avenged his great revenge, Li Ming was in a very happy mood. He drove the speedboat directly to the largest luxury car sales center in Malga. He had always known that this luxury car sales center had a heavy-duty RV. He had other uses for these luxury cars in the future. After civilization collapses, these things will be gone forever, so he had to get a wave of them quickly and get other supplies for free. The speedboat was very fast, speeding through the streets of the city. Some residents in the residential buildings along the street saw a group of people in camouflage raincoats driving a speedboat and thought the Imperial Army had arrived. So they opened their windows, wanting to ask for rescue. Li Ming ignored them all. Getting supplies was the priority, and he didn't have time to care about others. For Li Ming, not competing with ordinary people for large quantities of survival supplies was the greatest kindness he could offer. Of course, if some underworld forces controlled a large amount of supplies, he wouldn't mind killing all the underworld forces and taking all the supplies. Anyway, even the underworld forces wouldn't distribute the supplies to ordinary people. Seizing them from the underworld forces was called spoils of war. These are two different concepts. Li Ming drove the boat quickly to a luxury car dealership with a height of 5 floors. To be precise, this should be a general agent of luxury car manufacturers in the Malga area, with various brands of luxury cars inside. Li Ming and others put on goggles and hung L-shaped tactical flashlights on their shoulders, directly blasting the wall and blowing a big hole in the bulletproof glass. At this time, the flood had already submerged the first floor of the store, and the second floor had submerged past the ankles. Li Ming and the 20-odd people directly began to search the entire store, not letting anything go. Li Ming searched from the top down, and the others searched from the second floor up, taking all the luxury cars. Li Ming saw the RV at a glance on the top floor. This car was modified from a heavy truck, about 7 meters long and more than 3 meters wide. The power system was a hybrid, and the roof had foldable high-performance solar panels. This RV could be driven out in the future, but it needed some modification. Li Ming took the big RV without any hesitation. In addition to the RV, there were also several containers. After opening the containers, he found that there were several brand new Doomsday vehicles. The protective film hadn't even been torn off yet. He found the car keys in a safe. These 4 Doomsday vehicles were one each of the 4 major brands, La, Knight, King, and ATV. Li Ming smiled when he saw them and took them all. Although these vehicles were civilian vehicles, if they were modified by him, they would have the comfort of civilian vehicles and the sturdiness, durability, and protection of military vehicles. The overall all-terrain capability of these vehicles was very strong. It was estimated that a local tyrant in Malga City had ordered the vehicles, and now they were all cheaper for Li Ming. In addition, except for the first floor, which was submerged, the cars on the remaining floors of the store were brand new luxury cars, intact. Li Ming took them all without hesitation. After all, his space was very large and could completely fit these things. After searching here for half an hour and taking everything, they went directly to a nearby shopping mall. There were also many good things in the mall. The first to enter were the clothing area and the shoe area. The clothing here was basically famous brand clothing, and they were all autumn and winter clothing. Including but not limited to professional wear, sportswear, casual wear, anyway, they were all brand name goods. Li Ming waved his hand, and all the soldiers immediately took out their dimensional pockets and began to search for these clothes and shoes, taking them all regardless of gender. Clothes are also very important resources in the apocalypse, because a year after the apocalypse, basically everyone's clothes are tattered, and it is rare to have a complete piece of clothing. After searching the clothing area, they quickly came to the mall's discount promotion area, where there were various brands of paper towels, Happy Fat House water, potato chips, melon seeds, daily necessities, cosmetics, etc., all taken away. Opposite here were various household appliances. Refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, and some small appliances, such as electric kettles, yogurt machines, ice cream machines, bean sprout machines, electric frying pans, induction cookers, etc. Even the shelves were taken away, not letting anything go. Then there was the household goods area, some high-end bedding, such as down quilts, duck-down quilts, air conditioning quilts, bed sheets, pillows, etc., all taken into the space like they didn't cost money. Then the corner came to the liquor area, all kinds of famous wines from all over the world. What Wuliangchen, what Limao, what Huadu wine, what yellow wine, and what Exo, Martel, Bordeaux red wine, beer, cocktails, etc., countless brands, expensive and cheap. Li Ming didn't dislike them. In the apocalypse, this thing is a treasure that can restore sanity and happiness. It must be searched clean. Free shopping won. Not only the liquor and goods on the surface of the water were being scavenged by Li Ming and others, but even the water-soaked liquor was not spared by Li Ming. After all, with the enhancement of System Bro, even if it's waterlogged, it will be enhanced into good liquor. In addition to various liquor brands, there were also a large number of cigarettes. In this store in this mall, there were not only domestic brands of cigarettes but also many foreign brands, including but not limited to cigars from the crocodile country. Even if they were soaked in water, he didn't mind and directly scavenged them. Anyway, it's a $0 purchase, might as well take them. Li Ming's scavenging was not just taking the goods, but also taking away the counters and shelves. After all, he was going to open a large market in the future, and taking the counters directly would save him a lot of trouble. He came to another area. The entire area was selling tea. Li Ming directly took away these loose and canned teas together with the shelves and tea cans. In addition to these, there were also many vacuum-sealed tea bags. Whether it's Tiguanyin, Qingdanpur, Longjing, Maojian, etc., regardless of whether they are expensive or cheap, they are basically resources that are difficult to regenerate in the short term and must all be taken away. The flood was rising very fast, and Li Ming's time was very tight. He had to take the things away before the flood rose, because if he didn't take them, these supplies would be submerged and then completely wasted. To some extent, Li Ming was also saving resources and not wasting any supplies. Li Ming absolutely couldn't accept watching all the supplies being submerged by water while humans did nothing, so he had to scavenge. Reality is cruel. All he can do is take care of himself. After all, he is not an official. He quickly regained his composure and continued to race against time. Shampoo, shower gel, soap, laundry soap, sanitary napkins, disinfectant, and other supplies were all taken away without exception. In addition, there were also toothbrushes, towels, toothpaste, toothbrush boxes, soap boxes, milk, goat milk, and other supplies that Li Ming also directly took away without hesitation, because if he didn't take them, they would sink to the bottom of the water and eventually spoil completely. In addition, there were also a large number of bagged brown sugar, rock sugar, yellow rock sugar, and white sugar. Bagged milk powder, lotus root powder, milk oatmeal, soy milk powder, and various canned milk powder, protein powder, lotus seed paste, etc. Li Ming scavenged them all without hesitation, taking away the shelves as well. At this moment, the flood had risen to his knees, and he didn't have time to look at the brands carefully, let alone be picky. Basically everything within sight was scavenged as if locusts had passed through. Various canned goods, glass bottles, iron boxes, dried fruits, snacks, chocolate, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, various tin foil bags of vacuum-sealed pork skin, boneless chicken feet, chicken wings, duck wings, beef jerky, mutton granules, and various spicy strips, dried tofu, etc., flew into Li Ming's system space quickly. Next, he came to the supermarket area of the mall. The flood was still rising, all kinds of noodles were swept away, and he came to the instant food area of the supermarket. Only sauerkraut noodles were left, but Li Ming didn't dislike it, but quickly took it away. As for the smell of feet, well, to be honest, it's the end of the world. Who are you being pretentious with? It's good to have something to eat. Are you qualified to pick and choose? Wasting supplies is a crime. Soon, the group began to scavenge the mall on the third floor. All kinds of seasonings, such as beef sauce, barreled chili oil, blended oil, salad oil, olive oil, camellia oil, rapeseed oil, etc., were all taken away. All kinds of soy sauce, vinegar, and cooking wine with technological additives were all taken away. You should be grateful that you are still alive to eat technology in the apocalypse. There were also a large number of laogan dai, olive vegetables, bean paste, fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, candace with salted black beans, braised pork, braised beef, fruit canned food, hot pot base, boiled beef, sauerkraut fish seasoning packets, various ingredient packets, etc., all disappeared by the shelf unit. Li Ming looked down at the submerged supplies from the third floor to the first floor, and felt very distressed. But soon he continued to scavenge on the third floor. All kinds of electronic products, mobile phones of various brands, tablet computers, laptops, desktop computers, etc., were all taken away without exception. In addition, there were also several stores selling massage chairs on the third floor, which were good things, and he took more than 30 massage chairs in one go. After scavenging the third floor, he continued to search forward to the fourth floor. The fourth and fifth floors were the catering area of the mall. These shops were basically simple glass doors, and 2 shots could shatter them directly. Then the group began to scavenge separately, first scavenging the back kitchen, taking away all kinds of seasonings, all kinds of cooking equipment and cooking utensils, etc., and then taking away some grain and oil products. Then they searched the freezers in the back kitchen of the restaurant, and this search was indeed a surprise. These freezers actually had battery operation to ensure that the ingredients were not spoiled. Li Ming was very happy, and saw all kinds of fatty beef, mutton rolls, wagyu beef, Xinjiang fish, and all kinds of frozen sea fish and sea prawns, etc. Anyway, they were all cheap for Li Ming and others. After scavenging the back kitchen, all the tables, chairs and benches in the front hall were also taken away. The main thing is to leave nothing behind. After all, it's not easy to get a $0 purchase, so you must have a good time. Then dive and take away many underwater supplies as well. Not even a screw was spared. After scavenging this mall, Li Ming and others did not rest, but continued to race against time and went directly to the next mall. This mall is called Manga Trading City, which can be fully understood as one of the large shopping malls in the city. Because the terrain here is higher, the flood only submerged about to the root of the thigh on the first floor. After Li Ming and others entered it, they quickly turned on their flashlights and scavenged around. Unlike that mall, the first floor here is all selling daily necessities and small household appliances, all kinds of self-priming ceiling-mounted LED lights, all kinds of electric kettles, as well as pliers, wrenches, power strips and other hardware and daily necessities can be found here. Even the things underwater were scavenged by Li Ming and others by diving, and all the counters and shelves were emptied. On this first floor alone, Li Ming and other 20 people scavenged for more than half an hour, and all of them were emptied. The second floor is more interesting. It's all selling bags and clothing, belts and leather bags, etc. This second floor also has a clothing wholesale market. Here you can see all kinds of styles of clothes and shoes. Li Ming doesn't dislike anything. Even if there is nothing in a shelf or a counter, he will take it away. The main thing is to clean it very cleanly. The third floor is all kinds of toys, and a food city. There are many good things in this food city, but someone snapped up a wave before the typhoon, so only a part of the supplies were left. Basically all kinds of fruit candies, chewing gum, milk candies, instant coffee, chocolate, shortbread, etc. were swept away. In addition to selling these things, there are also some foods such as loose biscuits and mooncakes in the food city. Some have independent packaging, and some do not. Anyway, Li Ming's space is large enough. As long as the goods appear in his line of sight, they will be taken away. Free shopping too from the trading city. The most materials Li Ming obtained were not survival related, but rather hardware and daily necessities. These included, but were not limited to, various cooking utensils, gas stoves, electric stoves, various light bulbs, electrical wires, and tools needed for electricians and other trades. Among them, the most crucial acquisition was a large-scale solar technology company's store. This store had impressive solar panel power generation technology, and the best thing about their company was the storage battery, which could store 200 kilowatt hours of electricity. In addition, he obtained many solar panels, which were directly packed up and taken away, along with a large number of inverters, fuel generators from the store, and various accessories for solar power generation. Furthermore, there were many very expensive large appliances, both imported and domestic, and Li Ming didn't let any of them go, because even exchanging them for survival points with the system would be good. After scavenging this place, Li Ming looked at the waterproof military watch on his wrist. It was already past 8 in the evening. His group decided to set up camp directly in the trading city and camp there. He roughly calculated that, based on the speed of the flood's rise, it would take at least half a month for the flood to rise to the 6th floor. Li Ming didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions, which were akin to a locust plague, because the survival materials he collected were not that many, and he had left a way out for other survivors. However, if these survival materials fell into the hands of evil forces, he would also seize them by force. Don't talk about not leaving others a way out. For Li Ming, the evil forces must die. If you ordinary survivors are not united, resulting in the materials being occupied by the evil forces, you deserve to starve to death. He had no obligation to distribute materials to everyone for free. Even large-scale sheltering of survivors would have to wait until the disaster was completely stable and there were no more frequent disasters before considering it. Even then, it wouldn't be free shelter. If you want to obtain food and other survival materials, you must work for me. Li Ming and the others directly set up cold-proof tents, with cold-proof sleeping bags inside. This set of equipment alone was worth more than 200,000 yuan. Then, more than 20 people started a bonfire in the trading city using solid fuel, boiling hot water, and began to eat the various delicious braised chicken legs and prepared dishes that Li Ming had bought before the disaster, which was very enjoyable. Not long after eating, the group crawled into the tents and began to rest, leaving a few people to take turns on guard duty as a precaution. The night passed without incident. The time came to November 15, 2025, the 8th day of the apocalypse. He woke up in the morning and performed his routine check-in. Ding, host check-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining top-level first aid. Li Ming looked at the system's reward. To put it bluntly, having this first aid skill would make his ability to survive alone stronger, a very practical skill. After eating breakfast, the group drove the speedboat straight to the manga ceramic home furnishing city. This wave of scavenging directly yielded a large inventory of tiles and various ceramic bathroom products. In short, in his opinion, there was nothing useless, even a roll of toilet paper had its use. After eating lunch, the group went straight to the Empire Steel Market, the largest steel market near this ceramic city. The Empire Steel Market is a large market independently invested and constructed by the Empire Central Bank, integrating the sales and processing of various steels and special metal materials. The scale of this large market can reach an area of 20 square kilometers, and the reserve of various steels inside is about 15% of the empire's annual steel production, so the scale of this market can be imagined. This steel market has a dedicated artificial canal connected to the seaport, and steel can be directly sold and exported from here. Li Ming waved his hand, except for the 3 soldiers who were on night duty last night who rested on the boat. The rest of the soldiers, including him, all began to change into super diving suits with oxygen tanks. The number of shops in the entire market reached more than 500, and this was the focus of Li Ming's scavenging. After Li Ming dived into the water, he could only see the underwater situation clearly with the help of a waterproof flashlight. Basically, they were some factory buildings made of color steel tiles. When the typhoon occurred, the roofs of many shops were blown off by the typhoon. The roofs of the shops were actually not deep underwater, about 1 meter. Li Ming bit the regulator and began to swim down, and then began to scavenge the steel in this store. The steel in this store was quite complete, with seamless steel pipes of various diameters, steel plates of various thicknesses, as well as a large number of steel coils, various types of steel bars and other steel materials. In addition to these things, there were also more than 600 large plastic sealed barrels. The system identified the contents of these sealed barrels as various rare metal materials known as industrial MSG. The value of these 600 large barrels of rare metals alone was considerable. Moreover, the sealing was done very well, so it was not affected by the flood, which directly benefited Li Ming. These various rare metals alone had already made Li Ming ecstatic. It was so damn good. What was even more wonderful was that in addition to rare metals, this store also had a large amount of metal materials such as lead, tin, copper, and aluminum. In addition, Li Ming also found a full 20 rolls of tin plate. Tin plate is the packaging material for iron cans. This material is stable, harmless to the human body, and also antioxidant, so it is a rare good thing. In addition to these steel and other materials, there were also a large number of metal cutting and processing machinery and equipment, such as laser cutting processing equipment, welding equipment, etc., which were very complete. The others also had good harvests. Li Ming and the others scavenged this place for a whole day, and each person consumed 4 bottles of oxygen before they finished scavenging. Although it was very hard, everything was worth it. Li Ming obtained a full 70 million tons of steel, 5 million tons of copper, 2 million tons of aluminum, 2 million tons of lead, and about 500,000 tons of other miscellaneous metal materials in this market. He obtained about 50,000 tons of various industrial MSG and the like. After a 100-fold increase, Li Ming's harvest here would be terrifying. He found an office building nearby and began to camp and rest. 2 consecutive days of scavenging made Li Ming feel a little tired, so the group crawled into their sleeping bags and began to rest after eating dinner. Nothing happened that night. On the 16th, Li Ming directly contacted the other Special Forces teams via walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation. All teams, this is Eagle 1, please report your situation. Li Ming asked. Team 1 received, the operation is currently going smoothly. We have successfully obtained the collection of books from 2 university libraries, related electronic research data, experimental equipment, and desks and chairs from the classrooms, etc., as well as the inventory of a steel market and a building materials city. Then Team 2 reported, Team 2 is all going well, we have harvested the collection of books from 2 university libraries and all the computer hard drives and other equipment. In addition, we have also collected a large number of desks and chairs, and also collected all the inventory of a large steel market. Free shopping 3 overall, Li Ming's various team missions were completed quite perfectly. If nothing else, they managed to acquire a lot of books, various metal materials, building materials, and decoration materials. You know, hardware and building materials are inseparable. In fact, building materials include not only cement but also sand, steel bars, waterproof insulation materials, various types of wires and cables, PPR pipes, PVC pipes, PERT pipes, aluminum plastic pipes, P-pipes, HEPD corrugated pipes, and so on. In addition to these building materials, Li Ming's various squads also obtained a large number of excavators, electric picks, transformers, tower cranes, and various other construction tools. In short, with Li Ming's current gains, he can at least rebuild the city himself. The price of this other dimensional pocket in the system store is not cheap. The space inside has an area of 4 square kilometers and a height of about 50 meters. Now, the other dimensional pockets of those teams are half full, which shows how much material they have collected. Of course, given Li Ming's personality, basic survival items such as food are generally not within the main scope of his scavenging. Because the food that has been preserved intact until now is basically packaged food. No matter how much of these things there are, they are not attractive enough to Li Ming. Li Ming has plundered so many survival resources from countries around the world that other countries are experiencing shortages. This shows just how much he has plundered. Therefore, he generally does not collect basic survival materials in large quantities. Of course, if he happens to be there when something is about to be submerged, he will collect it to avoid wasting resources. As for whether this situation will cause other survivors to starve to death, that's none of Li Ming's business. It's better for me to collect it than to waste the resources. Under the guidance of this idea, Li Ming and his group of 20 people began to target the major supermarkets, shopping malls, and logistics and warehousing centers in Marga City. Many warehouses are on the first floor underground. Considering the current situation, many materials must have been flooded, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, with the amplification, bad packaged food can also be turned into good food. Wasting resources is a shameful act. Li Ming and others drove their boat to a logistics and warehousing center, which is the largest logistics and warehousing center in the entire Heavenly Brilliance Empire, without exception. Shipping containers, land logistics, and air transportation all converge here. Moreover, several famous supermarkets in the empire have their largest national logistics warehouses here. However, at this time, the logistics center, which used to be full of trucks, is now completely underwater. God knows how many materials have been flooded like this. Li Ming must race against the flood, so the group put on diving suits, put on oxygen tanks, and began to enter the logistics warehouses of these large supermarkets to scavenge underwater materials. Li Ming estimated that the warehouse had been flooded for only the last day or two, so there were still many packaged materials that were intact. Soon they split up and dived into various warehouses to start scavenging. Li Ming looked at the materials in the melon supermarket warehouse underwater, feeling extremely distressed that these materials were flooded. So, they started scavenging one after another. As long as the materials within 50 meters of him underwater, he could take them away together with the shelves with a single thought. Li Ming used his ability to speed up the scavenging process a lot and also helped other team members to speed up the scavenging process together. After most of the day of scavenging, the warehouses of several major supermarkets and the entire logistics and warehousing center were swept away, followed by these logistics containers. For Li Ming, even if the goods in the container were of no value, the container itself was a good thing. So, he didn't dislike it and started scavenging quickly. Heaven can see that as the empire's largest logistics distribution center, the number of containers turned over here every day is as high as millions. Li Ming kept collecting containers non-stop. Many people may wonder what the use of containers is. In fact, apart from the value of the goods inside, the container itself can be transformed into a residence. After installing bunk beds inside a large container, it can accommodate at least 10 people. Moreover, the container itself has a certain sealing and rust resistance ability. Even if it is not transformed into a residence, he will not lose money by recycling it into system survival points. Moreover, at present, he is the only one in the entire country who has the ability to recycle and salvage these underwater containers. Any resources are very precious in the apocalypse. At least after the start of the apocalypse, the reconstruction of human industrial civilization itself is a very long process, and even whether human civilization can continue to exist is unknown. Therefore, Li Ming desperately scavenges various materials. He wants to lay a material foundation for the future reconstruction of civilization. Call him greedy or call him cold-blooded, these things will only be of the greatest value in his hands. After a full day and a half of effort, the entire logistics and warehousing center was cleared by Li Ming. Li Ming's consciousness began to enter the space for exploration. This exploration surprised him to find that his space had actually become larger. System, why has my space become larger? Li Ming was very puzzled. Ding, the system detects that the host has collected some valuable items such as antiques, cultural relics, and jade, which will expand the space, and the system itself will also add certain new functions. The system prompted. Damn, it has this function. Li Ming was very surprised. Next, he began to change his mind and went directly to scavenge museums, exhibition halls, etc., where there are many cultural relics. System, can I use these cultural relics to exchange for some other things from you? Such as various technologies or information? Ding, yes. This time was for the host to activate these functions. In the future, the host can decide how to dispose of these items. Then gold and silver are also very valuable, why didn't you absorb them? Ding, this system only needs valuable items such as jade and jadeite, as well as some items that are very old, understand? Li Ming understood in seconds. His mind began to become active, and he quickly remembered that there was a home furnishing expo center in Takla City near Marga City. This Takla City is the largest furniture production base in the empire, so the local government once built a furniture expo center, which also has many furniture made of precious wood. This must be a big score. Completion check, the entire original text has been translated. Length comparison, the length of the translated English text is comparable to the original Chinese text, ensuring completeness. Confirmation statement, the translation is complete, accurate, and of high quality. Takla City is located 60 kilometers northwest of Marga City and belongs to the Marajik province. Its economy is very developed. Li Ming acted immediately. After scavenging the storage and logistics center, he sailed straight to Takla City. The speedboat, after system enhancements, had its maximum speed increased from 100 km per hour to 200 km per hour. After about an hour of sailing, Li Ming and his party left Marga City and headed straight for Takla City. Before going to Takla City, they needed to gather with the other teams to transfer the interdimensional pockets. After 2 hours of busy work, transferring everyone's interdimensional pockets, Li Ming and his team sailed straight to Takla City. He went to Takla City partly for the Furniture Expo, and partly because Takla City has a nationally renowned history museum with as many as 6,000 precious historical relics, which perfectly met Li Ming's requirements. As for whether Li Ming was willing to preserve these cultural relics, one could only say that if human civilization was about to disappear, what use were these so-called cultural relics? Everything must give way to the reconstruction of civilization. This was Li Ming's policy. Li Ming and his team conveniently returned to the base to rest for a night, and it would not be too late to take turns collecting supplies the next day. After a night of rest, Li Ming once again selected 100 soldiers to start the mission, because continuous action requires rest. He himself didn't care because he had taken genetic medicine and could be said to have reached the limit of human physical function. But the soldiers under him were, after all, still human. So they still had to take turns. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Li Ming set off with 20 people. As for the other soldiers, after collecting enough supplies, they could return directly to the base and wait for Li Ming to return. When Li Ming and his team set off in the rain this time, after about half an hour of high-speed travel, they finally arrived at the urban edge of Takla City. As soon as they entered the city, they saw many survivors starting to use various tools to go out to collect supplies. Now it was the 12th day of the apocalypse. The typhoon had stopped, and under the pressure of the survival crisis, countless survivors began to go out in various ways, including but not limited to using speedboats and rubber boats as transportation. Some people even used their own plastic basins as boats, and some people were even more economical, directly dismantling the wooden door panels from their homes as rafts. In short, it highlighted the saying 80 mortals cross the sea, each showing their own unique abilities. Li Ming and his team's speedboats attracted the attention of many people. Their rifles all had folding stocks, and it was raining outside now, so the rifles were placed in waterproof backpacks. Many people couldn't see their guns and ammunition at all, but the long knives that everyone was wearing on their waists still gave people a feeling that they were not to be trifled with. In addition, the uniforms of Li Ming and his team were covered by raincoats, but these camouflage raincoats were still very intimidating. This group of people had more than 20 people, and at first glance, they were not to be messed with, so most of the survivors were still sensible enough not to take any hostile actions. Li Ming drove the speedboat and sped away, heading straight for the Furniture Expo Center. However, their 3 huge speedboats still aroused the covetousness of some underworld forces. At this moment, there were 7 speedboats following Li Ming. These 7 speedboats were not as big as Li Ming's, but their speed was not slow, and they were always hanging behind Li Ming, and others at a distance of Li Ming looked around with binoculars, and soon found these 6 speedboats were tracking them. Damn it, since you are looking for death, then don't blame me. Li Ming cursed inwardly, and then issued an order through the communicator, everyone, prepare for battle, someone is tracking us. Except for the 3 soldiers responsible for driving the boat, the rest helped each other take out the folding stock AKM rifles from their backpacks, quickly pulled the bolt to load the bullets, and opened the safety. The boat drove forward for about 500 meters and then stopped. At this time, the 6 speedboats following behind stopped about 70 meters away from Li Ming and others. The people in front, listen, you immediately leave all your belongings in speedboats, and get out of here. These people began to shout. Li Ming observed the other party with binoculars and found that these people were all burly and had fierce faces. One of them was even rolling up his sleeves. Li Ming saw the tattoos on the other party's arms, a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. These people were holding steel pipes with sharpened tips, and 2 of them were holding crossbows, aiming at Li Ming and the others. The ones in front, are your fucking ears stuffed with donkey hair? Can't you understand human language? A man holding a crossbow shouted. This group of people could tell at a glance that they were from a gang. When society loses order, this group of people is the biggest scourge. Li Ming had already determined the identities of this group of people. He directly ordered, "Kill." With his order, all the soldiers quickly raised their AKMs and fired at the group. Da-day. Da-day. The sound of AKM guns continued, and the 20-plus Special Forces soldiers were very accurate in their marksmanship. In just one encounter, more than 20 of the other party's 40-plus people were knocked down, and the remaining 10-plus people were shot again before they could react. The corpses fell directly into the water from the speedboat. The two crossbowmen were the first to be taken care of, and were shot dead in the first round of fire. This gun battle was very short, lasting less than a minute, and ended with the annihilation of 43 thugs. Li Ming had no guilt about killing this group of people. This kind of scum is everywhere, burning, killing and looting everywhere, and has lost their humanity. It can be said that killing them now indirectly saves countless people. After killing this group of people, Li Ming and others drove the boat to approach the other party's speedboat. 3 of them were shot and leaked, and there were 4 intact ones left. Li Ming and others threw the corpses directly into the flood and left here with these 4 intact speedboats. The whole process from killing to leaving did not exceed 3 minutes. By the time some people who heard the gunshots arrived here, nothing could be seen except the constantly flowing flood. Li Ming and his team continued on their way, and after about 5 minutes, they finally arrived at the Wanbo Furniture Expo. Takla City's industrial layout is centered on Lac Town, with furniture factories mainly around it. The Expo Sales Center is the core of the core. But at this moment, the whole area is surrounded by floods, and only the venue for this furniture expo stands here. The entire expo center is somewhat similar to a full glass structure. This kind of glass exterior wall is very thick and cannot be broken by ordinary hammers, but for Li Ming and others, it is not difficult. Several Special Forces soldiers took out explosive breaching charges, installed them on the glass exterior wall, and then pressed the detonation button. For free boom! With a dull explosion, the thick glass exterior wall was quickly blown away by a specialized window breaker. The group went directly into the Furniture Exhibition Center, which is known worldwide and has become a landmark of Takla City. Basically, a special exhibition is held every year, from late October to mid-November, lasting nearly a month. The theme of this year's exhibition is mainly the ancient culture of the Tianhui Empire. In short, the theme of this furniture exhibition is retro-style furniture. Moreover, the furniture that can appear in this furniture exhibition center is basically the best of the best, mainly solid wood furniture. It can be said that if Li Ming doesn't take these solid wood furniture away, there is a high probability that these furniture here will be burned by the survivors as firewood. Moreover, according to relevant online information, it is said that the organizers carried out a lot of publicity for this exhibition. They even used a lot of connections to get nearly 1,000 years of ebony, agarwood, golden nanmu, red sandalwood, rosewood, old mountain sandalwood, etc. as gimmicks to attract people. These things will appear here as treasures of the store. According to the promotional information, the real essence of this exhibition center is all on the 7th floor. Above the 7th floor is the 8th floor, which is basically some office areas and catering and leisure areas. Although the first floor of this furniture exhibition center is decorated in a magnificent manner, it has been flooded. Moreover, the first floor is basically some historical displays, mainly some photos, with very few physical objects. Each floor of this furniture exhibition center is 5 or 6 meters high, so even if the flood floods it, it will only reach the 2nd floor. Each floor has an area of nearly 2 square kilometers. Li Ming waved his hand, and the special forces immediately began to act separately. The 18 people were divided into 6 groups, each group responsible for searching all the things on one floor. Li Ming and 2 special forces soldiers came directly to the top 7th floor. On the 7th floor, he finally saw the real valuable and most essential furniture of this exhibition. A black-brown wood material with a length of about 6 meters and irregular mottled shapes appeared in a glass cabinet. This is ebony. Buried underground for more than 1,000 years, it has formed this special material that is like wood but not wood, like stone but not stone in the passage of time. If the value of this thing is placed in ancient times, the value of this piece of wood would be worth a lot, very precious. A tale of it can be sold for a tale of gold, or even more expensive. But now it is the end of the world. This thing has basically no value, because no matter how precious it is, it cannot be eaten as food. For ordinary survivors, it is worthless. For Li Ming, the value of this thing is just so-so. Li Ming's heart moved, and the thing disappeared into his space together with the display cabinet and the wood. In addition to ebony, he also saw a lot of furniture made of rosewood, agarwood, small leaf red sandalwood and other materials on this floor. To be honest, any of these furniture would start at 7 figures before the end of the world, and now they have all become Li Ming's trophies. After searching all the way, Li Ming was surprised to find that there was actually a canopy bed on display here, and from the workmanship, it was quite exquisite. After all, he used to be a rich second generation and can be considered a rich man, so he can recognize at a glance that this thing is purely handmade, and the material is precious red sandalwood, which belongs to the most top-level luxury goods, with a value of at least 9 figures. The entire canopy bed can definitely be described as exquisitely carved and ingenious. Li Ming thought about it. It seems to be called a 1,000-worker canopy bed. The volume of this thing is not small, basically similar to a small bedroom. In addition to the bed, there are dressing tables and so on. This thing is definitely a luxury item even in ancient times. Generally, it can only be used by the young ladies of some wealthy officials in ancient times. It is very valuable. Li Ming sighed as he looked at this artwork-like thing. In the end of the world, this kind of thing has no practical use except being split into firewood. So in order not to waste natural resources, just take it away. In addition to these, there are also many precious master chairs, 80 mortal tables, concubine chairs and other objects, all taken away. To some extent, these things belong to the treasures of human civilization. It is really a pity to be destroyed in the end of the world like this. I, Li Ming, will keep them for mankind. Li Ming tried to let the system space absorb a master chair and found that the space really expanded a bit. This thing is really useful. Of course, most of the wooden furniture here does not have these effects, but it does not prevent Li Ming from thinking that they are useful. Who knows if there will be a day when civilization is rebuilt in the future? Li Ming and others simply don't care about the value of these things. As long as they see them, they take them away. The group came to the 8th floor. The entire 8th floor has a service hall, a screening room, and 30 or 40 restaurants, as well as cafes, bakeries, and convenience stores. It can be said that this is a place for tourists or customers participating in the exhibition to rest. Li Ming and others began to search these places. Many ordinary vegetables and meats have rotted, but there are still many valuable things preserved. For example, there are more than 20,000 kilograms of various rice, flour, and grains, and more than 250 barrels of various cooking oils. In addition, there are various wines, drinks, and seasonings. What's even more surprising is that they got more than 40 cans of the most top-quality caviar and more than 200 bottles of the most top-quality red wine in a high-end restaurant. Moreover, there are many precious ingredients that are stored in refrigerators that rely on batteries to run for a month after a power outage. For example, steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, various lobsters, cheeses, etc., are all well preserved and taken away together. As for the supplies in the convenience store, except for some that are moldy, the rest are taken away. Expired food only means expired, not that it cannot be eaten. In the end of the world, do you have the right to be picky? There are also various coffee beans, sugar cubes, milk, coffee machines in the cafe, and by the way, various projection equipment and related films in the cinema are also moved away. In short, you can't put down anything useful. Finally, Li Ming came to the office area. In this office area, he directly entered the chairman's office first and saw a row of wine racks and a knife rack with a knife on it. In addition, there are several safes, which are estimated to be full of good things. Li Ming took out professional equipment and directly opened several safes and found some things. In addition to gold bars, there are also many jade and other items. What's even more interesting is that he actually found an M9 pistol plus in addition, he also found 2 million in cash. Coordinates. Li Ming didn't hesitate at all and directly took all these things, along with the safe. As for paper money, it still had some use in the early days of the apocalypse. However, as the apocalypse progressed, people gradually reverted to a primitive barter system. Paper money itself doesn't have much inherent value, but it becomes a general equivalent due to the credit guarantee of the national government. Now that the entire empire is finished, the value of paper money is really questionable. But keeping it as a collectible is fine too. After dealing with the supplies here, everyone began to gather, then pool the resources, and then have lunch. After lunch, they rested for an hour, and then everyone continued to sail straight to the largest and most famous museum here. Due to the floods, the entire museum had been partially submerged, and many cultural relics were soaked in water. Li Ming didn't hesitate and directly dived into search, taking away any antique, regardless of whether it was genuine or fake. Soon they found the museum's warehouse. Fortunately, the warehouse had not flooded. Li Ming and others continued to search, emptying the warehouse of its real cultural relics. By the time they finished collecting from the museum, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Next, there was one more thing to do, which was the largest medicinal herb market in the city. Takla City not only has a nationally renowned furniture center but is also a famous medicinal herb distribution center in the country. The Imperial Medicinal Herb Wholesale Market is located here. The number of medicinal herbs inside is basically comparable to the number of medicinal herbs Li Ming had stockpiled before the disaster, and medicinal herbs may lose their effectiveness if they are soaked in water for too long. The group searched the entire medicinal herb market overnight with flashlights. Fortunately, the market has 4 floors, and the geographical location is quite high, so only the first floor was flooded. Li Ming searched from bottom to top. He didn't let go of anything, even if it was soaked in water, he wouldn't leave empty-handed. After most of the night's search, they finally took away a lot of the medicinal herbs and various processing equipment from the entire medicinal herb market, and then went to the nearby warehouse area and wiped out the warehouses as well. After collecting so many things, Li Ming felt satisfied. The next day, they directly found an office building and started camping to rest. The next morning, Li Ming woke up and did his routine check-in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully surviving in the apocalypse for half a month. Today's check-in reward is the coordinates of a large-scale breeding area and greenhouse area located on the edge of Takla City. The coordinates have been distributed, please open your electronic map to find them yourself. After the system finished speaking, it began to play dead and stopped talking. Breeding area and greenhouse area coordinates? Li Ming muttered to himself. He was very curious about what good things would be in this breeding area, so after everyone finished eating, they directly launched the assault boat and headed straight for the coordinates. Li Ming knew very well that the system would not give him coordinates for no reason. There were most likely very good supplies inside. Takla is actually a not-so-small city, and it is considered a strong second-tier city in the entire empire. The urban area is not small, and their assault boat was still very noticeable. On the way, several people in uniforms wanted to requisition Li Ming's assault boat, but Li Ming ignored them. The governments at all levels of the empire are finished, who knows what this group of people wants to do with the requisitioned assault boat, can this thing be returned after being requisitioned? At this time, the best way is for each individual to take care of themselves. Li Ming and his party were traveling very fast. Since they were traveling in the city, they had to be careful of dangerous areas such as whirlpools, so it took Li Ming and others about 40 minutes to reach their destination on the edge of the city. As soon as they arrived near the destination, Li Ming noticed something unusual. What seems to be in the water? After repeated confirmation with a telescope, Li Ming determined that it was actually a pig. Combined with the coordinates given by the system, this is a large-scale breeding area, so there are likely to be a large number of living pigs here. Jackpot! Li Ming quickly drove the boat over, pulled the pig onto the boat, and then took it away. Then he began to observe all around, and finally saw the real location of the breeding area. Strictly speaking, this place belongs to hilly terrain. The breeding area was built on the hills, which are higher in elevation, so there are not many pigs running out on their own. And in his telescope, most of these breeding areas are still relatively well preserved, indicating that the animals raised inside have a high chance of survival. This must be obtained. Li Ming drove the assault boat and finally landed on the hills, heading towards the breeding area in the mud. Finally, he really saw the animals in the breeding area. This breeding area is really large and belongs to large-scale breeding. Li Ming took a few people to conduct reconnaissance here. He found that there were actually traces of living people here. So he began to approach for reconnaissance and finally found the houses where people lived. He sniffed and smelled some blood. This is the smell of human blood, Li Ming quickly analyzed. It seems that a murder occurred here. Then he took 3 soldiers and began to eavesdrop on the voices inside the house outside a house. "Brother Tiger, I didn't expect us to find such a place, it's really good luck," a person said with a smile. "That's right, take a look at who I am. I knew there was a large breeding area here. Now that the owner here has been killed by us, this place is ours," another man said. "Brother Tiger, it's a pity about that woman, she was quite beautiful, but," the one called Brother Tiger directly slapped the other person, "this woman can't be kept. You didn't see the hateful look in her eyes. At this time, life is the most important thing. Keeping her will only be a time bomb." Yes, brother, you are right." Ha ha, several people's triumphant laughter actually came from the house. "Stop laughing, brothers, in this situation, having this breeding area means we have a lot of meat. With meat, what can't we do? As long as we have supplies and people, why worry about not succeeding? We swear to support Brother Tiger." The underlings in the house shouted. Li Ming finally knew what was going on. It turned out that a group of evil forces killed the original owner here and took it for themselves. He. "Sorry, this is mine," Li Ming thought to himself. Then he made a gesture, and the other Special Forces soldiers followed up. Everyone loaded their AKM assault rifles and were ready to strike at any time. Li Ming made a throat-slitting gesture, and everyone understood. Then this group of people directly pointed their AKMs at the window and started shooting. "Animals from the farm dig. 7 or 8 soldiers fired bullets directly from their AKMs, alternating between short and long bursts. After the first row of soldiers shot and shattered the glass, soldiers behind them immediately pulled out grenades and threw them into the room. Boom! 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 3 grenades in quick succession were thrown into the room, creating earth-shattering explosions. The shockwaves of the explosions, mixed with fragments of human flesh, sprayed out from the shattered windows. Everyone took cover immediately after the grenades were thrown. After the grenades exploded, 7 or 8 soldiers quickly drew their Glock pistols, turned on their flashlights, and entered the house to search. The first things they saw were the bodies of a man and a woman in the living room, both hacked to death. The woman had a pretty face, and her clothes were slightly disheveled. Unfortunately, in the apocalypse, being too beautiful as a woman made you prone to trouble. When the 7 or 8 Special Forces soldiers entered the room they had just attacked, they found 8 or 9 people lying on the ground, with one heavily injured person trying to get up. Bang! 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 Successive pistol shots rang out as the Special Forces soldiers fired additional shots to ensure that none of the enemies were feigning death. After confirming the kills, Li Ming entered. An officer with the rank of lieutenant walked forward and said, "Commander, the bandits have been eliminated. The site is confirmed secure." Li Ming nodded and then ordered his men to examine the bodies. Several people had been blown to pieces by the grenades, but overall, they all had tattoos, making it clear they were not good people. "Dispose of the bodies directly." "Yes, sir." The bodies inside the house were quickly cleared away. The bodies in the living room were those of the owners. Li Ming said to the 2 corpses with wide open eyes, "Blame this man eating apocalypse." After saying that, he had his men dispose of the bodies, digging a pit and burying them. After all, he was taking things from their farm, so giving them a proper burial was the least he could do. Next, he began to lead his men to inspect the area. The entire farm area included several large-scale farms. Many workers had left to go home due to the typhoon warning. Each farm used mechanized farming methods, which were quite good overall. Li Ming searched and discovered a large stock of animal feed, totaling about 2,000 tons. Li Ming took it all. Then he inspected the farms. These farms were very large, with over 4,000 pigs on one farm, 1,000 cattle on the second, and 6,000 chickens, ducks, and geese on another. Before the apocalypse, these large-scale farms would have definitely been key targets of the empire's support, receiving large amounts of subsidies every year. Unfortunately, they had now become Li Ming's spoils of war. After the apocalypse began, although some animals had died, most were still doing well because the owners were present. Li Ming didn't hesitate and took all the animals, along with the various facilities and other supplies from the farms. The pigs were currently around 150 pounds each, mostly still in the farm, and he collected over 3,700 of them. More cattle had survived, with over 920 heads. There were about 4,600 chickens, ducks, and geese left. Overall, it was another great harvest. In addition to the farming area, there were also greenhouse areas. These greenhouses were relatively small vegetable sheds, but there were still many vegetables inside. In some residential areas near the greenhouse area, they found many vegetable seeds and various tools. After Li Ming and his men collected these things, they immediately began to retreat, heading straight for the Malga city base. Around noon, Li Ming and his men returned to the base and began to rest. In this operation, Li Ming and the soldiers he sent out obtained a large amount of supplies, mainly metal resources, building materials, hardware, home furnishings, and a large number of library books. Not only the books from various universities, but also a large number of books from public libraries were taken away. Books can be said to be important materials for the inheritance of human civilization. If they are not taken away now, these books and bookshelves can only be used as kindling for the survivors when they enter the extreme cold period. Burning books like that is simply a waste of resources. Therefore, Li Ming and others made various preparations in advance to collect as much of this type of material as possible. For him, he didn't lack survival supplies at all, so there was no need to compete with ordinary survivors. Even if he took action, it was against forces that occupied large amounts of supplies and committed evil deeds. At the same time, he sent people out again to continue collecting these important materials. Li Ming expanded his army again in the base. After this half-month of expansion, Li Ming's force officially reached about 10,000 people, and these troops were all solid, combat-effective soldiers. Li Ming directly formed a medium-sized combined arms brigade, a heavy combined arms battalion, and a light combined arms battalion. In addition, there were other changes in Li Ming's troops, that is, in addition to these troops, there were 300 Special Forces soldiers plus an Army Aviation Attack Helicopter Battalion and a Transport Helicopter Battalion. The equipment of the Transport Helicopter Battalion was the transport helicopter produced by the system providing diagrams and technical data. Li Ming directly used the darkness of night to mobilize 30 transport helicopters, carrying a total of 900 soldiers to airlift to provinces across the country. The only purpose was to collect books and materials from various hardware cities, metal markets, and other places. To ensure that there was enough space, everyone carried 10 interdimensional space pockets. And Li Ming had already provided each team with 2 excavation robots to build branch bases. He had already begun to lay out a plan for the whole country. To some extent, he was now racing against the flood because after the flood, there would be a cruel extreme cold weather. All the materials under the flood would be frozen, and it would be too late by then. So, before the extreme cold arrives, he must speed up the collection of these materials for future use. Moreover, Li Ming clearly issued an order that in addition to these materials, he also needed to go to some universities or technology companies to collect data and other materials. According to the importance of the material list, the highest level of importance was some scientific research data from universities or imperial research institutes, or seeds of high-yield crops. The second was books and building materials, metal materials, hardware and daily necessities, wooden furniture, and museum collections. Then came electronic products, clothing, and other materials, and finally, food and other survival materials. Li Ming's priority was based on whether it could be regenerated in the future, and his detachment strictly implemented these plans, receiving a large amount of materials for Li Ming, which played an important role in rebuilding civilization in the future. Society Li Ming was actually relatively benevolent towards ordinary survivors, but this benevolence was limited. Because he didn't engage in large-scale looting of basic survival resources, he indirectly gave these ordinary people some chance of survival. Of course, as mentioned earlier, if the empire's reserve grain fell into the hands of someone who wanted to stabilize order, Li Ming would not bother them. He might even engage in commercial cooperation with them. However, if these Imperial Reserve grains fell into the hands of some nefarious gangs, these people would definitely face Li Ming's heavy-handed crackdown. At this point, Li Ming had placed himself in the position of absolute arbiter. He had to ensure that his position was unthreatened by any force, and he also had to ensure that a certain number of people survived. He would provide survivors with certain supplies through employment or trade to ensure they could live. Even formally accepting survivors would only happen when there were no continuous natural disasters and the situation gradually stabilized. Based on his experiences in his dreams, this doomsday natural disaster had not ended for 7 whole years. He didn't know if there would be other natural disasters in the future, which shows how cruel this world-destroying disaster was. In fact, many natural disasters do not happen very suddenly. They are basically preceded by omens, but whether or not these omens can be discovered and valued is a crucial step. At this time, within the urban area of Marga City, a relatively powerful force was spontaneously formed by surviving imperial government officials, plus some surviving staff from relevant imperial departments, plus some civilians, called the Renaissance Society. The purpose of this force is to restore social order in the Marga region. Their idea is good, but unfortunately, their strength is too weak. Altogether, there are only a little over 10,000 people, of whom more than 5,000 are armed and responsible for maintaining the security of their controlled areas. The entire urban area of Marga has a population of 60 million. Even if some people died in the Doomsday, there are still more than 50 million people here. It is unrealistic to try to control the order of a city with tens of millions of people with just over 10,000 people, so they can currently only control the security of a small part of the area. This force is no longer the original official government, but a kind of folk organization, but their starting point is good, but unfortunately it is useless. Because they don't have many supplies in their hands. The Doomsday natural disaster came very suddenly, and the Marga area did not have an imperial grain reserve warehouse. All supplies relied on external logistics and transportation. Therefore, they were simply unable to carry out effective work in various communities. At the same time, black evil gangs and forces began to appear in some communities. These black evil forces began to collect supplies from all owners in the community in the name of collecting protection grain. However, these black evil gangs currently have little power and can only control one building at most, and that's it. It's not that there is no resistance, but those who take the lead in resistance often die very tragically. After experiencing it a few times, some ordinary survivors felt that they couldn't beat these people, so they could only constantly go out to find supplies. The Black Evil Forces Commission for Protection Grain is very high, about 50%. At this ratio, if some survivors are relatively diligent, they can still make enough for themselves and their families to survive. The Black Evil gangs obviously have their own considerations. They are also afraid of pushing everyone into a corner and resisting them together. Of course, many black evil forces are still in the initial stage and have not yet reached the point where they are too big to fail. However, these black evil gangs are basically dominated by cold weapons, and only 1 or 2 people in a few gangs have pistols, and the number of bullets is not large. Most of them basically found pistols and other weapons from abandoned police stations. The number of these weapons and ammunition is very limited. What is really starting to be a threat is some out-of-control imperial troops. The light weapons in the hands of these troops are far from what this group of black evil forces can compare with. If a large number of weapons from the Imperial Army flow into society, it will definitely cause more instability. Fortunately, although the Imperial Army has lost a lot of people, the internal management of guns and ammunition in the army is very strict, so many weapons and ammunition were locked in armories and ammunition depots from the beginning. Finally, they were submerged underwater, rather than flowing into society. After experiencing extreme cold, the frozen weapons and ammunition will experience various problems after experiencing extreme heat again, and can no longer be used. So, in Li Ming's dream, the basis for a large force having a large number of light weapons comes from this. Generally speaking, a force with more than 3,000 guns is considered a large force. This Renaissance Society is still the largest force in Marga City on the surface, because they have more than 5,000 guns, and the amount of ammunition is not small, enough for short-term use. They also discovered these problems, so on the one hand, they began to mobilize residents and the communities who were in contact with them to go out to find supplies, salvage underwater survival supplies, and coordinate them uniformly. On the other hand, they directly came forward and established a trading market. At this time, although the heavy rain was constantly falling, the heavy rain could not stop humans from going out to find hope for survival. Countless survivors braved the rain to go out to find various supplies. Social security also began to gradually become out of control. Survivors were often robbed on the way while looking for supplies and accidentally lost their lives. There were also survivors who robbed others and were killed in retaliation. In short, in the dark corners of the city, the ugly side of human nature was being staged all the time. Robbery, theft, murder, perseverance, and other criminal acts began to appear in all corners of the city, and the number of cases showed a very obvious upward trend. In the Doomsday, natural disasters are certainly terrible, but as long as humans adapt to natural disasters, if they can guarantee unity, survival is not that difficult. The most terrible thing in the Doomsday is often man-made disasters. The danger of your own kind is far greater than other factors. Because people can do anything for the sake of profit. In the Doomsday, even brothers may turn against each other for supplies, let alone some strangers around you. You must know that the Doomsday is known as the dark, man-eating Doomsday. This is not a joke. People are very complex animals, especially in a world with so many negative emotions like the Doomsday. Basically, few of the people who survive are normal. Although this is a bit extreme, it is the truth. Because to survive in this man-eating Doomsday, you must be ruthless and dark enough. After being suppressed for a long time, you will naturally develop some psychological diseases, which will make people very manic and irritable. In the post-apocalyptic world, after basic survival needs are met, commodities that increase happiness and sanity become highly valuable, such as tobacco and alcohol. And the Renaissance society actually has some of these commodities. So, using these goods, along with some survival supplies as a foundation, they started opening a market for everyone to trade, while their armed personnel maintained order and security. The Imperial Communications Building in Manga City is a very tall building, with a total of 50 floors. This communications building luckily survived the typhoons and tornadoes, and is currently submerged by 3 floors of water, but the entire building has 50 floors. So, the Renaissance Society decided to transform it into a specialized trading market. If the heavy rain continues, the market can be moved upstairs at any time. The layout of this communications building is very similar to that of a shopping mall. It is a U-shaped building, with an atrium from the top to the bottom, surrounded by sturdy railings. This structure is indeed very suitable for use as a shopping mall or trading market. Throughout the Imperial Communications Building, hundreds of society members armed with guns and ammunition maintain order to prevent armed conflicts from breaking out within the market. Li Ming also heard this news through the radio. He had seen this Renaissance Society organization in his dreams. Overall, the emergence of the Renaissance Society in Manga City is not a bad thing. Because in the overall dark post-apocalyptic world, the Renaissance Society is a rare glimmer of light. Although this light seems very weak compared to the entire dark post-apocalyptic world, it is still a light after all. The origins of these people have determined the goals of their organization, which is to maintain order and stability, and to allow as many people as possible to survive. However, they do not have the corresponding force. In Li Ming's dream, this Renaissance Society was eventually wiped out by a coalition of violent forces. Their biggest problem is that they are not ruthless enough, but this is also because officials at all levels of the empire suffered heavy casualties. The leaders of the Renaissance Society were somewhat unable to be ruthless, coupled with the fact that they did not have enough supplies, and they also regarded themselves as an official organization, directly touching the sensitive nerves of all the black and evil forces. So, all the black and evil forces directly formed a coalition and launched an attack, destroying the Renaissance Society. But now it's different. There's Li Ming. Li Ming has a medium-sized combined brigade, and his troops are constantly increasing. So, he decided to wait until the extreme cold period, when the black and evil forces began to have a certain scale, and directly send troops to wipe them out, leaving no one behind. Unfortunately, the rain is too heavy now, and the use of his heavy equipment is too limited, otherwise he would have sent troops to stabilize social order long ago. Of course, Li Ming is only responsible for stabilizing social order, and will not provide relief to the survivors, because human nature is complex, and now is not the time. Li Ming's plan has already begun to be formulated. He knows that carrying out a crackdown has many benefits. On the one hand, he can seize a large number of spoils, and on the other hand, he can restore social order and preserve as much of the vitality for rebuilding civilization as possible. And it can also be used to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, through killing to make some people with ulterior motives behave. Of course, the biggest benefit is that it can retain as much of the population as possible, laying the foundation for rebuilding civilization. At the same time, he also plans to open a market, using the market as the core to solve some of the population's survival problems. But to do these things, a stable social order is essential. So, Li Ming's recruitment of troops has never stopped, and he decided to open another underground base near Malga. Soon he had already begun to take action, and once again carried out the construction of an underground shelter in the Snake Mountain area near Malga City. This is a level 1 shelter, and Li Ming has enough experience, so he is familiar with the road. Having 2 bases here, the troops stationed in the 2 bases can completely form an absolutely advantageous military posture in the Malga area. He must always maintain his absolute military advantage, this is the bottom line. While building the base, Li Ming directly took 15 Special Forces soldiers to the Renaissance Society's market to see the situation and understand the market conditions. After all, it has been almost 20 days since the end of the world. Before, he had been on the road collecting supplies and had been very busy. Today, he rarely went out for a walk, and also took the opportunity to understand the current situation of the survivors, just to relax. The 15 people left the base in 3 assault boats and headed straight for the center of Malga City. Along the way, Li Ming saw many things floating on the water with his telescope. After careful identification, he realized that they were human corpses. These corpses were a little pale and swollen from being soaked in the flood. In this flood, there were men, women, old and young, which was a testament to the cruelty of the situation. Li Ming knew the cause of death of these people very well. Some were sick, such as the elderly. Some had heart disease or other diseases, and in this situation of lack of medicine, it was basically impossible to escape death. Some people were threatened and had no choice but to jump into the water and commit suicide, and there were others who were killed in surprise attacks, and so on. In the post-apocalyptic world, human life is very cheap. A bag of instant noodles can be exchanged for a school beauty, this is not a joke. The group drove the assault boats carefully, avoiding some debris and whirlpools in the water, so the speed was not fast. Along the way, when passing a sign marked gas station, Li Ming stopped the boat. Li Ming knew this kind of place too well. This is a liquefied petroleum gas exchange station, which is basically full of steel liquefied petroleum gas bottles, in other words, gas bottles that can be used as fuel. Li Ming and 5 Special Forces soldiers immediately put on diving gear and began to enter the station for exploration. This area belongs to the suburbs and is basically full of bungalows. Underwater, Li Ming and others saw that the rolling door of the exchange station was tightly closed, so he took out a crowbar and began to pry the lock. After hearing a click sound, he and 2 Special Forces soldiers worked together to lift the rolling door open. Due to the influence of water pressure, the rolling door was pushed open slowly. About 2 minutes later, the rolling door was finally opened, followed by the large iron door inside, hanging with an iron chain and a lock. Li Ming took out large steel pliers, and a soldier took them, submerged underwater, and cut the iron chain in a few strokes. Then, as soon as he pushed the door, the soldier was about to swim inside when Li Ming grabbed him to the side. Then, he saw black things floating out of it, which were some empty liquefied gas bottles, commonly known as gas cans. Li Ming directly and decisively took away these empty bottles, and then the 5 of them submerged together and began to enter the exchange station to search. This is a medium-sized exchange station. In addition to the empty steel bottles that floated up, the rest are basically filled with gas. You must know that this kind of bottle filled with gas is not light, it contains gas compressed into liquid through high pressure. Thugs on the road, Li Ming and the others, wielding their strong, waterproof flashlights, carefully examined their surroundings, dimly making out dozens of dark objects within. The group began to move the bottles out. Li Ming was incredibly strong, and the other Special Forces soldiers possessed excellent endurance and stamina. They started passing the bottles out, one by one, and the Special Forces soldiers on the inflatable boat used their interdimensional pockets to store each one. Li Ming counted about 86 bottles of liquefied petroleum gas. Not bad, a very good haul. Just as the group was about to retrieve the last few bottles, they heard the sound of an inflatable boat engine. Li Ming was already on the boat. He picked up his binoculars and began to observe. Sure enough, using the night vision binoculars, he saw 7 or 8 inflatable boats approaching. He immediately issued the order, "Everyone, prepare for battle." At his command, all the soldiers took out their AKMs from their waterproof backpacks, quickly racked the bolts, and switched off the safeties. Soon, about 40 people surrounded them. This group was armed with steel pipes, machetes, and homemade maces. One of them shouted, "We've contracted this liquefied gas station. Smarten up and hand over what you salvaged." At that moment, a sharp-eyed underling noticed the diving suits on Li Ming and 3 or 4 others. "Boss, they seem to have diving suits and oxygen tanks." "Ha ha, make them salvage everything and hand it over to us. They can also leave the inflatable boat and other supplies. I might consider letting you go." These people all had menacing faces, and one even revealed a tattoo on his wrist. They were a bunch of scumbags. They completely disregarded what Li Ming and his group thought, as if everything was under their control. Li Ming smiled coldly and directly gave the order through his headset, "Kill." All the soldiers suddenly took out their AKMs from the boat and began to spray bullets at the group. The distance between them was less than 50 meters, and it was too dark to clearly see what Li Ming and his men were holding. But when the gunshots rang out, the group realized they had encountered ruthless individuals. Amidst the light clatter of ejecting bullet casings, the thugs were turned into bloodied messes by the bullets, some falling directly into the floodwaters from the boats. Some were hit and collapsed on the inflatable boats, while others had their heads directly hit by the 7.62 mm rounds, their skulls blown open, brains and blood splattering all over the boat. In just one round of shooting, more than 30 members of this gang of over 40 thugs were killed. The remaining few finally realized that these guys had guns. 3 of the 8 inflatable boats were immediately riddled with holes and started taking on water, and everyone on board fell into the flood. The shooting was brief. All the soldiers aimed their guns at the remaining 5 inflatable boats. At this time, the 7 or 8 surviving thugs on the boats all raised their hands and cried out, "We surrender, don't shoot." Clang! Li Ming and 7 or 8 Special Forces soldiers immediately put away their guns and drew the sabers from their waists. These sabers had sword-shaped tips, but they were real sabers, a type of horizontal saber specifically designed for killing. The blade's spine was 8 mm thick, made of special alloy material, capable of cutting through steel pipes as if they were toys. Li Ming and the others boarded the opposing boats. The surviving thugs were terrified out of their wits. Big brother, spare our lives. They were trembling with fear. It was too terrifying. In less than half a minute, over 40 people had been reduced to just 7 or 8 survivors. Li Ming placed his saber against a thug's neck. The cold, sharp blade sent shivers down the thug's spine. "Big brother, we've already surrendered." Li Ming sneered, "Now you feel like your eyes are much clearer, don't you? I don't think you're afraid of us at all, but you know you're about to die." "Big brother, we have no choice, we're just trying to make a living," a thug kowtowed. "Heh, just a bunch of scum. How can people like you be changed?" "No, you'll never change. Only death is your best destination." After saying that, Li Ming slashed his blade, instantly slitting the thug's throat. The other Special Forces soldiers immediately took action and quickly killed all the thugs on the boats. After wiping the blood off the blades with the thugs' clothes, all the thugs' bodies were thrown into the floodwaters. After collecting the 5 inflatable boats and the gas tanks, Li Ming and his group continued to advance. They swaggered so blatantly, with horizontal sabers hanging from their waists. Along the way, some nearby survivors or thugs, seeing the AKs on these guys, widened their eyes. It would be a lie to say they weren't envious, but looking at Li Ming's group, a full 16 of them, with sabers hanging from their waists in addition to the AKs, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. So everyone wisely chose not to provoke Li Ming and the others. After all, everyone was just trying to survive, not looking for death. These black-hearted forces were evil, not stupid. They soon arrived at the market established by the Revival Society. People with guns were maintaining order outside. They immediately noticed the AKM assault rifles on Li Ming and the others. This was military-grade weaponry. Although it wasn't currently the standard-issue weapon of the Celestial Brilliance Empire, they knew the power of this thing. "Sir, could you hand over your guns for us to keep?" a staff member said. Li Ming glanced at the person and said indifferently, "If I hand the guns over to you, will I get them back? These are our self-defense weapons and absolutely cannot be handed over." Li Ming's killing intent was strong, and he released it directly, instantly causing the staff member in front of him to break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the staff member was certain that this young man had really killed people. "Sir, this is our rule here. You can carry cold weapons for self-defense, but you cannot carry firearms and ammunition, otherwise, it is easy for some uncontrollable situations to occur," the staff member said, forcing himself to remain calm. "Who are you guarding against? Since you don't allow guns, it doesn't matter. I'll leave 4 or 5 people to watch our guns. They can stay outside and watch the boats. Will you let us in this time?" Li Ming asked quietly, narrowing his eyes. At this moment, Li Ming was like a cobra, his tone also a little cold. His patience was not that great. Just as the staff member was about to speak, an older middle-aged man, sensing something was wrong, smiled and said, "Sir, as long as you don't bring guns inside, it's natural that you can leave them outside to watch them." "Ha!" Li Ming smiled, "You know how to handle things, you're a smart man." With Li Ming's laughter, the tense atmosphere at the scene eased. Completion check, the entire text has been translated. Length comparison, the translated text is similar in length to the original Chinese text, ensuring completeness. Confirmation statement, the translation is complete, accurate, and reads naturally in English. Conditions. Li Ming's words were quite interesting. Frankly, the initial staff member was a bit too rigid, actually wanting to confiscate Li Ming and the others' rifles. In contrast, this middle-aged man was much more sensible, not confiscating their weapons. Frankly, they weren't officials and had no right to confiscate firearms and ammunition. "This old brother, you're much better at handling things. To be honest, the way this brother spoke earlier, I almost thought you were the official government. I was just thinking, how could a civilian organization like yours want to confiscate our firearms and ammunition? Do you really have that authority?" Li Ming's words were soft but firm. "This young brother, firearms and ammunition are strictly controlled by the Empire. We can't allow you to bring such things inside." However, considering the need for self-defense, melee weapons are allowed, the middle-aged man simply explained, not saying too much. "Brother, you're a wise man. These days aren't peaceful. On the way here, our group encountered robbers. If it weren't for our powerful weapons, we would have become corpses in the flood." Li Ming laughed. "Yeah, right," the middle-aged man thought to himself after taking a deep look at Li Ming. With them so openly carrying AKMs, how desperate would someone have to be to try and rob them? Li Ming and the 8 soldiers, carrying backpacks, walked into the market, passing through layers of checkpoints before finally entering the communications building. Watching Li Ming and the others enter the building, the man, who was about the same age as Li Ming, asked, "Captain, why did you let him in? Why didn't you confiscate their guns? We are the police, and the Empire doesn't allow private individuals to illegally possess firearms. Xiaofeng, this natural disaster is nationwide. Do you think there is still order within the Empire?" The middle-aged man's face was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water, he said quietly. "Ah?" The man called Xiaofeng exclaimed. The middle-aged man straightened Xiaofeng's clothes and said, "Xiaofeng, we can't even control the entire city of Malga now. Our strength is too weak. Judging from the actions and demeanor of this group of people, they are all well-trained soldiers. These soldiers are very strong in combat. We all have families, is it really necessary to risk our lives against them? And although they have guns, they are just carrying them. They don't seem like the type to randomly use guns and kill innocent people. Frankly, this group of people still has discipline. We don't need to clash with them." It's not like the past. In the past, we relied on the powerful strength of the entire empire to control law and order. Now, government officials at all levels of the empire have suffered heavy casualties. We need to consider many things if we want to do something for everyone, because we don't have the empire as our backing anymore. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xiao Feng's face looked bad. Captain, what should we do? I'm confused. Child, we only need to act with a clear conscience. Talking to that young man earlier, I felt that he had indeed killed people, but my intuition tells me that the other party should be a private military organization. He doesn't seem to like the dark forces. The middle-aged man scratched his chin with his finger and said, "Ah." Li Ming and his group entered directly from the third floor. At this time, there were actually many people setting up stalls on the third floor, trading things with each other. There were many people buying things here, especially buying grain. Although the Rejuvenation Society sells grain to the public, it is subject to limited sales. Each person can buy half a kilogram of grain with their ID card. Much of this grain is salvaged from the water, soaked, and then sold after drying. The price is not cheap, 1,000 yuan per half kilogram. Seriously, if this price were before the Doomsday, countless people would have smashed the entire store. This is simply a black-hearted merchant. But this is not before the Doomsday, this is the end of the world. It's good to have something to eat in the Doomsday. Even this half kilogram of soaked grain for 1,000 yuan is not something everyone can buy. There is a limit every day. From this point of view, the Rejuvenation Society is still willing to sell these grains in limited quantities, and 1,000 yuan per half kilogram is not expensive, not only not expensive, but very conscientious. Compared with your life and the lives of your family, which do you think is more valuable? Of course, there is also a threshold for buying this grain. The threshold is that you have to find a way to leave your building and get to this market. To be honest, the flow of people in this market is really not small, at least it looks very popular. It can be said that people who come here are basically here for food, and incidentally buy something else. Basically, all the food-related supplies on the entire market stall have been swept away. At this time, anyone with a little brain will not hesitate to spend all the paper money on their body in exchange for supplies. This is the choice of normal people. At this time, Li Ming is also like this. He went out to search for supplies and got 2 million, plus the 100,000 yuan or so of cash he had left. After taking out one bill as a souvenir, he took out the rest of the money and prepared to spend it. At this time, there are basically only some stalls selling fur and clothes in this market, and some are selling some sundries, as well as various electrical appliances and department store supplies. In addition, what surprised Li Ming was that someone was selling filtered water. 10 yuan per liter of water, bring your own container. Li Ming thought of the floating corpses in the water and couldn't help shaking his head. Li Ming saw that there were people selling fur, and the price had risen a little, but not much. A mink coat only costs 60,000 yuan. And there are men's and women's styles. Li Ming directly asked people to take out banknotes from their backpacks and wrap up all the mink coats in the store. In addition to the remaining dozens of mink coats, he also bought a large number of down jackets, cotton clothes, waterproof jackets, cotton quilts, socks, thermal underwear, cotton shoes, gloves, etc., all swept away. Just after Li Ming and others swept away these things, attracting the attention of many people, a middle-aged man's voice rang out, "This little brother, do you want to buy grain?" Li Ming felt that this voice sounded so familiar. Looking back, he found that it was actually Manager Zhang, his former general manager at Lee's Fresh. "Old Zhang?" Li Ming subconsciously called out. Manager Zhang also recognized the young man in front of him at a glance. It was actually his previous boss. "Li? President Li?" Manager Zhang said in surprise. Two acquaintances met just like that. Friend, although they were familiar with each other, their identities and circumstances were now vastly different. "Director Li, I didn't expect it to really be you?" Manager Zhang was still very happy. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land is one of life's four great joys. Although this wasn't exactly a foreign land, encountering an acquaintance in the apocalypse was still a relatively happy thing. "Old Zhang, I didn't expect to run into you here." "What a coincidence!" Li Ming said with a smile. Director Li, this is quite a surprise. Manager Zhang also said with emotion. Old Zhang, it seems impossible for me to reopen my fresh food supermarket. This disaster has been devastating for me. Li Ming said with a smile. Director Li, is this the end of the world? The rain is pouring as if the sky is leaking. It's terrifying. And I heard from our captain that the whole country is suffering. When will this disaster end? Manager Zhang said helplessly. Old Zhang, how are you doing now? Li Ming was quite concerned about his old subordinate, especially since he had specifically told him to stockpile supplies before the disaster. Director Li, speaking of this, I really have to thank you. You reminded me that a typhoon was coming and to stockpile supplies, and I miraculously bought a lot of necessities. Thanks to your reminder. The two found a deserted place, and Manager Zhang said with emotion. It was just a small favor, and you were willing to listen to advice. Are your family members all doing well? They're all doing well. The people in our main city garden community are very united, and everyone has spontaneously organized to start self-rescue efforts. There were also 2 black forces who had designs on us, but we wiped them all out. What's wrong with this world? Why did it suddenly become so chaotic? Manager Zhang shook his head. Li Ming's heart stirred, and he tried to ask, are you now acting as a reseller? Alas, although I've stockpiled some supplies, who knows when this disaster will end? We can't just sit and eat our reserves, so the owners in our community have united to keep warm together. Our community has independently formed a security team and is also engaged in reselling. Some time ago, we went out together and found a dog food factory, directly taking all the dog food inside, and that's how we had the capital to become resellers. After listening to Manager Zhang's words, Li Ming was quite surprised. He didn't expect that in the apocalypse, there would be communities that would band together to survive. However, banding together to survive is the right thing to do in this world. No matter how strong an individual is, they are not as strong as a collective, especially for ordinary people. It seems that there are capable people in Old Zhang's community, which made Li Ming pay attention. Old Zhang, what's the situation in your community now? What kind of residents are there mostly? Li Ming decided to ask about the other party's situation before making a decision. Our community has a total of 24 buildings. The entire community is very large. Basically, the people who live in our community are people with skills, either retired engineers or technicians from state-owned enterprises, or retired officials. Is your community lacking supplies now? How long can you last? Director Li, are you going to trade with us? Manager Zhang asked instead of answering. Old Zhang, I won't hide anything from you. There are some things I want to tell you, and you need to be prepared. Li Ming said lightly. When Old Zhang heard Li Ming's words, he felt a little scared. He vaguely thought of something, but he didn't dare to think too much, for fear of losing hope. Director Li, are you saying, Old Zhang, you should be able to sense how strange this climate is, right? This world has already begun to become chaotic. Make some plans as soon as possible. Li Ming said slowly. Manager Zhang's face changed drastically. He had worked with Li Ming for at least 7 or 8 years and naturally knew what Li Ming wanted to express. At this time, he felt from Li Ming's words that this disaster seemed to be just the beginning. Director Li, how are you doing now? My situation is not bad. I found an air raid shelter and am currently living in it. It's still relatively safe. Manager Zhang glanced at the soldiers behind Li Ming and immediately judged that his Director Li was in a large organization and was also highly valued by the organization. Because the attitude of these soldiers was centered on Li Ming, Manager Zhang, who had been in the workplace for half his life, could naturally see these details to judge some things. Director Li, what do you think our community should do? Manager Zhang decided to ask Li Ming. After all, Li Ming's current mental state was very good, indicating that he was doing quite well. Old Zhang, has your community ever thought about finding a backer? Li Ming's words were like a thunderclap, ringing in Manager Zhang's ears. Manager Zhang finally understood the other party's intention. The organization behind Li Ming was actually preparing to expand its power during the chaos, and his heart was very disturbed at this time. Seeing that manager Zhang was already a little disturbed, Li Ming continued, "Old Zhang, to put it bluntly, I now suspect that the Empire's government has been severely hit, otherwise, why haven't we seen any troops maintaining order yet? According to the Empire's usual practice, in the event of such a disaster, the Empire would definitely quickly send troops to maintain order and start disaster relief, but now that the disaster has been happening for almost 20 days, there is no movement at all. Think carefully about the details." Hiss. Manager Zhang gasped, "Director Li, do you mean the Empire has?" Li Ming nodded, and at this moment, Manager Zhang directly abandoned all wishful thinking. "Director Li, I will discuss this matter with our community's captain." Li Ming took out a high-power walkie-talkie from his bag and handed it to the other party. "This is a high-power walkie-talkie. If you don't trust us, it doesn't matter. You can trade first and get to know each other. You can contact me here through the walkie-talkie if you have any questions. If there is any danger, we will save you once for the sake of our past relationship." "Director Li, do you have this thing?" Manager Zhang asked, gesturing with his hand. "Ha ha." Li Ming just smiled, "Old Zhang, it's not good to be too ambitious. But cold weapons can be sold to you in batches, such as compound bows, crossbows, knives, and spears." Manager Zhang once again confirmed the strength of the organization behind Li Ming, even having guns. "Old Zhang, you can help us collect a batch of antiques. We can do a few more transactions first. At least you have good weapons in hand, and you can protect yourself, can't you?" "Okay, Director Li, I will discuss this matter with Captain Wu when I get back." Soon, Li Ming and Manager Zhang discussed the time for their next meeting and the materials to be traded. Li Ming wanted a large quantity of antiques and cultural relics, while Manager Zhang needed well-made weapons and equipment. Although primarily cold weapons, high-quality cold weapons could still greatly enhance combat effectiveness. Especially in the Moshi, end-of-the-world era, the value of weapons was no less than that of medicine, food, and basic survival supplies like water. With sufficiently good weapons and equipment, it was entirely possible to obtain more resources. Violence was the only order in the Moshi, end-of-the-world era. Li Ming gave them a high-power walkie-talkie to facilitate communication. For Li Ming, since he was looking for partners, he naturally preferred people he was familiar with. As for whether he would be scammed, that depended on the strength of both parties and had nothing to do with whether they were acquaintances. Of course, the specific situation depended on the value of the materials traded by both parties. For Li Ming, he certainly wouldn't suffer a loss. Manager Zhang also knew that Li Ming certainly wouldn't lack survival supplies, so this transaction was essentially mutually beneficial. After a busy day, Manager Zhang and several community residents returned to the community in a speedboat. He immediately found Captain Wu, the leader elected by everyone in the community. Captain Wu was quite surprised to see Manager Zhang. This Captain Wu was a technical director in a company. He was able to become the captain because he was the first to propose that everyone band together to survive. Over this period, Captain Wu's abilities had indeed proven to be quite good, and everyone recognized his capabilities. "Old Zhang, what brings you here?" Captain Wu asked, puzzled. "Captain Wu, today I met my former boss in the market, the owner of Li's Fresh, Li Ming. He's currently doing quite well and seems to have his own armed forces," Manager Zhang said. "Old Zhang, are you going to join him?" "Captain, you misunderstand. I'm not going to join him, but I learned a lot of information while talking with him. The most important piece of news is that the Empire's government has completely collapsed. In other words, our country has entered a state of anarchy," Manager Zhang said slowly. After hearing Manager Zhang's words, Captain Wu immediately stood up. "Old Zhang, is this true?" "Captain, you actually know better than I do. According to past practice, the Empire's army would have entered the city long ago to maintain order. But now, a large-scale natural disaster has been going on for more than half a month, so why haven't we seen the Empire's army?" Old Zhang said, word by word. Captain Wu slumped back into his chair. In fact, he had been mentally prepared for this, but when the truth was actually spoken, it was still difficult to accept. He knew exactly how cruel this fact was. It could be said that the hope of receiving official rescue had been completely cut off, and the loss of control of the Empire's army would also lead to many uncontrollable factors, which would undoubtedly greatly increase the difficulty of survival for ordinary people. Old Zhang, just say what you want to say. As the vice captain, you've made no small contribution to everyone. If it weren't for your news, I don't know how short of supplies everyone would be now. The contribution Captain Wu mentioned was old Zhang's hoarding of a large amount of supplies after returning home from Li Ming's place. It could be said that old Zhang indirectly saved the entire community. A very important factor in everyone being able to band together to survive was that everyone had followed suit and hoarded a lot of supplies. People are not concerned about scarcity but about inequality. Now everyone in the community has supplies, and without the pressure of survival, everyone can naturally be harmonious and united. Captain, today my former boss said that they want to trade with us. They need a large number of antiques and cultural relics, and of course, the supplies they're offering are weapons. Old Zhang stated his purpose. Captain Wu asked, are they cold weapons or firearms? Mainly cold weapons, but they're all very sophisticated weapons, as well as stab-resistant clothing, riot helmets, riot shields, bulletproof shields, and crossbows. Captain Wu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Compound bows were fine, as they were sporting goods and not difficult to obtain. But crossbows were controlled items within the Empire. How could they get them? Moreover, they also had other protective gear. It could be said that as long as they had these protective equipment, the combat effectiveness of their community would definitely increase in the future. Although he had no intention of doing evil, he had to protect himself. Old Zhang then added, Captain, my former boss seems to have armed troops. When I was talking to him today, I saw several soldiers wearing camouflage raincoats following him. Obviously, either he or the organization behind him has armed forces. The world is already in chaos. We also need to find a backer, otherwise there will be more and more thugs outside, and it will be difficult for us to protect our supplies with our own strength. Captain Wu pondered. He was thinking about the pros and cons of old Zhang's words. Although relying on others could provide protection, it would also mean losing autonomy. Old Zhang added, Captain, that President Li said that he's not in a hurry about whether we join them or not. What we need to do now is trade. Should we trade with them? Yes, why not? Since you have such a good connection to get weapons, why not trade? I'll immediately order the subordinates to buy more antiques. In this day and age, antiques can't be eaten or drunk. Exchanging them for supplies is the most practical thing to do. And in this world, it's good enough to be alive. Seeking protection by relying on others isn't a bad thing. Although we've blocked 2 attacks from thugs, they didn't have guns. It'll be different once they have guns. No matter what, this transaction must be done as soon as possible. We must arm ourselves as soon as possible. Captain Wu decided decisively. In the following days, Manager Zhang and a group of secondary dealers began to buy a large number of antiques and cultural relics on the market with dog food. Now these antiques are far less valuable than dog food. So they bought a lot of antiques and agreed with Li Ming to start trading in 2 days using the walkie-talkie. Li Ming was also busy these 2 days. He sent troops to constantly search for various supplies, even those underwater. After all, it was good to get whatever they could. Of course, he didn't go too far and left a lot of survival supplies behind. After all, he couldn't watch a lot of supplies sink to the bottom of the water. Li Ming sent out a lot of troops. He collected basic survival supplies whenever he encountered them, and if he didn't encounter them, he collected other supplies. He even took away the doors of the office buildings, determined not to let go of any usable supplies. Every bit of supplies now may contribute to the reconstruction of civilization in the future. Transaction Li Ming sent out many troops to collect useful supplies everywhere. Soon, many people in the Malga area learned that a group of people were driving speedboats around collecting supplies. They were well equipped with guns and ammunition and had strong combat power. The camouflage raincoats worn by Li Ming's soldiers had become their identity cards. Even if there were thug groups who wanted to make a move, they would dismiss their unrealistic thoughts upon seeing the camouflage raincoats. Thugs are bad, not stupid, they can still distinguish between the big and small bosses. Li Ming's troops blatantly paraded around with AKM rifles on their backs, but no one dared to cause them trouble. Even the Renaissance Society turned a blind eye. Because can the Renaissance Society's thousands of pistols and submachine guns compare to a force that can equip a large number of military rifles? The fact that they dared to carry rifles openly proved that they were not afraid of others coveting them, and no one wanted to seek death. Soon, some forces in Malga discovered a clue. This group of people rarely looked for survival supplies. The supplies they generally looked for were mostly books. Generally speaking, as long as you don't provoke them, they are not murderers and won't shoot randomly. Nevertheless, the appearance of Li Ming's army still made some black thug groups in Malga restrain their actions a lot. It's not that there weren't thug groups who had ideas about the rifles on these people, but the result was that after fighting with them for a while, they were all wiped out, leaving no one alive. The Renaissance Society noticed the large-scale appearance of Li Ming's army immediately, and discussions were underway within the Renaissance Society. "Director Wang, do you mean to recruit them?" a middle-aged man asked. "That's right, these people's weapons and equipment are very good, they have military rifles, and judging from their style of action, they are very close to the regular army. They should be a very organized and disciplined regular army. If we also have such an armed force, then our control over the relevant control areas will be greatly improved," Director Wang said. Director Wang, what excuse are you going to use to recruit them? These soldiers look like they come from the regular army, are well equipped, and have strong combat power. Moreover, the force behind them is probably not simple. I suggest you dismiss these unrealistic ideas. The middle-aged man shook his head. Director Li, anything is possible with effort. As citizens of the Empire, are they just going to stand by and watch the order collapse? Director Wang said dissatisfiedly to the middle-aged man. Director Wang, you and I are very clear about the current situation. The imperial government is gone. The Renaissance Society is just a folk organization. Frankly speaking, we are not essentially different from them. Do you want to morally kidnap such a force? They have no obligation to save the survivors. Frankly speaking, they have already given the survivors a way out. They don't look for too many basic survival supplies. Otherwise, with their force, to be honest, it would be easy to grab a lot of survival supplies. But looking at what they collect, it's basically books and stuff. Obviously, they are not short of living supplies, but have other plans. Director Wang, I feel that trading and cooperating with them is also a good way. As for crazy talk like recruiting them, I suggest you don't even mention it. The strength is not equal. What are you going to rely on to recruit them? Rely on your mouth? Director Li directly stated the reality. Director Wang was silent after hearing this. They were originally staff members of the imperial government. The appearance of such an armed force under their noses made him feel really uneasy. But Director Li's words directly awakened him. Now is not the time when the empire existed, times have changed. Soon, the day for Li Ming to trade with manager Zhang and the others arrived. Li Ming took more than 20 people in 5 speedboats from the base and soon found a place on the water to wait. He observed around with binoculars, and soon the sound of a speedboat engine came. Li Ming used a flashlight to send out a light signal, and the other party responded. Soon, the two sides stopped their speedboats on the water about 50 meters apart. Is that old Zhang? Li Ming shouted. Is that President Li? Old Zhang also shouted. After confirming the voices were correct, the transaction process began. Both sides sent one person each to inspect the goods. After the representatives sent to inspect the goods saw that the goods were intact, the transaction officially began. Li Ming waved his hand, and a speedboat drove over. The other side drove 4 speedboats over. Li Ming saw clearly under the illumination of the searchlight that the other side had about 7 boats in total, with about 20 people. In this transaction, the other party took out about 150 pieces of antique calligraphy and paintings for the transaction. Li Ming traded 3 crossbows, 60 arrows, plus 10 horizontal knives and 2 riot shields. Old Zhang directly picked up a knife, pulled it out, and after seeing the thick back of the knife and the sharp blade, he nodded. It was a good knife. After confirming that the transaction was completed, Li Ming and his people left the place by boat, and the other party also left afterwards. In general, the first transaction between the two sides was very successful, each getting what they needed. Theoretically speaking, antiques should be more valuable, but that is in prosperous and peaceful times. Now is the end of the world. For ordinary people, antiques are useless in the end of the world. They can't be eaten or drunk and take up space. They are simply a burden. Both sides felt that they had made a profit from this deal, especially manager Zhang's side. This weapon and equipment transaction was only the first batch. There will be more transactions later, which will undoubtedly greatly improve their combat effectiveness. For Li Ming, trading weapons to those who pursue the light can maximize their value. Even if he wants to help the survivors, he should give priority to helping this kind of person, because these people still retain humanity. It can be said that for Li Ming, even if he takes in survivors, this type of survivor is his first choice. They have good personal abilities and can still retain the light of humanity in the end of the world. More importantly, the residents of this main city garden community are all smart people. They did not choose to fight on their own, but instead banded together to survive. It is more comfortable and easier to cooperate with these smart people. If he wants to support some forces, he must also give priority to this type of person. They have principles in doing things, are very capable, and are very united. The two sides quickly agreed on the time for the next transaction. After all, transactions in the end of the world rarely involve a large amount of supplies in a single transaction. Basically, they trade a little each time, and trade many times. Everyone is not a fool, and they are all wary of each other, so no matter which aspect, this transaction method is the safest. Old Zhang quickly returned to the community with the weapons and equipment. Ex-alloy steel soon, Old Zhang, with the equipment he had traded for, began to report back to Captain Wu. Captain Wu frowned as he looked at the weapons they had received. Old Zhang, we spent a whole 300 pounds of dog food for these antiques, and we only got this little bit of weaponry? Is that a bit too little? Upon hearing this, Old Zhang immediately handed him a tang sword without a word. Captain, test the lethality of this sword before you say anything. Captain Wu took the sword, and immediately felt something was off as soon as he held it. It was heavy. The entire sword weighed a good 4 or 5 pounds, which was unlike the weight of the swords sold online. He then drew the sword with a whoosh, and under the light of the kerosene lamp in the room, the alloy forged sword gleamed with a cold light. The entire sword was about 1 meter long, with a handle length of 22 centimeters and a handguard. Captain Wu looked at the thickness of the back of the blade, which was close to 1 centimeter. When holding the sword in one hand, the center of gravity was just right. He made a few chopping motions and found it very comfortable to use. The tip of the blade was shaped like a sword point, which was the most common style for tang swords. Captain Wu then took a closer look at the blade and the metal patterns on the sword, and knew at a glance that it had been carefully crafted. After sheathing the sword, Captain Wu nodded, praising it incessantly. Good sword, truly a good sword. It's so easy to kill people with a sword like this. It's so comfortable to chop with. And the material of this blade doesn't seem to be made of ordinary steel. It should have some rust resistance. Good sword. Next, he picked up the crossbow, tested its draw speed, and tested the penetration power of an arrow. He nodded. Good stuff. I take back what I said. These weapons are definitely worth the price. Old Zhang asked, Captain, to be honest, these weapons are indeed not cheap, but they are really good stuff. With good weapons, we can find more supplies. In this world, weapons and violence are the only way out. We must find ways to get more sophisticated weapons and equipment. Especially this kind of crossbow, this kind of sword, and anti-cut and stab resistant clothing. I feel that this crossbow is still terrifyingly lethal at 100 meters. Even our solid wood doors would be shot through. With this kind of crossbow, it's not much less lethal than a pistol. After listening to Old Zhang's words, Captain Wu nodded. Next time, continue the transaction as normal. Maintain a good relationship with them. I feel that they may be useful in the future. Or we can ask them for help when we encounter danger in the future. Having more friends means more options. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. Soon, these equipment began to be distributed to the security team formed by the owners to protect everyone's safety. The excellent quality of these equipment won unanimous praise from everyone. Although it was quite expensive, all the owners felt it was worth the money. Some of them had also done tests, using the tang sword to chop at the steel pipes in their hands. As a result, the steel pipes in their hands were easily cut in half by the tang sword like mud. Even more terrifying was that the tang sword did not chip after cutting the steel pipe. It was obvious that the sword was indeed made of a special alloy and was a very sophisticated cold weapon. Li Ming, on the other hand, continued to collect supplies while continuing to expand his army. Li Ming's actions to recruit soldiers had never stopped. He was not short of guns and ammunition now, so his army was expanding rapidly. At this time, the total number of his troops in the Manga region had reached more than 13,000. To this end, he built 4 or 5 barracks in 2 bases to increase the number of troops. In addition to training, Li Ming used heavy transport helicopters to send them to various parts of the country to collect supplies. Whether it was a large city or a small city, all usable supplies were collected. His power was gradually growing across the country, with prefecture-level cities as units. The strength of the troops accumulated little by little. While Li Ming was recruiting soldiers, he also did not relax on the research and improvement of military weapons and equipment. Time quickly came to December 1, 2025 of the solar calendar. Li Ming had successfully survived in the apocalypse for 24 days. Ding, the host has successfully checked in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of formula data for a new military-grade alloy material, X-alloy steel. This system is reliable. Li Ming was very happy with the system's reward. Recently, the system's rewards were basically survival points or some survival materials. Each reward was not much, and the things rewarded by the system could not be amplified. But these things were really good things. Products of the system must be high-quality products. Even if they were both canned meat, the 100 boxes of canned meat rewarded by the system this time had a meat content of more than 80%, and the taste was far better than the canned meat on the market in all aspects. The canned meat rewarded by the system weighed 3 pounds each. This kind of thing was definitely a real good thing. The system also rewarded individual self-heating rations. What was rewarded was squad rations. One check-in rewarded 20 servings of squad rations. This serving of rations was enough for a squad of infantry soldiers for one meal. The things were really good, but the quantity was too small. Now this X-alloy steel aroused Li Ming's interest. Li Ming began to carefully study what this X-alloy steel was. At first glance, the performance of this X-alloy was surprising, because this X-alloy was simply the best metal material for manufacturing guns. First of all, the cost of this X-alloy was definitely a little more expensive than the traditional chromium molybdenum alloy barrel, about 10% more expensive, but the cost of this alloy was expensive for a reason. Under the same volume, the weight of X-alloy was a full 1/3 lighter than chromium molybdenum alloy steel. More importantly, this X-alloy was very wear resistant. The barrel life of a gun made of ordinary chromium molybdenum alloy steel was generally about 10,000 rounds of ammunition, and the rifling would be more severely worn, which would affect the accuracy of the shooting. But this X-alloy has a barrel life that is 3 times that of ordinary chromium molybdenum alloy steel. Lightweight, greater strength, and more wear resistant, this thing is simply a perfect product to replace chromium molybdenum alloy steel, and the weight of light weapons made with this thing will be greatly reduced. In this case, under the same load, soldiers will carry more ammunition and other supplies, which are all ways to optimize and improve the combat effectiveness of the army. What's even better is that if this thing is used to manufacture 12.7mm heavy machine guns, not only will the reliability be greatly improved, but also the weight of the 12.7mm heavy machine gun can be easily carried by manpower for marching. In the apocalypse, roads are destroyed, and not all areas are suitable for mechanized troops to advance. Many places still require people's 2 legs to reach. The tactical significance of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun that can march with infantry's 2 legs is too great. Community Li Ming hurriedly took the information to the light weapons laboratory and quickly found an expert. This expert was a system reward, surnamed Zhu, and Li Ming called him Old Zhu. Old Zhu, take a look at this information. If this alloy steel is used to manufacture a 12.7 heavy machine gun, what kind of performance can it achieve? Li Ming asked. Old Zhu adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and carefully examined the information. After reading it, Old Zhu began to calculate with pen and paper. About 10 minutes later, Old Zhu said, "Commander, I have roughly calculated that if this X-alloy steel is used to build a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun, according to the latest design of our laboratory, the weight of this heavy machine gun can be compressed to about 18 kilograms." Li Ming's eyes lit up. 18 kilograms including the gun mount and the gun body? Yes. This material is really too useful. We are currently developing a new type of 12.7 heavy machine gun that is intended to be mobile with the infantry. The original design was to use titanium alloy to manufacture some parts to reduce the weight, which could compress the total weight to about 23 kilograms. However, the cost of titanium alloy is a bit high, so we have not been able to mass produce it. Now with this X-alloy steel, not only is the cost lower, but the performance in all aspects will be greatly improved. I just calculated that it can be compressed to 18 kilograms, and the shooting accuracy is much higher than that of old antiques like the M2. According to our calculations, in this case, a machine gun squad attached to our company can carry 3 to 4 12.7 mm heavy machine guns, or maintain 2 heavy machine guns while carrying more ammunition. Li Ming nodded. The original plan was for a machine gun squad to have 2 heavy machine guns plus 400 rounds of machine gun ammunition? Yes. The original machine gun squad had 9 people, 2 12.7 machine guns, 2 carrying the machine guns, 2 carrying the tripod and ammunition boxes and their own rifles, and 5 carrying rifles and helping to carry ammunition. If heavy machine guns are made of X-alloy steel, the soldiers carrying the heavy machine guns can carry all the parts of the heavy machine gun plus 100 rounds of heavy machine gun ammunition by themselves. The remaining soldiers, in addition to their own assault rifles and rifle ammunition, can also help carry a lot of machine gun ammunition. It can be said that no matter which plan, the combat effectiveness and firepower will be greatly improved. If the soldiers' rifles are also made of this alloy, there will be more weight available. After listening to Old Zhu's words, Li Ming was excited. As the saying goes, all your insecurity comes from insufficient firepower. Wouldn't it be possible to directly strengthen the firepower? Moreover, this thing can not only be used to produce guns, but also to manufacture artillery. Using this thing to produce a 52 caliber 152 howitzer can be directly hoisted by a heavy helicopter, or it can be modified into a truck gun, which is possible. It can even be used to make mortars, which will increase the combat effectiveness of the troops anyway. Li Ming thought of many things in a very short period of time. After exchanging opinions with Old Zhu quickly came up with relevant plans, and then entered the trial production stage, followed by weapon testing. While Li Ming was busy producing new equipment and transforming existing weapons and equipment, the rest of the survivors were not idle either. After experiencing the panic of the early days of the apocalypse, everyone gradually began to adapt to the rhythm of the apocalypse. Of course, this is a good thing, and it is also a bad thing. The good thing is that everyone's survival ability has been improved. The bad thing is that almost a month after the apocalypse, social security has deteriorated sharply. Various bad things continue to happen, especially to women, and the results are quite tragic. The apocalypse has inspired the demonic side of countless people's hearts. Some people directly began to do things that they usually wanted to do in their hearts but never dared to do, with the mentality of enjoying themselves before they die. Some people released all the demons in their hearts and began to enslave others. There are also some bad seeds who form relatively large-scale black forces and start to do whatever they want in the entire community. Anyway, there are no imperial laws and imperial violent machines to suppress them, and this group of people can really do whatever they want. In the recent transactions between Li Ming and Old Zhang, he sent others to go. Several more transactions of weapons and antiques were carried out. I have to say that Old Zhang and the others also have certain strength and reputation. Not only is their strength relatively strong in the recent communities, but their reputation is also good. They never rely on their strength to bully the weak. Survivors in nearby areas began to be unable to endure the oppression of the evil forces and chose to go to Old Zhang's community to seek shelter. Old Zhang and the others also began to expand their sphere of influence. In the apocalypse, it is all about who is ruthless enough and whose heart is dark enough. After several transactions with Li Ming, Old Zhang and the others even had 5 bulletproof shields, 30 crossbows, 1,500 crossbow arrows, 50 horizontal knives, 10 riot shields, and 25 anti-cut and stab-resistant suits and helmets. Of course, they also paid a lot of antiques, trading nearly 1,000 antiques, but Captain Wu and Old Zhang both felt that this deal was too profitable. Their community soon came into conflict with the evil forces in those communities because they sheltered some survivors in nearby communities. Captain Wu decisively decided to take action to completely solve the evil forces in this community. He mobilized more than 60 people, all of whom were strong. The 5 assault boats in front were guarded by 5 people holding bulletproof shields and horizontal knives. Each assault boat had 4 crossbowmen, plus 4 security team members wearing anti-cut and stab-resistant suits and holding horizontal knives, some of whom were also holding riot shields, and set off in a mighty manner in 7 assault boats. This battle attracted the attention of many people. A veteran who had served in the army was responsible for commanding and began to advance towards that community. A group of strong men gathered at the entrance of that community on assault boats, and each one looked like a gangster. One side had more than 60 people, and the other side had about 70 people, but it was hard to say what would happen if they really fought. Soon the group of evil forces saw Old Zhang and his party. The two sides were about 100 meters apart. A leading man smiled and said, "Brothers, we have 2 pistols, what are we afraid of? Charge!" Then this group of strong men began to wave the machetes and steel pipes in their hands and let out ghosts and wolves, and rushed up in assault boats. The veteran in charge of commanding on Old Zhang's side immediately shouted, "Stop the boat, put the bulletproof shields in front, shoot with hand crossbows, 2 people shoot at the other side's assault boat and 2 people shoot at the people on it, get ready. Release the arrows." Swish, swish, swish. Under the shooting of the crossbows, 20 arrows went straight to the evil forces' assault boats and the people on the boats at a very high initial velocity. Security team ordinary semi-automatic pistols have an effective range of only about 50 meters at best. Of course, that's the theoretical data. In actual use, hitting a target with a pistol is difficult even at 25 meters, let alone 50. Army pistol assessments are generally conducted at around 20 to 25 meters, no further, because beyond that, hitting the target with a pistol bullet depends entirely on faith. That group of thugs clearly didn't understand this principle, and started shooting at Old Zhang and his team's assault boat from over 100 meters away. As a result, they ran out of bullets in their pistols without achieving any substantial results. The 2 pistols made a series of popping sounds, which sounded lively but were actually just for show. Compared to the short range of pistols, military crossbows are much more accurate, and they also have scopes for assistance. These security team members used the scopes to aim, directly placing the crosshairs on the thugs and releasing the arrows. The crossbow bolts flew very quickly, and in just one round of shooting, 6 of the thugs' assault boats were punctured and deflated, with the people on board being thrown into the floodwaters. Some of the thugs on the boats were directly hit by the crossbow bolts. The 3-edged arrowheads were terrifyingly lethal, piercing deeply into the thugs' bodies. The thugs let out desperate screams, but to no avail. The lethality and penetration of the 3-edged arrowheads were extremely terrifying. Even before the disaster, it would have been difficult to save these thugs, let alone in this end-of-the-world situation with a lack of medical supplies. The crossbows fired a total of 3 rounds, and the thugs on the enemy boats were hit by arrows and fell into the water one after another. At this time, the security team of the residential complex directly launched their assault boats and approached. Some thugs tried to beg for help. What awaited them was not rescue, but a fierce slash from the security team wielding their horizontal sabers. The leading thug boss was struggling in the floodwaters at this moment. He hurriedly swam towards the assault boat, and Old Zhang slashed down hard at his neck. With a plop, the thug leader's head flew into the air, and blood splattered into the floodwaters. Soon, the 70-plus thugs were either shot to death by the military crossbows or hacked to death. All died miserably. Old Zhang and the others directly had the residents of the residential complex form a security team for self-protection and began to expand their sphere of influence. In fact, Old Zhang's residential complex already had a large population, with over 10,000 residents. After they finished dealing with the situation here, they began to sail back to their own residential complex. As soon as they returned, they saw a gang that had previously clashed with them planning to take advantage of the situation to loot. A mere 60+ people dared to come and threaten them, and were already fighting with the residents who had stayed behind. The returning security team directly aimed their hand crossbows at the thugs and began shooting. After firing the crossbow bolts, they started to engage in melee combat with the enemy. Those holding riot shields and bulletproof shields stood in front, while those behind them continuously fired their hand crossbows. The sword and shield-wielding security team members constantly hacked at the thugs' heads. The entire building was in chaos, and the thugs were quickly caught in a pincer movement and completely annihilated. All the thugs' corpses and heads were hung on the residential buildings of the complex as a symbol of deterrence. This move was indeed effective. In the following period, Grandeur City was no longer harassed by gangs. The gangs also knew that the security team of this residential complex was ruthless and well-equipped. Even with guns, they might not be able to win. After all, pistols have limited offensive power. Of course, these are all stories for later. After 2 battles, old Zhang was very satisfied with the weapons he had traded for, especially the military crossbows and the horizontal sabers. Killing people was too easy, it was simply divine assistance. In the battle with the thugs, he directly used the riot shield to block attacks and then slashed with his saber. The opponent's machete was directly cut into 2 pieces, along with an arm. During the combat summary, Captain Wu, old Zhang, and the retired soldier in charge of commanding presided over the meeting. Captain, the weapons we traded for are really too useful. It can be said that the power of these weapons in these 2 battles today was amazing. We need to expand the size of the security team and strive to ensure that everyone has the ability to protect themselves, a resident said. Brotherly is right. These weapons are so easy to use, they're simply unstoppable, another resident said. In fact, they had had conflicts with these thug forces before, but both sides were using simple weapons, so the fighting was always a close match. Now that they had upgraded their equipment, their combat effectiveness had increased dramatically. The other residents also felt that what they said made a lot of sense. Their security team was still too small, and they needed more weapons and equipment. Captain Wu and the other 2 exchanged glances, and finally Captain Wu made the decision, we still need to do our best to trade with them. We must ensure that our residential complex has enough self-protection capabilities. In this day and age, it's better to rely on ourselves than on anyone else. We must continue to band together for survival. According to the information I received, the empire has collapsed. So we must speed up the pace of arming ourselves. We will next take out a portion of public supplies to continue trading for weapons. Does anyone have any objections? You can raise your hand to vote. Unsurprisingly, everyone raised their hands in agreement. After this period of fighting, everyone was very clear that as a middleman trading force, they were now a piece of fat in the eyes of some gangs. Countless gangs and thug groups were eyeing their supplies, but their unity and strong combat effectiveness had deterred many forces from taking action. Especially after these 2 battles today, where they killed more than 100 people and suffered very few casualties themselves, even the gangs with guns were wiped out. Their reputation will definitely spread. After Captain Wu finished speaking, he turned to old Zhang and said, Old Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Please contact Manager Li. This time, we'll make a big deal, using medicines and other survival supplies, plus some antiques, to exchange for weapons. Okay, I'll contact him right away. Then Captain Wu said to everyone, after you go back, you can take out some antiques from your homes and exchange them for weapons. For the present, our priority is survival, including some of my useless things will also be taken out. Captain, we'll go find them right away after we get back. Li Ming was directing the army's training when he suddenly received a report from his subordinate. Report, Commander, your old subordinate old Zhang contacted you, there will be a large-scale transaction tomorrow. And the other party wants to have a face-to-face meeting with you, a soldier reported. Li Ming nodded, okay, I'll go there myself tomorrow. Take 3 squads out tomorrow. Yes. Captain Wu and others the next day arrived quickly, and Li Ming was fully prepared, initiating his routine daily check-in. Ding, host check-in successful. Congratulations host for obtaining the inheritance of top-tier traditional Chinese medicine skills. Li Ming was surprised, but upon seeing that it was top-tier traditional Chinese medicine, he was very happy. This was because both traditional Chinese medicine and modern medicine have their own advantages and disadvantages, but the power of traditional Chinese medicine is undeniable. Especially in a doomsday scenario, many modern medical devices are impossible to use, leading to the decline of Western medicine and the resurgence of traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, medicine itself is a very useful skill, and the status of doctors in the apocalypse is still quite high. After receiving the rewards, Li Ming and the 32 Special Forces soldiers were all fully equipped. Body armor and helmets were standard issue, each rifle carried 7 magazines, one machine gun carried a total of 300 rounds of ammunition, and there were 3 SVD sniper rifles. In addition, there were C4 explosives, detonators, igniters, hand grenades, smoke grenades, and flashbangs. Each person also carried a day's worth of self-heating combat rations, first aid kits, and various other items, all for combat readiness. The group set off directly in 10 speedboats. He knew that the volume of this transaction was somewhat large, so he used 10 speedboats to make it look more impressive. Soon it was 10:30 a.m. The two sides exchanged flashlight signals, confirmed the information was correct, and began to head straight to the 5th floor of a nearby abandoned unfinished building to land. Both sides left personnel to guard the speedboats. Li Ming left 10 people, all armed to the teeth. The other side was no slouch either, carrying crossbows, swords, and other weapons. Both sides brought the goods into the unfinished building and began to inspect them. Old Zhang and Captain Wu walked towards Li Ming. "Hello, Mr. Li, I am Wu Tianming, also known as Captain Wu in Old Zhang's words." Li Ming greeted, "I am Li Ming. I heard from Old Zhang that Captain Wu wanted to communicate with me." "What does Captain Wu want to communicate about?" Wu Tianming and Old Zhang looked at the equipment on Li Ming, an AKM rifle slung openly, and his soldiers were also holding guns, ready to engage in combat at any time. The expressions of envy in their eyes were undisguised. "Ahem, gentlemen, stop looking, it's time to talk business." Li Ming coughed lightly and said. After Li Ming's reminder, the two sobered up. Captain Wu laughed, "I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so young." "Captain Wu, I once served in the Imperial Army. The reason you asked me to come here should be more than just for this large-scale transaction, right?" "That's natural. Actually, what we want to talk to Mr. Li about is, considering our good cooperation, if we are in trouble in the future, can Mr. Li take us in?" Captain Wu expressed his thoughts. He. Li Ming smiled, but quickly opened his mouth. "Captain Wu, to be honest, I prefer dealing with smart people, especially people like you, who understand immediately. For the sake of my many years of working with Old Zhang, I'll give you a promise. If you are in a crisis in the future, we can rescue you once. Also, I have a word I want to give to Captain Wu. To be honest, this world is basically no different from the end of the world. Our goal is to survive. I personally admire the residents of Captain Wu's community. After all, you can still stick together to survive under the mainstream of mutual exploitation. Because of this, I should lend you a hand. So I'm going to tell you a few pieces of information. The first piece of information is that we are also planning to open a trading market here. The second is that according to secret information within our organization, after the rainstorm stops, we may enter a period of extreme cold, so Captain Wu, I suggest you prepare more supplies that can withstand temperatures of -50 to 60 degrees. For this kind of person, Li Ming didn't mind giving the other party a few pointers, at least the people in this community were worth him doing so. "Mr. Li, is what you said true?" Old Zhang was shocked. It's no wonder he was so. This is a temperature of -50 to 60 degrees. Under this temperature, with their current material reserves, someone in the community will definitely freeze to death. The south is originally humid, coupled with the extreme cold. This is simply deadly. Old Zhang, I have already said what I have to say, whether you believe it or not is up to you. But I can't help but say a few more words. I personally suggest that you directly join our organization, and don't worry about losing autonomy. We will not interfere with your community management on weekdays. But our organization does not support idlers. If you join us, we will definitely provide you with enough armed protection. Correspondingly, you middlemen will have to work for our organization. For example, we want to open a market and need your help to promote it. And once you join us, we will reduce the prices of material transactions a lot. In general, you will definitely not lose out. Our organization is composed of a group of Doomsday survivalists. To put it bluntly, the materials we have hoarded are definitely a very large quantity. So you will only benefit from joining us, definitely not lose out. After hearing Li Ming's words, Captain Wu did not immediately agree, but said, Mr. Li, to be honest, I am very tempted by your proposal, but our community has a total of more than 10,000 people, I can't make decisions for all of them, I need to discuss it with them. Understood. Just as the group was about to continue talking, Li Ming received a report from his subordinates in his ear. Report Commander, a large group of strangers are approaching us by boat, they don't come in peace, and they seem to have guns. Li Ming immediately ordered, notify the other party to quickly enter the unfinished building to hide, and all of you get off the boat and enter here to prepare for battle. Yes. Captain Wu knew something was wrong after seeing Li Ming's conversation. Mr. Li, what's going on? Captain Wu, it seems your trouble is here. Li Ming smiled. Ah. Captain Wu and old Zhang's minds raced, and they quickly understood what was happening. That is, they, the middlemen, had become fat meat in the mouths of others, and someone had targeted the materials of this transaction. After all, Captain Wu and the others were driving more than 30 speedboats, and it was impossible not to attract attention. He hurriedly shouted outside, quick, get off the boat and enter the building to hide, the other party has guns. Soon all the remaining personnel retreated into the unfinished building. Li Ming said to Captain Wu, we will handle this trouble, you find a place to hide. Kingdom of the Rising Sun Report Commander, we have all retreated into the building. A soldier's report came through the earpiece. Everyone rendezvous with us, prepare for battle, snipers get ready to fire, machine guns set up. Li Ming ordered. Yes, sir. Soon, all the Special Forces soldiers were assembled. Including Li Ming, there were 33 people in total. Li Ming selected 5 team members to protect Captain Wu and his group, which was both protection and surveillance to prevent them from causing trouble. Captain Wu understood Li Ming's intention and immediately had everyone retreat to a safe area to hide. Li Ming, with the remaining 27 men, began preparing for combat. 3 PKM machine guns were set up, and the 3 gunners loaded their weapons. Li Ming and the others also set up their AKMs with holographic sights. The unfinished building instantly became their temporary defensive position. 3 snipers continuously designated several sniper positions for immediate firing. Li Ming took out his binoculars and discreetly observed the enemy's situation. This observation revealed something significant. These people looked similar to those from the Celestial Empire, but Li Ming noticed differences in their behavior and speech. They were actually people from the Rising Sun Kingdom. The Rising Sun Kingdom has schools in the Celestial Empire, and there's one here in Malga. Now, these people were stranded in the Celestial Empire due to the calamity. They even had firearms and ammunition. Li Ming's eyesight was sharp, and with the identification capabilities of the multifunctional binoculars, he determined that these people had over 10 military rifles, a dozen pistols, and the rest were mainly armed with melee weapons. There were about 100 of them. Fortunately, old Zhang and his group were trading with him today, and his military strength was considerable. Li Ming, having confirmed the identity of the opposition, directly shouted in the language of the Rising Sun Kingdom, "What are you doing here? Get lost, we are in the middle of a transaction." The other side involuntarily replied in the language of the Rising Sun Kingdom, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all the supplies, and we might give you a quick death." Ha ha ha. Li Ming couldn't help but laugh, completely confirming the other party's identity. He immediately ordered through the earpiece, "Kill." The snipers were the first to open fire. The SVD sniper rifle could easily hit targets over 100 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled gunshots rang out in succession. Li Ming saw 3 people from the Rising Sun Kingdom holding rifles get shot and fall into the water. Then the PKM machine guns began firing as well. Da-da-day. Da did day day day. Da day. The PKM machine gunners formed a crossfire on both flanks, continuously firing in short and long bursts. At the same time, Li Ming and the others also opened fire, constantly firing short bursts. It seemed like Li Ming's attack took a long time, but in reality, the time from issuing the order to the firing of their rifles was less than 5 seconds. Bullets rained down on the targets, and people from the Rising Sun Kingdom were constantly hit and fell onto the boats or directly into the water. The enemies screamed after being hit, but it was useless. Li Ming and the others had reinforced concrete walls as cover, while the enemies only had speedboats. It could be said that the enemies had no cover at all. Without cover, facing a barrage of sniper rifles, machine guns, and rifles at a distance of almost every time Li Ming and the others fired, an enemy would be hit. Under the dense fire of the 3 machine guns and the precise shooting of the snipers, the people from the Rising Sun Kingdom couldn't even last a minute before suffering over 80 casualties. They frantically started the surviving speedboats, trying to escape from this place. But a machine gun belt contains 100 bullets, and Li Ming and the others were using burst fire, so their ammunition consumption was not high. The snipers were the main source of damage. It could be said that the remaining people from the Rising Sun Kingdom were no longer a threat. Li Ming ordered everyone to stop firing. At this time, there were only 3 people from the Rising Sun Kingdom left on the boat, kneeling down and raising their hands in surrender. Li Ming hit his body and shouted, "Start the boat immediately, and raise your hands high after landing, or you will be killed." The 3 people from the Rising Sun Kingdom were so frightened that they obediently started the boat, then raised their hands and came ashore. Several Special Forces soldiers began to search them, and after finding no dangerous items, the 3 prisoners of war were brought before him. Li Ming directly asked, "How did you follow us here?" "Baga." One of the people from the Rising Sun Kingdom cursed. He. Li Ming sneered and raised his hand. A Special Forces soldier pulled out a military knife and slashed the guy's neck cleanly, cutting his throat. The man fell to the ground and began to twitch. He kicked his legs twice and died shortly after. The other 2 enemies were immediately frightened and said, "We'll talk, we've been keeping an eye on them because they often do business." Li Ming nodded in satisfaction. "How many people do you have left in Malga right now?" "There are currently over 3,000 people left, all gathered together, living in 3 office buildings." The man trembled. Li Ming smiled and gave a gesture to the Special Forces soldiers to interrogate them separately. Soon, a lieutenant officer nodded to Li Ming. Li Ming was very satisfied, had the scene cleaned up, and then allowed Captain Wu and his group to return. They had naturally heard the intense gunfire just now. Li Ming looked at Captain Wu with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "Captain Wu, your target is quite significant. These people were actually targeting you. They have over 10 military rifles, and a dozen pistols." "What?" Captain Wu instantly had cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He didn't expect to be targeted, and by such terrifying enemies. Although their equipment was not bad, they couldn't compete with over 10 military rifles. The lethality of rifles and pistols are completely different concepts. Old Zhang's expression was also not good. Li Ming continued, "It has been clarified that these people are from the Rising Sun Kingdom, planning to swallow your goods, a double cross. You are very lucky that the trading partner today is us. Damn it, these damn little devils, they deserve to die." Captain Wu said angrily. "Captain Wu, we need your help to investigate the nest of these little devils, and then we will destroy their nest. These people must not be left alive, otherwise they will be a disaster." Li Ming said indifferently. "Don't worry, chiefly, the trouble was caused by us, and we will definitely find their address. Just wait for the notification." Li Ming nodded, let them take the traded goods away, then he took all the traded goods away and left. Japanese Li Ming had already learned the location of their lair through interrogation. The reason he asked Captain Wu and his team to investigate was to test their ability to handle matters. It could be said that after today's events, Captain Wu and his team would have no choice but to rely on Li Ming. There was no other path for them, at least relying on Li Ming would provide them with armed protection. In the apocalypse, what armed force could be stronger than a group of regular soldiers with guns? Moreover, with the protection of someone else's armed forces, although they would need to work for him, after several transactions, Captain Wu was very clear that Li Ming and his people were definitely good people in the apocalypse. That night, Li Ming received a message from Captain Wu via walkie-talkie. The results of Captain Wu's investigation matched what Li Ming had obtained through interrogation. The next day, Li Ming directly led 100 soldiers on 12 speedboats. This scene was definitely grand, attracting the envious and fearful gazes of countless survivors on the road. After all, this was 100 AKs, who wouldn't be afraid? In the face of such firepower, which force wouldn't be wary? In the face of absolute firepower, any conspiracy or trickery is useless. At this moment, countless forces were guessing what this group of people was doing with such a fanfare. Li Ming didn't know what others were thinking, but he had decided to destroy the Japanese lair first. The speedboats were very fast, and they arrived at their destination after half an hour. The group directly sailed to within 500 meters of the office building, then disembarked and swam in full gear to the office building. Li Ming took a few special forces soldiers to scout the situation. Soon, they heard the conversation of several Japanese soldiers holding cold weapons. "Bored Sangjuan, when will this kind of day end? There aren't even any flower girls, it's really hard to love," a Japanese soldier said. "Who knows? The people we can find in the manga area are basically in these three buildings, Block A, Block C, and Block D. Aren't there many beautiful women among those people? Xiaotsu and June, I remember there seems to be a girl you like very much. What's her name, Baihizi?" The Japanese soldier named Bangkong said. "But Baihizi doesn't pay attention to me at all. By the way, why do I feel that this group of Tianhui people are really difficult to deal with? Why haven't the people we sent out yesterday returned yet? Could something have happened?" The Japanese soldier named Xiaotsuan asked. Bangkong shook his head. "Impossible, right? They took all our hot weapons, more than a dozen military rifles and pistols. That's a lot of firepower. Who knows?" Xiaotsuan also shook his head. Li Ming had now confirmed the enemy's location and determined that they were in these three buildings. Soon, with a wave of his hand, 100 Special Forces soldiers began to install explosives and detonators on the three office buildings. An hour later, all the installations were completed. Then, the group swam quickly to the speedboats. Li Ming directly pressed the detonation button on the remote control. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions rang out directly. The power of C4 explosives was terrifying. Soon, the supporting walls under the three office buildings were blown off, and the structure of the entire building began to have problems. The three 30-story office buildings began to collapse. After a burst of rumbling sounds, the office buildings began to collapse, and constantly broken concrete fragments fell into the flood. Countless Japanese soldiers jumped from the building in despair, trying to escape the disaster with a leap of faith, but this was obviously wishful thinking. Of course, there were definitely some lucky Japanese soldiers whose floors were lower, so they could jump into the water to escape, but facing Li Ming and others who had been prepared for a long time, they were also doomed. The three buildings together had a total of more than 3,000 Japanese soldiers, most of whom were killed by the collapsed buildings, and more than 400 lucky ones were swimming in the water, trying to get rescue. After seeing Li Ming and others' speedboats, they all asked for help in the Rising Sun language. Li Ming and others were not polite. What awaited this group of enemies was not rescue, but bullets and sharp horizontal knives. Li Ming had no psychological guilt for killing this group of people. In the end, all 3,000 Japanese soldiers died at the hands of Li Ming. This group of people, like those who died in the apocalypse, would become skeletons. After killing them, Li Ming led his people to evacuate. Soon, people who were attracted by the sound of the explosion came to check the situation, but besides finding a few corpses floating on the water, they didn't find any useful clues. But all the major forces basically knew that Li Ming had killed 3,000 Japanese soldiers. For Li Ming, all enemies deserved to die. After finishing this matter, Li Ming and others also chose a building and prepared it as a market. Because he also discovered the benefits of opening a market, but unlike the Revival Society's market, Li Ming's market transactions were all in the form of barter, and he didn't accept paper money. But he accepted antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and gold. At the same time, he also collected a lot of materials such as intact cement, anti-theft doors, glass, tiles, steel, etc. Even if you bring books, you can exchange them for survival materials from Li Ming. Li Ming felt that no matter how much his soldiers collected materials, it was not as good as letting everyone collect materials together. There were many benefits to doing this. He could benefit both himself and the survivors. At the same time, he could also get a lot of news from the survivors and expand the source of intelligence information. Especially the news of some black forces and thug groups. These forces were the ones Li Ming wanted to wipe out after the extreme cold. For Li Ming, he and ordinary survivors benefited each other. He let the survivors help collect all kinds of materials, and the survivors obtained survival materials from him. Therefore, the more ordinary survivors there were, the better. In any case, black forces and thug groups were an uncertain and unstable factor in his plan and must be eliminated. In fact, Li Ming's approach was also beneficial to the survivors. As long as they were diligent enough, they could exchange for survival materials and ensure their survival without much problem. Li Ming also found a building, which was also very famous. It was the Jinlong building in the Marga area. The building was 30 stories high, and its structure was also a courtyard-style building. At the same time, he also sent troops to maintain order here. In addition, he also established a radio station and helped promote it through radios and by having Captain Wu and his team distribute flyers. Li Ming named his market the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. The main commodities sold inside were survival materials, hardware, daily necessities, and other daily necessities. It can be said that as long as you have enough materials to trade, you can buy enough things here. Compared with the Revival Society's market, Li Ming's market does not limit the transaction of living materials, but the price of survival materials is still not low, but the variety is complete, and you can even find various medicines here. In short, here you can buy any goods and materials you want, and there is no limit. Marketing plan. More importantly, Li Ming has made it clear that in this market, anything useful can be exchanged for points, which can then be used to spend at Li Ming's directly operated stores. To ensure the stability of the points, Li Ming has specifically set the exchange ratio between point notes and materials. He issues point notes that he manufactures and prints himself, which are basically similar to the function of paper money. Moreover, Li Ming has definitely adopted a lot of high technology in manufacturing and printing these point notes, and it can be said that it is basically impossible to counterfeit these point notes. The paper used for these point notes alone is not ordinary paper, and there are also very complex ink formulas, which basically no one can counterfeit in the apocalypse. On the other hand, Li Ming also strictly controls the number of point notes issued, and issues corresponding point notes with his own materials as reserve funds. Normally, the issuance of paper money can be 3 to 5 times the amount of the reserve, but Li Ming will not do this. He has very long-term plans, so the credibility of this thing must be guaranteed. At the same time, it is also necessary to ensure the stability of the currency value and the stability of the exchange rate, and not to engage in inflation at will. Appropriate inflation is good for the economy, but that is in peaceful times. Now it is the apocalypse, and everyone is pursuing 2 words, stability. Li Ming doesn't talk about those useless things here. According to the information he has currently announced, Li Ming will accept anything useful, even scrap copper and iron. Or, if you get a lot of electrical appliances from some shopping malls, you can also bring them to Li Ming's place to exchange for point notes or set up a stall to sell them, and consume and purchase any needed supplies in his directly operated store. Except for Li Ming's directly operated stores, where you must use point notes to spend, the rest of the stalls are traded independently, either by bartering or using point notes. This is not mandatory. Li Ming knows very well that it is not yet time to enforce point notes, so he only enforces point notes in his own directly operated stores. After all, his directly operated stores have a wide variety of goods and a complete range of products. It can be said that basically all the survival materials you need are available. In addition, these stall vendors need to pay a small fee every day as a fee for the army to provide security services. In order to ensure the safety of his supplies, Li Ming directly arranged for an infantry battalion garrison in this Golden Dragon building. Everyone read that right, it's an infantry battalion. Because Li Ming found that the Combined Arms Battalion is not a panacea, so in addition to engaging in main forces such as Combined Arms Battalions and Combined Arms Brigades, he also recruited a large number of light infantry to maintain law and order and perform guard duties. The construction cost of this type of infantry is lower and the adaptability is wider, so this type of army is called the Garrison Army by Li Ming. To put it bluntly, it is somewhat similar to the form of a local army. The equipment is mainly light weapons. An infantry battalion has about 420 people. This is the traditional army unit establishment. Li Ming also discovered that there are many benefits to this traditional army establishment. The biggest benefit is that it can maintain a considerable number of troops at a very low cost. Several office buildings within 1 kilometer of the Golden Dragon building have been completely controlled by Li Ming's army. It can be said that the entire Golden Dragon building has a guard force of a full light infantry regiment, with a force of more than 1,300 people. In terms of firepower, there are rifles, light machine guns, and the latest type of 12.7mm heavy machine gun that one person can carry and run with, plus 60 mortars and regimental level 120mm heavy mortars, plus in addition to these, there are also a certain number of RPG rocket launchers and individual anti-tank missiles equipped. It can be said that for a light infantry regiment, these firepower configurations are definitely enough. The reason for sending an infantry regiment is to maintain the order and security of the entire market. Li Ming knows very well that the forces that are eyeing his market are not one or two, but many forces, so he sent a regiment of troops to take turns on duty. A regiment of troops is just right, neither too many nor too few. It can be said that once a large-scale force wants to attack his market, this regiment is used to resist, and at the same time, it can also ask the headquarters base for help. Li Ming's Army Aviation Armed Helicopter Battalion will immediately go to provide fire support, and there will also be 50 heavy transport helicopters carrying soldiers to support. In the extreme cold period or the period after the floods recede, Combined Arms Battalions and Combined Arms Brigades will also go to support. In short, the main thing is sufficient firepower and abundant martial virtue. Li Ming roughly calculated that, based on the marching speed of mechanized infantry, it would take no more than 1 hour to support here from his base. If it is an Army Aviation Brigade and a rapid reaction helicopter force, then the speed will be much faster, and it can be supported in less than 20 minutes. Want to wipe out his light infantry regiment with good firepower in 20 minutes? Dream on? With the opening of Li Ming's market and the external investment promotion, soon someone noticed this Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Because Li Ming's supplies are so abundant, in order to maintain the normal operation of the Chamber of Commerce market, Li Ming recruited a total of more than 300 spies and went to all parts of the country to prepare for the opening of the market in the future. 2 spies were also assigned here to be responsible for some affairs of the Chamber of Commerce and the market, and a notice was also issued to recruit employees. According to the recruitment notice from Li Ming, the main recruitment is for staff in directly operated stores, including service center staff, porters, and salespersons. This can be regarded as Li Ming indirectly giving some ordinary people a way to survive. These 3 job positions include 1 lunch, but the salary for each month is the highest for porters, who can have a salary of 25 caddies of food per month. The remaining 2 positions are 15 caddies of food. It can be said that this salary is definitely conscientious in the apocalypse. That is to say, theoretically, as long as you can safely bring your salary home, then your income alone can support a family, giving the family at least hope of survival. With the release of the recruitment notice, it directly attracted a lot of involution from ordinary people. That's right, finding a job in the apocalypse is actually so involution. Not because of anything else, but because Li Ming's salary is really good, especially for porters, which is a purely physical job, it is definitely very profitable. 25 caddies of food a month, a family of 3 can survive for a month if they save a little. In addition, you can have a lunch. Where can you find this treatment these days? Moreover, in order to make it safe and convenient for employees to go to and from work, Li Ming directly occupied a lot of office building apartments near the market. These buildings are within the patrol and guard range of his army, allowing them to live in these office buildings and apartments, and rubber boats and assault boats are used to pick them up and drop them off to work. This treatment really makes many people envious. When Li Ming announced all the treatments through radios and other broadcasts, all the survivors were Talents. Even many people in the Resurgence Society were stunned when they learned about Li Ming's market recruitment plan. They didn't expect Li Ming to pull such a move. Their market also had direct sale stores and stalls for other vendors. However, their direct sale stores and Li Ming's market's direct sale stores were completely different concepts. Li Ming's direct sale stores had a complete range of goods, basically any survival supplies you needed, including but not limited to various grains, dry food, canned goods, medicines, drinking water, hardware and daily necessities, household appliances, gas canisters, batteries, coal, and even the very rare fuel. In short, the focus was on comprehensiveness. It could be said that as long as you had enough supplies to exchange for points, you could buy any survival-related materials you wanted here. In addition to basic survival supplies, they even provided certain medical services. Of course, medical services in the apocalypse were still expensive. After all, the value of medicines was very high, so medical services would naturally not be cheap. Most interestingly, Li Ming also publicly announced recruitment notices, extensively hiring excellent medical staff, technicians, technical engineers, carpenters, blacksmiths, and a large number of researchers and other such personnel, with generous benefits. That's right, Li Ming was preparing to preserve the vitality of humanity. For Li Ming, supplies were certainly important, but talent was even more important. Supplies could be produced again if they were gone, but if talent was lost, it was truly gone. It was still the early stages of the apocalypse, and the loss of many researchers and people with skills was not yet significant, so it was necessary to take this opportunity to protect this group of talents. Each of these talents could contribute to the reconstruction of civilization in the future. Li Ming was very clear about the value of researchers. Recruiting a researcher himself was genuinely not cheap, and if these people could replace them, it would undoubtedly greatly reduce his costs. All preparations and work could be done now. To this end, Li Ming also specially transferred many experts in related fields from the base to be responsible for the interview work. When Li Ming spread the news of extensively recruiting these personnel, many people across the country were excited because this group of people had truly fallen into unemployment with the demise of the empire. Their wealth of knowledge could not be exchanged for enough food, and this gap was too great. With the release of Li Ming's nationwide recruitment notice, people quickly began to inquire. For Li Ming, as long as they were talents related to industry, medicine, mathematics, and other fields, he would take them as long as they met the interview standards. Children make choices, adults choose to take everything. Li Ming's recruitment notice spread quickly, and soon people began to come for interviews one after another. In an office in the Golden Dragon building, an old man wearing glasses was interviewing some personnel with an assistant recruited by Li Ming. The old man said, after the interview just now, "We have confirmed your level. Your level meets our recruitment standards, but if you want to join us, we still have other conditions." The interviewee was a middle-aged man in his 40s. When he heard that there were other conditions, his heart sank, and he murmured, "What conditions?" Don't be nervous. That is, after you come to work with us, you may never be able to return to this city, because your range of activities will be restricted to an underground base. People who come to work with us must strictly abide by the confidentiality regulations. Of course, as an associate senior physician, your is definitely very high. For talents like you, we can even bring your family to live with you, but they must abide by our base's organizational discipline. This is very important, you need to consider it. The middle-aged man asked, "What are our benefits?" "First of all, we will provide you and your family with a dedicated dormitory building, enough for you and your family to live in. In addition, if your family members have skills, they can also go to work in the industrial area within our base. As an associate senior physician, in addition to providing you with 3 free meals a day, you will receive a salary of approximately 400 points per month. 400 points can buy 40 boxes of braised pork canned food in our base, or the equivalent of 400 pounds of new rice. In addition, if you are sick, we will provide you with free treatment. Your family members will also receive a partial reduction in medical expenses if they are sick. However, once they violate our base's organizational discipline, they may face the risk of being expelled from the base, so you need to consider these things carefully. Of course, the above is the treatment for formal employees, and there is also the treatment for temporary employees. The salary for temporary employees is 30 points per month, with one lunch provided. They mainly work in the medical center in our market, or we can set up a small hospital here. I personally recommend that you become a formal employee, because formal employees not only have good benefits, but also allow themselves and their families to be in an absolutely safe environment. Within our base, as long as you don't violate organizational discipline, there will be no problems. To be honest, if any disasters occur in the future, our cooperative relationship with temporary employees is likely to be broken, which is very unstable. And once our medical service pilot fails, temporary employees will definitely be laid off. The old man patiently advised. The middle-aged man immediately understood what the old man meant. In short, formal employees are likely to work in the base, but not necessarily in which base, but the treatment in all aspects is very good. A salary of 400 pounds of rice a month, 400 pounds of new rice. After more than a month of natural disasters and apocalypse, the middle-aged man was too clear about the value of this 400-point salary. It can be said that this month's salary is enough to support a family without any problems. This job is definitely a high income in the apocalypse. The only not-so-good thing is that the base has various rules and regulations, and the management is relatively strict, but to some extent, how could the base offer such high if the requirements were not strict? Everything you have, fate has long marked the price, it depends on your own choice. Moreover, there seems to be rumors recently that once the rain stops, there will be severe cold. Once the severe cold really breaks out, his current residence is not enough to resist the cold. Old sir, I agree, but I need to bring my family to the base. The old man nodded and instructed the assistant beside him, Assistant Wang, register his information. Warning: in the apocalypse, medical services play a significant role, this is a fact. In the early days of the apocalypse, the national hospitals established by the empire were somewhat effective. However, as the apocalypse progressed, many medical devices in the hospitals became unusable due to power outages. It can be said that electricity is definitely a crucial energy source in modern society. All the modern conveniences we enjoy in cities rely on electricity. Water and electricity are indispensable parts of modern life. Besides the inability to use a large number of medical devices, the medications in the national hospitals also quickly ran out, as the empire's population was simply too large, and many people were sick. Without logistical transportation, relying solely on inventory, a hospital's drug reserves couldn't last long. Therefore, the medical staff in these hospitals soon found themselves unemployed. For survivors, medical services would become a luxury that was out of reach. Li Ming's establishment of related medical points was to solve these problems for ordinary people, but of course, Li Ming wasn't doing charity. If you want to enjoy medical services, you have to pay. This money doesn't refer to the empire's currency, which is considered useless even for wiping your backside. Instead, it refers to points tickets exchanged for various supplies. In other words, to enjoy medical services, you must have points tickets. And to be honest, the price of these medical services isn't low. A doctor's consultation fee is 1 point per visit, with medication, examination, and treatment costs calculated separately. It can be said that examinations, treatments, and medications are the main expenses for seeing a doctor. Of course, for ordinary people, as long as you are diligent enough to obtain a large number of supplies, you can still enjoy some medical services, since the medical staff's salaries are all paid by Li Ming. To some extent, becoming a full-time doctor in Li Ming's base is basically equivalent to finding a golden job in the apocalypse. The benefits Li Ming provides to medical staff are definitely high compared to other jobs in the apocalypse, including free meals and a good salary. Of course, what you need to give back for this high salary is some of your freedom and your genuine skills. There are constant learning and training activities. Li Ming also adopted the doctor's title system, with clinical medical ability accounting for 60% of the core factors in title evaluation, and the other part based on research and teaching ability. Although teaching is a bit difficult at the moment, research can still be done. Li Ming rapidly increased his population in a short period by recruiting talent. Although the number of top-tier talents wasn't that high, he did recruit a lot of skilled workers. Currently, Li Ming has recruited more than 500,000 talents of various kinds, who are placed in underground bases across the country. These underground bases are basically level 1 bases with a base vehicle each. Li Ming has built a total of 100 of these level 1 branch bases. At the same time, to facilitate the production of equipment, Li Ming upgraded a total of 9 level 2 bases on top of these level 1 bases. With these 9 level 2 bases as the core, he formed 9 industrial zones to absorb these talents. For Li Ming, with these 9 industrial zone level 2 bases, it would be easy to support not just hundreds of thousands of talents, but even tens of millions of people. He doesn't lack living supplies or survival supplies, so as long as these talents can create their own value, Li Ming's treatment is very good. Take skilled workers as an example. A level 1 fitter can receive a monthly salary of 30 points, equivalent to 30 kilograms of rice. If exchanged for supplies such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, it would be doubled. Moreover, Li Ming provides these skilled workers with low-priced meals, which are enough to fill you up. The price of a day's meal is about 0.5 points. Li Ming will definitely not lose money, he's just breaking even. But for senior technical talents, such as doctors, technical engineers, researchers, and scientists, meals are free and more abundant. Although it's not as good as the pre-disaster food standards, at least it's not bad. There are various vegetables, meat, eggs, and milk. Although meat is rationed, it's already good. The meat standard is 2 liang, 100 grams, per person per day. Li Ming absolutely respects and is willing to invest in real talent. At this time, the date is December 30th, 2025 of the solar calendar. This year is about to end, and it's the 55th day since the beginning of the apocalypse. From the second month of the apocalypse, the rainfall has gradually changed from torrential rain to moderate and light rain, and now it has finally turned into showers. Many survivors were very happy to see that the rainfall was about to stop, thinking that this disaster was about to pass. However, Li Ming immediately began to broadcast a message through the radio. "Hello, survivors, this is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce radio station. The following is a notification. According to the predictions of our Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's research institutions, there is a high probability that a large-scale extreme cooling disaster will occur throughout the empire within the next week. Please prepare for the cold in advance and store enough cold weather supplies. Hello, survivors." Li Ming's radio station began to continuously broadcast these messages to notify the survivors to prepare for the corresponding cold weather. He has notified them, but whether these survivors believe it is their problem. Anyway, the opportunity has been given to you, whether you can seize it is up to you. As Li Ming's radio station broadcasted the relevant notifications, countless survivors were terrified. Extreme cold weather? Damn it, it's already winter, and the rain has already flooded up to the 8th floor, and now there's an extreme cold disaster? You need to know that although the temperature in the southern regions of the empire is not low in winter, it is also relatively cold. After all, with the rain and the humid climate, the survivors' lives are not easy. But no matter what, the temperature is only -3 or 4 degrees Celsius, which is still within the range that the human body can withstand. Once you really face a large-scale extreme cooling, it will definitely be fatal. The climate is already humid, and then there's extreme cooling. How much will the temperature drop to be described by Li Ming's radio station with the word extreme? All the survivors have no idea, and this is just a prediction. Who knows if it's true or false? Some people who felt something was wrong began to speed up the pace of hoarding supplies. At this time, the value of coal, batteries, charcoal, and various cold weather clothing from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce rose sharply. At the same time, many survivors began to constantly search for shopping malls, trying to find various cold weather clothing. In addition, some furniture stores, libraries, and schools have become places contested by many forces. After all, these places have a lot of wood, which can be used as fuel for cooking and heating. In addition, some places with trees on the mountains have gradually been noticed by some people. No matter how the outside world changes, Li Ming's side is still developing very steadily. Especially with the addition of a large number of technical talents, Li Ming's industrial base can be fully maintained and produce various products. In particular, various constant temperature fabrics are produced in large quantities, giving these senior talents a set of constant temperature clothing as a benefit. Supplies in the strategic reserve. Li Ming was not only ensuring the operation of the industrial zone but also dispatching a large number of troops to step up the search for all usable materials, leaving no city untouched throughout the country. Soon, Li Ming received a system reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully surviving in the apocalypse for 2 months, rewarding the host with a map of all strategic material reserve warehouse coordinates within the Tianhui Empire. With this good thing, Li Ming immediately sent troops to search according to the map. Soon he received a good news and a bad news from his subordinates. The good news was that Li Ming found the material reserve warehouses built by the Tianhui Empire throughout the country. The Tianhui Empire built a total of 32 material reserve warehouses throughout the country. It is said that the materials stored inside are enough for the entire empire to eat for half a year, as well as a large number of clothing, fuel, coal, and various fuels and other materials. Moreover, a large number of weapons and ammunition reserves were also found, as well as gold and medicine reserves. The bad news is that these material reserve warehouses that were discovered were submerged underwater, and some material reserve warehouses that were not submerged were occupied by other forces. These forces are basically armed with guns, and some of them are black forces and violent forces. In short, there are not many good people inside. The other part is the remaining Imperial Army and some civilian forces, and these people also control a part of the material reserve warehouses. Of course, the part of the material reserve warehouses controlled by these forces mainly contains survival materials, and there are weapons and ammunition, but not many, basically light weapons. The bigger bad news is that the actual situation of the materials in these material reserve warehouses discovered by Li Ming is actually half less than the book situation. Li Ming couldn't help but laugh when he received this news. He didn't expect that there would be such a big cat in the material reserve warehouse of the Tianhui Empire, which was something he didn't expect. Li Ming even maliciously guessed in his heart that if there was no natural disaster, if the empire really wanted to thoroughly investigate the reserve warehouse, these warehouses would definitely catch fire. Fire is a good thing. After a fire, nothing will be left, and it will turn into ashes. This is called a dead end. By the way, the accounts are also balanced. It is simply the best way to balance the accounts, there is no one. But now it is the end of the world. Although these material reserve warehouses are different from the actual materials, they are still a considerable amount of materials. Li Ming has obtained most of the materials from about 24 material reserve warehouses. Although they are all soaked in water, Li Ming doesn't dislike it at all. After all, these are all real materials. Except for him who has the technical conditions for salvage, no one else can have this technical ability. Li Ming's troops directly emptied these material reserve warehouses without hesitation. It doesn't matter if the grain is soaked in water. After being salvaged, after Li Ming's system is increased by 50 times, it will still become good grain. It can still be circulated in the market, and Li Ming is still relatively conscientious and lowered the grain price a little. After all, he has taken a lot of the empire's reserve materials, so this can be regarded as taking care of people's livelihood a little. Li Ming's attention quickly turned to the 8 forces that controlled the material reserve warehouses. Among them, there were 3 large black forces that controlled a large amount of materials, and the remaining 4 reserve warehouses were controlled by the remaining Imperial Army. After investigation by the intelligence department, the civilian forces composed of these 4 remaining Imperial troops did a good job. They are initially restoring local social order and are starting to prepare to establish bases. And surprisingly, although these people have absolute violence in their hands, they have not done anything out of the ordinary to ordinary people. Instead, they actively restrain military discipline, maintain order, and open markets like Li Ming. However, the 3 black forces made the local people angry, but there was no way, these people were large in number. There are as many as 30,000 people, including 10,000 rifles, 20,000 pistols, and a lot of matching bullets. Although they are all light weapons, ordinary survivors dare not provoke such armed forces. These people rely on their guns to do whatever they want in the local area, and they can be said to be so bad that their feet are festering and their heads are growing sores. Black forces will not change their bad habits, and these people have been sentenced to death on Li Ming's list. There is also a warehouse that has fallen into the hands of the Fuxing Society. The Fuxing Society is constantly transferring materials from the inside out, which has enabled the Fuxing Society's strength to expand rapidly in a short period of time. Many people may be curious as to why the reserve warehouse built by the Empire was submerged. The reason is very simple, because this is the natural disaster of the end of the world. Although the Empire had made relevant disaster prevention preparations when it built these reserve warehouses, it was only for conventional disasters. Now this is the end of the world. In the face of the natural disaster of the extinction level, no matter how you designed it at the beginning, it is useless. Fortunately, Li Ming has black technology here, which can salvage a large number of underwater materials on a large scale. Otherwise, the materials in these material reserve warehouses are destined to be abandoned and completely abandoned in the end. It's a crime to waste so many materials. For Li Ming, no matter how many materials he has that he can't use up in 10 lifetimes, he still can't control the heart that wants to desperately get materials. As long as you can't hoard to death, then hoard to death. The 7 years of apocalyptic experience in his dream made him really afraid of hunger and suffering. As a result, he now sees materials with wolf-like eyes. As long as it is a place related to materials, Li Ming's subordinates will not let go of any opportunity to get materials, just like locusts crossing the border. It can be said that in the few days before the arrival of extreme cold, this is Li Ming's last chance to hoard a large amount of materials in the last days. Therefore, the soldiers Li Ming sent to all parts of the country and the newly recruited soldiers in the barracks and the base are the same, desperately going out to scavenge materials. His efforts are very effective, and Li Ming is very pleased to see the efforts of his subordinates in the past 2 months. The hard work of his subordinates has not been in vain. The next thing Li Ming has to do is to build a mechanized force on a large scale. At present, Li Ming's troop distribution is that Marga City has about 4 composite brigades, 1 medium, 2 light and 1 heavy composite brigade. In addition, he has about 10,000 local garrison troops in the Marga area. The remaining 9 secondary bases basically have a configuration of 2 composite brigades and 3 regiments of garrison troops. As for these first-level bases, each first-level base has about a reinforced regiment of more than 3,000 troops, which are basically infantry in the category of light infantry. When Li Ming was watching the training of light infantry, he discovered a problem, that is, Li Ming's light infantry actually lacked body artillery. Artillery is generally divided into 4 types: howitzers, cannons, rocket launchers, and mortars. Generally, howitzers and cannons belong to body artillery. The tactical value of this kind of body artillery is very high. Li Ming is currently in urgent need of a light body artillery that light infantry can carry. Gun-on-light cannons and 107mm rockets, gun tube artillery boasts higher accuracy and longer range, along with a wider variety of ammunition. Mortars, with their high-trajectory parabolic arcs, are simple to manufacture, offer a high rate of fire, and are convenient for infantry use. However, gun tube artillery can not only fire in curved trajectories but also directly, launching high-explosive fragmentation, shrapnel, and buckshot rounds, thanks to the rifling inside the bore, which enhances accuracy. After careful consideration, Li Ming decided to develop an infantry gun suitable for disassembly and transport by infantry. Ultimately, Li Ming settled on the 75mm caliber, opting to develop a 75mm infantry gun directly. Frankly speaking, the 75mm infantry gun certainly couldn't match the D-3122mm howitzer in terms of power, but its advantage lay in its portability. The 122mm howitzer weighs over 2 tons and is typically used by division or brigade-level artillery support units. Li Ming felt a deficiency in the area of regimental and battalion-level artillery, as the 120mm mortars were too cumbersome. There should also be artillery suitable for light infantry to use, carry, and relocate in emergencies. After further communication with experts in charge of military industry, Li Ming decided to develop a 75mm infantry gun with a barrel length of 20 to 25 calibers, weighing no more than 200 kilograms. Ideally, a squad of 10 soldiers could disassemble and carry it on mountain roads in emergencies, with other soldiers helping to carry the ammunition. The range should be approximately 100 meters to 10 kilometers, capable of firing shrapnel, high-explosive fragmentation, buckshot, thermobaric, and incendiary rounds, among others. Finally, after argumentation by artillery experts, it was decided to use X-alloy steel for the entire production of this artillery piece. According to theoretical data simulations conducted by experts using computers, if the main body of the artillery is entirely produced using X-alloy steel, the total weight of the entire artillery piece, including the gun carriage and wheels, will not exceed 200 kilograms and may even be reduced to around 150 kilograms. The X-alloy steel material is simply too good to use, which shows just how important materials science is as a foundational discipline. Even the military industry experts recruited from the outside didn't expect that there would be such a special alloy material here, with low cost, good toughness, high strength, and lighter weight. It is simply the perfect material to replace existing gun steel. It can reduce weight by about 1/3 under the same structure, which is of great significance for a gun tube artillery piece with a design target of no more than 200 kilograms. The design and manufacture of this artillery piece itself is not difficult. It's just traditional gun tube artillery. Soon, 2 artillery prototypes were manufactured. One weighed about approximately close to 1.9 meters. The other prototype weighed about 130 kilograms, with a 30 caliber barrel and a barrel length of 2.25 meters. Different calibers represent differences in the muzzle velocity of the projectile, as well as the maximum range and accuracy of the artillery. The horizontal firing range of these two guns can reach 35 degrees, and the vertical firing range is between 3 and 63.5 degrees. Soon, the artillery was taken outside the base for test firing, with both guns being tested. Li Ming's soldiers carried the various components of the artillery, which could be disassembled into 6 large parts, each weighing approximately 20 to 25 kilograms. It can be said that this is exactly the weight that an infantryman can carry during marching. Of course, the artillerymen carrying the infantry gun currently only have self-defense pistols as self-defense weapons, and their self-defense firepower is slightly weak. However, in this way, 3 soldiers out of a squad of 10 artillerymen can carry rifles and ammunition, which is another way to strengthen defense firepower. It can be said that in marching formation, a squad of artillerymen can carry 1 artillery piece plus 10 rounds of ammunition. If all-terrain vehicles are used for towing, then an artillery squad can carry 1 artillery piece plus 40 to 50 rounds of 75 mm ammunition. In wartime, the regimental headquarters will also have dedicated ammunition vehicles to guarantee the ammunition supply for the 75 mm infantry gun. Li Ming took the binoculars and began to observe his soldiers conducting the test firing. After an artillery officer measured the distance, he began to report the firing parameters. Set the firing data, gun number 1, target number 10, sight 210, direction left 003, load 1 round, ready fire. Following the officer's command, 6 artillerymen began to adjust the direction of the gun body, then cranked the elevation and azimuth gears, quickly loaded a 75 mm round, and then pulled the firing cord. With a thump sound, a shell was struck by the firing pin in the breech. The primer ignited the propellant in the cartridge through the ignition hole. The propellant burned to generate enormous energy to push the projectile into the gun barrel, and under the action of the rifling, the projectile flew at high speed directly toward the target. This first live fire artillery shot was fired at a target 10 kilometers away, and there was also a drone monitoring. The shell accurately hit the target. Li Ming was very happy. Good, very accurate. Some military industry experts next to him directly contacted the target area with walkie-talkies to ask about the point of impact. Report, the first round of gun number 1 accurately hit the target area, a voice came from the walkie-talkie. The target of this 75 mm infantry gun's first test shot was a 10-meter diameter circle made of lime 10 kilometers away, and the shell accurately landed inside the circle. From this point of view, the accuracy of this gun is quite good. Subsequently, the accuracy of gun number 2 was tested. After testing, the accuracy of the 2 guns was similar at a distance of 10 kilometers, but gun number 2 was slightly worse, mainly because the barrel was a little shorter. Then the maximum range was tested. The maximum range of gun number 1 with ordinary shells can reach about 12 kilometers, and the maximum range of gun number 2 is 10.6 kilometers, a difference of nearly 2 kilometers. At this time, a trade-off needs to be made. The combat weight differs by 10 kilograms, but in terms of overall performance, it is clear that gun number 1 has the best overall performance. When necessary, gun number 1 can even fire specially made armor-piercing shells in a direct fire mode to attack light armor for some anti-armor operations, so Li Ming finally decided to choose the 30 caliber infantry gun. It's just 10 kilograms of weight. In the most urgent moment, it is even possible to fire the gun by simply setting up the main body of the gun carriage. The weight of the wheels of the gun carriage is not light, accounting for about 1/6 of the weight. This infantry gun can be said to perfectly solve Li Ming's regimental and battalion level fire support problems. Next, a series of other tests need to be carried out on the artillery, and finally, some problems need to be improved before mass production. Li Ming is very satisfied with the prototype gun. Regardless of the overall structure or other aspects, the performance of this infantry gun is already very good. You should know that the range of the 152 howitzer in those years was only about 12.4 kilometers. Expansion whether for light infantry regiments or combined arms battalions, this infantry gun, weighing only 130 kilograms, is very popular. Although light infantry regiments have trucks and jeeps, the value of a rifled cannon that can be used for support at any time during emergency foot marches is immeasurable. For combined arms battalions, after seeing the accuracy, rate of fire, and portability of this 75mm infantry gun, they proposed modifying it into a vehicle-mounted 75mm self-propelled gun. Since it is vehicle-mounted, the bore ratio can be increased to further improve range and other performance characteristics. This can be considered getting multiple uses out of one gun. The Combined Arms Battalion's battalion-level artillery will be uniformly equipped with 75mm self-propelled truck guns. The appearance of the 75mm infantry gun filled the gap in Li Ming's regimental and battalion-level rifled artillery. Although the 120mm mortar has great power, its rate of fire is not fast. In comparison, the 75mm infantry gun has a more obvious range advantage, faster rate of fire, and greater accuracy. However, as a 120mm heavy gun, some were still retained for when the suppressive power of a heavy gun is needed. After all, the 120mm caliber is there. Therefore, in addition to 3 light infantry battalions, Li Ming's light infantry regiment has an additional fire support battalion. This fire support battalion has man-portable air defense missiles, man-portable anti-tank missiles, 120 heavy mortars, and 75mm infantry guns. A fire support battalion has about 60-man portable anti-tank missile teams, an air defense company equipped with 60-man portable air defense missiles, a heavy mortar company, and a 75mm infantry gun company. A gun company is equipped with 12 75mm infantry guns, 12 all-terrain small trucks to tow the guns, and 6 ammunition trucks, focusing on sufficient firepower. The firepower of this light infantry regiment is already very good. It can be said that basically ordinary enemies cannot defeat such a regiment. Li Ming has approximately 22 combined arms brigades, plus 22 reinforced regiments of 3,000 men each, and a light infantry division in the Manga region. The total force is about 240,000 men, all of whom are army. The combined arms brigades in the 9 secondary bases outside the Manga region are all medium combined arms brigades, possessing most of the firepower of heavy combined arms brigades and the mobility and flexibility of light brigades, making them versatile units. Li Ming's medium combined arms brigades are all equipped with 120 wheeled assault guns with a 125mm caliber, which he seized, plus 425 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles equipped with 100mm main guns and 30mm coaxial machine guns, as well as a number of 122mm wheeled self-propelled howitzers and 122mm self-propelled rocket launchers. In addition, each combined arms brigade is also equipped with air defense missiles and self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery units for field air defense. However, considering that there will be fewer air units in the future, the proportion of air defense units is not large, and they are mainly ground combat units. In terms of light combined arms brigade configuration, they are mainly equipped with assault vehicles modified from various automobile chassis with a certain degree of protection, and also include some light armored units, emphasizing all-terrain passability and mobility and flexibility. It can be said that Li Ming's light combined arms brigades can basically go to all terrains. Unless it is a particularly steep place, general terrains can be traversed with all-terrain motorized mobility. The main combat equipment is a large number of firepower assault vehicles modified from automobile chassis seized from foreign countries, plus wheeled armored vehicles with machine guns as firepower supplements. At the same time, light brigades also have a certain amount of heavy firepower, such as 122 self-propelled howitzers, rocket launchers, heavy anti-tank missiles, air defense missiles, etc. If compared with reality, it is a bit similar to the Stryker Brigade. However, the mobility and all-terrain passability are far better than Stryker. The firepower assault vehicle has a 35mm grenade launcher or a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, but the most powerful aspect of a light combined arms brigade lies in its all-terrain passability and super-powerful situational awareness capabilities. Especially the reconnaissance vehicles of the light brigade, the reconnaissance capability is very strong, and the detection distance is also very far. Overall, Li Ming's troop composition is divided into two major systems. One is the main field force, which is specially responsible for large-scale foreign operations, and the other is the light infantry force specially responsible for maintaining order and local security. Li Ming's troop recruitment has not stopped at this time. He continues to expand his forces in bases across the country. Li Ming really wants to know what it will be like when he has 10 to 15 army groups? With the expansion of Li Ming's troops, he also began to specifically adjust the equipment of the troops, mainly using the equipment seized from the Vulture Empire, while striving to achieve the ability to produce these equipment himself and make various improvements. From the current point of view, his industrial capabilities are fully capable of this, which makes him very pleased. Equipment seized from foreign countries is ultimately more complex in terms of models, and there will also be a day when its lifespan expires, so it is important to have the ability to produce standardized equipment independently. Li Ming's troops appeared all over the country, causing unease to many forces, especially some evil forces, who would feel a little frightened when they saw people in uniform. Li Ming has started a troop expansion mode in bases across the country. He uses one-dimensional pockets, plus transport helicopters and various super long-range drones as channels to transport a large amount of weapons, ammunition, equipment and other materials to various bases, focusing on the fact that material reserves must be sufficient. Now these bases across the country have begun to get on the right track, and Li Ming is also preparing to upgrade his main base. Li Ming began to check the design drawings of the Level 3 base. The price of the entire Level 3 base design drawing is 1 million survival points, which is 5 times the price of the Level 2 base. System: what is the difference between the Level 3 base and the Level 2 base? Ding, dear host, the Level 3 base is strictly speaking an underground base group, which is divided into the main base and other auxiliary functional bases. That is to say, when the host has a Level 3 base, then he will have a main base, which is mainly used for stationing troops for training, stationing, and administration. The remaining branch bases other than the main base will have 2 bases specializing in planting, and 1 base specializing in medicine, including but not limited to large base hospitals, and a laboratory specializing in medical and drug research and development. There will also be 2 industrial areas. These 2 industrial areas will be divided into light industrial areas and heavy industrial areas. The total area of the entire base group will reach 50 square kilometers, completely becoming a medium-sized underground city. There will be dedicated underground roads for transportation between all bases. In addition, starting from upgrading the Level 3 base, the system will provide the function of deducting some materials with survival points. In addition, this system can also give the host a package price to upgrade the Level 3 base, to further provide convenience for the host. In addition, after the host base is upgraded to a Level 3 base, many high-tech technologies will be unlocked, and you can also recruit many special arms or some hero units. Coming after listening to the system's explanation of the Level 3 base's basic situation, Li Ming was tempted. System: how many resources or survival points do I need to upgrade to a Level 3 base? Ding, esteemed host, to upgrade the entire base to a Level 3 base, you will need 80 billion survival points. If the host provides some of the resources themselves, the number of survival points required will depend on the amount of resources provided. Upon hearing the system's quote, Li Ming gasped. 80 billion survival points? That's too expensive. Although he currently has nearly 100 trillion survival points, he couldn't help but gasp at the number. With 80 billion survival points, he could recruit 3 heavy, I am not sure what this is, so I will leave it untranslated, with equipment. And now, just upgrading a base costs so much? Host, these 80 billion points aren't spent in vain. They include various upgrade materials such as steel, other metal materials, various industrial and medical equipment, and more. Furthermore, after upgrading to a level 3 base, you will have many new functions, the system patiently explained. Li Ming decided to provide some of the resources himself and then use some survival points. Soon, after providing some resources, he spent 40 billion survival points to begin preparing for the base's upgrade. Ding, the base is about to undergo an upgrade and transformation. The daily lives of the personnel within the base will not be affected. Please wait patiently. This upgrade will take 7 days. After saying that, the system fell silent. Li Ming continued to direct the base camps across the country to recruit soldiers and make various preparations. On the other hand, the sky, which had been covered in dark clouds for more than 2 months, finally began to clear, and the long-lost sunlight began to appear in the world. Countless survivors fell into celebration. The sunlight was out, indicating that the floods would soon recede. However, some people were cautious and continued to go out to find supplies. These people keenly realized that the imperial government was probably finished. Even the imperial army was nowhere to be seen. It was unknown if they had been completely wiped out or what. Many survivors didn't know what was happening. At this time, the empire's various levels of government organizations had completely lost their function. Currently, the order of the entire world was maintained by violence. Various organizations, large and small, sprung up like mushrooms after the rain, ranging from units based on a single building to units based on a residential complex, and then to units based on a community or street. Countless gangs and thug forces also emerged like mushrooms after the rain, committing all kinds of crimes. Relying on their numbers, they oppressed and plundered ordinary survivors everywhere. Of course, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Many residential complexes, like the main city garden, began to band together for survival, uniting and advancing together. Faced with such residential complexes, even gangs of hundreds of people couldn't do anything about it. The entire residential complex had thousands of people at the very least, and tens of thousands at most. They only had 400 or 500 people in total, and that was considered a large gang. 400 or 500 people fighting thousands of people? Honestly, although they had a few pistols, they didn't have many bullets. Although they were bad, they weren't stupid enough to seek death. Especially the main city garden, after receiving Li Ming's promise, directly announced that they would join the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce and would receive the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's military protection. Li Ming didn't hesitate and directly sent a platoon of infantry to be stationed in their residential complex. Li Ming's military protection of the main city garden residential complex also angered a group of gangs. At this time, some forces composed of gangs and thugs were plotting how to eliminate this platoon of soldiers. After all, they had 3 machine guns and more than 30 assault rifles. If they could seize these weapons, their strength would definitely be greatly improved. A platoon of only 30 or 40 people. If they combined the strength of several forces, they could gather 3,000 or 4,000 people. 3,000 or 4,000 people fighting a platoon of 30 soldiers. The advantage is on our side. Li Ming had already made some preparations. He had conducted some investigations into these gangs when he opened the market, collecting their intelligence. He prepared to launch a medium-sized, I am not sure what this is, so I will leave it untranslated, to sweep away these gangs after the extreme cold ice. I am not sure what this is, so I will leave it untranslated, the world, leaving no one alive. Just as countless survivors were praying for this disaster to pass quickly, Li Ming received a notification from the system. Ding, system notification, extreme cold will descend in 5 days. Please prepare accordingly. Damn, the extreme cold is really coming. Upon hearing about the extreme cold, Li Ming couldn't help but recall the scene of enduring the extreme cold in his dream, wearing thick layers of clothing, wrapping himself up like a bear. Even so, he still shivered from the cold when he slept at night. Especially since the previous 2 months of rainfall had caused high air humidity, and the humidity coupled with temperatures of -50 degrees Celsius made the intensity of the cold feel even colder than -60 or 70 degrees Celsius. At that time, when he made a fire for warmth, he wished he could climb right into the fire. This kind of coldness penetrated from the bone marrow, and no matter how much you wore, you couldn't withstand it. System, how long will this extreme cold last? Li Ming finally couldn't help but ask. Ding, esteemed host, this extreme cold will last for about 2 years. The exact duration is uncertain, but it will definitely be a very difficult challenge, the system prompted. Li Ming sighed inwardly. To a certain extent, the next 5 days were nature's last chance for humanity to save itself. If some people were very sensitive, they would keenly notice the change in temperature and would naturally go to gather supplies in the next few days. If some people were still slow to react, then the only result waiting for them would be death. If the typhoon and rainstorm were just appetizers for the apocalypse, then the real test of the apocalypse for humanity would begin with the extreme cold. Because the apocalyptic typhoon and rainstorm, to put it bluntly, only hindered the travel of some people, so social order had not completely lost control, which was equivalent to nature giving humans a transition period to adapt to the rules of survival in the apocalypse, and it was really just an appetizer. At this time, the system prompted, Ding, esteemed host, the total population of the Tianhui Empire before the disaster was 3 billion. Currently, there are 2.68 billion people left. Upon hearing the system's broadcast of the death toll of the Tianhui Empire, Li Ming couldn't help but gasp. In just 2 months, 320 million people had died. The numbers were cold, but behind these cold numbers were countless fresh lives. So many people had died in just 2 months. Li Ming was very clear that nature's survival of the fittest had begun. The first to be eliminated would naturally be the elderly with poor health and various underlying diseases. Causing trouble according to the rules of nature, the first group of animals to be eliminated from a population is the elderly. Following that, the young are eliminated. This is the rule of nature, and this apocalyptic disaster is indeed eliminating populations in this order. Of the 320 million people who have died, I estimate at least half are elderly with underlying health conditions. The elderly, due to their age and pre-existing conditions like heart disease requiring long-term medication or hospitalization, are largely the ones who perished in these 2 months of disaster. Even those elderly without pre-existing conditions, but who have lost their ability to work and are weakened by age, are less capable of obtaining resources than healthy adults, so their death toll is also significant. Secondly, the largest group of deaths are children, especially those under 6. Their bodies are not fully developed, their resistance is weak, and the continuous rain and scarcity of resources easily lead to malnutrition, resulting in death from illness. The apocalypse is so cruel, harvesting 320 million lives in just over 2 months. As mentioned earlier, if humanity could unite and band together for survival, so many people wouldn't have died. But human nature is complex, making it impossible for most to unite. Not everyone is as smart as the main city's garden, directly adopting a survival strategy of banding together. 5 days passed quickly. During these 5 days, those who frequently went out to search for supplies felt something was wrong. The temperature was dropping every day. Those with thermometers at home saw the temperature drop from 2 degrees Celsius to 10 degrees Celsius in 5 days. The southern climate is humid. Even 2 degrees Celsius feels very cold, let alone 10 degrees Celsius. Indoor air conditioning had long stopped working due to power outages, so people could only rely on shivering to survive the nights. As a result, the temperature dropped to 10 degrees Celsius in 5 days, making sleeping at night unbearable. It was too difficult, and countless survivors felt tormented. At this time, many survivors finally remembered the warning from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, saying there might be extreme temperature drops. Extreme temperature drops, 10 degrees Celsius is already hard to endure, could the temperature drop even further? At this time, these survivors finally panicked, and countless survivors flocked to the Fuxing Society's market and the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's direct sale stores to buy large quantities of coal and other supplies. But when they arrived, they saw crowds of people. Due to the drop in temperature, the floodwaters began to freeze, making it easier for survivors to go out. At this time, in the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's market, all the soldiers had loaded their guns, ready to shoot at the crowd at any time, because the crowd was starting to show a tendency to loot the direct sale stores. Everyone's emotions were becoming increasingly unstable. A full company of soldiers was fully armed. Faced with this situation, Li Ming had already issued an order: anyone who dared to break into the direct sale store and attempt to rob supplies would be executed. An officer took a loudspeaker and continuously broadcasted the relevant exchange and purchase rules. To get supplies, people had to find them in the outside buildings, bring them here for exchange, and then use the points tickets to enter and purchase supplies. This company of menacing soldiers successfully intimidated some people, but there were still troublemakers in the crowd. Why aren't you letting us in to buy supplies? Why don't you accept the Empire's currency? They want to freeze and starve us to death. Everyone, charge with me and loot them. That's right. Why don't they distribute these supplies to us when they have so much? Instead, they're profiting from them. These profiteers. Everyone, come with us and loot them. The expressions on the faces of some other ordinary survivors were almost distorted. The difficult survival in the apocalypse for more than 2 months had somewhat twisted everyone's minds. Now, incited by this group of people with ulterior motives, the crowd was beginning to get out of control. Day. An officer picked up an AKM and fired a burst at the ground in front of the crowd. The dust kicked up by the bullets immediately calmed down the originally restless people. All of you shut up. First of all, we are not the Empire's government army, we are a private army. These supplies were obtained by our people risking their lives. Why should we give them to you for free? Your lives are lives, but aren't our lives lives? Stop trying to morally blackmail me here. I have received orders. Anyone who dares to break in and attempt to rob supplies will be killed. Who dares to try? Listen up, we only accept points tickets here in our direct sale store. Our direct sale store will be open 24 hours a day for the next 2 days. As long as you dare to bring supplies, we dare to sell you things. Supplies are unlimited, as long as you have enough points tickets. Anyone who incites everyone to cause trouble will be killed without mercy. All the soldiers raised their AKM rifles, the dark muzzles pointed at the crowd. At this moment, as long as an order was given, this group of people would be shot down. Seeing the dark muzzles, the crowd began to calm down. At this time, some troublemakers in the crowd continued to shout, "They don't dare to shoot. They don't have many bullets. Everyone, don't be afraid." Day. A shot rang out. This person still wanted to continue speaking and inciting everyone to charge in. The officer directly fired a short burst with his AKM, and the bullets accurately hit the person's chest. The person fell to the ground on the spot. The cavitation effect caused by the bullets directly mangled his lungs. The person was spitting blood, his mouth opening and closing, seemingly not expecting that these people would really dare to shoot and kill. The officer roared, "I'll say it again, we can buy supplies here as long as you have points tickets. Instead of wasting time arguing with us, you might as well go get some other things, even scrap metal can be exchanged for points on the first floor to buy the supplies you need. From now on, everyone who wants to enter must show their points tickets. A maximum of 15 people can enter at a time. Anyone who disagrees and wants to cause trouble will end up like that guy. Everyone, don't be afraid. There are so many of us, they won't dare to kill so many people." Another stubborn person shouted. Day. Another burst of fire. A soldier directly shot at the person's head with 7.62 mm rounds. The person's skull was blown off, along with brains and blood splattered all over the ground. Anyone else who disagrees? You can stand up, and we will definitely satisfy your desire to eat bullets. The officer raised his hand, and 10 PKM machine guns were set up by the gunners. The yellow bullets on the ammunition belt showed everyone that these were real weapons that could kill. Violence deterrence is indeed useful. The crowd causing trouble here quickly began to disperse. Everyone began to collect various supplies in the city, rushing to bring them to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to exchange for points tickets, and then quickly spend them to exchange for the supplies they needed. Arrives compared to Li Ming's forceful suppression, which quelled an impending riot at the cost of 2 lives, the market on the Renaissance Society's side was in complete chaos. The Renaissance Society's internal divisions regarding whether to use forceful suppression for such matters resulted in their hesitation, leading to their direct sale stores being completely looted by hundreds of angry people, leaving nothing behind. This also resulted in the deaths of 5 staff members and injuries to 15 others. The external crowd, rushing in a frenzy, caused a severe stampede. The stampede alone resulted in 16 deaths and over 30 injuries. It can be said that the Renaissance Society paid a heavy price for their indecision. Upon receiving this news, Li Ming immediately abandoned any plans for further cooperation with the Renaissance Society. Such organizations are suitable for transactions but definitely not for cooperation. The leaders of this organization do not understand the principle of hesitation breeds disaster. The leadership within the organization has significant issues. They possess great force but do not know how to use it. In the apocalypse, force gives rise to new order. In chaotic times, strict laws are ultimately correct. In contrast, Li Ming sideshot two troublemakers, directly restoring order and ensuring everyone continued to abide by the rules. It can be said that, besides firing 9 bullets in 3 bursts, no other price was paid. They protected their supplies, restored order, and prevented a large-scale stampede. Compared to the Renaissance Society's handling, the difference is clear. Soon, these 5 days passed, marking the official end of the final 5-day buffer period before the extreme cold disaster. The extreme cold would officially descend. Old Zhang and Captain Wu had received information from Li Ming's side long ago, and their preparations for various supplies were relatively sufficient. Therefore, they had made preparations for cold protection in advance. The time came to January 6, 2026, according to the solar calendar. Old Zhang and his family were sleeping as usual. When he woke up, Old Zhang vaguely heard the noise beside his ear. It turned out that the walkie-talkie was ringing. He opened his eyes and quickly felt a piercing coldness on his face, which was frozen icy cold. Upon inhaling, the cold air stimulated him to cough involuntarily. He turned on the flashlight and saw his family shivering under the blankets. Old Zhang, respond if you receive. Respond if you receive. Captain Wu's voice came from the walkie-talkie, sounding very urgent. Captain Wu, this is Old Zhang, receive. Old Zhang was shivering in the blanket, his mouth involuntarily emitting white vapor as he spoke, his teeth chattering from the cold. Old Zhang, quickly turn on the electric heater in the house, or your family will be in danger. Hurry, quick! Captain Wu shouted. Old Zhang quickly found the thick clothes and winter wear he had prepared and put them on. Then, he took out the storage battery he bought from Li Ming, connected the transformer, converted it to alternating current, and turned on the electric heater. He quickly grabbed a few more thick blankets and covered his family. Husband, it's too cold. Old Zhang's wife slowly recovered. Get up quickly, I'll go see how our son is. After saying this, Old Zhang quickly opened the door to another bedroom. His son was also awake from the cold, shivering. Son, how are you? Old Zhang asked anxiously. Dad, it's so cold. His son, a middle school student, was trembling all over. Old Zhang quickly grabbed an electric heater, plugged it into the socket, and the heater started working. He took another thick blanket and covered his son. After a while, his son finally came back to life. Dad, what's going on? It's too cold. Quickly put on thick clothes. The extreme cold disaster has arrived. Let me check the temperature. After saying this, Old Zhang left the bedroom. At this time, he noticed that he could see very clear puffs of breath in the living room. Although the electric heater had already started working, there was no electric heater in the living room, and the temperature could not be raised for a while because his house was a 3-bedroom apartment of more than 100 square meters. These 2 electric heaters were only in the bedrooms, not in the living room. Old Zhang looked at the thermometer on the wall. This glance startled him, and he involuntarily opened his mouth to breathe. He coughed continuously due to the stimulation of inhaling too much cold air. Cough, cough, cough. After about a minute, Old Zhang's coughing stopped. The temperature in the living room was actually -20 degrees Celsius. As a native southerner, Old Zhang had never experienced what -20 degrees Celsius was like in the southern regions, but at this time, the air in the entire living room was like a knife, and Old Zhang didn't dare to take a deep breath at all. At this time, he quickly took out a pair of thick gloves and put them on. After a while, he finally recovered. He opened the curtains and looked outside, only to see heavy snow falling. Old Zhang was in no mood to admire this once-in-a-century snow scene in the Malgia area, but instead felt more worried. Soon, old Zhang's wife and son got up with great difficulty. Each of them wore a thermal underwear, plus various wool sweaters and cardigans, and directly wore a military coat outside, with their hands constantly put to their mouths to exhale. Soon, the family of three quickly ignited the prepared coal briquette stove, then put in the honeycomb coal, and the family of three warmed themselves around the stove while boiling the water frozen into ice in the house into hot water. Old Zhang tremblingly took out 3 packets of instant noodle seasoning, plus a 1-pound bag of noodles. With a pained expression, he poured the seasoning into a basin, and after the water boiled, he poured the boiling water into the basin with the seasoning, and then poured the cooked noodles into the basin. Old Zhang once again found a bottle of chili oil, and used a small spoon to scoop 3 large spoonfuls from it and put it into the noodle soup. Then, the family of 3 began to eat noodles around the stove. The steaming noodles, along with the noodle soup and chili oil, were sent into their mouths. As the hot noodle soup went down, stimulated by the spiciness, the chill on the family's bodies was finally dispelled a lot. Don't look at this hot noodle soup as simple, but in this extreme cold state, this sip of hot soup can save a person. This seemingly ordinary hot noodle meal that old Zhang ate was actually eating into his savings, and he couldn't help but feel fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he had listened to Li Ming's advice and bought a lot of supplies, including a lot of instant noodles and various canned goods, as well as various rice, flour, grain, oil, and seasonings. Now that his family of 3 can eat hot noodle soup around the stove, this life is simply too comfortable. Extreme cold disaster. After finishing the bowl of hot soup noodles, old Zhang finally felt some warmth in his body and wasn't as cold anymore. He let his wife and son go into a smaller bedroom and only turned on 1 electric heater for warmth, while he put on his army coat and thick gloves and went outside. His first move was to desperately knock on his neighbor's door, worried that his neighbor would freeze to death. Old Lu, open the door." Old Zhang knocked hard on the door, but there was no response from inside, which made old Zhang's heart sink involuntarily. Just as he was about to pry the door open to check the situation, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared wearing an army coat. The man's face was pale from the cold, and he couldn't even speak, shivering all over. "Old Lu, you almost scared me to death. I thought you didn't make it through," Old Zhang said with a smile and a scold. At this time, old Lu was so frozen that he couldn't speak, and his teeth chattered. Old Lu's wife and children were also shivering from the cold and couldn't move. Old Zhang had no choice but to bring hot water from home and give each of the family of 3 a gulp, which helped them recover a little, but they were still very cold. Old Zhang, it's too cold," Old Lu said, shivering. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and make a fire to keep warm. It's minus 20 degrees, this is no joke. I have to go see how others are doing." After old Zhang finished speaking, he hurried to knock on the doors of every household in the building. Fortunately, their community had sufficient supplies, so there were no large-scale deaths from freezing, but there were still more than a dozen households where elderly people died unexpectedly. At this time, old Zhang's walkie-talkie rang. "Old Zhang, come over immediately, prepare for a meeting to discuss important matters." Old Zhang responded and walked out of the building door. As soon as he went out, a gust of cold wind hit him in the face. Cough, 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 the stimulation made old Zhang cough straight. When the cold wind blew on his face, old Zhang felt as if his face was being cut by a knife. It was too damn uncomfortable. He tightened his army coat and ran directly towards Building 6. At this time, the snow outside had fallen to the point where it was over the instep, and old Zhang ran towards Captain Wu's Building 6, taking deep and shallow steps. After entering Captain Wu's house, he felt a little warmth, at least it wasn't as cold as outside, and his face, which had been frozen numb, felt a lot better. At this time, there were more than 20 people standing in Captain Wu's living room, all of whom were building leaders and core members of the community security team. Old Zhang glanced at everyone and saw that everyone was wrapped in thick clothes, basically wrapping all the clothes they could on their bodies, and everyone was still shivering. Even old Zhang felt a little numbness in his heart. At this time, Captain Wu spoke. "Quick, everyone, quickly drink some ginger soup to warm up." His wife brought up a pot of ginger soup, and everyone held a disposable cup. After the ginger soup was poured into the cups, they felt a lot better holding the warm cups in their hands. Some people took a small sip from time to time, and the spicy ginger soup gradually warmed everyone's bodies, making them feel a lot better. Soon a charcoal brazier was lit in the living room, and everyone squatted around the charcoal brazier, putting their hands over the brazier to warm themselves, and began to discuss what to do next. While old Zhang and the others were still struggling in the apocalypse, Li Ming had already made all the preparations and holed up in the base. The temperature inside his base was 26 degrees all year round, and no matter how cold it was outside, it had little to do with him. Li Ming released multiple drones and used satellites to explore the situation outside. The entire city was covered in goosefeather snow. For southern cities, this kind of goosefeather snow is definitely rare, because under normal circumstances, the snowfall here basically melts quickly as the snowflakes land, and it will not be compacted by various vehicles like in the north, and finally become as smooth as an ice surface. But now, after the snow fell to the ground, it didn't melt, but began to accumulate. At this time, the cold wind was raging everywhere, making a sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling. With the wind and snow, the line of sight was blurred, and soon the entire city became a world covered by heavy snow. Li Ming looked at the wind and snow outside. At this time, he was very clear that many people would definitely not survive last night. Manga City, a city with an average winter temperature of around -1 degree, and a historical minimum temperature of only -5 degrees, suddenly dropped to the current -20 degrees in winter when down jackets can't be worn for long. This is definitely a disaster. The cold itself is terrible, but what is more terrible than the cold is extreme hypothermia. Extreme hypothermia refers to the phenomenon that the body's ability to generate heat and keep warm is less than the ability to dissipate heat for a long time in an extremely cold environment, leading to a gradual decrease in body temperature. The main causes of hypothermia are low environmental temperature, humidity, and lack of warmth measures. Hypothermia can lead to a series of symptoms, including chills, confusion, and cardiopulmonary failure. If not treated in time, hypothermia can lead to serious health problems or even death. The reason why extreme cold is now causing large-scale human deaths is not simply the cold, but extreme hypothermia. Regarding extreme hypothermia, many elderly people in the north often experience more intense contraction and movement of the heart and blood vessels in winter due to a sudden drop in temperature than usual. In addition, the elderly themselves have weakened and aging physical functions. This is why the incidence of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases in the north is higher than usual every winter, especially deaths caused by acute cerebral infarction and acute myocardial infarction. Li Ming was in a bad mood at this time, because many ordinary survivors may not be able to survive this night. The temperature dropped by 10 degrees overnight, plus there was not enough hot food, charcoal, coal and other materials. It is estimated that many people could not survive. At this time, it was snowing heavily outside, and he couldn't help but feel a little irritable. Because the entire city seemed to have become a dead city overnight, without a trace of vitality, and no figure could be seen. Manga City, this city has changed from the most prosperous super first-tier city of the empire to a city that looks almost like a ghost city in just 2 months. The fragility of human civilization and the cruelty of the apocalyptic world were completely embodied at this moment. God knows how many survivors closed their eyes and never opened them again, never waking up in their sleep. They were lucky, because they were finally liberated from this great purgatory of the apocalypse. Many people saw the rain stop, the sky clear, and the sun come out the day before they died. Some people were even dreaming of the restoration of human civilization and urban civilization. They must have been very happy before going to bed and full of hope for the future, just like the little girl selling matches, leaving the world sweetly. Upgrade completed. Li Ming had already made corresponding preparations for the extreme cold and the extreme heat to come. In addition to desperately hoarding various supplies, Li Ming also upgraded the base. Just as the extreme cold began, the level 3 base upgrade was completed. At this moment, he heard a system notification, ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading the base to a level 3 base. Ding, detecting that the host owns a level 3 base, rewarding the host with a set of cold-resistant potato research data. Ding, detecting that the host already owns a level 3 base, rewarding the host with a set of drought-resistant and heat-resistant sweet potato research data. Ding, due to the host's ownership of a level 3 base, a new type of building, the High-Tech Research Center, has been unlocked. When conducting research in the High-Tech Research Center, research efficiency is increased by 50%, research costs are reduced by 50%, and there is a 20% chance that researchers can be upgraded during research. After the research center is completed, the host will unlock more technologies and units. Ding, due to the host's ownership of a level 3 base, the building, Naval Shipyard has been unlocked. After this building is completed, naval destroyers, frigates, submarines and other units can be built. Ding, due to the host's ownership of a level 3 base, the building, Army Equipment Research Center has been unlocked. This building can increase Army equipment research and development efficiency by 50% and Army logistics efficiency by 50%. The maintenance cost of Army units is reduced by 30%. Ding, due to the host's ownership of a level 3 base, congratulations to the host for unlocking the Special Unit, General Staff Headquarters. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Special Unit, General Logistics Department. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Special Unit, General Armaments Department. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Hero Unit, Captain Chen Lin. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the new unit, Spider Bionic Robot. Ding, due to the host's ownership of a level 3 base, the host is rewarded with a base radar. This radar can detect all anomalies within a radius of 10,000 kilometers centered on the main base, and can transmit the images of the area to the command center hall in real time. Ding, the host has successfully upgraded the base to a level 3 base, rewarding the host with 100 million survival points. At this point, the rewards for upgrading the base this time were temporarily received, and Li Ming was very satisfied. After all, on the one hand, his base has been strengthened, and at this time, the entire underground base complex has been completely connected through underground passages. It can be said that this is no longer a simple base, but has evolved into a super underground city. Having such a base in the apocalypse is undoubtedly very safe. Li Ming is now carrying out outdoor training for the army, discovering problems with equipment and training, and improving the combat effectiveness of the troops. Preparing for the upcoming bandit suppression operation. Just as Li Ming was sharpening his knife, the survivors outside were also struggling to survive. Countless survivors struggled through the first day of extreme cold. The low temperature of -20 degrees Celsius directly sent many people away, but many people still survived. As for the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce market opened by Li Ming, it continued to operate normally, but at this time, Li Ming's market defense system also changed. He directly began to surround the market and warehouse as the core, plus the surrounding employee dormitory buildings, with barbed wire, and constantly dispatched infantry for armed patrols. In addition, there is only one import and export, and the entire import and export is guarded by a platoon of soldiers. The all-terrain vehicle is equipped with a German DSHK heavy machine gun, plus the PKM machine gun of the infantry squad leaders, all those with ulterior motives. Li Ming once again increased the number of troops. A strengthened regiment of 3,000 troops was sent out in the entire defense zone around the entire market. All soldiers wore constant temperature clothing inside, and polar cold-proof combat uniforms with snow camouflage outside. The combat uniforms also had bulletproof vests and chests such as magazine bags and grenade bags. Each soldier had 7 magazines of ammunition. They wore cold-proof masks made of constant temperature fabric and other warm fabrics on their heads, and a bulletproof helmet on their heads. It was obvious that they were elite troops. With the advent of extreme cold, everyone's survival situation became more difficult, so the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce market with a large amount of supplies would inevitably attract the coveting of many forces. Among them, those who coveted these supplies were basically some black forces and thug forces. Especially now that the extreme cold has come, the flood has been frozen, making it more convenient for this group of people to go out. This group of people will do anything to survive, and they began to use force to threaten many communities, demanding that the owners in the community pay protection grain, bullying men and women everywhere, and doing all kinds of evil. Li Ming sent a platoon of infantry to the main city garden, and the equipment was also coveted by some black forces. Originally, when there was a flood, everyone was driving assault boats, which was inconvenient to gather troops, but now the flood has been frozen into a solid ice surface. Many forces began to unite and implement the original action plan, preparing to attack this platoon of infantry. Li Ming's platoon of infantry was deliberately sent by him, The purpose is to deliberately lure some restless forces, to prepare for the next bandit suppression operation. So he had already made preparations for, and the Army Aviation Brigade can be dispatched at any time. Soon this platoon of garrison troops discovered through drones that there were about 5,000 black forces holding various weapons and heading straight for the main city garden community. This platoon of soldiers immediately sounded the alarm and sent a signal to Li Ming. Li Ming immediately contacted the strengthened regiment station near the market, dispatched a battalion of troops, drove all-terrain pickup trucks, dragged 75 infantry guns, and took a battalion of infantry to support. Li Ming gave the order, as long as this group of thugs and black forces dare to make an attack, kill them all. Although there are many thugs, they thought that Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce would not find out after they did things, but they thought too much. Li Ming is very clear that this is a joint action planned by several black forces. If these black forces succeed this time, not only will the owners of the main city garden be looted, but also his organization will be damaged, so he must kill the chicken to warn the monkey. At this time, this platoon of infantry was prepared according to the images by the drone. Lao Zhang and others in the main city garden also knew that there were thug forces when they heard the security team of up to 600 people has also been and is ready to at any time. The equipment of these security teams is not bad. Spears, bulletproof shields, military crossbows, stab-proof clothing, riot helmets, and dozens of bulletproof vests and so on. These supplies are all they received from Li Ming. Of course, as they are sheltered by Li Ming's, they will definitely pay the price, that is, they will hand over 10% of the turnover to Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce as protection fee when they do business. To put it bluntly, the two are essentially a community of interests. But Captain Wu and others are very clear that this 10% protection fee is worth it and is really not high. Compared with the safety of their family, what is this? Not to mention the weapons and equipment that Li Ming gave them, how much are they worth? Joining Li Ming, they are not at a loss. The bandits, a coalition of dark forces and criminal gangs, marched menacingly towards the main city's garden, confident that their actions were clandestine and would go unnoticed. They believed their increased numbers, swelling from 4,000 to 5,000, gave them an overwhelming advantage, 5,000 against 40. The odds were in their favor. The thugs assumed the single platoon of infantry had limited ammunition, emboldening them to launch an attack. This large group pillaged and plundered from any survivors they encountered, seizing their resources and leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Meanwhile, Li Ming's battalion of infantry was also en route, rapidly moving on snowmobiles, with artillery trucks following behind. The light infantry regiment was surprisingly fast in their march. Many survivors were startled by the sight of an entire battalion's convoy, wondering who the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was targeting. Soon, the survivors would learn that Li Ming's army was about to unleash a bloody purge against the thugs and criminal gangs. This military operation was just the beginning. The infantry battalion quickly arrived near the residential area, linked up with the infantry platoon, and began setting up guided by drones. About 10 minutes later, the mob finally reached the main city garden complex. A middle-aged man with a fleshy face and a military rifle in his hand shouted arrogantly, "Listen up, people inside. This complex is now under our control. Smart ones will hand over all your supplies as protection money, or you'll face the consequences." The garrison platoon leader sneered upon hearing this, hiding behind the wall, and shouted through a loudspeaker, "Don't you know this place is under the protection of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce? I warn you, get out now. This is your last chance to live." Ha 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 ha. The thousands of thugs didn't fear at all when hearing this, but instead laughed out loud. "The smart ones will hand over your weapons and we'll let you live. We have hundreds of guns here. Surrender if you don't want to die." At this point, the battalion commander in charge had confirmed the group's identity and spoke directly into the microphone, "Kill." Following his order, the 75 infantry guns, which had been pre-sighted, opened fire. Thump thump, as the cannons fired, the shell screamed through the air towards the mob. Boom, successive explosions erupted, and the sudden artillery barrage stunned the thugs. Where did the shells come from? The 75 infantry guns fired 2 more rounds of salvos at the dense crowd of thugs. After only 3 rounds of artillery fire, 36 shells had turned the thugs into scattered fragments. The ground was littered with human remains, and the thugs' morale instantly collapsed. Realizing something was wrong, they wanted to retreat, but a battalion of infantry with 2 heavy machine guns opened fire on them, followed by PKM machine guns and AKM assault rifles in the hands of the soldiers. Bullets rained down, and the once arrogant thug leaders were instantly terrified. The other thugs weren't in much better shape. The 12.7mm bullets tore them apart, leaving them in pieces, with severed arms and legs. They were either dead or crippled. With additional PKM machine gun fire and AKM rifle support, it only took less than a minute for every thug in the area to fall. Most of the thugs were killed or seriously injured, with only a few clever ones who realized the situation was dire and immediately lay down, saving their lives for the moment. Of course, their safety was only temporary, as there was still the matter of cleaning up the battlefield. A battalion of infantry, armed with bayonet-affixed AKMs, began to finish off the wounded. If they found anything suspicious, they would immediately fire a bullet. After a series of single shots from the rifles, all the thugs except for the dozen or so who had been captured were turned into corpses. In the extreme cold, the blood of these thugs stained the earth red, melting some of the snow. Soon, the sounds of gunfire also attracted many survivors to watch. Li Ming's soldiers did not drive away these onlookers. Instead, they used a loudspeaker to tell everyone why so many people had been killed. When the survivors learned that these thousands of people were thugs and criminal gangs, some began to talk. These people deserve to die. They're just a bunch of thugs. No wonder the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce sent out troops. They came to deal with so many thugs. These criminal gangs and thugs deserve to die. Good riddance. The infantry battalion quickly began to clean up the battlefield, confiscating the thugs' guns, ammunition, and other weapons before leaving in their vehicles. Then, the platoon of soldiers directed the residential area security team to move the thugs' bodies to the side and pile them up. In the extreme cold, the corpses and remains were quickly piled into a small mountain, a deterrent to any restless forces. Li Ming's army then conducted a brutal interrogation of the dozen or so captured prisoners, and after obtaining the desired information, they were executed. When the news reached Li Ming, he immediately issued a combat order at the command center. The 2nd and 3rd Brigades, plus 2 reinforced regiments, will assemble immediately to carry out anti-bandit operations. Alarm bells rang throughout the main base, and the soldiers quickly assembled. A force of over 20,000 troops was gathered, and Li Ming immediately issued orders to the 2 brigade commanders. Intelligence personnel from the intelligence department accompanied these troops. Under the guidance of the intelligence personnel, a crackdown operation was launched. Woo! The base gate opened, and one wheeled vehicle after another began to move out of the base. Soon, these wheeled vehicles, along with the light infantry regiment's snowmobiles and trucks towing 75 infantry guns, set out. The large force marched towards the city of Marga, and the various combined arms brigades and 2 reinforced regiments began to split into company-sized combat units, heading to their respective operational targets. The first phase of the crackdown operation officially began. To be honest, generally speaking, why do countries prioritize sending troops to disaster areas after natural disasters? Relief is only one aspect. Another reason is to deploy troops to maintain social order. Even in peaceful modern times, some people dare to loot during major natural disasters, let alone in the apocalypse. If the previous petty crimes were small-scale, based on a building unit, restricted by floods, and mainly oppressed the people in that building, then with the advent of extreme cold, it has become easier for everyone to go out and search for supplies. The criminal gangs have also grown stronger with the deteriorating climate, and their continuous expansion has seriously threatened the survival of ordinary survivors. These ordinary survivors are still very useful to Li Ming. At the very least, you need to eat and drink to survive, right? Moreover, Li Ming also needs survivors to help him collect supplies to exchange for his survival resources. In a sense, this group of survivors can also be considered his potential customers. From a capital perspective, it can be said that these criminal gangs have seriously affected Li Ming's plan and damaged his interests. For Li Ming, whether it is to maintain the stability of social order or to allow more people to survive to see the day of civilization's reconstruction, the crackdown on crime is imperative. Especially since these criminal gangs dared to attack his own army, they must die. These criminal gangs can absolutely be described as lawless and unscrupulous. They collect protection grain in the community, 3 pounds of protection grain per person per week, and the consequences are severe if you can't provide it. Young men and women are taken out by these people to be used for others' amusement, while middle-aged and elderly people have to find ways to go out and find supplies themselves. Of course, if you ordinary survivors are not satisfied, you can leave the community. Without a shelter, the ultimate result is either freezing to death or starving to death. This kind of criminal behavior is ubiquitous in every corner of the world, not just in Manga City. In the absence of an imperial government, criminal gangs across the country have expanded dramatically. Against this backdrop, Li Ming decided to launch a bloody purge against these criminal gangs. As the army moved out, a massive force of more than 20,000 people entered Manga City, immediately shocking all the survivors. A force of more than 20,000 people. Soon, some survivors began to recognize the uniforms of Li Ming's army. It turned out to be the army of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. They actually have a force of 20,000 people? However, ordinary survivors were not afraid because, based on the known situation, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, although powerful, never oppressed ordinary survivors. Otherwise, with their powerful force, wouldn't it be easy to enslave this group of ordinary survivors by force? Many survivors vaguely felt that this large army entering the city was likely related to the bandits who were wiped out not long ago. Could it be that the army is going to take action against the criminal gangs? If this is the case, it would be good news. The fact was indeed as they guessed. The army of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce broke up into smaller units, with companies and platoons as the basic units, and launched a bloody cleansing against these criminal gangs and violent forces with the firepower support of wheeled armored vehicles, assault guns, and infantry guns. Frankly speaking, the criminal gangs and violent forces could bully ordinary people with the weapons in their hands, but they were nothing when they encountered a real army. Under the cleansing of Li Ming's army, a bloody cleansing was carried out in various communities in the entire Manga City. Anyone who colluded with the criminal gangs would be arrested. As for the lairs of the criminal gangs and violent forces, they were directly attacked and besieged. Clearing one community after another, under this step-by-step approach, it can be said that the criminal gangs and violent forces in the entire Manga were basically cleared by Li Ming's army. The number of criminal gang members arrested alone was as high as 500,000, and the number of criminal gang members killed in the battle was as high as several million. This operation lasted for nearly a month. After the end of this month's battle, everyone in the entire Manga City was terrified. Li Ming's army was simply killing like crazy. Criminal gangs were destroyed one after another. All the criminal gang members, except for those who were killed, were basically arrested and held in open-air outdoor areas under guard. Li Ming didn't have so much time to talk about laws or anything with the criminal gangs. All he wanted was to restore social order. In this crackdown, nearly 10,000 large and small criminal gang organizations were bloodily cleared. When the last batch of criminal gangs was arrested, Li Ming's army directly conducted a public trial, convening a public trial conference to try these criminal gangs. Many survivors were very happy when they heard that the army of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was going to conduct a public trial of the criminal gangs, and they all came to watch the excitement. After all, this was a live public trial of these thugs and criminal gangs. At this moment, it cannot be said that there are no remaining criminal gangs in the entire Manga City, but these forces have basically been frightened by Li Ming's bloody methods and dare not cause trouble again. These soldiers are too ruthless. Basically, any organization or individual involved in crime will be subjected to relentless cleansing. The public trial conference began at 10 a.m. on February 10, 2026, of the solar calendar. Although all the survivors were frightened by Li Ming's bloody methods at this time, the fear disappeared a lot when they thought that these methods were used on those criminal gangs who were doing evil. Everyone saw the actions of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Regardless of the other party's purpose, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was working hard to maintain order. This made the survivors in despair have a little more hope for the terrible apocalypse and wanted to continue to work hard to live. Live to the day the apocalypse ends. The public trial officially began at 10 o'clock in the morning. There were so many survivors watching the public trial, and the entire Manga City had suffered from criminal gangs for a long time. Especially these ordinary survivors, except for a few communities that huddled together for survival, who hadn't been bullied. Now that they learned that many criminal gangs such as Sihai Men and Tulong Society were about to usher in the end, the survivors were all out in the streets. As long as the warmth conditions were in place, everyone came to Hero Square, wanting to witness the end of these people who had done many evils. On the other hand, they also wanted to know if the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce could return the supplies that had been robbed. At this time, Hero Square was crowded with people, and there were crowds of heads everywhere. If you look closely from the sky, it feels like a group of ants, densely packed. In the wet and cold winter of -40 degrees, the survivors wrapped themselves up like bears, only showing their noses, mouths, and eyes. In the center of the square, there was a reinforced regiment of more than 3,000 soldiers maintaining order. All the soldiers were armed with live ammunition. In such an environment, no one dared to make trouble. After all, many survivors had witnessed the battle of the army's bloody cleansing of the criminal gangs some time ago. It was really a ruthless hand, fearing that they would kill too few of these criminal gangs. Completion check: all parts of the original text have been translated. Length comparison: the length of the translated English text is comparable to the original Chinese text, ensuring completeness. Confirmation statement: the translation is complete and accurate. Soon, hundreds of trucks began to slowly and orderly enter Hero Square. With a clang, as the truck beds opened, the black market gangsters, their hands tightly bound with ropes, were pulled off the trucks one by the soldiers. Then, after the soldiers beat them with their rifle butts, the gangsters quieted down. At this time, the survivors surrounding the venue began to quiet down, and then these soldiers escorted the gangsters onto the square, where nearly 10,000 of them were forced to kneel. Subsequently, the countdown to the opening of the assembly began. A large group of officers in military uniforms walked onto the high platform, and an officer with the rank of senior colonel gave a brief speech directly into the microphone. Then, a colonel began to announce the crimes committed by these gangsters into the microphone. The loudspeaker continuously broadcasted their crimes, each with sufficient evidence. Time passed quietly. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. The survivors, tired of standing, began to constantly shift their postures, some sitting, some standing with one leg supporting them. Finally, the colonel announced that the first batch of 9,858 gangsters would be executed immediately. All the gangsters knelt on the ground, followed by the soldiers responsible for the execution. With a swoosh, the soldiers drew their sabers from their waists and delivered a clean and swift cut to the gangsters' necks. Heads fell to the ground. After the first batch was executed, the second batch of 1,000 people was brought forward. Seeing the first batch of gangsters beheaded, the second batch was terrified. They really didn't expect that they would actually be sentenced to death. Countless gangsters cried and wailed, some kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, some collapsing to the ground, and some so frightened that they soiled their pants, while others cursed the army for unfair trials. In short, after seeing the first batch being executed cleanly, these gangsters immediately realized their fate and displayed all sorts of ugly behaviors. Countless criminals swore and vowed to regret their actions, weeping bitterly, saying that if they were given another chance, they would never make such mistakes again, and so on. If Li Ming were present, he would definitely have spat and said, if these people were given another chance, they would still continue to do evil without hesitation. To be honest, although not everyone in this group deserves to die, if you picked 5 out of 10 to kill, you would definitely miss some. At the same time, Li Ming's army also publicly announced some information. According to the investigation by our personnel, these black market forces have destroyed more than 200 underground black workshops, seized 150,000 guns and 6 million bullets, as well as countless various controlled devices, rescued 300,000 survivors, and 24,000 kidnapped women and children. However, the crowd shouted in unison, "Kill them! Kill them!" These gangsters, who had been displaying ugly behaviors, were stunned when they saw the attitude of the surrounding onlookers. Because some of these people really didn't deserve to die, but who told you to choose to be gangsters? Since you've embarked on this path, then you should have thought that such an ending would come sooner or later. As for reforming them, Li Ming doesn't have that much free time. He firmly believes that some people can only end their sins by dying. Then came the second batch of 1,000 gangsters who struggled and didn't want to go to the execution ground. The senior colonel was immediately furious and shouted into the microphone, "Kill! Execute them on the spot!" Soon, the soldiers of the execution squad didn't care how these gangsters begged for mercy and repented, and directly ended their lives with a single cut. The first wave killed nearly 10,000 people. Then, the second batch of large trucks quickly pulled in another 10,000 gangsters to continue the execution. On this day, 3 waves were killed, and a total of 30,000 gangsters were executed. Li Ming's army's bloody methods directly deterred all those who wanted to do evil. Too ruthless. That's a full 30,000 people, killed without hesitation, without any leniency. Regardless of the impact, just kill. The public trial lasted a total of 5 days. The experience of these 5 days will definitely give many survivors nightmares. Li Ming's army executed a full 150,000 gangsters in 5 days. This is not 150,000 ants, nor 150,000 pigs, but a full 150,000 human lives. The execution squad members were replaced batch after batch, and these black market forces were also killed batch after batch. The ice surface of the entire Heroes Square was blood red. The corpses and heads of these gangsters were directly piled into a mountain by large bulldozers as a deterrent. Relying on this bloody method, the black market forces and thugs in the entire Manga city disappeared for a time. It was too damn scary. This Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is really ruthless, killing 150,000 people without blinking an eye. All the black market forces and thugs became honest and obedient, knowing that doing bad things would really cost them their lives. You should know that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's market has a reporting office. As long as someone reports black market forces, once it is verified to be true, there is a reward. As soon as Li Ming's reward notice was released, all the survivors were excited. As long as it is verified that someone is indeed a member of the black market forces, there is a reward of 1 pound of potatoes for reporting one person. Reporting a small gang of less than 10 people will reward 10 pounds of potatoes or sweet potatoes. Gangs of 10 to 100 people will reward 30 to 50 points, and reporting large gangs will reward even more. This is points and food. Now all the survivors in Manga City are very clear about how valuable the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's points are. To be honest, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's points have become everyone's universal currency. It can be used as paper money. On the one hand, it is because the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has a very good reputation, and the price of survival materials such as food has not only not increased, but has also decreased by 1/10. On the other hand, Li Ming's army's bloody cleansing of the black market forces and reward clues have made the black market forces and thugs in the entire Manga City only able to cease their activities, because once they are caught, it means certain death. This group of people doesn't hesitate to kill 150,000 people, let alone their little people. So, many members of the black market forces and thug gangs either honestly become ordinary survivors and bide their time, or they take their supplies and run away quickly, fleeing to other cities to see if they can survive. For a time, the social order of the entire Manga miraculously stabilized. The key is that Li Ming's reward mechanism is too deadly. Supplies. Even the most powerful dark forces can't silence everyone, especially when ordinary survivors have the backing of a regular army, which emboldens them. After this intense crackdown, Li Ming also seized a large amount of supplies. Soon, after amplifying these resources 50 times, Li Ming's side began broadcasting a new announcement over the radio. Attention, citizens of Manga City, this is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce radio station, broadcasting an important announcement. Following a fierce crackdown, Manga City has been reborn. In the battles, our commanders and fighters eliminated a large number of dark forces and seized a significant amount of supplies. After several days of inventory, due to the large number of victims involved in the excessive squandering by the criminal groups, many of the original owners of these supplies are no longer here. Given the current situation, it's impossible to verify everyone's losses individually. Therefore, we can only adopt an equal distribution method. We will be distributing these supplies at Heroes Square. All residents are requested to bring their valid identification documents to collect your share of the supplies. This announcement shocked the entire city of Manga. The survivors truly didn't expect the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to actually distribute the seized supplies to everyone. Originally, many people had attended the public trial with this expectation. Although many believed that the possibility of the other party distributing the supplies was slim, they still held a glimmer of hope. As a result, the soldiers directly killed 150,000 members of dark forces, which not only deterred the dark forces but also frightened the ordinary survivors. The public trial had ended several days ago, and everyone had somewhat forgotten about it. But now, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is voluntarily offering to distribute supplies to everyone. This is even more unexpected than the sun rising in the west. How many supplies did Li Ming obtain in this crackdown? After inventory, the amount of rice seized alone was more than 15,000 tons, equivalent to 30 million catties. In addition, there were 8,000 tons of potatoes and sweet potatoes, equivalent to 16 million catties. There were also a large number of packaged instant noodles, cooked food, and other supplies, as well as a large quantity of medicines and cold weather gear. After Li Ming amplified the resources, distributing what originally belonged to them can be considered very generous. Distributing so many supplies will definitely be enough for many survivors to survive. Li Ming ultimately converted all these supplies into food, coal, charcoal, and other survival-type resources. Soon, Hero Square, which had been an execution ground a few days prior, was once again filled with survivors. A reinforced regiment of soldiers stood guard with guns, and all kinds of light and heavy machine guns were set up to prevent unrest. Then, they began to let people in. Everyone lined up to receive their share of supplies under the soldiers' supervision. To be honest, the amount of these supplies was absolutely staggering, and many survivors expressed understanding for Li Ming's actions. After all, it's the end of the world, and obtaining evidence is difficult. Being able to get back some supplies is already good enough, so the vast majority of survivors were very grateful. Of course, there were also a few people with wild ideas. They didn't dare to speak out against the dark forces, but they dared to be aggressive towards the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's army. Why? They robbed us of so many supplies, why should we only get an equal share now? Yes, you can organize people to investigate clearly. Why should we suffer a loss? These people began to agitate and rush forward, adopting a "if you don't give me a satisfactory amount of supplies, I'll cause trouble" attitude. These people were basically a group who believed in getting what they wanted by making a fuss, always thinking that if they made enough noise, they could get a bigger share. With leaders, there were naturally followers, and many people on the scene echoed their sentiments. Bang, bang, bang. A machine gunner operating a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun fired a burst into the sky at the officer's signal. The dull sound of the heavy machine gun instantly silenced the scene. An officer shouted into the microphone, "All of you shut the hell up. Listen carefully, we are not the Imperial Government Army, we are a private army. Do you know what a private army is? We are a private army. To be honest, we have no obligation to distribute the seized supplies to you. Damn it, we worked hard to suppress the bandits and seized a large amount of supplies. Logically, they are our spoils of war, and it wouldn't be a problem even if we didn't distribute any of it to you. But our commander-in-chief is benevolent and willing to distribute these supplies, hoping that more people can survive. You're not grateful, and you even plan to repay kindness with hatred. Do you think we really don't dare to shoot you? Although our private army has discipline, don't even think about causing trouble in my territory. I know that many of you may have lost a lot of supplies, and equal distribution is definitely not satisfactory. But we don't have the energy to investigate each case individually. If we really do as you say and wait until the investigation is clear before distributing, that's fine, but it will only be delayed. See who suffers then? This supply distribution is suspended until we have investigated clearly." The officer had a bad temper and directly adopted such a posture. Want to manipulate us? You must be thinking too much. At this time, these survivors were unwilling. If the supplies were delayed for a few years, they would be useless. Everyone shifted their angry gaze to the troublemakers. "Kill them!" Someone in the crowd shouted, and then the survivors began to punch and kick the troublemakers. After about 10 minutes of chaos, another gunshot silenced everyone. At this time, the loudspeaker sounded, "Everyone, follow our arrangements. Bring your ID, register here, and after registration, line up to receive your share of supplies. Each person will receive 7 liang of rice, half a jean of sweet potatoes or potatoes, 1 jean of coal, and 1 jean of charcoal. In addition, each person will also receive 1 cold medicine tablet and 2 water purification tablets. Distribution will now begin. Everyone, please enter the venue in an orderly manner and leave under the guidance of the staff." Many survivors cheered. For them, they lacked fuel and medicine more than food. Although these supplies were not much per person, it still made many survivors cry with joy. These were all supplies that they could use and were most urgently needed. It can be said that these supplies were very important to many survivors, concerning their life and death. Completion check: the entire original text has been translated. Length comparison: the translated text is of comparable length to the original Chinese text, ensuring no significant omissions. Confirmation statement: the translation is complete, accurate, and adheres to the specified guidelines. Crackdown in other places. Li Ming's anti-banditry operations were not limited to the Malga region. Troop strength was surging in all other regions across the country where bases existed. Each base had a light combined arms brigade in addition to a light infantry regiment. Li Ming directly launched this extremely bloody crackdown across the country. Soon, every city with his garrison, and every neighborhood and community with organized crime, would be purged by Li Ming's army. Li Ming's army was well equipped and experienced in combat, using various technological equipment to conduct a bloody cleansing of these organized crime groups. Afterward, Li Ming went to these places to amplify the seized supplies and then distributed them. In a short period, Li Ming managed to stabilize order in many cities with his army. His methods were simply too bloody. All members of organized crime were executed, regardless of the severity of their crimes. As for judging according to imperial law? Sorry, the empire is long gone. My gun is the strongest, and my word is law. Dare to disobey? Through the bloody cleansing of organized crime, Li Ming quickly stabilized local social order and then further enhanced the survivors' recognition of his organization by distributing supplies. At this time, Li Ming's army was the most feared group by organized crime, because if the imperial army caught them, they might be judged according to the law. But this group of soldiers who appeared out of nowhere didn't bother with so much nonsense. Regardless of the severity of the crime, it was a death sentence. Were there any wrongful deaths? Definitely, but this is a chaotic world, and harsh measures are needed in chaotic times. For Li Ming, quickly restoring social order and security was the most important thing. Whether he wanted to develop or allow more people to survive, a stable environment was essential. So there were wrongful deaths, but not many. There's a saying that one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black. Basically, your environment determines your future behavior. Although these people don't seem very harmful now, being in an environment of thugs for a long time means they will turn bad sooner or later. Li Ming was just nipping a bad person in the bud. How many good people are there in the underworld? This chaotic social order can only be corrected through thunderous means. And as the facts developed, social order was indeed restored by his bloody methods, but the cost of this method was a bit high. The order was bought with the heads of tens of millions of thugs and organized crime members, but Li Ming didn't regret doing so, because if he didn't conduct a bloody cleansing of these people today, more people would die at their hands in the future. Sacrificing a small number of scum to allow more people to survive is a profitable deal no matter how you look at it. Li Ming's crazy and bloody military operations even shocked the three forces composed of remnants of the imperial army. They originally thought their strength was already very strong. Each of these four forces had about 30,000 troops, each with a light weapon and sufficient ammunition. They never dreamed that such a powerful private armed force would appear within the empire. Moreover, the way these people acted was so ruthless towards organized crime, completely aiming to eradicate them. They couldn't help but worry whether it was really a good thing for such a powerful armed force to be so cruel. Also paying attention with them were naturally the three organized crime groups occupying the material reserves. They also didn't expect such an army to suddenly emerge, specializing in suppressing these organized crime groups. Although this army had not yet attacked them, they felt it was only a matter of time, so they decided to strike first. At this time, Li Ming's forces in the cities where these three forces were located consisted of a light combined arms brigade plus a reinforced regiment, about 10,000 people each. The cities where these three large organized crime groups were entrenched were Talma City, Radu City, and Ilak City. Li Ming's army in these three cities did not directly attack these large organized crime groups entrenched in the material reserves. Instead, they first began to clear out the small organized crime groups within the cities, driving them all to those three large organized crime groups before annihilating them together. The actions of Li Ming's three light infantry regiments directly stirred the sensitive nerves of these underworld bosses. At this time, discussions began within the organized crime group Black Clothes Society in Talma City. "Boss, these people are going too far. They're not giving the brothers a way out at all. They completely want to kill us all," a subordinate wailed. "Damn it, what are you crying about? I'm not dead yet. Are you mourning?" A middle-aged man with glasses, who looked very gentle, sitting at the head of the conference room, cursed. As soon as he spoke, the subordinate immediately shut up. Then the middle-aged man said, "Everyone has seen it. These people are simply making trouble. As the true order makers of Talma, can we let these people shit on our heads? No, absolutely not. Boss, I'll take 10,000 people and destroy them, and bring back their heads." A big man said. "Boss, I'm willing to take people to kill these bastards." Another person stood up and said. The middle-aged man with glasses waved his hand. "What's the hurry? Knowing yourself and your enemy is the only way to win every battle. Even if we want to attack, we have to understand the opponent's situation first." After he finished speaking, he beckoned, and a man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks stepped forward and said, "Brother Ho, according to my latest investigation, the strength of these people has been figured out. They have about 3,000 people. Judging from their equipment, they should belong to a private army, not the imperial government army. Their weapons and equipment are mainly light weapons, with light machine guns and rifles, similar to ours. I feel that if we send out our main force, they will definitely be annihilated by us. Then we can get 3,000 more guns. Good, Fatty Hu, immediately take 1,000 spearmen to lure them into the ambush circle. I will personally lead the main force to ambush them." "Yes, boss. The rest of you brothers should also prepare yourselves. We have more than 30,000 guns. A mere 3,000 people want to wipe us out? In your dreams." Soon, the Black Clothes Society of Organized Crime began to react, directly dispatching its main force to ambush Li Ming's reinforced regiment. At this time, Li Ming's reinforced regiment had already found a building to station and rest, but they did not relax at all. Drones were still flying in the sky. Regimental Commander Zhang Qing was very clear that his regiment was bait to attract the enemy to attack. Brigade Commander Zhao's main force was ready to come to support at any time. His side only needed to withstand the enemy's attack for 20 minutes, and the main force would arrive. Zhang Qing began to build fortifications, with 3 unfinished buildings as the main body, plus 12 75mm infantry guns and 10 120mm heavy mortars 2 kilometers away for fire support. The battle was about to break out. Attacked just as Zhang Qing was directing his troops to set up defenses, he received a report from the drone unit. "Report, Commander. Drone unit has discovered enemy traces." Zhang Qing immediately perked up and returned to the command post with the drone unit commander. A computer screen in the command post displayed real-time images of the enemy's movements and troop strength. After watching for a while, Zhang Qing smiled and spoke directly into the command system microphone. "1st Battalion Commander, the enemy will be passing through your defense zone shortly. Let them get close, then use light machine guns and rifles to fire. Do not use large caliber machine guns or artillery." A faint voice came from the phone. "Yes, sir. We'll complete the mission." Soon, these 1,000 rioters, armed with standard imperial military rifles obtained from the armory, began to approach Li Ming's troops. The intelligence they had gathered only indicated that enemy troops were stationed in several buildings nearby. Wang Laohu was very bold and led 1,000 men straight in without any reconnaissance. His intention was to feign defeat to lure the enemy into an encirclement. So, he deliberately put on an arrogant expression, unaware that at least 3 snipers with SVDs had already targeted him. The 1st Battalion commander hid behind the wall of a building, carefully taking out his binoculars to observe the enemy situation. When he saw the enemy's lax state, he couldn't help but shake his head. These people were truly just a rabble. People like this, with guns in their hands, were basically useless for anything other than intimidation. Their marching formation was loose and disorganized, not resembling an army at all. It was a waste of these good guns. When the 1st Battalion commander saw the enemy enter within 150 meters, he said softly to the command system, "Open fire." With his order, the snipers were the first to fire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 snipers who had already locked onto Wang Dahu decisively fired, 3 bullets accurately hitting Wang Dahu's head and chest. Wang Dahu, who had been so high-spirited just moments before, was the first to have his head and chest riddled with bullets by the snipers. Something's wrong, Brother Tiger is dead. Some rioters began to panic and randomly sprayed the distant unfinished buildings with their automatic rifles, bullets leaving holes in the reinforced concrete walls. Inside the buildings, the PKM machine gunners and riflemen, with cover, couldn't help but shake their heads at the rioters' waste of ammunition. What a bunch of trash! Their guns continuously poured bullets at the rioters. Under the crossfire of the PKM machine guns on both flanks, the 1,000 rioters were constantly hit and fell, quickly becoming a chaotic mess and starting to flee. But they couldn't run faster than bullets. The first thing to do when encountering an attack on the battlefield is to quickly find cover. Turning around and running at this time was tantamount to exposing one's back to the enemy, which was a suicidal act. But how could a gang of rioters and gangsters have received formal military training? Watching the people around them fall one after another, they were completely stunned. In this situation, the rioters routed, but the 1st Battalion commander had already prepared and sent out an infantry company to block their retreat. Day. In the face of dense bullets, none of the rioters escaped and were all killed. They all fell to the ground. After checking the situation, the 1st Battalion commander directly contacted the command post. Report, Commander. 1st Battalion has completed the mission, over 1,000 enemies have been killed. Requesting instructions. Zheng Cheng was a little dumbfounded. 1st Battalion commander, are you sure you didn't report incorrectly? That's over 1,000 enemies. Commander, although these people have guns in their hands, they are just a rabble, a chaotic mess. We didn't even exert much effort, and they started to rout. I had the 1st company directly block their retreat, and under the crossfire, the enemy was completely annihilated. They were too weak, the 1st Battalion commander said in disbelief. Immediately clean up the battlefield, replenish ammunition, and be ready for combat at any time. Zheng Cheng ordered. Yes, sir. On the other side, 5 miles away, the big boss Ho Tianming was preparing to wait for his men to lure the enemy into the ambush circle. He was quite happy to hear the gunfire. But the gunfire lasted for less than 5 minutes before stopping and falling silent. This immediately gave him a bad feeling. He beckoned, Skinny Monkey, go and see what's going on. Yes. Less than half an hour later, Skinny Monkey reported via walkie-talkie, Big Brother, something's wrong. Brother Tiger's 1,000 men have been completely wiped out by the enemy. Damn it! Ho Tianming roared, slamming his hand on the ice surface, and then said, Men, gather everyone immediately, bring the mortars, I'm going to blast them to death with artillery. Soon, 30,000 people marched mightily towards the unfinished buildings in the suburban area where Zheng Cheng and the others were located. Zheng Cheng was observing this group of enemies through drones. The appearance of more than 30,000 people was still very spectacular and frightening. An army of 10,000 stretches as far as the eye can see, let alone 30,000? At least the momentum of these 30,000 people was still very frightening. After observing for a while, Zheng Cheng immediately picked up the command microphone and said, Brigadier, the enemy has begun to move out, a total of about 30,000 people. After saying this, he hung up. This was the agreed-upon notification with Brigadier Zhao of the Combined Arms Brigade. Soon, at Li Ming's garrison base in Talma, except for a reserve infantry company, the rest of the main force was dispatched. An entire light combined arms brigade was dispatched, and all technical arms except for the air defense forces were dispatched. This light combined arms brigade had excellent all-terrain mobility. The entire combined arms brigade had a total strength of more than 6,500 people, but this time nearly 6,000 people were dispatched. The convoy headed mightily towards the area where Zhang Cheng and the others were located. Ho Tianming did not know that the other side had actually dispatched a combined arms brigade to deal with them. His large force arrived mightily near the unfinished buildings. Ho Tianming clearly saw through his binoculars that there were corpses lying everywhere in the construction site, obviously the corpses of his own men. Quickly set up the mortars, I'm going to blast them to death with artillery. Soon, these part-time artillerymen under his command began to clumsily assemble the mortars. They were carrying 60mm mortars, which, to be fair, still posed a certain threat to Zhang Cheng and the others. Zhang Cheng had already discovered the enemy's mortars through drones. After counting, the enemy had brought 36, which was a mortar battalion. He immediately spoke into the microphone, "Artillery, prepare. Area 3, enemy 60mm mortar battalion." Soon, the artillery officers of the two artillery companies quickly determined the enemy's location through the images and coordinates shared by the drones and began to direct the artillery. Battle bearing southwest, target enemy artillery position, distance 3450, elevation 36 degrees, left at 15 mils. The artillery officer reported the design parameters while directing the artillery. Gun number 1, fire a trial shot. Following the officer's order, a 120mm mortar shell was loaded into the gun, and then the artilleryman pulled the firing cord. Thump! With a muffled sound, a 120mm mortar shell flew out. At another 75 infantry gun position, the officer also reported the design parameters, gun number 1, 1 trial shot, fire. The artilleryman quickly loaded the shell and then pulled the firing cord, and a shell flew out as well. Although the infantry gun fired later, its 75mm shell arrived first. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the rioters who were frantically fiddling with the mortars panicked. This shell exploded in a crowd about 50 meters away, blowing away a large group of people. Countless other rioters were hit by the shell fragments, instantly torn apart in a bloody mess. This one shot caused at least 20 casualties. Not long after that shot, a 120mm mortar shell came screaming towards their artillery position. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. Although the shell didn't directly hit the artillery position, it landed only about 30 meters away. The flying shrapnel still hit several rioters who were handling the mortars, and they immediately collapsed to the ground. The 75 infantry gun, using drone footage, already knew the precise coordinates. Attention all, bearing southwest, target enemy artillery position, using the parameters of gun number 1 as a baseline, distance 3375, elevation 27 degrees, left at 40 mils, 3 gun salvo. Thump, thump, the 12 75 infantry guns fired a salvo, and 12 shells quickly flew out. Then the artillerymen opened the breech, ejected the casings, reloaded new shells, and fired again. In a very short time, 3 salvos were fired, and 36 75 shells directly covered the enemy's 36 mortar positions. In a series of violent explosions, the rioters' ammunition began to detonate, causing even larger explosions. The blast waves mixed with shrapnel swept across everything in sight. Countless rioters were torn to pieces by the violent explosions, and countless other unlucky individuals were killed or wounded by the detonating ammunition. As for Ho Tianming, the big boss, because he was personally directing the artillery, he was blown away by the blast wave during this artillery barrage. Then countless fragments hit his body. At this moment, Ho Tianming felt excruciating pain all over, and then watched helplessly as he slammed hard onto the hard ice from a height of 15 meters. Splurt! When Ho Tianming hit the ice, his ribs were broken, and the sharp, fractured ribs directly pierced his lungs. He immediately coughed up blood, twitched his legs, and kicked the bucket. But Zhang Cheng's infantry regiment's attack was far from over. The 120 mortar officer, seeing the enemy artillery positions detonating, directly used the 120 mortars to bombard the enemy infantry. Each 120mm heavy shell produced a violent explosion when it hit the ground. Rioters within 15 meters of the impact point were directly blasted into a cloud of blood and mist, their bodies completely destroyed. Rioters within a 25-meter radius were thrown up by the blast wave, and those within a 30-meter radius were swept by shrapnel. Countless rioters were hit by shrapnel and screamed in agony. Either their arms and legs were hit, causing blood to flow freely, or their necks were decapitated, and watermelon juice sprayed out, forming a red fountain. After firing 2 rounds of high-explosive shells, the 75 infantry gun officer immediately ordered, switch to airburst fragmentation shells. After the artillerymen loaded the shells, they were fired. These 75 shells exploded more than 6 meters above the rioters' heads. Along with the explosion, in addition to the shell fragments, 305 mm diameter steel balls were shot out in a large conical trajectory after the shell's internal explosives were detonated. These steel balls covered the ground from the air. Although the explosion sound of this type of shell was not very loud, its lethality was maximized against the rioters in their current situation without any cover. The 75 infantry guns used their maximum rate of fire, bombarding the enemy. God knows how many rioters were swept by the steel balls. Some rioters were hit by the steel balls and couldn't die for a while, but they were all covered in blood, unable to stop the bleeding. Their whole bodies were covered in steel balls, like blood gourds. These rioters desperately watched their life force constantly draining away, wanting to run, but the entire area was covered in shells. Although the shell types were not as diverse as the 75 guns, the 120 mortars were powerful. The 2 artillery companies fired at their maximum rate, shell after shell. The rioters fell in pieces, hit by steel balls and shrapnel. Without cover, this was simply the artillery's favorite target. The rioters, who had been so aggressive when they came, hurriedly began to flee, but they had nowhere to escape, because the Combined Arms Brigade had arrived at lightning speed. The firepower network composed of various light and heavy machine guns and rifles directly unleashed its firepower on the enemy. The rioters fell to the ground one by one, the Combined Arms Brigade showing no mercy. They were beaten to death. Some who were lucky enough to escape were also shot down by snipers. How could 2 legs outrun bullets? Soon the battle ended, and the entire battlefield was covered with the corpses of rioters. The watermelon juice they shed dyed this snowy world bright red. Various human limbs and internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and countless rioters struggled and wailed in pain on the ground. Next was the time to clean up the battlefield. Faced with these wounded rioters, the soldiers directly raised their hands and shot a bullet, or directly stabbed with a bayonet, ending their pain. Soon, out of these 30,000 people, except for a very small number of dozens or hundreds who escaped, all the rest were killed. Leaving the reinforced regiment to clean up the battlefield and collect weapons, the Combined Arms Brigade directly began to rush to this large material reserve warehouse. These materials cannot be given to these rioters cheaply. The mechanized unit's marching speed was very fast, and the Combined Arms Brigade quickly drove to the vicinity of the rioters' lair. A 122 howitzer blasted the gate of the rioters' lair, and then the main force entered it, clearing out the remaining rioters and evil forces. At the same time, taking over the material reserve warehouse. Of the world, it can only be said that the difference between black forces and regular armies is fundamental. The same gun, when in the hands of a regular army, can become a weapon for killing enemies, but in the hands of black forces, it is basically only used to bully ordinary people, with no other purpose and not much lethality. This battle was also the first large-scale practical test for the 75 mm infantry gun, and it is clear that the excellent performance of the 75 mm infantry gun has been steadily demonstrated and affirmed. Jiang Qing's troops loved this light 75 mm infantry gun very much. It was so easy to use. For short distance movement, 3 people can directly drag it to transfer, and for long distance marching, it can be dragged by a vehicle or disassembled and carried by manpower. It is much easier to use than the heavy 120 mm mortar. Whether in terms of accuracy or the amount of ammunition delivered per unit time, the 75 mm infantry gun is more comfortable than the 120 mm mortar. The only drawback is that the single-shot power is not as great as the 120 mm shell. But this is not a big problem. Firing a few more shells can compensate for the lack of damage. In general, the 75mm infantry gun has withstood the test of actual combat. Its performance in all aspects is excellent, its reliability is extremely high in extreme environments, its accuracy is good, and its range is long. After completing the cleanup of the rioters, this light composite brigade quickly took over the strategic material reserve. In this reserve, the various grains found were piled up like mountains, and there were also a large number of other living materials, such as instant noodles, biscuits, individual self-heating rations, compressed biscuits, coal, oil, medicines, and, by the way, a large amount of steel and other materials. Although a lot of this had been squandered by these people, there was still a lot left. Li Ming arrived here by plane, directly increased the quantity of these things, and then began to distribute some of the materials to the local ordinary survivors, and the rest needed to be purchased with integral tickets. It can be said that Li Ming made a lot of money in this battle, and the large amount of material seized was an astronomical figure. This made Li Ming more determined to suppress the bandits. Soon, the other two strategic material reserves occupied by the Black Forces in the two cities of Radu and Alak also became Li Ming's next target. Li Ming's approach to these Black Forces was to directly bloodbath them, leaving no one alive. Because it was the end of the world, the transmission of information was not very fast. The two huge Black Forces in Alak and Radu did not know that the Black Forces in Telma City had been completely executed. At this time, they were also secretly planning to attack the urban area occupied by Li Ming's light infantry regiment. After all, Li Ming's light infantry regiment's practice of bloodbathing the Black Forces in the entire urban area definitely touched the sensitive nerves of these people. They had more people and more guns, so why should they be afraid of your mere 3,000-man armed force? But these Black Forces didn't know anything about systematic operations, nor did they know the difference in combat power between armed thugs and regular troops. Soon they were defeated by Li Ming's light infantry regiment plus a composite brigade, and all were executed. Li Ming set off a bloody storm in these areas. Only God knows how many members of the Black Forces were executed by his order. Countless corpses of executed Black Forces were piled up in the wilderness. Li Ming also took over the strategic reserves in these two areas, increased them, and distributed some of the materials to the local ordinary people. At the same time, he also recruited a large number of talents from all walks of life, trying to ensure that talents survived first. As for ordinary people, it can only be said that in the end of the world, a part of people are destined to be abandoned. Of course, this kind of desperate situation has not yet been reached, so these survivors can only be said to be able to barely survive. In addition to the part of the materials distributed to each person by Li Ming, if these survivors want to survive, they can only rely on collecting various materials to exchange for integral tickets from Li Ming's Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, and then use the integral tickets to purchase various survival materials from him. Li Ming's dozens of Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce markets across the country have given many people hope to survive. After all, as long as they are not lazy, even if they dismantle an anti-theft door, they can send it to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to exchange for integral tickets and use the integral tickets to exchange for some survival materials. This is the limit that Li Ming can do for these survivors. If you want to survive, you must exchange something for it. His materials were not blown by the wind, but were obtained by him working hard for half a year before the disaster. He is not a saint. Li Ming can do a lot of business here now, and the materials sold include but are not limited to various survival materials, as well as electrical appliances. Everyone is right, he also sells electrical appliances here. In the end of the world, there are naturally rich people, and the rich people in the end of the world are not the rich people we know with huge deposits, but people with a lot of food storage or abundant reserves of medicines and other survival weapons. These people are generally those who had food factories before the disaster, or those who were engaged in grain and oil wholesale and pharmaceutical wholesale. Although the flood caused them a lot of losses, some of the inventory materials were still retained. These people are now rich people in the true sense. Since they are also rich people in the end of the world, their lives will be different from ordinary survivors. Ordinary survivors pursue survival and living. People pursue life, even in the end of the world, they can live a life no less than before the disaster. Li Ming's various electrical appliances and electricity sales services meet the needs of these people. In addition to electricity, Li Ming also sells various luxury goods. After finding some second-hand dealer forces across the country, Li Ming's Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce directly incorporated these second-hand dealers. It's similar to the way they incorporated the Zhucheng Garden at the beginning, but the difference is that the cooperation with these second-hand dealers is mainly based on cooperation. I have to say that it is really easy to earn the money of the rich, especially the money of the rich wives and various rich young ladies. It is too easy to earn. The consumption power of these people is the top and the end of the world. In order to satisfy these people, Li Ming took out various brand name bags, cosmetics, perfumes, clothing, etc. that he had robbed from abroad and began to sell them. At this time, Li Ming was listening to the report from the Minister of Finance. Report to the President: according to our latest weekly inventory, the best-selling commodity categories have come out. Li Ming became interested. Are the best-selling commodities food, fuel, and medicines? President, you guessed wrong. Medicines and other materials are basic survival materials. Although these things have profits, they are far from being extremely profitable. Make money from women. The Minister of Finance's words piqued Li Ming's interest. Could it be that supplies like tobacco and alcohol are the most profitable? The Minister of Finance smiled and said, Commander, while things like tobacco and alcohol can increase happiness and restore sanity, they aren't the most profitable. Right now, the most profitable items are actually things like nylon stockings, condoms, various brand name luxury goods, including but not limited to designer bags, clothing, and cosmetics, as well as some very attractive looking clothes, etc. These are all very popular items, and the profit margins are very high. What the heck? Li Ming looked completely bewildered. He really didn't understand how these things could be so profitable. In his understanding, it was understandable that tobacco and alcohol would be profitable in the apocalypse, and it was also understandable that medicine would be highly profitable. After all, these things were genuinely useful. But luxury goods and some seemingly useless things were still selling well in the apocalypse? That was too unbelievable. Was there still a case of behind the red doors, meat and wine go to waste, while out on the road lie the bones of those frozen to death in the apocalypse? Shouldn't everyone be equal in the apocalypse? As if sensing his commander's confusion, the Minister of Finance said, Commander, according to our latest reports, the actual situation is indeed like this. Especially after our army launched a large-scale crackdown on bandits, social order has been somewhat restored, and public security has greatly improved. Many people who used to run pharmaceutical factories or deal in grain and oil have all become rich people in the apocalypse. But it's not just these people who are consuming these things. Mainly, it's their wives and those rich daughters. These people's spending power is really strong. Li Ming was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect it to be like this. Minister Zhang Wanhe, these things can't be eaten or drunk. How are you selling them so well and so expensively? Li Ming was very puzzled. Commander, people are always divided into different classes. In a natural disaster apocalypse, the most people who die are ordinary people, and the people who live the hardest are also ordinary people. So, although the sales volume of our survival supplies isn't small every day, the net profit, to be honest, can't compare with these luxury goods. Right now, those rich people are still living a good life in the apocalypse. The extravagance of the upper class is really beyond our understanding, and even more beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Commander, these rich people's private lives are very chaotic, and at the same time, these people cherish their lives very much. So, the sales of condoms are definitely rising, and it's not surprising that they become a hit. To some extent, the value of this thing has far exceeded the value of food and medicine. One of these things is worth 3 pounds of grain. In addition to these things, those rich wives and rich daughters are also unwilling to live a hard life, so they still have a pursuit of life. These luxury goods are their memories of the good life before the disaster. In addition, these rich wives are now very clear about what kind of person their husbands are. Before the disaster, there were laws and other restrictions, and they were basically raising mistresses or something outside. Now that we have entered the apocalypse, women are worthless. Which of these rich people doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Women are naturally attracted to the strong. Before the disaster, there were many little fairies willing to be mistresses for rich people. Now, these little fairies have seen through it. Dignity is far less important than having enough to eat. So, once a woman figures it out, for the sake of survival, these rich people simply have no shortage of women. They can completely have a harem of 3,000 beauties. And these rich wives are all old and fading, and they are always worried about being dumped by their husbands. Don't they have to try their best to coax their husbands? They know very well that once they leave their husbands, they will definitely starve to death. In this case, the rich wives can only use all their skills to hold on to their thighs tightly. As for these rich daughters, these people can't endure hardship at all. They all want to maintain their carefree life, and at this time, they must marry a rich husband. After saying this, the Minister of Finance took a deep look at his commander. Li Ming naturally noticed the other party's gaze. Minister Zhang, why are you looking at me like that? Someone like the commander is definitely a golden bachelor. As long as you beckon, there will be countless beauties around you. Faced with such a golden bachelor, these beauties will try their best to seduce you. To stand out in the fierce competition, you must firmly grasp the man's heart, so these things are essential supplies. And some clothes that look very attractive are naturally bestsellers. Li Ming was successfully persuaded by Minister Zhang. He finally understood why these things were so popular. The root cause was here. In the final analysis, it is competition to live a better life. To put it bluntly, rich wives and rich daughters are also caught in involution. This scene is very incredible in the apocalypse. These things that can't be eaten or drunk can still be sold so well and so expensively. Minister Zhang took a sip of water and continued, with clothes, you naturally need various other things to match, so as to better show the feminine side, such as high heels and so on. It can be said that these things are absolutely fatal to some men. Not only are rich wives and these daughters snapping up these things, but even those little fairies are the same. Everyone wants to live a life of abundance. By the way, Commander, another thing is that tea drinks are also relatively popular now, such as lemon slices, and some other various tea drinks suitable for women, etc. They are all very valuable. Li Ming couldn't help but check his space and found that he really didn't lack these supplies, and the quantity was simply too numerous to count. Li Ming alone had looted an astronomical number of things from abroad, and he had made various large purchases in China, and the soldiers all over the country had collected a lot of these things, all of which had been amplified by Li Ming. These various things for women were of no use to Li Ming at all, and also included a lot of exquisitely made ceramic tableware, silverware, knives and forks, and other luxury goods, all of which were inventoried, classified, and sorted by Li Ming. Minister Zhang, take a look at these things on this list. What is the market prospect? Li Ming directly took out a list and handed it to Minister Zhang. After Minister Zhang saw the quantity and variety of supplies on the list, he carefully looked at it, and finally nodded, Commander, these things are not very useful to us, but they can definitely be sold at a high price. After all, it's really easy to make money from these women. Construction begins. Minister Zhang, I'll give you one instruction, find every possible way to exchange these things for large quantities of food, medicine, and other survival supplies. Although we don't lack these things now, these supplies are far from enough for us to rebuild human civilization in the future. Yes, I guarantee the completion of the task. Minister Zhang immediately agreed. In fact, Li Ming's method was very simple, not complicated at all, rob the rich to help the poor. He set the price of survival supplies in a range that hard-working survivors could afford, trying to ensure that more people could survive. As for where the supplies came from, of course, it was from fleecing these rich people. As for whether Li Ming's actions would make the rich unhappy, it definitely would. But the problem is that the transaction is voluntary. Li Ming isn't forcing anyone to buy or sell. What can you do if you're not happy? Even if you are strong, how do you compare to tens of millions of organized crime members? Tens of millions of organized crime members were executed under Li Ming's orders. Such bloody methods were enough to keep some people in line. Li Ming was now deep in thought. The popularity of condoms was really beyond his expectations. But after thinking about it carefully, it actually made sense. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, a woman is worth a bushel of rice, but in prosperous times, a woman is worth 1,000 gold. At any time, once in a chaotic world, a woman's status is very humble. Whether actively or passively, they basically become tools for some people or forces. That was just chaotic times. Now it's the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, a woman is not worth a bushel of rice, but a piece of bread, a bag of instant noodles, or a pound of old rice can buy a woman home. Civilization is lost, morality is degraded, and everywhere is full of blood and violence. The evil of human nature has been magnified to the extreme. Some violent organizations don't treat women as human beings at all. They use various violent means to control women and turn them into tools for exchanging supplies every day. As for what to do if they get sick or injured, organized crime won't waste precious medicine to treat you. You still have to be forced to work before you die. In these circumstances, it is easy to break out some diseases. In the apocalypse, there is a shortage of doctors and medicine, and these diseases are absolutely fatal. What die under the peony blossoms, to be a ghost is also romantic, is all bullshit. It is very comfortable to vent, but it is also true that it will kill you. Moreover, the medical system in the apocalypse has completely collapsed. There is a lack of both medicine and medical equipment, but humans just happen to be emotional animals. The more difficult it is to live, the more they need spiritual comfort. In this case, it is not surprising that these things are of high value. Li Ming's bloody crackdown, to some extent, was also a protection for women. Without his bloody crackdown, it is estimated that many women would live more miserably than they do now. So even though his crackdown was very bloody and executed tens of millions of people, these ordinary survivors still did not have much fear of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's army. Because everyone is very clear that this army is essentially an armed force to maintain social order. Once this army is gone, they will definitely live a miserable life. Although at the beginning, during the bloody crackdown, it did scare some ordinary people, but after the crackdown, everyone found that as long as they did not show hostility to this army or make attacking movements, this army would not attack ordinary people. This made many people feel the significance of the existence of this army. What about private armies? As long as they can maintain order, we will still support private armies. At the same time, many grassroots survivors found that as long as they went out and diligently collected various things, they could get points from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, thereby purchasing the supplies they needed. Everyone held a positive attitude towards the existence of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, so Li Ming's market transaction share of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce also became larger and larger. So much so that it also attracted many merchants to come here to do business. Li Ming's market has become the veritable market leader throughout the empire, with a free trading environment, guaranteed safety, good credit, and a complete range of goods. To some extent, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has a greater role than supergiant state-owned enterprises involving the national economy and the people's livelihood. The survivors have all discovered that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce collects everything, as long as it is useful. Books, paper, office supplies, scrap copper and iron, anti-theft doors, home appliances, hardware, and even wood are collected. In short, as long as you are willing to go out to find supplies and have a way to transport them here, there will always be a way to survive. Although the recycling value of many things is not high, it can't stop the large number of these things, and they are everywhere. You should know that Li Ming's army mainly collected some hardware and daily necessities in large shopping malls, markets, and supermarkets when they went out to collect supplies. Food was not the main focus of collection. This can be regarded as indirectly giving the survivors hope to survive. Of course, Li Ming is very clear that the stability of the current social order is only temporary. As long as the end of the world does not end, the natural disasters will not end. Each large-scale natural disaster will produce a large number of thugs and organized crime. The harsh living environment is the root cause of the thugs, so Li Ming strengthened the armed patrols and other work on the one hand, and on the other hand, he had to improve his ability to cope with the end-of-world natural disasters. He decided to carefully check the progress of the rewards for upgrading his level 3 base. The two most important rewards are the cold-resistant potatoes. This thing can be said to be specially rewarded for extreme cold. He went directly to the experimental center for inspection. Old Wang, what is the research and development progress of these cold-resistant potatoes? Li Ming asked. Chief, we have successfully planted cold-resistant potatoes and have cultivated the first batch of seeds. After trial planting experiments, it was found that this batch of seeds is indeed very suitable for growing in extremely cold environments. The taste and flavor of this cold-resistant potato are definitely not as good as ordinary potatoes, but the yield of this thing is okay. At least it can reach about 60-70% of the normal yield of ordinary potatoes when only one nutrient solution is used, Old Wang explained. Li Ming nodded. Old Wang, do you have a sample of the cold-resistant potato? Old Wang directly pressed a button, and soon someone brought up a sample of the cold-resistant potato. Li Ming saw that the potato was about 2 taels. Then he picked up a small knife and cut the cold-resistant potato open. After cutting it open, Li Ming saw the inside of the potato. He frowned slightly when he saw this cold-resistant potato because the skin of this thing was very thick and hard, and it was difficult to cut open. But there was still some moisture inside this thing, and the starch looked sufficient, but the veins inside looked very thick, and it was estimated that it would be difficult to chew if eaten raw. Upgrades brought by Level 3. Bases. Li Ming picked up a small piece of potato, put it in his mouth, and began to chew. The taste and texture of this thing were truly unappetizing. It was indeed quite awful. Chief, the taste of this thing when eaten raw isn't good. The texture is hard, rough, and stringy, and the taste is somewhat astringent when eaten raw, definitely not comparable to ordinary potatoes. But this thing also has its advantages, which is that it can fill the stomach and provide a certain amount of energy and nutrition. Moreover, planting this thing is also very easy. Just cut the potato into pieces, put it in the soil, and then sprinkle it with nutrient solution and antifreeze. The demand for water isn't very high, but it needs some supplemental lighting. According to my calculations, the cost of 1 pound of these potato seeds, plus nutrient agents and antifreeze, would be about 3 integration tickets if mass-produced on a large scale. 1 pound of such seeds can mature in about 1.5 months in extremely cold environments, and can produce approximately 40 pounds of potatoes. Li Ming was surprised to hear this cost. Old Wang, what is the approximate production volume of seeds you're talking about? Old Wang had already done his homework on this issue. At least mass-producing 5 million pounds of seeds before the cost can be reduced to 3 integration points, which includes 1 pound of seeds plus 1 portion of nutrient agent and 1 portion of antifreeze. If we continue to mass-produce on a larger scale, the cost will decrease further. Strictly speaking, this cost was really not high. Li Ming issued an order, immediately put into production cold-resistant potato seeds, nutrient agents, and related antifreeze. Produce 300,000 pounds in the first batch and see how the market responds. Yes. A staff member immediately began to make arrangements. Then Li Ming continued to ask, Old Wang, how are the drought-resistant potatoes doing? Chief, according to your instructions, the drought-resistant potatoes are currently under development. We've adopted many advanced gene technologies from the technical data to give ordinary potatoes these special characteristics. However, according to our current experimental data, the drought-resistant potatoes have very good data in all aspects. The demand for water is not high, and they can still grow in high-temperature environments, making them a crop suitable for growing in extreme environments. Li Ming nodded after listening, very satisfied with the progress of the research. He then left here and headed to his newly built high-tech research center, a building unlocked by the system. Li Ming had invested a lot of survival points and integration points to build this building. Now that the research center was just completed, he also unlocked many new types of soldiers. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the construction of the high-tech research center. When conducting research in the high-tech research center, research efficiency plus 50%, research funding reduced by 50%. There is a 20% chance that researchers can level up during research. Ding, detecting that the host's high-tech research center has been completed, the host has unlocked the latest troops and the latest technologies, please pay attention to check. Li Ming hurriedly began to check his troop recruitment interface. He did have some new units in the infantry section, such as the ability to recruit elite scout troops and elite special forces troops. At the same time, since he had already built an underground airport, Li Ming could also receive about a company of paratroopers every day, which he could deploy to any location on the system's global map. Li Ming deployed the paratroopers to various cities in the Tianhui Empire, mainly to areas not covered by his bases. The equipment of these paratroopers was also very interesting, each with an AKM rifle, plus an RPD light machine gun for each squad, with fierce firepower and universal ammunition. Li Ming specifically arranged transport helicopters to transport a large amount of ammunition and supplies for them. At this time, Li Ming's troops were basically in many of the larger cities in the country, but there were still many small prefecture-level cities without his troops. So Li Ming used the paratrooper method to achieve control over these small cities. He wanted to form his own military control and market network. That's right, I still have a hero unit that hasn't been recruited, it seems to be called Captain Chen Lin. Then he issued an instruction, system, recruit Captain Chen Lin. Yes, Captain Chen Lin is being recruited, please be patient and wait for 7 days. The system's voice made Li Ming stunned. Does it take so long to recruit a hero unit? Li Ming's least lack was time, so he waited patiently and then began to check his latest technology. System, what's up with this Wraith fighter? Li Ming couldn't help but ask. This was a reward data provided by the high-tech research center he received. Ding, respected host, the Wraith fighter is a manned stealth fighter. This fighter adopts a twin-engine layout, but the internal structure of the engine has been redesigned more scientifically, completely different from the stealth fighters currently owned by the host. System, how do these stealth fighters I have compared to the Wraith fighter? Trash, none of them can fight. The system said lightly. System bro, that's a bit of bragging, right? They're all stealth fighters, what's the difference? Li Ming asked, puzzled. Ding, host, the thrust of a single engine of this Wraith fighter can reach 30 kilonewtons, and 2 engines are 60 kilonewtons. Without afterburner, it can easily make the Wraith fighter fly at a speed of 5 to 6 Mach. With afterburner, it can fly at a speed of 10 Mach. Moreover, the Wraith fighter also adopts the latest type of composite wave-absorbing material for the fuselage, which can make the overall weight of the aircraft at least 40% lighter than other fighters at the same volume. With sufficient engine horsepower and a terrifying built-in missile bay capacity, the Wraith fighter can definitely kill any stealth fighter in the world today. In addition, the production cost of this new type of composite wave-absorbing material is not high, making it suitable for mass production. Not only can it be stealthy, but the fuselage itself can also absorb radar reflection waves, has greater structural strength, and is also more heat-resistant. Coupled with the latest missile rocket engine technology and the unique fuel formula of the aircraft, this fighter will make the host's air force invincible. At the same time, the latest anti-G suit technology for pilots can also help you effectively reduce the overload of 6 to 8 Gs. The host should know what that means, right? Damn! Li Ming couldn't help but swear. This thing is really heaven-defying, a minimum speed of 5 Mach, a maximum flying speed of 10 Mach. These traditional air-to-air missiles are simply decorations. Science and technology. Even if Li Ming didn't understand Air Force technology and equipment, he still knew the basic data of fighter jets. A minimum flight speed of Mach 5 and a maximum of Mach 10, not to mention anything else, the aircraft's body material itself is a huge challenge. In addition, there's the engine. The thrust is actually so great, one engine is almost equivalent to the thrust of 2 existing aircraft engines. System, the volume of this engine should be much smaller than existing fighter jet engines, right? Li Ming found the key point in what the system said. Ding, because this aircraft's engine is manufactured with the latest materials, and the design and layout are also the latest, the aircraft engine can maintain a small volume while maintaining high thrust. In addition, with the unique aviation fuel formula, it can be said that the aircraft's combat effectiveness is the result of multiple factors combined. System, what about the range, combat radius, and payload of this aircraft? Ding, this aircraft has a curb weight of 5.5 tons and a maximum takeoff weight of 52 tons. However, considering the needs of stealth operations, the Phantom fighter jet has ample internal space and can carry a large amount of fuel. Without carrying external fuel tanks, the range can reach 7,000 kilometers, the combat radius is about 3,300 kilometers, and the maximum payload is 15 tons. With the latest missiles provided by this system and achieving stealth combat performance, it can carry a full 16 air-to-air missiles, with a combination of 8 long-range, 6 medium-range, and 2 close-range. If considering multi-purpose stealth combat capabilities, the internal bomb bay can carry 4 air-to-ground missiles in addition to 8 medium-range air combat missiles. In short, everything depends on the host's own tactical needs. In addition, regarding the takeoff and landing operations, the pilot can choose different takeoff and landing modes according to the real battlefield situation. When choosing vertical takeoff and landing, the range will be shortened to 5,500 kilometers due to increased fuel consumption. Li Ming was completely shocked. This aircraft can be completely understood as the most advanced fighter jet that ignores all countries in the world. If a real air battle breaks out, the system is right, this thing really beats all countries' aircraft. System, what about the fire control radar data of this Phantom fighter jet? Li Ming was very concerned about the avionics system. After all, this thing determines the detection range. Ding, dear host, the Phantom fighter jet fully represents the most outstanding industrial technology of the Baltan planet. The radar of this aircraft is a multifunctional radar, integrating search and fire control. This radar is beyond the technology of this planet and is in search mode. It can search and detect stealth targets about 600 kilometers away, and non-stealth targets about 900 kilometers away. After searching and detecting a suspicious target, it will be converted into the working mode of the fire control radar, and then guide ultra-long-range air-to-air missiles to attack aerial targets 550 kilometers away. In addition, this fighter jet also has a special electronic warfare aircraft type. There will be detailed descriptions in the data. Please check it yourself. After listening to the system's explanation, Li Ming was stunned. It can detect stealth targets 600 kilometers away? To put it bluntly, even if they are both stealth fighter jets, I can hit you outside your air combat missile range, but you know nothing about the upcoming attack. What a terrible fighter jet this is. It is indeed very high-tech, as expected of something produced by a high-tech research center. Then he checked the second technology. This second technical data describes cold fusion reactor technology. Nuclear reactors are definitely very important technologies, and they are also technologies that countries all over the world are crazy about. And this is actually cold fusion reactor technology, which means that Li Ming can produce safer and more reliable nuclear-powered ships by himself, which will undoubtedly greatly increase his military strength. Cold fusion is the most cutting-edge technology in this world, but it is still in the research stage and far from being truly practical. As a result, the system is now rewarding it to him. The third technical data is even more interesting, that is, land-based laser weapons. According to the description of this laser weapon, it has the ability to intercept intercontinental ballistic missiles, and the interception success rate is very high, which can reach more than 95%. In addition, this thing also has the ability to strike space satellites, which can be said to be terribly strong. The fourth technical data is micro-rocket satellite technology. As the name suggests, a satellite originally needs a huge launch vehicle to send it into the universe, but now this satellite can be more powerful while being smaller, and the launch vehicle can also be smaller. The final product made by this micro-rocket satellite technology looks about the size of a rocket model, but this thing is a real launch vehicle. With this technology, Li Ming can use his own satellites without having to invade other people's satellites. The fifth technology is a series of alloy materials with letter codes, as well as a large number of technical data on composite materials with various capabilities. These technical data can be said to cover various fields such as military industry and people's livelihood. They are all material formulas and the like, which are very precious. In terms of performance, it completely beats all kinds of metal materials that can be heard now, and belongs to the technical reserves of basic materials science. Materials science can be said to be the foundation of a series of military industries. If basic materials science is not good, the military industry cannot develop at all. It can be said that these materials-related materials are the top priority. The sixth technology belongs to the field of microbial life engineering and pharmaceutical technology, including but not limited to various medical devices, medicines, medical consumables, and other aspects of technology. Pharmaceutical technology can be said to be very expensive, but now the system has rewarded some of these technologies. Li Ming has also grabbed a lot of technical data from abroad. Now these things will shine for him. Li Ming felt that it was still worth upgrading the base at such a great cost when he saw these advanced technologies. Not to mention anything else, at least these technologies are solid. The next thing to do is to transform technology into strength. Soon he directly asked people to contact the scientific research department, moved all the scientific research staff into the high-tech scientific research center to work, and at the same time asked these scientific research personnel to thoroughly study these cutting-edge technologies and achieve large-scale mass production optimization. The application of science and technology is a systematic project. A breakthrough in a technology will often drive the technological upgrading of a large number of related industrial chains. Therefore, scientific research must not stop. Even in the apocalypse, scientific research must continue. Humanity's enterprising spirit of climbing the peak of science must never stop. Dissatisfied with Li Ming, the progress of science and technology is endless. After obtaining the most cutting-edge scientific and technological data, Li Ming immediately launched research in related fields. It can be said that technology is highly correlated. Take the Wraith fighter as an example. There are many things that can be researched on this fighter jet. For example, the strong engine material. The aero engine made of this material has a service life of 16,000 hours, and the usual maintenance is also very convenient. The Wraith fighter's engine can use this material, and naturally it can also use this material to manufacture other aircraft, or replace the engines of those aircraft robbed by Li Ming. Moreover, it can be enlarged to make engines for transport aircraft or bombers. As long as the thrust is large enough, even a brick can make you fly. Another is the advancement of missile technology. The Wraith fighter's missiles use the latest missile rocket engine design, and the materials are also different. At the same time, the solid fuel formula of this missile is also different. This is why, with the same volume, the air-to-air missile using the latest technology can have 2.5 times the range of ordinary missiles. Of course, with an appropriate increase in range on the basis of the original range, the size of the missile will be greatly reduced, which means that the number of missiles carried by stealth fighters can be greatly increased. This is the reason why the Wraith fighter can carry so many missiles. It has achieved a good balance between range and volume. But Li Ming not only has stealth fighters, but also a large number of warships and ordinary non-stealth fighters that he robbed. The mountings of these fighters will not be as restricted as stealth fighters. In theory, as long as the volume of the missile is small enough, then the weight will also be reduced. In this case, the load capacity of ordinary fighters will be greatly increased. In addition, this missile technology can be used not only for air-to-air missiles, but also for missiles on warships, and even surface-to-air missiles can be used for reference. To say nothing else, it is a great progress to increase the range of surface-to-air missiles or anti-ship missiles while maintaining the existing volume. It can also be like the Wraith fighter's missiles, balancing the range and volume to increase the number of missiles carried. In short, this technological progress is all round. In addition to missile and engine technology, the progress of radar avionics systems cannot be ignored. It can also provide reference for the search-fire control radar of surface-to-air missiles. In addition, these technologies also have a great impetus for the research and production of strategic bombers. As the saying goes, one method, all methods. Moreover, many technologies can be used not only for military industry, but also for civilian use. Industry is complementary to each other. While Li Ming was preparing to improve the survival rate in the Doomsday, the lives of other survivors outside could only be described as dire. Although social security has improved a lot after Li Ming's crackdown. However, if the apocalypse does not end, violent and evil forces, such vigorous social organizations, will continue to emerge. What Li Ming can do at present is to strengthen patrols. Li Ming's patrol teams patrol the city in basic units of platoons. Of course, the scope of this patrol is not very large and cannot cover all urban areas, but Li Ming has opened a special reporting office for black and evil forces. As long as the investigation is true, the reported black and evil forces will definitely not be able to escape. Of course, in order to prevent false accusations, those who make false accusations will also be severely punished. The current social order can only be said to be much better than the black and evil forces that are everywhere in the last days. Although the survivors are having a hard time, they can survive, that's all. After entering the extreme cold apocalypse for a month and a half, the survivors who can survive to this day have basically begun to adapt to the extreme cold apocalypse life. Of course, the current situation is that survivors still die every day, and there are many causes of death, but man-made factors are greater than natural disasters. For example, some were killed after trying to rob others and being counter-killed, some were killed after being attacked by others, and a few were killed while competing for resources, and so on. In short, while Li Ming is stabilizing the basic social order, there are still many unspeakable things in many dark corners. Li Ming himself is well aware of this, but he is not a god, and he does not have the need and responsibility to do too much. He only needs to do his best to do what he can. After all, he is not the imperial government now, so as long as he maintains the most basic order, he should try his best to ensure that more survivors survive. Li Ming himself is very clear that more than 95% of people basically cannot survive the natural disaster apocalypse. It can be said that most of the living people we see now will die in the next few years. Cruel? This is naturally very cruel, but it is also very helpless, and Li Ming has no choice. These survivors went to the mountains around the city to cut down trees, and used these trees as firewood for heating and cooking. In order to compete for firewood, a survival resource, countless survivors broke out in fierce battles. God knows how many people died for a small bundle of firewood. But Li Ming can't control these things at all, and doesn't want to control them. Anyway, as long as they don't cause trouble in his territory, he doesn't bother to care about these things. At this time, Li Ming's business in markets across the country is very popular, which can be described as thriving. Li Ming is naturally very happy. A deal that can exchange a lot of raw materials for a little industrial product will definitely not lose money. Of course, in addition to these businesses, the most profitable are some eye-catching clothes, stockings, and some brand-name bags and luxury goods. Relying on these things, Li Ming earned a lot of materials. Some people are happy and some are sad. Li Ming is happy, but some people are dissatisfied, that is, the bosses behind these rich wives. These people are just relying on some of the materials they have left over from the last days to recruit troops and establish private bases. It can be said that there are quite a few people. However, Li Ming doesn't think much of the strength of these people at all. A group of businessmen, even if they have some force, what can they do? The combat effectiveness cannot be compared with that of the regular army, so Li Ming didn't pay much attention to them. But this group of businessmen actually began to conspire, trying to drive away Li Ming's forces. The method they adopted was to secretly support some forces to go to Li Ming's market to make trouble when buying things. Even if Li Ming knew it was them, they would not do anything to them without evidence. After all, they also have private bases and are not without any ability to resist. It can only be said that in any era, there will always be people who can't understand the situation. These merchants naturally belong to this group. They have also established their own markets, but in terms of various conditions, they are far inferior to Li Ming's Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Whether it's the variety and abundance of materials, security facilities, or other aspects, these markets of all sizes only enrich the circulation of folk materials, but they are far less considerate than the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Why do many merchants who do business in the market choose to join the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce? Do they really think it's just because the other party has abundant materials? This is one of the reasons, and another important reason is that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce provides customers with security escort services, or in layman's terms, armed escort services. Although it's not the regular army that is dispatched, it's the security personnel recruited by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, and the performance of various equipment is very good. They have stab-proof vests, bulletproof shields, riot shields, crossbows, and various weapons such as spears. In short, even if they encounter armed criminal gangs, they have the ability to protect themselves. More importantly, who dares to rob the goods of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's security personnel? After the robbery, it will definitely attract the revenge of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's army. That group of troops will not reason with you, they will only send you the bullets in their hands. Don't think that Li Ming's crackdown will immediately restore social order to what it was before the disaster. This is unrealistic. It is important to be able to earn materials in the market, but it is even more important whether you can bring the materials home safely. Of course, the number of troops of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce currently on the surface is really not that many, basically just those light infantry. Although there are large-scale crackdowns in some big cities, the combined brigade has not been completely exposed, so this has led to many forces not knowing how many troops the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has. But one thing is that the combat effectiveness of these troops should be quite strong. At this time, in a private base in Tarawa, several forces are in contact, and a conspiracy against the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is about to unfold. President Ma, do we really want to do this? These people have an army behind them, with as many as 3,000 people. A president said with a drastic change in his face after hearing this. President Ma's glasses flashed with cold light, and he smiled, hee, what are you afraid of? They have armed forces, but we are not just eating dry food. President Qin, you and these presidents, which one of you doesn't have thousands of people on hand? You probably have collected a lot of guns and ammunition. If we gather them together, we will have a lot of combat personnel here, as many as 40,000 people. Even if they have more people, they are only 3,000 people. We have as many as 40,000 people, including more than 10,000 guns. What are we afraid of? Moreover, when we ask people to do things, we are very secretive. Do they know who did it? Do they have evidence? As long as we do it secretly enough, they will know nothing. After hearing President Ma's words, the others also showed a moved look. At this time, a fat, big-bellied businessman stood up. President Ma is right, after all, we are not at anyone's mercy. We also have armed forces, what are we afraid of? Moreover, these people are selling luxury goods all day long. The prodigal women at home are desperately consuming my food. I really can't stand it anymore. We must find a way to drive these people away. President Chao is right. These people from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce dare to act as officials, relying on their strength, and provide relatively low-priced survival materials to these lowly people. It's outrageous. Don't they know that only monopoly business is the most profitable? I don't know what the leader of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is thinking. He really thinks he is a saint and cares about the life and death of these bottom-level people. If we don't drive them away, how can we sell our supplies at a high price? Another president said. There were a total of 8 people in the venue. At this time, 3 people had already expressed their agreement to take action against the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. The rest of the Wu family was also very dissatisfied with Li Ming's Chamber of Commerce. Because Li Ming's Chamber of Commerce seriously touched their interests. Originally, without other major forces entering the market, their 8 families could completely become the real giants of the entire Tarawa and become superior people. As a result, a Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce suddenly appeared and cared about the life and death of these lowly people. It could be said that if Li Ming's Chamber of Commerce and army had not entered the market, these ordinary survivors would only have to choose to join the forces under these 8 people, and then they could become kings and dominate. How good would that be? They could completely be local emperors in the apocalypse, but after these people came, they first launched a bloody cleansing of the criminal gangs, and then began to maintain social order. This undoubtedly greatly touched the bottom line and huge interests of these people. For capitalists, their greatest wealth is not the money or materials in their hands, but people. In the eyes of these people, Li Ming's approach is simply preventing them from becoming emperors, which is unforgivable. Soon, the other 5 families also began to nod in agreement. After seeing that his decision was unanimously approved, President Ma was in a good mood. He smiled, everyone, these people are indeed a bit outrageous. First, they killed too many innocent people. Then they began to govern social order in the name of the imperial government, which is indeed rebellious. So I propose that we can first send some people to make trouble and test their bottom line. At the same time, we will each dispatch armed forces to ambush their patrol teams. In this way, on the one hand, we can seize their weapons and ammunition to strengthen ourselves, and on the other hand, we can weaken their armed forces through this method. After all, 40,000 against 3,000, with calculation against no calculation, the advantage is on our side. Yes. Soon a conspiracy against Li Ming's army was born. In fact, it was not only these 8 forces that were dissatisfied with Li Ming, but also countless other forces were also very dissatisfied with Li Ming's approach. Many other big merchants like this who have a lot of materials are dissatisfied with Li Ming's approach. The reasons are similar. After Li Ming used force to bloodbath the criminal gangs, he actually began to send patrol teams to maintain social order, which is simply taking himself as an official. How can this group of ambitious and resourceful people accept this? What is even more hateful is that these people from Li Ming actually took advantage of the convenience of opening the market to sell a large number of luxury goods, and took out a lot of things that could not be eaten or drunk to exchange for a large amount of food, medicine, and other practical materials from their prodigal women at home. This is simply shaking their foundation. This is the inducement. In the case where both fundamental interest conflicts and inducements exist, it is almost inevitable for this group of people to rebound. And Li Ming's intelligence department quickly noticed the unusual places in various cities. During the crackdown on organized crime, Li Ming's intelligence department had already investigated various factions in several cities, including not only criminal organizations and violent gangs. These private base factions were also under Li Ming's investigation. It could be said that Li Ming had never let his guard down against these people. Although he didn't care about them, he remained vigilant. Li Ming was naturally very clear about the character of these private bases. You can imagine, at this moment you have great power, and the lives of everyone in the entire base are in your hands. At this time, everyone will be ecstatic. This is the pleasure that power brings to people. Power is like an aphrodisiac, making people unable to stop. To be honest, the dirty things in these private bases are no less than those of organized crime, and some private bases even do things more disgusting than organized crime. There are simply too many scenes of power struggles and mutual annexation. Therefore, although Li Ming doesn't pay much attention to the opponent strategically, he still values them tactically. After all, the opponent is also a force with thousands of armed personnel, right? It's a bit exaggerated to call them kings and dominate, but it's really not difficult to be a local emperor in the base. Li Ming's attitude towards these people depends on their actions. If these people have not lost their humanity and are relatively good to the survivors, and can guarantee the survival of the survivors, Li Ming doesn't mind letting the other party's organizational forces live on. But if they are like organized crime, trying their best to exploit the survivors, then don't blame Li Ming's iron fist for smashing you. Doing so has already touched Li Ming's bottom line. Naturally, Li Ming has nothing to say about such forces, that is, just take everything from them. At this time, Li Ming was inspecting the progress of the base and the underground base when he received a call from the intelligence department. Li Ming had no choice but to go to the intelligence department to see what was going on. Report, Chief. According to the determination of our intelligence department, the situation in some cities within the Tianhui Empire has recently been a little wrong, an intelligence officer reported. Speak. Li Ming just said this one word lightly. Yes, Chief, according to our reconnaissance, we have discovered that many nouveau riche forces in the last days are about to launch actions against us, the most likely of which is armed action, such as launching attacks on our army's patrols, etc. Li Ming narrowed his eyes when he heard the news. Is the information accurate? Chief, according to the current situation, many forces are not aware of the true strength of our army and have misjudged our army's strength. What they want is to be kings and dominate, to be local emperors, and to enslave more ordinary survivors. Our existence has a fundamental conflict of interest with their needs. Moreover, these people have a lot of armed forces. Now, with a large number of guns and ammunition from the original Imperial Army and other institutions flowing into the market, these people really have a lot of guns. It is not uncommon for each private base to have hundreds or even thousands of guns. Li Ming looked at the officer. Are you saying that these people have the ability to threaten our army? Chief, it's better to be careful. Although our army is strong in combat, it is easy to suffer losses due to the lack of vigilance and the small number of our army's patrols, which are in platoons. Li Ming tapped the table with his fingers. After 5 minutes, he nodded and said, "You are right. It is good to take some precautions. Immediately contact all bases across the country and the net can be closed. First, let everyone be vigilant and guard against enemy attacks." Yes. Soon, orders from the headquarters base in Malga were sent to all bases across the country. Li Ming's light infantry regiments in various places immediately entered a state of secondary alert. When going out on patrol, all soldiers were assigned an additional drone to assist in reconnaissance in front. At the same time, the combined brigade also began to dispatch in batches, preparing to attack the merchants. Tarawa City is located in the south of the empire and is one of the most economically developed regions of the empire. Before the disaster, it was once the headquarters of many well-known companies. Now these companies have disappeared with the advent of the last days, and a new privileged class has emerged. The Ma family, Chow family, and 8 other merchants who were originally engaged in medicines, food, and other businesses have become the top families in the last days. Li Ming also has a secondary base here. After receiving Li Ming's notification order, the base immediately entered a state of alert. The light infantry platoon on patrol outside is prepared to counterattack at any time in case of an attack. In addition to these, the infantry regiment also deployed some snowmobile to form a quick reaction battalion. It can support the attacked patrol team at any time and can reach the battlefield within 10 minutes. The support firepower of the entire quick reaction battalion includes 3 75 infantry guns, 6 12.7 heavy machine guns, and other equipment. It can be said that everything is based on rapid mobile support. At this time, a platoon of patrolmen in the Tarawa area is patrolling in their territory as usual. The area that Li Ming's troops need to patrol in Tarawa City is not large. It takes about 1 hour to patrol on foot, basically patrolling once every 3 hours. Patrols are basically on foot, in platoons. The team started patrolling as usual, but while advancing, a soldier operating the drone immediately ran forward quickly. Report platoon leader, there is an abnormality ahead. The patrol platoon leader Masan asked, what's the situation? Platoon leader, look at this video. After saying that, the soldier showed the platoon leader the video taken by the drone. The platoon leader took the equipment and saw that there was a group of people chasing a girl. At this time, the platoon leader was also a little suspicious. After the crackdown, it was impossible for large-scale criminal organizations and violent gangs to exist in the city, so this situation was rarely seen. Did they encounter it during patrol today? This is a bit strange. Everyone, immediately load your bullets, open the safety, and prepare for battle. The platoon leader decisively ordered. All the soldiers held their rifles and prepared to shoot. Then he pointed to a soldier, Wang Hu, go and check the situation and tell those people chasing people to get out of here quickly. Also, strengthen your guard and beware of this woman. Recently, the headquarters sent an order that someone wants to attack us, and I feel that there is a problem with this matter. Yes. Soon, the soldier named Wang Hu also carried an AKM and prepared for battle. He stepped forward little by little. He saw the woman being chased by 5 or 6 men. He immediately found cover and shouted, the people behind are not allowed to chase. We are the patrol team. After saying that, he fired a shot as a warning. Those people were frightened by the gunfire and retreated. Then the woman saw a soldier holding a gun, and she hurriedly ran towards Wang Hu with tears in her eyes. Encounter the soldier named Wang Hu hid behind the bunker and shouted, get away from here. Don't come near me, or I'll shoot. The soldier didn't lower his guard, holding his gun ready. If the woman didn't heed his warning, he would definitely shoot without hesitation. The woman didn't listen at all, continuing to run towards Wang Hu. She was now only 100 meters away from him. Bang! Wang Hu fired a warning shot. Run any closer and I'll shoot to kill. Leave now. Wang Hu had already aimed at the woman through the holographic sight on his rifle. If she didn't listen, he would immediately shoot her down. The woman was frightened. She knew she would be shot if she got any closer, so she dared not move. The platoon leader waved his hand, and the soldier operating the drone controlled it to observe the woman carefully. They discovered something hidden behind the woman's clothes. He recalled something called a suicide bombing. If the woman had a bomb on her, his entire platoon would be blown to smithereens if they rashly approached. He used the communicator to notify Wang Hu, tell that woman to leave immediately, or shoot her. Yes, sir. Wang Hu shouted, leave now, or I'll shoot. The woman ignored him and began rushing towards Wang Hu. Wang Hu aimed at her leg through the holographic sight. Bang! A shot rang out, and the bullet accurately hit the woman's thigh. The woman immediately fell to the ground. Wang Hu began scouting ahead as the patrol's point man, keeping about 50 meters ahead of the main force. The entire patrol team stayed far away from the woman. Boom! A loud explosion occurred where the woman was. Fortunately, the patrol team was far enough away and alert enough. It was indeed a human bomb. The platoon leader broke out in a cold sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Then, Wang Hu carefully searched the area ahead as the point man, especially since there were many buildings here, making it easy for people to ambush them. Both sides had guns, and with the element of surprise combined with their large numbers, it would be easy to fall into a trap if they weren't vigilant. At this moment, at least 300 unidentified armed men were hiding in these buildings. All 300 of them were armed with standard military rifles. Although they didn't have optical sights, they did have mechanical sights, and their gun muzzles were pointed at the road, ready to fire at any moment. Wang Hu noticed that there wasn't a single person out and about on this street, which aroused his suspicion. During the extreme cold, everyone needed to go out to collect supplies to exchange for points to get survival resources. But there wasn't a single person to be seen on this street, which was very abnormal. Wang Hu immediately realized there was something wrong with this street. He walked close to the wall, when a rifle was aimed at him from a high place. Bang! A shot rang out, and the bullet accurately hit Wang Hu's chest. Wang Hu felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer in the chest, and he felt a little difficulty breathing. Although the bullet was blocked by the body armor, the impact still made him very uncomfortable. After falling to the ground, Wang Hu used the force of the bullet's impact to roll and hide behind a corner of the outer wall of a building, quickly setting up his gun and starting to shoot. Da-da-day. Da-day. His rifle fired controlled bursts, suppressing the enemy by shooting at the approximate location of their gunfire. After firing a few shots, he immediately pulled out a smoke grenade and threw it at his feet. The white smoke quickly enveloped him. Wang Hu crawled, using the cover of the smoke grenade to retreat. At this time, the patrol leader heard the gunfire. Wang Hu, do you copy? Platoon leader, I've been hit. There are enemies in the buildings ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hu, after crawling out of the smoke grenade's coverage, saw several armed men rushing out and firing at him. Wang Hu rolled a few times and returned to the outer wall of the building to dodge the bullets, taking out an AKM and blindly firing around the corner to suppress the armed men. The armed men fired bursts at Wang Hu's approximate location, and bullets hit the concrete wall, sending cement fragments flying. Several armed men excitedly shouted, "Quick, everyone, get him!" Then, 7 or 8 armed men rushed towards Wang Hu in a swarm. After hearing this, Wang Hu took out an Mk1 cast iron hand grenade from his waist, pulled the pin, and rolled it out from the corner of the wall. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and several armed men were directly blown to the ground by the grenade, their bodies covered in bright red watermelon juice, their lives uncertain. At this time, the patrol leader commanded the troops to find cover and hide, while commanding 2 machine guns to block and suppress the enemies in those buildings, preventing them from rushing out. On the other side, he quickly asked the signalman to call for support, and at the same time sent 3 soldiers to drag Wang Hu back. He had already seen that Wang Hu had temporarily eliminated the danger with a grenade, and he was slightly relieved after discovering that Wang Hu was just a little out of breath from the impact of the bullet. At this time, the armed men realized that the ambush had failed, so some of them climbed to the roof and started shooting at the building where the patrol team was located, while the others detoured to the rear, preparing to capture Wang Hu alive. The patrol leader commanded 2 machine guns to exchange fire with the enemies on the roof. 1 machine gun suppressed the enemies detouring to the rear to cover Wang Hu, and the 3 soldiers who went to rescue Wang Hu had also arrived. 1 soldier pulled the loop on the back of Wang Hu's uniform and dragged him back, while the other 2 soldiers and Wang Hu continued to fire AKMs, cooperating with the machine gun to suppress the enemies who wanted to rush out and capture him alive. In the beginning, quite a few people did rush out, but 5 or 6 people were directly knocked down by a long burst from a PKM machine gun, and the remaining armed men retreated again. Under the suppression of Wang Hu's 3 rifles and 1 machine gun, the 4 successfully returned to the building where their patrol team was located. The patrol captain quickly asked the medic to check Wang Hu's injuries. In addition, he began to command the soldiers to fire bursts at the enemy's buildings from time to test the enemy's firepower. At the same time, the drone had locked onto the enemy's buildings, a total of 2 buildings, with a population of about 200 or 300 people. Although the other party had a lot of guns and ammunition, their training was not good. When exchanging fire with the patrol team, they basically fired bursts. Except for the first few bullets, which were relatively accurate, they didn't know where the bullets were going after that. After approximately a few minutes of intense gunfire, the patrol platoon leader immediately recognized the enemy's strength. The enemy was using various automatic weapons, and it seemed they lacked significant tactical training, as well as equipment like bulletproof vests and helmets. In essence, aside from firearms and ammunition, they had virtually no other gear. It was evident that the enemy lacked essential military training and were most likely armed individuals from private bases. It seemed the superior's report was accurate. While both sides were still exchanging gunfire, the Light Infantry Regiment commander immediately dispatched his Rapid Reaction Battalion. Snowmobiles sped across the terrain, and the Rapid Reaction Battalion arrived at the edge of the battlefield in approximately 10 minutes. The Rapid Reaction Battalion commander immediately distinguished two types of gunfire, the methodical bursts and short volleys of machine guns and AKMs from his own patrol team, and the dull, continuous firing of automatic weapons from the other side. The Rapid Reaction Battalion commander quickly identified the location of his own personnel and promptly set up 75mm infantry guns and 12.7mm heavy machine guns, while ordering the unit's snipers to seize high ground. Using live images and data transmitted by the patrol team's drone, they quickly pinpointed the enemy's position within the two buildings. The Rapid Reaction Battalion commander immediately ordered, "Infantry guns, open fire." The officer in charge of the infantry guns quickly reported the firing parameters, and a shell was immediately launched. Boom! With a loud explosion, a 75mm infantry shell accurately struck the roof of one of the buildings. The blast wave and shrapnel swept across a group of armed individuals. Soon, several infantry guns each fired a few rounds. After being bombarded by artillery, the surviving armed individuals retreated into the buildings. At this point, the armed individuals were in chaos, not expecting the enemy reinforcements to have artillery. Under the firepower of artillery and 12.7mm heavy machine guns, the armed individuals suffered heavy casualties and were on the verge of collapse. The Rapid Reaction Battalion commander immediately organized his troops to surround the two buildings, while sending someone to shout, "Listen up, you inside. You have 5 minutes to consider. Lay down your weapons and surrender to save your lives, or we will flatten both buildings with artillery and bury you all alive." Inside the building, the armed individuals were panicking, knowing that these troops genuinely possessed artillery, as evidenced by those killed on the roof earlier. These two buildings were office buildings with no residents, making it impossible to find hostages. If the enemy was determined to destroy the buildings, it would certainly be fatal. After the losses from the battle, the 300-plus armed individuals were reduced to around 160. The performance of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's troops made them very uneasy. "Don't shoot. We surrender." Ultimately, the armed individuals, under the shadow of death, were forced to surrender. "Everyone, drop your guns at the front gate and line up." Soon, the 160-plus armed individuals threw their rifles and ammunition on the ground, forming a pile, then raised their hands and began to line up. A platoon of soldiers from the Rapid Reaction Battalion immediately began searching the armed individuals. Any unusual movement would result in immediate execution by snipers. After confirming that the armed individuals posed no danger, the Rapid Reaction Battalion escorted the 160-plus individuals and then subjected them to brutal interrogation. Li Ming's patrol team was not the only one attacked. Patrol teams in other cities were also attacked multiple times. Although the casualties were not significant, the nature of the attacks was extremely serious. Li Ming also captured many armed individuals. Through interrogating these individuals, he quickly uncovered the true culprits behind them, ambitious businessmen. These businessmen were already sentenced to death in Li Ming's mind. Li Ming issued an order, and garrison combined arms brigades throughout the region immediately mobilized. Based on the information obtained from the interrogations and intelligence agencies, they began retaliatory actions against these businessmen and private bases. The combined arms brigades, operating in combined arms battalions, surrounded all the private bases that had been investigated and found to be involved in the attacks. At this time, Boss Ma and 7 others at the Wanshan private base were waiting for good news from their subordinates, but instead received even worse news. Boss Ma, something terrible has happened. A large number of troops have suddenly appeared outside and surrounded our private base. What? The other businessmen were also shocked. They had not only failed to drive away the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce but had also attracted more troops. At this time, the troops outside the base set up loudspeakers and shouted, "Listen up, you inside. You are surrounded. Open the gates and surrender to avoid death, or we will flatten your base with artillery." Boss Ma and the other businessmen inside the base heard the announcement. These troops had artillery? They had no idea about this because Li Ming had not deployed much heavy equipment during the previous crackdown. Large-caliber artillery and heavy equipment had not been used much. The enemy actually had artillery? Everyone, don't panic. They are just trying to scare us. We have several thousand guards here, they can't break in. What's there to be afraid of? Boss Ma reassured everyone. Just as everyone was starting to relax, Zhou Guoping, the brigade commander of the Combined Arms Brigade outside, waved his hand. The brigade's direct-fire 122mm self-propelled howitzers leveled their barrels and fired a round at the gate of the Wanshan private base. The 122mm high explosive accurately hit the base's gate with a piercing shriek. With a loud boom, the metal base gate was blasted to pieces by the 122mm shell. Thump thump thump, a series of 75mm infantry guns bombarded the buildings inside the base. The buildings inside the private base were just ordinary structures and could not withstand the artillery fire. After a series of violent explosions, the surviving members of the base knew that the enemy genuinely had artillery, so they ran out and raised their hands in surrender. Humph! Zhou Guoping snorted coldly, ordered the soldiers to escort the members of the private base away, and then sent the reconnaissance battalion to search the entire base. During the identification process he did not find the leading figures of the base. These people had to be captured and severely punished. At this time, Boss Ma and the others were pale-faced. They knew that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have and were likely to encounter big trouble. They all hid in an underground room, trying to evade the search. Private base for Li Ming, these damned private base leaders had to be seen alive or dead. There was absolutely no possibility of letting them go. Ordinary base members might have a chance to live, but big bosses like Boss Ma were absolutely not to be spared. At this moment, these 3 or 4 businessmen were hiding in the basement, praying that the enemy troops above wouldn't find them. However, they clearly underestimated the strength of Li Ming's forces. The reconnaissance battalion, in squads, was carefully searching every room and corner of the entire building. After searching for a long time without finding any trace of them, even Brigade Commander Zhou Guoping felt it was unbelievable in the reconnaissance battalion's report. It was impossible for the enemy leaders to disappear into thin air. Brigade Commander, according to our current search situation, there are no other escape routes from the enemy's private base, so they must still be hiding inside the base, the Chief of Staff said. Zhou Guoping's mood calmed down, and he directly ordered the army to enter and conduct a carpet search, refusing to believe they couldn't find the enemy. Soon, more than 2,000 additional soldiers entered to help with the search, greatly speeding up the progress. At this time, Boss Ma and the others hiding in the basement were sweating profusely, truly frightened. Hearing the footsteps of the searching soldiers above, they didn't dare to breathe loudly. After searching the ground again without success, everyone's attention turned to the underground. Soon, there were sounds of knocking on the ground everywhere. A soldier gently tapped the ground with the butt of his engineering plastic rifle, producing a hollow sound. The surrounding soldiers all heard it, so a group of soldiers pointed their guns at the spot and shouted, "Don't hide inside. We've found you. You're in the basement. If you don't come out, we'll pry open the floor and throw in grenades." The floor was pried open, and someone inside shouted, "Don't shoot. I surrender." The surrounding soldiers surrounded the area tightly. Soon, people began to climb out of the basement, one being captured by the soldiers as they came up. Boss Ma still hadn't come up. At this time, the soldiers felt that there should still be people inside, so several soldiers directly took out tear gas grenades and threw them into the basement. Before long, the tear gas grenades spewed smoke that filled the basement, and constant coughing sounds came from inside. The soldiers shouted, "Still not coming out? We're going to throw grenades." "Don't throw grenades. We surrender." Boss Ma and the others finally couldn't stand the tear gas. While coughing violently, they desperately covered their eyes and crawled out. "Are there any more people inside?" an officer asked. "No more." A soldier wearing a gas mask began to go down to investigate the situation and found that there was indeed no one else. After climbing out, he shouted, "Report to the company commander, there's really no one inside. Seize all usable materials here." "Yes." Soon, the soldiers began looting. This private base had a lot of good stuff. The soldiers searched very carefully and quickly found several warehouses in the private base. When they opened the warehouses, some soldiers were stunned. They were really rich. They saw sacks of rice, corn, millet, and other grains stacked in the warehouse. In addition to these main grains, there were also large quantities of peanuts, soybeans, and other miscellaneous grains. In addition, there were a considerable number of dry foods in the warehouse, such as instant noodles, bread, cakes, various sausages, cooked chicken legs, bacon, and so on. These materials were sorted and stacked neatly, and the quantity seemed very impressive. Soon, the army found account books in the private base. Based on the account books, they found several more warehouses. These warehouses were filled with large quantities of cigarettes, alcohol, various clothing, and other materials, as well as an entire room filled with various medicines. In addition, in a special warehouse, they found boxes of canned goods, including canned fruit, canned vegetables, and various canned meats. In short, all the canned goods available on the market could be found here. There were both glass jars and metal cans, a total of more than 400 boxes of canned goods. In addition to canned goods, they also found a warehouse that turned out to be a small workshop for manufacturing guns and ammunition. Inside, there were simple machine tools and other equipment and raw materials, with high-power solar panels and other power supplies, specializing in the production and manufacture of guns and ammunition. In the last warehouse, they found a large number of liquefied petroleum gas tanks, as well as a large amount of charcoal, coal, and other fuel materials. In short, they made a fortune. Soon, the army put these materials into their interdimensional pockets, packed them all up, and took them away, leaving not a single hair behind. In addition to Boss Ma's base, the other 8 private bases that participated in the operation were all breached by the combined brigade's forces. All those who resisted with guns were killed, and the rest either laid down their weapons and surrendered or died under the combined brigade's powerful firepower. In short, Li Ming would never allow any forces to threaten him so unscrupulously. In Tarawa City, Li Ming's combined brigade destroyed a total of 8 private bases, the 8-member conspiracy group led by Boss Ma, and seized a large amount of supplies. Finally, after inventory, they seized a total of 6,525 military rifles, 1,252 pistols, and a total of 152,665 rounds of ammunition. In addition, they destroyed 3 black workshops for manufacturing guns and ammunition and seized a large amount of raw materials and equipment. At the same time, they seized 264,562 tons of rice, 65,225 tons of millet, corn, and other grains, 45,225 boxes of instant noodles, and 25 tons of various meat products. They seized 6,525 boxes of canned goods, 523 tons of coal, and 32,552 gas tanks. In addition, there were a large number of various living facilities and so on. In short, this battle directly made a small fortune, at least enough to cover the cost of the troops. And this was just Tarawa City. There were other actions against Li Ming's Chamber of Commerce. Similar things happened in nearly 30 large and medium-sized cities. Li Ming showed no mercy and directly dispatched the combined brigade to destroy these private bases. He had no politeness for this group of people who didn't know what was good for them. Since you don't want to be decent, then I'll give you decency. Li Ming's bloody revenge quickly unfolded. The members of these private bases were all subjected to strict interrogation and screening. After confirming that they had not committed any crimes, they were released home without charge. Those with minor crimes were directly sentenced to labor reform, and those with serious crimes, as well as the leaders of those private bases, were directly sentenced to public execution in a public trial. Boss Ma, Boss Chow, and a series of figures who had wielded power during the extreme cold period were all publicly executed by Li Ming simply because they had angered him. Subsequently, Li Ming's radio station broadcast a notice, directly publicizing the crimes of this group of people. For Li Ming, he needed to let people know that he was not a bloodthirsty person. The supply warehouse Li Ming's targets not only included those private base organizations that were plotting against him, but also many private bases with a bad reputation that often engaged in bullying men and women. His intelligence agencies were very powerful and had long begun investigating these private bases, so he naturally knew what each base was like, and could ultimately strike with precision. At this time in the city of Marga, the outside world was dark and silent, and countless ordinary survivors were struggling to survive in temperatures of -50°C. However, inside a wealthy man's private base, a scene of warmth and peace was unfolding. If it weren't for the howling wind and silence outside, no one would have thought it was the end of the world. There's an ancient poem that says, "Behind vermilion gates, meat and wine go to waste, while on the road lie frozen corpses." This line was being played out in a concrete way at this moment. Of course, as far as Li Ming was concerned, as long as your private base didn't harm others, he wouldn't bother to care how you squandered your resources. But if you were harming people, then he would have to settle the score properly. Inside an office building located in the urban area of Marga, it was not clear at first glance that this was actually a large-scale private base. At this time, there was singing and dancing in the private base. President Ma, luckily we didn't come forward. Otherwise, we would definitely have been targeted by this Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. A fat man said with relief while reaching into the clothes of a woman next to him to warm his hands. President Ma, wearing rimless glasses, had an expression of complete confidence. They wouldn't dare to go too far. This is just a warning to them, telling them not to be too arrogant. President Ma, I always feel that this Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce doesn't seem like a simple chamber of commerce. I feel like these people seem to want to become the official authority themselves, the fat businessman said. Old Zhao, what's the panic? In this day and age, whoever has the supplies and whoever has the guns is the boss. They only dare to act like this because they have guns and supplies. The combined power of our forces is not small, at least we can control a part of the region. As long as we have supplies in hand, we can do the same sooner or later, President Ma said slowly, taking a sip of the red wine in his glass. Ah, right, President Ma, everyone. Let's have a drink together. Cheers. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. It was a scene of people raising their glasses and exchanging pleasantries. The end of the world was just the end of the world for ordinary people. It had an impact on these people, but the impact was really negligible. At this time, Li Ming's troops had already launched operations against these private bases with bad reputations. A light infantry division dispatched 4 full battalions of troops. These troops acted in companies, with a platoon as the vanguard, preparing to launch a probing raid on President Ma and his group's material storage warehouse to attract the enemy's attention, and then use the material warehouse as bait to set up an ambush with a company to encircle and strike the reinforcements. They had a clear understanding of President Ma and his group. On the one hand, they took in a lot of survivors to increase the strength of their forces, and on the other hand, they formed more elite armed forces. This President Ma, named Ma Tang, was the general agent in the Marga area for many large food manufacturers in Marga City. Before the disaster, he had a large inventory of food. Li Ming had even had commercial cooperation with this person. But now this person has become a target for Li Ming to strike against. This President Ma was very shrewd. He directly formed an elite armed force with a total of more than 1,200 people, with his bodyguards as the core. Through black markets and other channels, he obtained a lot of guns. These elite armed forces were all trained bodyguard leaders who regularly conducted shooting training and had a certain degree of combat effectiveness. At this time, the target of Li Ming's first company, first platoon, was one of President Ma's material storage warehouses. This material storage warehouse contained about 80% of President Ma's materials, and the remaining 20% of the materials were in President Ma's private base. President Ma knew the importance of this material warehouse very well, but considering the good concealment of this material warehouse, he did not send too many people to guard it, only about a company of elite troops. Anyway, his main force could reach here in 15 minutes by vehicle to provide support. All of these 100-plus people were equipped with military rifles. In order to ensure the loyalty of his armed men, all members of the elite armed forces would be sent a beauty to warm their beds. Therefore, these people with guns were very loyal to Ma Tang and others, and became accomplices in Ma Tang's bullying of men and women. At this time, Li Ming had just launched a retaliation against some private bases, so in order not to alert the enemy, Li Ming dispatched troops at the platoon level to take action. Soon, the first platoon approached President Ma's material storage warehouse. This material storage warehouse was indeed very hidden. It was a 3-story building with a high terrain on the edge of the city. It was surrounded by walls, and there was only one entrance and exit to enter. According to intelligence, a considerable part of the materials in this material storage warehouse were in the underground parking lot below the 3-story building. It can be said that Ma Tang began to dig here when the flood first started, as a material storage point. The idea of having multiple escape routes made him make this decision. Until now, Ma Tang has always believed that he is really smart, and that his approach is really useful, which will also give him another way out when he encounters danger. At this time, the platoon leader took out night vision binoculars and observed. They found a small hill nearby, and 3 machine guns and 3 snipers found places to set up, ready to encircle and strike the reinforcements later. While they were ambushing, there was also a company of troops supporting their encirclement and ambush. Another drone operator controlled the drone to conduct reconnaissance of the defensive facilities in the yard. The entire yard was very large, and was a typical warehouse structure. The 3-story building was the living quarters, and the rest with rolling doors were the main body of the warehouse. On the drone's equipment screen, the platoon leader carefully looked at the defenses here and couldn't help shaking his head. The defense was too lax. It was actually a squad on duty to stand guard. The platoon leader waved his hand, and the soldiers of the first platoon began to gradually approach. Everyone loaded their AKM rifles, and soon reached a distance of 100 meters from the gate. Then a soldier took out explosives and placed them on the iron gate, retreated, and directly pressed the detonator. Boom boom boom, a series of violent explosions sounded, and the gate was directly blown into pieces by the high explosives and flew out, and the armed personnel who were standing guard inside were swept down by the fragments. At this time, the armed personnel in the 3-story building were awakened by the explosion. Not good, an enemy attack. All the armed personnel hurriedly put on their clothes and assembled, picked up their weapons and prepared to go out to check the situation. At this time, the soldiers of the first platoon had already launched an attack by surprise. Some sleepy-eyed armed personnel who were holding guns had just walked out of the door of the 3-story building, and were shot down by the soldiers of the first platoon. The enemy in the entire 3-story building was caught off guard, and the leader here immediately called Ma Tang for help. An attack at this moment, Boss Ma and the others were holding a very lewd and shameless party. Just as mentioned before, the depravity of the upper class far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Even in the apocalypse, it was the same. Inside the private base, these 8 wealthy businessmen were each embracing beautiful women, busy and enjoying themselves. Just as everyone's spirits were high, a person suddenly walked in, holding a satellite phone in his hand, rushing over with a worried expression. Boss Ma, something terrible has happened. Someone is attacking our supplies reserve base. Away is requesting support. This person held the satellite phone and whispered in Boss Ma's ear. What? Boss Ma, who was originally in high spirits, was shocked upon hearing this. He pushed away the several beauties beside him, picked up the phone, and hurriedly walked into an empty room to answer it. I'm Ma Tang, Away, what's happening on your side? Boss Ma asked quickly. He was listening to Away's reply when he heard constant gunfire and explosions from the other side of the phone. Away's voice directing others to defend was transmitted through the satellite phone. At this point, Ma Tang was truly certain that his supplies reserve warehouse was indeed under attack. Away, do you hear me? Please respond. The gunfire continued incessantly. After a long while, Away finally replied, Boss Ma, requesting support, requesting support. The enemy's firepower is too fierce, and they also have explosives and grenades. The brothers can't hold on anymore. Ma Tang immediately became anxious and shouted, "Hold on, hold on. My reinforcements will be there soon." Then he hung up the phone. Not long after, except for 100 armed personnel left to guard the private base, the remaining base guards all headed straight for their supplies reserve warehouse at the fastest speed. He knew very well that something must not happen to his supplies reserve warehouse. Once the supplies there were lost, his base really wouldn't be able to last long. So he directly sent about 300 people by car to rush over at the fastest speed, while the remaining hundreds of people traveled on foot, to support the warehouse as soon as possible. As soon as Boss Ma made a move, he was noticed by Li Ming's intelligence personnel, who immediately relayed the information via satellite phone with only one sentence: "The rat has moved, 20 toy cars with 300 plus rats, and 600-700 barefoot rats." Soon, the company commander in charge of the siege and ambush received the notification. He instructed the first platoon leader to continue suppressing the guards' firepower and contain the guards' forces, while the remaining 3 platoons of the first company had already set up their firepower, ready to wait for the enemy to come to their door. In order to achieve the best firepower intensity, the company-level fire support weapons, 2 heavy machine guns each company carried 3, had already formed crossfire and installed night vision scopes. At the same time, 2 soldiers holding ROG-7 rocket launchers were also lying in ambush, waiting to fire after the enemy came, giving the enemy a head and tail strike. At this time, the first platoon leader was directing 3 squads to continuously suppress the enemy with sporadic shots, using cover, to prevent the enemy from rushing out of the building. The bodyguard captain in the 3-story building felt very heavy-hearted. Because they discovered that the attacking enemies had strong firepower and were well-trained. At least the guards on their side were really no match for the opponent. This could be seen from the current casualties. 1/3 of their 110 people had already been killed or wounded, and even now, they had only roughly figured out the approximate location of the enemy. Their guns were only firing in the general direction, and whether they could hit the enemy depended entirely on God's will. The 3 squads of the first platoon took turns firing to contain the enemy. The purpose was only to alarm the enemy and make the enemy request reinforcements. The real tactical purpose was to besiege and strike reinforcements, and strike the enemy's strength. Li Ming knew very well that rather than directly attacking the enemy's base, it would be better to lure the enemy out and eliminate them in the wild. In this case, the enemy's strength could be killed. At this time, the remaining dozens of people in the warehouse were really panicked. They had also organized attempts to rush out with the advantage of numbers and firepower, but the enemy actually had grenades. The more people rushed out, the more people were killed and wounded by the grenades. They didn't have weapons like grenades, and even the number of bullets was limited. This battle was difficult. At this time, the leader here could only pray that the reinforcements would arrive soon. Just as the warehouse was struggling to hold on, the vanguard of the reinforcements, a full 360-plus people, were rushing over in microvans at the fastest speed. When the vanguard of about 20 vans entered the range of fire, the company commander immediately gave the order, "Rocket launchers, fire." Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rocket launchers fired first, and the RPG-7 rockets flew directly towards the vehicles at the head and tail of the long convoy with a sharp whistle. Boom! Boom! After 2 violent explosions, the vehicles at the head and tail of the entire convoy were hit, causing violent explosions. The personnel in the vehicles, needless to say, were basically blown to pieces by the violent explosions. The shattered vehicles even caused considerable damage to the other vehicles in the convoy. The windshields were covered with dense spider webs from the broken fragments, which looked very scary. "Get out of the car, there's an enemy attack." The commander of the convoy quickly ordered the people in the car to get out of the car. At this time, the machine guns of the first company ambushing nearby rang out. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. This was the muffled sound of the 12.7 mm heavy machine gun firing. The 12.7 machine gun's bullets started firing at the convoy vehicles from 600+ meters away. The 3 heavy machine guns used their powerful firepower and the huge kinetic energy of the bullets to create bullet holes in these microvans. Some armed personnel who didn't have time to get out of the car were directly shot by the 12.7mm machine gun, breaking their arms and legs. Some unlucky ones were directly hit in the head by the bullets, and their entire head exploded like a bomb had been installed inside, and the watermelon juice in their necks splashed everywhere like a fountain. Some unlucky ones were penetrated by 12.7 bullets through the car body and hit in the torso, and the whole person was almost completely cut in half. Watermelon juice and some body parts flowed everywhere, looking very terrifying. Under the fire of three 12.7mm heavy machine guns, the first round of attacks alone caused nearly half of the 360+ people in the convoy to be killed or wounded. At this time, the commander of the convoy was directing the remaining personnel to lie behind the wheels of the vehicles or hide behind the engines, firing in the general direction. The 12 PKM squad machine guns of the first company also opened fire. The sound of the light machine guns mixed with the muffled sound of the heavy machine guns, and the vans were set on fire and exploded. The AKM rifles in the hands of the infantry also continuously fired bullets, forming a firepower net to harvest the lives of the armed personnel in the convoy. Warehouse under the firepower of machine guns and rifles, these vans were quickly riddled with bullets, catching fire, and even exploding. In the firelight, these armed personnel were picked off one by sniper bullets. After all, at a distance of 600 meters, it was extremely easy to use an SVD sniper rifle to target these exposed militants. The entire ambush, designed to strike the reinforcements, lasted less than 10 minutes. The commander of the convoy didn't even have time to notify Ma Tang and the reinforcements marching on foot behind him before he was located by a sniper using the firelight. He was the first to die. At this moment, the battlefield was a mess, with vehicle wreckage and corpses everywhere. A total of more than 360 people were completely annihilated by the firepower of a single company. It must be said that there is indeed a gap in combat effectiveness between militants and regular troops. Regular troops operate with a systematic approach. Moreover, Li Ming only deployed light infantry, he didn't even use the main force of the Combined Arms Brigade. If a Combined Arms Battalion had been deployed, it is estimated that the entire enemy force could have been wiped out within 5 minutes. After all, the artillery of a Combined Arms Battalion is not to be trifled with. After annihilating the enemy forces here, the company commander immediately ordered the troops to move the ambush circle forward another 300 meters, waiting for the enemy infantry to walk into the trap. The company commander's prediction was indeed accurate. As soon as the ambush position was prepared, it was confirmed by drones that a large force of enemy infantry was approaching to provide support. Facing the enemy's infantry, there was no need for weapons like rocket launchers. Simply deploying machine guns and rifles was sufficient. The remaining 3 platoons of infantry in the company all lay prone on both sides of the road, about 200 meters away from the road. Light and heavy machine guns formed a crossfire from the high ground in the rear. Soon, a large force of enemy infantry, approximately 700 strong, began to advance towards this location. At this time, the large force of enemy infantry could only vaguely see the burning convoy ahead, but they could not clearly distinguish whether it was the convoy or something else that was on fire. Everything was unclear, and they had only faintly heard gunshots and explosions earlier. Soon they began to enter the company's ambush circle. At this time, the vanguard of the enemy's large infantry force could already clearly see the burning convoy. The vanguard realized that something was wrong, and just as they were about to notify the rear troops, the guns started firing. The sound of light and heavy machine guns mixed with rifle fire, and dense bullets rained down on the unprepared militants. Nearly 700 militants were quickly brought down by the rain of bullets. The remaining militants quickly lay down on the ground and began to return fire with their rifles. However, they had no cover, so some militants could only use the bodies of their fallen comrades to prop up their guns and fight back. For a time, the night sky was filled with bullets flying around like fireflies. The strange howling sound of bullets passed over the heads of both sides. At this time, the militants were very clear that they had encountered an ambush, and it was estimated that the convoy that was on fire in front had also encountered an ambush. There was no way to provide support, and they had to retreat immediately. The commander of these people immediately shouted, "The enemy's firepower is too fierce. The 1st and 2nd battalions provide alternating cover for retreat. Retreat quickly." It must be said that these people still had some combat effectiveness. Seeing that the situation was not right, they immediately wanted to retreat. The idea was right, but it was a little too late to retreat at this time. Several soldiers from the company directly took out signal guns and fired several flares into the sky above the approximate location of the enemy forces that were being covered by fire. As several flares rose into the sky, the situation on the battlefield became clear at a glance. The remaining approximately 450 militants left more than 100 people behind to cover their retreat, while the remaining 300 or so crawled back. At this time, the company's snipers smiled and used SVD sniper rifles to lock onto these militants one by one. Accompanied by crisp gunshots, one militant after another was picked off by the snipers. The company's light and heavy machine guns had stopped firing, and flares were constantly being fired over there. However, although the light and heavy machine guns had stopped firing, the rifles on both sides had not stopped firing. The gunfire continued for about 20 minutes, and bullets hit these militants one by one. One militant after another was hit by bullets. In the end, of the nearly rest were left behind as corpses. The company commander immediately arranged for a platoon of infantry to clean up the battlefield and collect weapons, while the remaining two platoons went to support the first platoon in attacking the supplies warehouse. With the arrival of the company's main force, it was simply a catastrophe for the enemies in the three-story building. Soon, the dozens of remaining militants in the small building were completely annihilated, and then it was time to search for spoils of war. The company's soldiers took out their interdimensional pockets and began to search, dividing into two groups, one to search the above-ground warehouses and buildings for supplies. The first thing they took was the generators and various electrical equipment here, and then they opened the 4 above-ground warehouses. The first warehouse was filled with boxes of various brands of instant noodles, including bowl noodles and bagged noodles. The company commander took a rough look and saw that there were more than 3,000 boxes of bagged noodles and about 2,000 boxes of bowl noodles. The second warehouse was filled with boxes of sausages, including but not limited to starch sausages, vacuum-packed garlic sausages, red sausages, kiss sausages, etc., neatly stacked, with a total of more than 11,000 boxes. The third warehouse was filled with all kinds of canned goods, various large brands of canned goods, glass bottles of yellow peach canned goods, strawberry canned goods, pineapple canned goods, orange canned goods, apple canned goods, sand fruit canned goods, etc. In addition to these, there were also a large number of canned braised pork, canned braised beef, canned dace with salted black beans, canned ribbonfish, etc., all neatly stacked in boxes, with a total of more than 8,500 boxes. The fourth warehouse was full of snacks, including various egg yolk pies, bread, small bread, biscuits, chocolate pies, etc., a total of more than 1,300 boxes, and about 600 boxes of various large brands of candy and chocolate and other supplies. In addition, this warehouse also had a large number of happy fatwater, juice, kvass, and various dairy beverages, etc., a total of about 4,500 boxes. There were also various brands of purified water, mineral water, etc., with more than 6,500 pieces. Among them, there were as many as 4,500 boxes of purified water that could be directly used for experiments. These are only part of the supplies here, and the bulk of the supplies are in the underground warehouse. Their supplies. As for the underground warehouse, it contained even more good stuff. The entire warehouse area was about 2,500 square meters. After the above-ground warehouses were completely looted, the first company quickly began to loot the underground warehouses. The underground warehouses really had a lot of good stuff, with various kinds of clothes totaling tens of thousands of pieces. In addition, there were more than 30 boxes of guns and more than 100 boxes of bullets. The first company commander had someone open a box and saw neatly arranged brand new Type 15 assault rifles of the Imperial Army. Each box contained 30 rifles, so these 30-plus boxes of guns amounted to about 900 rifles. They also found 2 boxes of pistols, 2 boxes of M9 pistols obtained from abroad, and 3 boxes of pistol ammunition. Now all these things were a bargain for Li Ming. In addition to rifles and pistols, they also got 10 very narrow weapon briefcases. As soon as the first company commander saw these weapon briefcases, he knew there must be good stuff inside. Opening them, they saw magnum caliber precision bolt-action sniper rifles and matching sniper bullets. These were all good things and had to be taken away. Besides these treasures, there were many other supplies underground, including a large amount of medicine. These medical supplies amounted to more than 1,000 boxes, mostly basic medicines. There were many injections, oral medicines, and so on. They also saw a large number of well-preserved cartons of cigarettes, as well as stacks of red wine, famous white wine, and boxes of yellow wine. They got a full 500+ boxes of wine alone. In addition to these supplies, there were also large piles of slab duck, bacon, chicken legs, phoenix claws, pork skin, and other vacuum-packed cooked foods, as well as a large number of canned high-grade teas. Of course, the most numerous supplies in the underground warehouse were naturally various food items from well-known brands and manufacturers. Now all these things were a bargain for Li Ming. With a wave of his hand, the first company commander ordered everything to be packed up and taken away, leaving nothing behind. After packing up all the usable supplies here, the first company commander led his troops away. Tonight, in the entire city of Malga, in addition to Basma being robbed, the supply warehouses of the other 7 private base bosses were also raided by Li Ming's troops. The tactics used were similar, all being encirclement and suppression of reinforcements, but some were fought near the warehouse, and some were ambushed on the city streets that were the only way for the other party to pass. For a time, the armed forces of these 8 families suffered heavy losses, and what made their losses even heavier was the loss of a large amount of supplies, including but not limited to various stored cold and hot weapons, grains, miscellaneous grains, canned food, meat, cooked food, dry food, various fuels, and various other supplies. One wealthy businessman surnamed Feng lost a large amount of medicine. All the medicines in the entire warehouse, which covered an area of more than 1,200 square meters, were looted. It was filled with all kinds of medicines. Basically, as long as the medicines that could be seen on the market, the Feng family's warehouse had them. The Feng family itself was a pharmaceutical factory specializing in the production of medicines, and it miraculously retained a large number of medicines in the apocalypse. And relying on the medicine business, they were very successful in the apocalypse. Now these medicines, along with a large number of raw materials and equipment, have all been taken away, and the Feng family can be said to have suffered heavy losses. At this time, in the private base, Basma and the other 7 wealthy businessmen successively received satellite phone notifications from their subordinates, that is, the material reserve warehouse was looted by an unknown armed force. At this time, the 8 people had no interest in holding a party, because they knew very well that once the materials were really robbed, their losses would be very heavy. Boss Ma, who do you think planned this operation? Boss Feng trembled as he lit a Zhonghua cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. Ma Teng's face was very ugly at this time, but he still pretended to be calm and asked, "Is there any need to ask? There are not many forces that have the strength and the motivation to do these things." Just as the other bosses were about to speak, their confidants came forward one after another to whisper to their bosses to report the situation. With the departure of the 8 confidants, all the bosses' faces were very ugly. Outrageous, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is simply deceiving people too much. Boss Wang was furious, and slammed the table hard. The frozen yellow peach raw materials, a large number of other raw materials, and finished product warehouses of the food factory he opened were all looted. Not only were the materials looted, but even more than 1,500 elite armed forces lost more than 1,000 people. This is simply killing him. Boss Ma's face was also very bad, and he had obviously received a report from his subordinates. The troops sent to support were ambushed by the enemy on the way, and only 30-odd people returned alive, and the remaining 1,000-odd people died. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the materials in his material warehouse. These are his capital to establish a force. Now that these have been robbed, this is simply killing him. The other bosses were the same. The armed forces sent back to support either stepped on a landmine on the way, or were subjected to fire strikes. In short, everyone suffered a lot of losses. In addition, they can already imagine the loss of their materials. With the transportation capacity of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, it is estimated that not even a single hair will be left. But they dare not send people to the material warehouse at this time, for fear that all the remaining armed forces will be folded in it, and can only wait for the other party to leave before going to check the situation. The next morning, the 8 bosses who had not slept all night sent people to check the loss of their material warehouses. Soon everyone received the worst news. That is, all the materials are gone, not even a single hair is left. At this time, these 8 bosses realized that the consequences of angering the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce were so terrible. The other party's ambush of their armed forces and the robbery of materials were just to beat them. They hated the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce very much, but they really couldn't beat the other party, and could only choose to accept all this helplessly and swallow their anger. Soon the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's radio station began to broadcast, "Hello, everyone, survivors, this is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce radio station. Our Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's armed forces have recently carried out many actions to combat some private bases with numerous crimes, and have achieved good results. At the same time, our army has also seized a large amount of materials, and these materials will be distributed to ordinary survivors in the form of relief food. Ordinary survivors in the city of Malga will receive 4 pounds of relief food per person with their ID card, only this one time. Please pay attention to notifying your neighbors. The distribution address is in Hero Square." In addition, our Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce publicly declares that any forces that are enemies of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce and harm ordinary survivors will be severely attacked by our army. Renaissance Society Li Ming's published statement was a clear message to the bosses of these private bases: anyone who dares to be my enemy, harms ordinary survivors, or commits any kind of atrocity, I will make you regret it. Soon, news of Li Ming's crackdown on these unscrupulous private bases spread throughout Malga City. Some of the bosses of these private bases learned that the material warehouses of Boss Ma and several other powerful private bases had been raided by the armed forces of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Not only did they lose a large amount of materials, but they also lost a large number of elite armed forces, and were beaten into a slump by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce publicly admitted that they had robbed those people's materials. However, the materials would be converted into food and distributed to the survivors as relief supplies. For a time, the remaining private bases in Malga City that had been doing evil were also attacked. Their materials were looted by Li Ming's army, and their armed forces were reduced to a pathetic state with only a few stragglers left. Of course, Li Ming's actions clearly touched the bottom line and interests of many private base bosses. Who do you think you are, not even part of the imperial government, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Obviously, these people had forgotten the bloody methods used by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce when it cracked down on criminal gangs. Some forces took the lead in causing trouble, and the result was that the news of the entire force being wiped out spread the next day. Li Ming relied on iron-fisted tactics and bloody methods to suppress all disobedient forces. You don't? Okay, then show me your strength. However, Li Ming's actions had little impact on ordinary survivors. After all, he did not harm these people, he only targeted these forces. At this time, Li Ming's actions also caused great controversy within the Revival Society. Chairman Chen, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's actions are outrageous. They have actually begun to exercise law enforcement power. This is too lawless, an officer said. That's right, Chairman. These people are really too arrogant and must be severely punished. Of course, some people thought that Li Ming was wrong, while others thought that he had done nothing wrong. For a time, the two sides argued fiercely. Finally, Chen Gongpeng, the chairman of the Revival Society, slammed the table. Everyone, be quiet. His prestige was still quite high. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding voices quieted down. Ahem, I know what you mean, that is, you think that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has overstepped its authority and has begun to exercise law enforcement power. To be honest, I also have objections. But everyone should also think about the current social environment. Now is the end of the world, and the imperial government is gone. Now we are left with these large and small non-governmental organizations. The Tianhui Empire has always been a country operating under a large government and a small society system. In this case, the organizational ability of the non-governmental organizations below for ordinary people has been weakened a lot. So once the imperial government is completely gone, the bottom will fall into endless chaos, and our non-governmental organizations will not be able to play their due role at all. Although the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has overstepped its authority, judging from their style of doing things, the top leader within their organization should be an iron-fisted figure. Now is not a time of peace and prosperity, but the end of the world, an end of the world more terrible than a chaotic world. There is a saying that is right: harsh laws should be used in chaotic times. From this point of view, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has made great contributions to the relatively stable social order in Malga City today. I know that many people are uncomfortable, but there is no way. We must understand the primary and secondary contradictions now, and do things based on the principle of grasping the big and letting go of the small. Now our primary goal is to ensure that more survivors can survive through their own efforts. This is the top priority. From this point of view, the other party has not done anything wrong. In addition, we can also launch our own points card, so that on the one hand, we can collect income similar to seigniorage. On the other hand, we must also become a large-scale organization that is doing well, and strive to get more survivors to join us and survive. Chen Gongpeng said so much in a short period of time, and after taking a sip of water, he continued, I know that everyone thinks that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's actions have the suspicion of seizing power. To be honest, from the perspective of behavior, it does have a trend of developing in this direction. But everyone doesn't know if they have noticed that the internal organization of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce seems to be very strict. This should be an organization with high action efficiency, and it should also be an organization with high discipline. They do not abuse force. Every large-scale use of force is aimed at some forces that harm survivors or are extremely sinful. From this point of view, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's plan should also be to allow more survivors to survive through their own abilities. As for the competition for power and profit, now is not the time to talk about this matter. The primary purpose of our organization is to let us survive from the end of the world and get through this end of the world. Everything else must be built on the premise that we can survive. Therefore, in the case of no fundamental conflict of interest with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, you must strictly restrain the members below and not have conflicts with the other party. After listening to Chen Gongpeng's words, everyone was stunned. They did not expect the chairman to say these words. However, soon a director of the Revival Society also stood up. The chairman's words are for everyone's good. Now the survival environment is so bad. What we have to ensure is that we survive. Only by preserving ourselves can we have a future. Everyone should remember one sentence: the one who survives to the end is the winner. Our first task is to live. Only if we live can we rebuild human civilization on the day the end of the world ends, understand? After hearing the words of the chairman and a director, everyone reacted. At this time, another director also said, I would like to add 2 points, that is, everyone must travel together when going out, because in the end of the world, your fellow human beings are far more harmful than natural disasters. So everyone must always be vigilant about strangers. This is for everyone's safety. The Revival Society quickly clarified the true purpose of the entire organization again, that is, on the premise of ensuring that they can survive, try their best to find ways to let more survivors survive. Moreover, they also imitated Li Ming's market and launched their own points, which can be regarded as a disguised way for survivors to work for them in exchange for survival materials. Because they control the material reserve, the Revival Society's material reserves were still acceptable, and the number of members also developed from the initial tens of thousands to the current 200,000, which is also a veritable large organization. Of course, becoming a member of the Revival Society does not mean that you can directly lie down and die. You must know that lying down and dying and lying flat are 2 different concepts. Technology lying flat refers to doing absolutely nothing all day, while lying down means working normally, just without overtime. Now it's the apocalypse. Joining the Revival Society only means you won't starve, but it doesn't mean you can just lie around all day. If you join the Revival Society, you still need to go out every day to collect various usable supplies, and then exchange these supplies for Revival Society points. If you need any survival supplies, you can directly purchase them with these points. Of course, the universally recognized hard currency on the market is the Central Prosperity Chamber of Commerce's points. Although everyone thinks the Central Prosperity Chamber of Commerce is quite ruthless, every faction acknowledges that their points can indeed replace the original imperial currency and become the common currency in the apocalypse. This is because everyone recognizes the credit of Li Ming's points, so they have become the generally accepted equivalent in the apocalypse. More importantly, as long as you have Li Ming's points and spend them at his market, you can indeed buy a large amount of supplies, and the currency value is stable. You can even use it to enjoy medical services no less than those before the disaster, provided you have enough points. Li Ming successfully laid a solid foundation for the credit of his points with survival supplies and the medical services everyone needs, and gradually everyone recognized the monetary status of his points. If, in the beginning, everyone's transactions were mainly bartering, now the transactions between various factions have become a mix of points and bartering. The same is true for the Revival Society, which recognizes the value of Li Ming's points. However, the Revival Society's points can only be circulated internally. Outside the Revival Society, they are basically useless, no different from waste paper. Li Ming has entered the end of the third month of the extreme cold apocalypse, and the system's reward has arrived on this day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving in the apocalypse for 5 months, rewarding the host with a complete set of high-tech solid-state battery technology data. Ding! Detecting that the host has successfully maintained social order in the apocalypse, additionally rewarding the host with a complete set of Hurricane-class Doomsday submarine technical data. With the arrival of the 2 rewards, Li Ming began to check these technical data. The first is solid-state batteries. Li Ming is no stranger to this. After all, on planet Baltan, there are mainly 2 schools of thought for the power of cars. The first power system is the traditional fuel mechanical power, and the second is electric cars. But from the current situation, fuel vehicles are more accepted by everyone. One important reason is that fuel vehicle technology is mature, safe, and more reliable in harsh environments. More wonderfully, refueling only takes a minute and you can run for hundreds of kilometers, while electric cars are limited by battery technology and have many problems. Currently, the main batteries for electric cars are ternary lithium batteries, which are essentially liquid batteries. The lifespan and safety of liquid batteries have always been criticized, and they often catch fire, burn, and explode for unknown reasons, to the point where fire trucks are useless. The worst thing is that these electric cars take a long time to charge, and the range is also a problem. Especially in cold environments, the range of electric cars is halved, which is no different from toy cars. The essential reason for all this is limited battery technology. In fact, Li Ming is very clear about the technical value of solid-state batteries. Not only is he clear, but other countries around the world are also very clear, so the major car companies of the Heavenly Brilliance Empire began to conduct research in this area. But it was all in vain. Before anything could be researched, it was interrupted by the sudden apocalypse. Most importantly, Li Ming really doesn't lack electricity. Although he doesn't lack fossil fuels like fuel in the short term, solid-state batteries are another option for Li Ming. Li Ming took the technical data directly to the High-Tech Research Center. Recently, he recruited several more scientific research experts through the barracks, and solid-state batteries are also a topic he is researching. The expert in charge of this is named Qi. The reason why Li Ming personally brought the technical data to Old Qi is that he needs to discuss the future prospects of solid-state batteries with Old Qi in detail. Old Qi, this is the technical data of the solid-state battery that I got, you can take a look first. I have some questions I need to discuss with you. After Li Ming finished speaking, he handed over the technical data. Old Qi regarded it as a treasure. He turned on the computer and then began to check the technical data in the USB drive. The more Old Qi looked, the more serious his expression became. Finally, Old Qi slapped the table directly. Good. Li Ming was taken aback. That Old Qi, calm down. Chief, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that some of my doubts were answered in this technical data. I couldn't help myself. Old Qi said embarrassedly. He naturally knew the thoughts of scientific researchers, so he expressed his understanding. Old Qi, what do you think of the role of this solid-state battery? Old Qi said with a serious expression, Chief, this solid-state battery is definitely a nuclear bomb-level technology and should be listed as our top-secret technology. Next, I will tell you about the prospects and value of this solid-state battery. According to the information shown in this document, this is a very mature, reliable, and safe solid-state battery with first-class performance. For us at the moment, whether it is military equipment or the future reconstruction of civilization and people's livelihood, it has great strategic significance. Old Qi paused, took a sip of water, and continued, the chief himself is very clear about electric cars, that is, due to battery technology, this kind of car has always been unpopular. Currently, electric cars mainly use liquid batteries. The electrolyte in this kind of battery is liquid, so this kind of ternary lithium structure battery has many problems, such as the charging speed cannot be too fast, the safety is not good, the lifespan is not good, and so on. But solid-state batteries completely eliminate these troubles. The maximum energy density limit of liquid batteries is 350 Wh/kg, which is the limit of liquid battery technology development. But for solid-state batteries, this energy density can reach 1000 Wh/kg at the starting point. This means that solid-state batteries completely outperform liquid batteries in terms of range. In addition to the advantage of range, there is also the issue of lifespan. The lifespan of current batteries is generally not as long as the car itself, so after 5 or 6 years of use, a new battery pack needs to be replaced. And solid-state batteries do not have so much trouble. Since the electrolyte of solid-state batteries is solid, its lifespan is much longer than the lifespan of cars, and it can still guarantee more than 90% of the battery performance after 10,000 charge and discharge cycles. Prospects of solid-state batteries. This means that this solid-state battery, even if used for more than 10 or 20 years, can theoretically still be used. The better news is that this solid-state battery can operate normally in an environment of 60 degrees to 160 degrees Celsius. This means that solid-state batteries don't need to consider the safety issues of rapid charging causing the battery to overheat at all. From this point of view, this is also a huge technological advancement. In fact, current charging technology is not incapable of achieving fast charging. The main reason is limited by the operating temperature of the battery. Liquid batteries are still too delicate. This leads to the fact that even if there is fast charging, in order to ensure safety, the charging time can only be artificially extended. All these problems do not exist in solid-state batteries. At the same time, in terms of safety, liquid batteries will leak electrolyte once they encounter bumps or punctures, which will cause dangers such as fire, combustion, and explosion. Even if you pierce a solid-state battery into a sieve, it can still be used. This is undoubtedly a huge advancement in battery technology. In addition to these advantages, solid-state batteries also have the advantage that they can be processed into any shape without restriction, and according to this technical data, the materials in solid-state batteries cause far less environmental pollution than liquid batteries. In addition, in terms of production costs, according to this information, we can fully utilize our current battery production lines, technology, and some raw materials. Overall, the cost is about 20% higher than liquid batteries, but compared to all these technological advantages, and the cost reduction after a large amount of mass production, these are not problems. Li Ming nodded repeatedly as he listened. He asked the most important question, Old Chi, what do you think are the uses of this solid-state battery in the apocalypse? Old Chi smiled, Chief, the reason why I think this technology should be classified as top secret is that one of the important reasons is that this technology is also of great value to military equipment. First of all, take the current military equipment as an example. Although our Army's equipment has begun to achieve some self-production capabilities, it is basically fuel-driven, because military equipment emphasizes reliability and durability. However, our Army's equipment system still lacks a type of vehicle, such as all-terrain vehicles. In the final analysis, I think the Chief is also considering the issue of fuel consumption before mass-producing this type of light all-terrain vehicle, right? Li Ming nodded, that's right, that's exactly the case. Chief, if our solid-state batteries can be mass-produced, then our Army's all-terrain vehicles can achieve a range of 1,500 kilometers or even further on a single battery. Even fuel vehicles can hardly have this range. This is the advantage brought by technological advancement. At the same time, our Army can also adopt a battery power pack method on this type of all-terrain vehicle. When there is no time to charge in an emergency, the battery can be quickly replaced to maintain mobility. This is also a huge technological advantage. In addition to all-terrain vehicles, patrol team sidecar motorcycles, two-wheeled motorcycles, and some logistics vehicles can also be electrified. Even some armored units, after using solid-state batteries, can achieve a range and maneuverability that is not inferior to or even exceeds that of using fuel engines. The energy conversion efficiency of electrical energy is much higher than that of internal combustion engines. Li Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. This is really a good thing. Old Chi, this solid-state battery should also be very useful if applied to conventional power submarines, right? It can also be applied to electronic devices, such as mobile phones, computers, etc. Old Chi nodded after hearing Li Ming's words. That's right, it can be said that whether in terms of military value or civilian value, the application prospects of this solid-state battery are very broad. This is a great technological advancement, an advancement sufficient to rewrite the fate of mankind. Moreover, Chief, don't forget that our organization does not lack electricity, and may even have a lot of surplus electricity. This surplus electricity can be used to improve people's livelihoods through batteries. It can be said that solid-state batteries have huge strategic significance in all aspects. Old Chi, I'll leave this to you. I want to see results in the shortest possible time. Don't worry, Chief. Li Ming was very excited because he finally saw another direction for future development, that is, even if the entire planet has no fossil fuels, he can still guarantee combat effectiveness with electricity. In a sense, in the apocalypse, the way for humans to obtain electricity is much simpler than obtaining fossil fuels. Solar power can be used. Electricity can also be generated by human-powered bicycles. Perhaps a dozen kilowatt-hours of electricity only requires consuming 4 steamed buns? Then he took the information to meet with military industry experts Old Zhao and Old Qian. He needed the opinions of some professionals in the military industry. And this time, the discussion was about the performance and production technology of this Hurricane-class Doomsday submarine in extreme environments, as well as the military application of solid-state batteries. Soon the two big shots met Li Ming. The two experts were surprised that Li Ming came to them. Chief, do you have something for us? Please sit down, two experts. I have 2 things to ask you. The first is that we have begun to have the ability to research and produce very mature solid-state batteries. We need you two to look at the military application of this solid-state battery. The second thing is this information, the Hurricane-class Doomsday submarine. After he finished speaking, he handed over the information. The two began to seriously review it, and it took a full hour. Li Ming spoke again. Old Qian, Old Zhao, I need you to give the most professional reference opinions, so just say whatever you have to say. Hearing what Li Ming said, Old Qian took the lead and said, Chief, let's talk about the solid-state battery first. I believe Old Chi has already given some conclusions. This technology is indeed a great technological advancement. It can be applied to many military equipment, such as light armored vehicles, drones, and other aspects. But this solid-state battery actually has a more unknown application, that is, the legendary exoskeleton armor, Mecha Gundam. It can be said that solid-state batteries have made it possible for these things to become a reality. What? Li Ming was also taken aback, seemingly not expecting that this solid-state battery would be related to this thing. Chief, this is just our current guess, but from the perspective of solid-state batteries, the application of Gundam mechas may need to solve many problems, but at least it is still very promising to do something in our current equipment system. Transport aircraft project. Li Ming's heart surged as he listened. Indeed, professional military industry talents understood his thoughts best. The significance of solid-state batteries was truly immense. Elder Qian, if our current conventional submarines used this latest type of solid-state battery, how long could they stay submerged? Elder Qian adjusted his glasses and said, Chief, the most common method for current conventional submarines is to surface and use diesel engines to recharge. In this case, they can travel approximately 2,700 nautical miles on a full charge. Of course, this also depends on the liquid batteries used. If solid-state batteries are used instead of liquid batteries, the endurance of solid-state batteries of the same volume is at least 4 to 5 times greater. If we also use our latest silent diesel engine, our conventional submarines will have an endurance comparable to nuclear submarines and can operate underwater for extended periods. Solid-state batteries have enormous military application prospects and are a direction for development. Conventional submarines possessing endurance comparable to nuclear submarines was simply incredible, but in reality, it was achievable. Of course, this was only for conventional submarines. Now was the end of the world, and in the apocalypse, ordinary submarines were not enough, but specially customized Doomsday submarines were. After listening to their assessment of solid-state batteries, Li Ming made some decisions. Next, he asked the second question, two experts, what do you think of this hurricane-class Doomsday submarine? Elder Zhao said, Chief, this hurricane-class Doomsday submarine is a very special piece of equipment, specifically designed for Doomsday survival. To some extent, it is already a highly specialized piece of equipment. It can be said that this hurricane-class Doomsday submarine can completely allow people to live inside for a long time. This submarine, purely from the data, still has great reference significance for our existing naval vessels, such as the submarine's hull material, special sound-absorbing tiles, and various other facilities. Of course, purely in terms of the submarine's performance itself, it is a submarine that combines survivability and combat capability, with an underwater range of up to 15,000 nautical miles. Although it falls within the category of conventional submarines, its fuel efficiency is also very superb. To some extent, it can compete with strategic-class submarines. We must develop this submarine to lay the foundation for building our navy in the future. Li Ming nodded. Apart from anything else, the Doomsday survival capability alone was enough for Li Ming to develop and put it into production. After discussing these issues, Elder Qian asked a question, Chief, you've even proposed the design for a Doomsday submarine. Is the situation really going to deteriorate to this extent? Elder Qian, who knows when this apocalypse will end? Who can guarantee what natural disasters will happen in the future? We must ensure that the organization has sufficient survivability and military strength. It's always good to be prepared. Li Ming said meaningfully. Yes, Chief. I estimate you'll see our results within a year. Once we have a naval shipyard, we can truly produce surface ships. However, due to our technological advancements, we've come up with a design for a transport aircraft and a bomber, Elder Zhao suddenly said about their design. Li Ming was puzzled. Transport aircraft and bomber? Yes, Chief. The data from the Mirage fighter has greatly improved our industrial capabilities. Therefore, we have drawn on the engine design concept of the Mirage fighter and special alloy materials to produce transport aircraft and bombers with better performance at the same cost. Li Ming's interest was piqued by Elder Zhao's words. Elder Zhao, tell me about the situation. Yes, currently, the transport aircraft we designed, according to our calculations of the engine and new alloy materials, can reach a deadweight of about 120 tons, a maximum takeoff weight of 750 tons, and a maximum payload of 300 to 400 tons. Of course, this is just a theoretical calculation. The actual application may be affected by the aircraft design, but overall, such a transport aircraft can deploy approximately a fully armed light composite battalion or a light infantry regiment of about 1,500 people at a time. Our setting for the range of this transport aircraft is 21,000 kilometers without aerial refueling. Li Ming was confused by the performance of this thing. You too, are you sure this thing can really be developed and manufactured? This thing is a huge test of industrial manufacturing capabilities. Chief, currently, our problems in terms of production and manufacturing are not significant. After all, there are the world's most advanced industrial equipment here, including a 200,000-ton terminal hydraulic press, various wind tunnel testing equipment, etc., so we have no problem in production, mainly in design. However, this Mirage fighter has provided us with many good ideas, allowing our technology to be upgraded, so we dare to propose building this supergiant aircraft. Elder Zhao's words were not nonsense. To know that the largest transport aircraft that can be produced with the current industrial production capacity of Baltan planet is this level, but the range and other aspects of performance are discounted. However, because Li Ming has system data and various advanced material treatments, they dare to engage in this kind of thing. You too, let me ask, although we can produce it, how many of these large transport aircraft do you plan to produce? About 20, of course. We will also carry out corresponding other more practical designs for this transport aircraft, which can take off and land in a short distance. Also, there are about 20 strategic bombers. The two experts said. The number of 20 is acceptable, Li Ming can accept it. However, Li Ming is more inclined to some medium-sized transport aircraft, such as those of the IL-76 level, which are the main force. Moreover, the production and manufacturing difficulty is not so great, the technology is more mature, the application is more extensive, and the production and maintenance costs are lower. I feel that we should produce more transport aircraft with a maximum load capacity of 80 to 120 tons. This type of transport aircraft has more mature technology, lower production and manufacturing costs, and wider applicability. Military equipment emphasizes practicality and cost-effectiveness, don't you think so? Li Ming also put forward his own ideas. Chief, that's right. We are currently only producing a small number of these super-large transport aircraft as a technology reserve. The mainstream is still this type of transport aircraft. The two experts agreed on this point. Potatoes come into being now. Tell me about the design specifications for this strategic bomber. Certainly, Chief. After our calculations, the strategic bomber we are designing is named Kuanping, a stealth strategic bomber. This stealth bomber has a maximum internal payload capacity of approximately 55 to 60 tons. Without refueling, its range can reach about 24,000 kilometers, allowing it to strike any location worldwide. It possesses strong stealth penetration capabilities, with a maximum flight speed of approximately Mach 2. The application of new radar-absorbent composite materials makes this bomber very light, enabling it to carry massive amounts of fuel in its internal fuel tanks, thus achieving long range and a large payload. After listening to Academician Xian's words, Li Ming roughly calculated that if his cruise missiles were produced using the latest technology, this bomber could carry as many as 50 or 60 cruise missiles with a range of over 4,000 kilometers. How strong would that strike capability be? Such a bomber was a must-have. Producing 20 of them would be really good, and another 20 or so ordinary strategic bombers could be produced as a supplement. He quickly put forward his ideas. The two senior experts finally agreed with Li Ming's ideas, and Li Ming's new technology soon began to enter the laboratory phase. What Li Ming valued most was this solid-state battery technology. This stuff was really good, unaffected by severe cold or heat, just perfect. He had plenty of electricity himself and had to make use of it. Li Ming soon received another good news: cold-resistant potato seeds had been cultivated. Li Ming rushed to the agricultural laboratory to check the situation. Old Wang, what is the cost of these cold-resistant potatoes now? Chief, it is currently in production. The cost of cold-resistant potatoes has been reduced to 4 integration tickets, including nutrient solutions, antifreeze, and a portion of soil suitable for planting, Old Wang said. Great! Li Ming was overjoyed and then said to his close adjutant, Captain Wang Shuang, immediately arrange for the listing of cold-resistant potatoes. Yes, sir. Soon, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce radio station, along with the black market dealers who had cooperative relationships with Li Ming throughout the country, began to promote the advent of cold-resistant potatoes. Listeners, hello everyone, this is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce radio station. After our organization's unremitting efforts and the round-the-clock efforts of countless scientific researchers, the latest type of cold-resistant potato seeds suitable for planting in extremely cold conditions has been officially launched on the market. Each portion of cold-resistant potato seeds is priced at 10 integration tickets, including 1 pound of seeds, 1 portion of nutrient solution, 1 portion of plant antifreeze, plus 1 portion of suitable soil. Welcome everyone to come and buy. As soon as this news came out, countless survivors were thrilled. The issue of food was everyone's biggest concern. As the saying goes, food is the paramount necessity of the people. Crops that can be planted in extremely cold conditions are definitely the most popular supplies in extremely cold disasters, without exception. Especially if you have enough seeds in your hand, you can completely achieve food freedom. To some extent, cold-resistant potatoes finally allowed everyone to see a glimmer of hope in this desperate doomsday. Although the light wasn't very strong, being able to grow crops yourself meant that you had a relatively stable source of food, and the significance of this was extremely important. Moreover, this crop was also of great significance to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Basically, everyone was very clear about how strong the force that could develop this kind of seed was. It could be said that, to some extent, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce had become a behemoth related to the survival of countless people. Soon, countless survivors began to work harder to accumulate integration tickets. After a series of fluctuations, the value of Li Ming's integration tickets completely stabilized. Currently, 1 integration ticket is worth 1 pound of potatoes or sweet potatoes, 1.5 integration tickets can buy 1 pound of rehydrated and dried grain, 2 integration tickets can buy 1 pound of coarse grain, and 3 integration tickets can buy 1 pound of new rice. 10 integration tickets can buy such a portion of seeds. Countless grassroots survivors were still very tempted. After all, 1 pound of potato seeds can produce dozens of pounds of cold-resistant potatoes. These cold-resistant potatoes can also continue to be planted to produce more potatoes. This is simply like an infinite matryoshka doll. Which of the survivors who have survived to this day has not been hungry? It can be said that they are really afraid of being hungry. Everyone, regardless of whether it is true or false, will choose to try to have their own way of producing food and a relatively stable source of food. At this time, what countless grassroots survivors were thinking about was being able to dress warmly and eat their fill, with no other extravagant hopes. Cold-resistant potatoes allowed everyone to see the hope of eating their fill. To some extent, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was the god among the grassroots survivors. Cold-resistant potato seeds sold very well as soon as they were launched. If calculated using the exchange rate, about 5 pounds of scrap metal is equal to 1 integration ticket, which means that many survivors have now saved a lot of integration tickets. Li Ming's purge of the evil forces ensured overall stable order, and the survivors' enthusiasm for collecting supplies was also very high. Every day, they would continuously send Li Ming various supplies, including but not limited to scrap metal, books, and other materials. Both sides felt that they had made a profit. In particular, the value of books was relatively higher than that of scrap metal. The survivors were simply reluctant to set fire to these library books and the like, and it was more cost-effective to directly take them to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to exchange for integration tickets. During this period, the survivors still had tickets in their hands, and with tickets, there would naturally be consumption. Cold-resistant potatoes were undoubtedly the latest star product launched by Li Ming. Not only ordinary survivors bought them, but even some other private bases and forces like the Fuxing Society were also tempted. Who wouldn't like to produce food continuously? Unfortunately, they were happy too early. According to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's propaganda, these cold-resistant potatoes could only be grown up to 3 generations at most, and then the yield would no longer be able to continue to grow. They could only continue to buy seeds from Li Ming. But even so, many people were very satisfied. 1 pound of potato seeds can produce dozens of pounds of potatoes, and planting it again can produce at least hundreds or thousands of pounds of potatoes. What more could you want? As for the soil, nutrient solution, and antifreeze needed for planting, the amount needed for 1 pound of potato seeds for these 3 things together is about 6 integration tickets. This was really conscientious. At least these survivors thought that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was really conscientious. Everyone was very clear that antifreeze and nutrient solutions must have been produced by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce themselves, and this required petrochemical raw materials. Everyone was very clear about the value of oil, and some even thought that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was really making money selling these seeds at this price. Scientific research strength to some extent, the emergence of cold-resistant potatoes is an event of great significance for all survivors. It represents the ultimate embodiment of humanity's strong will to survive, even in the face of severe natural disasters. Everyone clearly understands the significance of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's actions, which is that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is no longer just a simple commercial organization, but an organization close to being semi-official. Because everyone has seen some resemblance to the imperial government from the various actions of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, some people even suspect that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is an organization spontaneously formed by the remaining members of the imperial government. Those who think this way are overthinking it. Li Ming simply wants to exchange the least cost for more resources. After all kinds of scrap metal are good things for him. At the very least, they can be recycled through the system. The system will automatically reduce these scrap metals to various metal raw materials, which can then be reprocessed and reused. So even an old anti-theft door is useful to Li Ming. As soon as Li Ming's cold-resistant potatoes were launched on the market, they immediately attracted the attention of countless forces in various cities across the country. In fact, there are many forces in various cities, and there are many private bases, all of which are private bases and bases of civil organizations. For survivors, joining these forces has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that they can survive in the apocalypse with the power of the collective, and the disadvantage is that once they enter, they will be completely out of their control. If you join a force like the Fuxing Society, you will be better off. After all, the Fuxing Society is considered a very conscientious organization. If you join some private bases, then the ending is hard to say. These private bases are basically built by people with a lot of resources. Survivors who want to join must pay a certain amount of resources. At the same time, the internal management is very chaotic, and various internal intrigues and power struggles are as common as hairs. Not only internal strife, but also mutual strife between private bases, playing the game of big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. In the end, the victims are still ordinary survivors. Of course, under Li Ming's iron-fisted policy, the exploitation and persecution of ordinary survivors by these private bases has been reduced a lot. Even if all forces know that the army of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has robbed some bases of their resources, no one dares to stand up and speak out. Because the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is too martial and prosperous, it can actually have a force that can compete with the regular army in the apocalypse. So even if they know that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has produced this epoch-making material, no force dares to have any undue thoughts. All forces are thinking about how to obtain cold-resistant potatoes from Li Ming through transactions. Soon these cold-resistant potatoes were swept away by various forces. These cold-resistant potatoes can be said to be a way out for ordinary people in the apocalypse given by Li Ming. The first batch produced a total of 300,000 caddies of seeds, which, after a 50-fold increase, became 15 million caddies of seeds. These seeds were launched by him to the entire market of the Tianhui Empire and became best-selling products everywhere. The price of 10 points is really not cheap, but when you think that this portion not only contains seeds, but also antifreeze and nutrient solution, then this price is really not expensive. Many people think that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is doing charity, but Li Ming said, "You may make money, but I will never lose money." After all, how could you lose money with a 100-fold critical strike amplification function? It's just a matter of earning more or less. At this time, the market opened by Li Ming in the manga area can be described as bustling with people, and the business of the market is extremely hot. The loudspeaker in the market made a loud voice, "Attention all survivors, the planting method of this type of cold-resistant potato is as follows. First cut the potato into small pieces along the buds, then mix the potato with part of the nutrient solution and part of the antifreeze, then pour the antifreeze into the planting soil, the soil will loosen up, and the potato seeds can be planted in the soil." Along with the cold-resistant potatoes, various planting pots and planting boxes were sold like crazy. In short, Li Ming made a lot of money with the large amount of materials he hoarded. Countless survivors are orderly queuing to buy cold-resistant potato seeds under the maintenance of order by the army. Li Ming finally felt how strong everyone's desire for survival was. Just 1 week after the cold-resistant potatoes were launched on the market, his resource revenue increased dozens of times compared to the past. It is worthy of being the people of the Tianhui Empire with ancestral farming talent. They are simply born to farm. Li Ming once again organized the factory to produce this kind of potato seeds. He continued to amplify and sell them here. It can be said that in the longer period of time in the future, this kind of potato seeds will become one of his best-selling products. A month after the launch of cold-resistant potatoes on the market, Li Ming successfully developed a new variety of cold-resistant cabbage by drawing on the technology of cold-resistant potatoes. Although many people don't like to eat cabbage, it is undeniable that Chinese cabbage is also a rare treasure in the apocalypse. After all, this thing is a vegetable. The emergence of cold-resistant cabbage seeds once again pushed the business of his market to a new height. After all, vegetables are absolute luxury goods in the apocalypse. If potatoes are a combination of vegetables and staple food, then this Chinese cabbage is a solid vegetable, and it is still a leafy vegetable. Of course, although this cold-resistant Chinese cabbage is very good, the price is really expensive. The price of seeds is measured in grams, but no one or force thinks the price is expensive. Because Li Ming also sells vegetables in the apocalypse, but the quantity is not much and the price is extremely expensive. An ordinary Chinese cabbage with a weight of about 10 caddies can be sold for about 120 points. This price is enough to make anyone calm down before spending. Of course, for the rich, this is nothing. It can be said that the main consumer market for fresh vegetables and fruits is the rich people with abundant materials, the base leaders of private bases, and so on. Even if they know that Li Ming is taking advantage of them, they are willing. Because people will really have many problems if they don't eat vegetables, this can really kill people. So as soon as this cold-resistant Chinese cabbage was launched, countless forces flocked to it, and even some ordinary survivors had ideas in their hearts, trying to save points and strive to get some seeds first. To some extent, the price of cold-resistant Chinese cabbage seeds is definitely worth 1,000 gold. Of the Renaissance society with the introduction of cold-resistant Chinese cabbage, countless forces are vying to purchase these rare seeds. To the outside world, this stuff is of course precious, but for Li Ming, these seeds are just a tiny tip of the iceberg of his material reserves. Li Ming possesses a large amount of supplies, and at the same time, he is also fulfilling his social responsibilities, which is to maintain social order and ensure the stable survival of a large number of survivors. He doesn't lack survival materials, and even now his base is constantly producing various crops, which after a 100-fold increase, is a terrifying number. He wants to use these materials to allow survivors to earn their own chance to survive through their own hands. It's already the end of the world. If there are still people who are obsessed with lying at home and doing nothing, there is no need for Li Ming to care about these people, they deserve to die. The opportunity to survive is right in front of you, it all depends on your own choice. To some extent, Li Ming believes that even if the imperial government still exists, it may not do better than him. After all, he really uses the materials where they are most needed, trying to give every survivor a chance to survive. Li Ming's approach is, in itself, understandable to many forces. After all, his materials didn't come from nowhere. In addition to Li Ming's powerful force, even the most powerful forces behave with their tails between their legs when they come to Li Ming's territory. Because all those who are dishonest have already had their heads chopped off. At this time, an important meeting is being held within the Revival Society. President, I would like to ask what the situation is with this natural disaster? How long will it take for these natural disasters to end? A director of the Revival Society couldn't help but ask. President Chen Gongpeng sighed. Director Wang, to be honest, according to the information I have learned so far, this natural disaster is a global one. It's just that the natural disasters in the northern and southern hemispheres are somewhat opposite. What? Chen Gongping's words caused an uproar among everyone present, because if this news is true, then this is the real end of the world. President, are you sure it's a global natural disaster? Someone asked cautiously. Chen Gongpeng glanced at the other person and said lightly, it is indeed global, and it is no exaggeration to describe it as the end of the world. The news was completely confirmed, and although everyone has supplies now, they are not in a good mood, because if it really enters the end of the world, what should they do? Everyone's hearts are in a mess. Ahem. Chen Gongpeng cleared his throat and said, now that everyone knows this news, I will talk about what we should do next. According to the president's speculation, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is likely an organization composed of a group of doomsday survivalists within the Tianhui Empire. That's why they rose rapidly after the natural disaster occurred, and they also have a large number of supplies. Even the president speculates that they should also have a certain industrial production capacity, and can use raw materials to produce a large number of industrial products. Everyone was shocked by Chen Gongping's words. If what he said is true, then the strength of this Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is beyond doubt. Being able to play industrialization in the last days undoubtedly requires a lot of investment. It is simply unimaginable how much money and resources this organization has invested. President, I would like to ask how much these things you said have to do with our Revival Society? A young man raised his hand and asked. Chen Gongpeng smiled, of course it's related. Currently, in the entire Malga region, this Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has become a behemoth related to the life and death of more than 40 million people. According to the investigation by our society's intelligence department, more than 90% of the survival-type materials circulating in the Malga city market are basically provided by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Being able to supply tens of millions of people with supplies, one can imagine how abundant the material reserves behind this Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce are. And the purpose of our revival society is to unite all forces that can be united to ensure that more ordinary people can survive. After listening to Chen Gongping's words, one person shook his head and said, "President, it is unrealistic to guarantee that everyone will survive. To be honest, this kind of natural disaster and end of the world is also a kind of screening. I think that among the 3 billion people in our entire Tianhui Empire, the population that may truly survive to the end of the world will not exceed tens of millions." Chen Gongping did not directly refute, but said, after observing for a period of time, the president has also discovered that this Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce seems to be screening survivors as well. Their method of screening survivors is very simple, that is, through the market, allowing survivors to obtain materials through their own hands to survive. It can be said that as long as the survivors are diligent enough, they can completely solve their food and clothing problems in a day. And I estimate that after a while, this extreme cold weather is likely to end, and then there may be new natural disasters. Hiss. This last sentence directly made everyone's hairs stand on end. There are still natural disasters? Is this even giving people a chance to live? President, is this your guess? Someone asked. Chen Gongping smiled and said, "It is indeed a guess, but from the current development, we first experience typhoons, then heavy rains, and then extreme cold. These are all extreme natural weather. Do you think there will be other extreme weather in the future?" Everyone honestly shut up. Although everyone didn't want natural disasters to continue in their hearts, no one dared to say that there would really be no new natural disasters. I know that everyone definitely doesn't want natural disasters to continue to happen in their hearts, but I still want to warn everyone that this kind of disaster is indeed unprecedented, but it is also related to our human beings' continuous destruction of the ecological environment of the entire planet for hundreds of years. No one can know in advance what will happen next. But the president's estimate is that this natural disaster and end of the world may be difficult to end in a short period of time. President, since it can't be ended in a short time, how long will it take? Director Zhang asked. Faced with everyone's questions, Chen Gongping couldn't give an accurate answer, and his expression became heavy and confused. Maybe it's 10 years, maybe it's 20 years, or maybe it's 50 years or 60 years, no one knows exactly which day. At this time, everyone's mood was very heavy. Chen Gongping continued to speak, "Everyone doesn't need to be pessimistic. What we have to do now is to hoard as many survival materials as possible, and try our best to ensure that everyone can survive from the cruel end of the world. Power progress, therefore, from now on, the focus of our work will be on collecting various supplies, regardless of whether we can use them or not. Collect everything. We can keep the supplies we can use for ourselves, and we can take the supplies we can't use to the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce to exchange for essential survival supplies. Moreover, according to my speculation, the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce most likely has a huge underground base. This underground base not only has an industrial production base, but also a dedicated agricultural planting base, as well as a high-tech research center. So it is very necessary for us to maintain a good trade relationship with the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce in the long term. When the others heard that the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce actually had such an underground base, everyone was very surprised. After all, everyone had served as officials in the imperial government before, and they were naturally very clear about the cost of building an underground base. President, are you sure they have an underground base? Director Qi asked. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing the fresh fruits and vegetables they launched, I realized that they most likely really have an underground base. And the area of this underground base should not be small, almost the size of a small city. It can be completely understood as an underground city. Otherwise, where did their goods come from? Of course, some of them must have been collected, but a considerable part must have been produced by themselves. I have to say that this group of Doomsday survivalists really have something, and they are really willing to spend money. Everyone was silent. Not only the Fuxing Society, but even some other private bases have begun to reconsider their future. At this time, as long as the heads of forces with a little brain feel that this disaster seems to be the end of the world. If everyone still had illusions about the imperial government before, then now that several months have passed, there is no news from the imperial government at all, indicating that the imperial government is finished. In the case that the imperial government is finished, if you want to survive well, everyone can only rely on their own force and group survival. Therefore, in a short period of time, some folk forces and private bases in various cities across the country have begun to recruit survivors to join. For the vast number of survivors, the force that everyone most wants to join is actually the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. After all, the work benefits and treatment of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce are relatively good is also true. Especially many people with skills have come to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to interview, trying to join it. Li Ming has also not interrupted the recruitment of talents, but the requirements for talent selection and recruitment are also further improved. For Li Ming, it is okay for me to accept people, but I must recruit those real talents, those with skills. Of course, in addition to the recruitment of talents, he also began to open new markets in some cities. Li Ming found that his market was always crowded. In this case, it is very necessary to open new markets. Soon he reopened 3 markets in Manga City to disperse the flow of people. At the same time, take the 3 markets as the core to expand their defense range. The 3 newly opened markets have once again created new jobs. Li Ming is also recruiting market staff. It can be said that these 3 newly opened markets have directly created nearly 3,000 jobs, indirectly creating tens of thousands of jobs. Even some surrounding forces or ordinary survivors have better means of survival. For example, second-hand dealers, and some manual workers, stevedores and other jobs, and some are people who serve as intermediaries. Everyone has not seen it, there are really intermediary positions. Of course, this intermediary is not a real estate intermediary, but Li Ming's market intermediary, because with the expansion of Li Ming's business, several prefecture-level cities around Manga City do not have a large market opened by Li Ming. Some forces in these prefecture-level cities want to get a lot of supplies, they must come to Li Ming's market in Malga to purchase. It can be said that Li Ming's market is not only for retail survival supplies, but also a comprehensive market integrating wholesale and retail. Along with the market expansion, there is also the promotion and application of Li Ming's integral tickets. Now in various cities across the country, the recognized hard currency in addition to food and medicine survival supplies, but also add an extra one is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's integral tickets. These beautifully printed and difficult to imitate paper tickets are of unimaginable value and are very strong. After all, the exchange value is relatively stable and easy to carry. Moreover, the integral ticket is issued with the materials in Li Ming's hands as a reserve fund. It can be said that as long as you have an integral ticket in hand, you can exchange for materials in any place in the country where Li Ming's market is located. The integral ticket is universal in Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's markets across the country. This discovery made countless forces flock to integral tickets, so the forces everywhere had to pull various supplies they collected that they could not use to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce for exchange in order to obtain more integral tickets. Or the transactions between various private bases are also basically all using integral tickets as a transaction medium. To some extent, after the fall of the imperial government, integral tickets have become a common doomsday currency. After all, everyone is very clear about the credit of integral tickets. Integral tickets can not only be exchanged for a large number of survival materials, but more importantly, integral tickets can also enjoy medical services. Small diseases such as colds that everyone usually does not pay attention to will definitely become fatal diseases in this era of medicine shortage in the Doomsday. So Li Ming also took the opportunity to establish a hospital belonging to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. He opened nearly 100 second-class medical service centers around the markets across the country in one go. To be honest, his medical service fees are really not low, but there are still many survivors who come to enjoy medical services with integral tickets in their hands, and even many people from other places come to see a doctor. Many people have given praise after enjoying the medical services of Li Ming's hospital. Because Li Ming's hospital not only has various medical equipment, but also a relatively sufficient amount of medicine, and also has doctors with very high medical skills. It can be said that after these 3 are complete, it is difficult for Li Ming's hospital not to be popular. Whether it is in the Doomsday or the previous prosperous age, the treatment of diseases is a very expensive thing. Especially in the current Doomsday, the value of drugs is even ridiculously high, so this hospital has also become one of the best tools for Li Ming to recover integral tickets. Around the world, as Li Ming's markets and hospitals expanded, so did the strength of his forces. Li Ming was well aware of the importance of the military in the post-apocalyptic world, especially after the complete collapse of the imperial government. Violence was the only order in this new era. Therefore, Li Ming's troop size also increased significantly. In total, Li Ming's regular army had expanded to about 600,000 soldiers. They formed approximately 8 heavy combined arms brigades, 30 medium combined arms brigades, and 40 light combined arms brigades. In addition to these main combined arms brigade units, Li Ming also formed a new type of larger-scale organization, the Combined Arms Division, which were special units. Each division had approximately 14,000 soldiers, and about 5 combined arms divisions were formed. These divisions were all medium combined arms divisions, mainly equipped with wheeled armored vehicles. The emphasis was on the balance between mobility and firepower. Besides these 600,000 main force troops, there were also about 600,000 local troops, which were mainly light infantry regiments of 3,000 soldiers each. The light infantry regiments were mainly motorized, equipped with various all-terrain military trucks. Now, the organization of these light infantry regiments had been basically finalized. Each infantry regiment had 5 infantry battalions, each with about 400 soldiers. In addition to the 5 infantry battalions, there was also a reconnaissance battalion, a fire support battalion, plus the regimental headquarters direct hospital, staff office, logistics office, and other personnel. In total, a light infantry regiment had about 3,000 soldiers. It could be said that the combat capability of such a light infantry regiment was very strong. In addition to these troops, Li Ming's forces also had their own air force and army aviation units. Each secondary base area had a strategic bomber squadron, with a standard complement of 24 strategic bombers, and a fighter squadron, with 64 ordinary Falcon heavy fighters seized from the Tianying Empire. There was also a stealth fighter squadron, with 36 Sea Eagle stealth fighters. In addition, each secondary base also had a heavy transport helicopter regiment, with 72 heavy transport helicopters, plus an Army aviation regiment, equipped with 64 heavy armed helicopters that had been modified and upgraded by Li Ming. As for Li Ming's headquarters, the strength of the Marga base was even more formidable, with an Army aviation brigade equipped with 148 armed helicopters and 108 transport helicopters. The Air Force consisted of 36 stealth strategic bombers and 36 ordinary strategic bombers, plus an Air Force unit composed of 180 Phantom stealth fighters, making its combat power extremely strong. One day, Li Ming was organizing his army's structure when suddenly the system's voice sounded. Ding, detected that the supergiant transport aircraft developed by the host has been successfully put into production, rewarding the host with 1 paratrooper battalion per day, which the host can designate to be dropped at any location. Ding, detected that the host has fully acquired the ability to independently research and produce weapons and equipment, rewarding the host with a set of cold fusion battery technology blueprints and data. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully surviving 1 year in the apocalypse, rewarding the host with a set of high-performance flight backpack technology data blueprints. Ding, detected that the host has successfully survived 1 year in the apocalypse, rewarding the host with a global mineral resource distribution map, which the host can read on the system interface. The system's voice rang 3 times before Li Ming reacted. In a flash, a year had passed. The time had come to November 2026 of the solar calendar. He hadn't expected time to pass so quickly. His power had expanded from just the Marga base to a total of 1 level 3 base, 30 level 2 bases, and 170 level 1 bases throughout the empire. To develop to this extent, it only took Li Ming 1 year to develop so quickly, which was really unexpected. Even he himself didn't expect that his wholehearted development could progress so quickly. The garrison in Li Ming's level 2 bases was generally composed of several combined arms brigades or combined arms divisions as the main force, plus light infantry regiments guarding the markets outside. The garrison in the general level 1 bases was mainly composed of light infantry regiments, plus various paratroopers airdropped from the outside as the main force to maintain public order. After all, now he could airdrop a paratrooper battalion every day, and the number of his troops would further increase. With the surge in his military strength, many of Li Ming's plans were about to be put on the agenda. The first plan was to establish new bases abroad to exploit mineral resources. The second plan was the Doomsday plan, which was to prepare to build bases similar to Noah's Arkansas. Of course, for now, it was clear that the first plan was easier to achieve and was also a very necessary thing to do. Soon Li Ming began to make selections on the system's mineral resource distribution map. He wanted to airdrop the paratrooper battalion there to establish a new base. Along with the paratrooper battalion, he also airdropped interdimensional pockets via global strategic drones. These airdropped interdimensional pockets contained excavator robots and a base vehicle, in addition to a large amount of survival supplies and weapons and ammunition. With the mass production of solid-state batteries, Li Ming began to apply solid-state batteries to his drone force first, greatly improving the range and other capabilities of the drones. This also enabled many of the drones developed by Li Ming to have the ability to strike and fly to any region in the world. Soon Li Ming took the lead in deploying the 1st Paratrooper Battalion to the Tiantua Kingdom region, which had large oil reserves. It was basically impossible to exploit oil in extremely cold periods, only Li Ming's multifunctional mining vehicles could do it. Soon, in an oil-producing area of the Tiantua Kingdom, a paratrooper battalion was airdropped. About 2 hours later, a large drone landed in front of them, and many interdimensional pockets were taken down by the paratrooper battalion. Then they began to take out the excavation robots and began to build an underground base. Time passed quickly. In these 7 days, Li Ming would airdrop paratroopers all over the world every day, and then establish underground bases on the spot. After about a month, Li Ming's bases around the world had begun to get on track. At the same time, high-tech mines were also established. Each mine was equipped with 2 mining vehicles, and each mining vehicle had its own armed forces. System, these mining vehicles have their own armed forces? Li Ming was also surprised. Ding, host, this is a multifunctional time-space amphibious armed mining vehicle. The armed level of each mining vehicle includes development host. This multifunctional armed mining vehicle's armament includes a 105mm rifled main gun, along with a coaxial 30mm autocannon as a secondary weapon. In addition, this mining vehicle's mobility allows it to reach speeds of up to 50 km per hour. It uses a cold fusion energy battery for power internally. Its armor can withstand 4 anti-tank missile hits from the front, and even 2 top attack missiles. Besides these capabilities, the carriage behind the mining vehicle is also manufactured with the same principle as a pocket dimension, capable of holding 200,000 tons of raw ore. At the same time, the mining method can be changed to target various different minerals. It can mine various mineral resources such as underground oil and iron ore. Besides the mining vehicle itself, this mine is also a high-tech facility. It can perform preliminary processing of ores and raw materials like crude oil, and can classify and produce various industrial raw materials. Li Ming was stunned. He asked, System, what is the price for 2 of these mining vehicles and a mine? Ding, esteemed host, each of these refined mines comes with 2 mining vehicles upon completion of construction, costing 3 billion survival points. Li Ming's eyes lit up. The strategic value of this type of mine was too great, he had to build more of them. He was very clear that industrialization required a large amount of raw materials as input. These mines could directly process these ores into some preliminary raw materials, so he had to build more of them. Along with the mines, Li Ming also built level 1 bases distributed around the world. The purpose of these level 1 bases was, on one hand, to gather intelligence. He needed to know the global situation. On the other hand, it was to protect the mines. Although the mining vehicle was very strong, it still needed troops to protect it. The key was that the mining vehicle was too useful, a perfect combination of mobility, defense, and firepower. In the following days, Li Ming built about 300 mines all over the world in one go, frantically mining mineral resources. In addition to the 300 mines, Li Ming also manufactured an additional anyway. These resources couldn't be mined by others, so they would all belong to Li. Along with the establishment of the 300 mines, there were also about that Li Ming was really working hard to build the bases. Each of these 150 bases had about 1 to 2 light infantry regiments to guard them, with 1 regiment guarding the mine and 1 guarding the base. Li Ming's strength was constantly improving every day, because he was very clear that the Doomsday wouldn't show mercy just because you didn't develop. For humanity, if they wanted to fight against the Doomsday and rebuild civilization, industrialization was essential. Industrial civilization can be said to be the peak of human civilization development, so Li Ming desperately built mines and developed. Industry and agriculture are a system that promotes each other's development. Agriculture will provide some raw materials for industry or provide basic survival guarantees, and after industrialization develops, it will in turn support agriculture, which will further promote the development of agriculture. Although Li Ming's industrial system is not fully complete, it basically covers most categories of industrial civilization. The number of various technical talents recruited from within the Tianhui Empire alone is as high as 6 million. This population of 6 million is definitely a lot, because these people are absolute top technical talents in all walks of life. In addition to these technical talents, Li Ming's factory automation production is very advanced. It can be said that these 6 million talents all know that from the moment they entered the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce base, it would be difficult to leave here again, but in the face of a life and death crisis, everyone is very clear that the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce is the last hope of mankind. No one who can research technology to this level is a fool. Only by truly understanding the power of the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce can one know what a powerful organization this is. Even the empire government, facing the threat of the Doomsday, may not be as powerful as the current Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce. Who would have thought that a private organization would have such a powerful industrial system? A private force actually possessed a relatively complete industrial system no less than that of a country. Li Ming currently has about 6 million various technical and scientific research talents combined, but this number is constantly increasing. Because Li Ming is also constantly increasing his market share, and at the same time, he has not slackened or stopped recruiting talents at all. He even publicly announced high-paying recruitment of outstanding technical talents. As the saying goes, if you study mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you can go anywhere in the world. Science and engineering talents are always Li Ming's top priority. In addition to scientific research talents, Li Ming also continues to recruit technical talents. He is very clear that with the industrial foundation of a world empire like the Tianhui Empire, there are really many talents in all aspects. In addition to talents, the various high-end scientific research materials that the soldiers he sent to collect imperial scientific research materials brought back have also been transformed into Li Ming's own scientific research results. The composition of personnel in Li Ming's Scientific Research Center is about 2/5 of the personnel recruited by his system, and the remaining 3/5 inherited the personnel of the Tianhui Empire. The scientific research personnel recruited by Li Ming through the system, except for being a little bit lacking in interpersonal communication, are not inferior to those recruited from the outside in other aspects of scientific research technology, so these two parties have also formed a virtuous competition, which is what Li Ming is happy to see. For him, talents are to be used. At the same time, in the management of scientific research personnel, Li Ming adopted a configuration of 1 director and 4 deputy directors in a scientific research center. These 5 people are the highest leaders of the scientific research center, plus the remaining middle-level leaders. Basically all of them are controlled by Li Ming's people. Although those people recruited from the outside have entered the base, Li Ming has also taken the strictest technical surveillance on them. Through a special super nanobot, everyone's thoughts are monitored. It can be said that these people have no privacy in Li Ming's eyes. Don't say that Li Ming is infringing on personal privacy, this is all for his own safety, necessary defense. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable, it is necessary to conduct necessary surveillance on them. The technology Li Ming currently has is that these robots are used by him in the name of health and epidemic prevention. Everyone has been vaccinated with his so-called vaccine, which is actually physiological saline plus super nanobots. It can be said that Li Ming knows their thoughts very well. Zone begins to prosper for Li Ming. He now has all the resources he needs, an army at his disposal, and a strong scientific research force. Therefore, Li Ming's days are very fulfilling. Li Ming's personal secretary is none other than Captain Wang Shuang, a hero unit rewarded by the system when he upgraded to a level 3 base. According to the system's introduction, this Captain Wang Shuang is not only beautiful, but also extremely powerful in solo combat, completely outclassing the special forces soldiers Li Ming recruited. In addition, this Captain Wang Shuang is also proficient in various aspects of administrative management, so Li Ming made him his personal chief secretary. After all, as the saying goes, if there's something to do, the secretary does it. If there's nothing to do. Ahem, that's a bit of a tangent. Li Ming really doesn't have the time for that. As Li Ming's personal chief secretary, Captain Wang Shuang is very busy every day. First, she must understand the intentions of Li Ming, the commander-in-chief. Secondly, she is responsible for ensuring Li Ming's personal safety. Therefore, Captain Wang Shuang is proficient in the use of all weapons and equipment, and can even independently pilot a helicopter or transport aircraft. In addition, her combat effectiveness is extremely strong. She carries 2 specially made automatic pistols. The reason they are called special pistols is because these 2 pistols were specially made by Li Ming's military factory, with powerful performance, high reliability, and great power. They have an effective range of 200 meters, and have good penetration and lethality against enemy troops wearing bulletproof vests, while also possessing extremely high precision and reliability. In addition, they also have a certain degree of lethality against some light armored vehicles. It can be fully understood that Li Ming's personal chief secretary is a combination of a top soldier and an administrative talent. It is precisely because of this that he appointed her as his secretary, because her ability is too strong. It is precisely because of having such a secretary that he can arrange all aspects of the base in an orderly manner. In addition to this, Captain Wang Shuang. Li Ming's administrative organization also has a staff office, which is Li Ming's think tank, and they were all recruited from the system at a high cost. In addition, there are the heads of Li Ming's various departments, including the General Logistics Department, the General Staff Department, the General Armaments Department, the Finance Department, the Materials Reserve Department, and various other agencies. These important power agencies are all controlled by Li Ming's personnel. In short, the smooth operation of Li Ming's entire Chamber of Commerce is inseparable from the existence of these departments. These personnel recruited through the system are absolutely loyal to Li Ming. It is precisely because Li Ming has such a group of elite talents that his orders can be implemented within the Chamber of Commerce throughout the country at the fastest speed. For Li Ming, although he has not yet fully taken over the administrative power of various places, his army's actual control area is a solid reality. Li Ming is too lazy to care about the control areas of others, but in his actual control area, no one dares to cause trouble. The fear that the underworld forces have for Li Ming's organization is bone deep. After all, it really costs lives. So even if there are underworld forces, they never dare to act blatantly on Li Ming's territory. In addition to the underworld forces, many other forces have also begun to rely on Li Ming's big market to live, that is, the development of a characteristic red light district. You read that right, there is actually a red light district near Li Ming's market. To be honest, Li Ming's attitude towards this kind of red light district is neither opposed nor supportive. Originally, he thought that some people were using violence to control some women to form a red light district, but after investigation, he found that these red light districts were formed spontaneously by some women, to put it bluntly, selling their bodies for survival. Li Ming did not make things difficult for these people, but only carried out some management to prevent the spread of diseases, etc. It's not that Li Ming doesn't want to ban these places, but now it's the end of the world, and to put it bluntly, everyone is doing everything for survival. Among these women, there are certainly many lazy little fairies, but there are also many widows whose husbands died in the disaster. Don't think that Li Ming's crackdown has temporarily stabilized social order, but in the invisible dark corners, there is still considerable danger. Therefore, it is definitely a very dangerous thing for women to go out to collect supplies. Considering everything, Li Ming's army's control area is the safest, so this kind of red light district-like place has emerged near the market. Of course, there are also intermediaries in this kind of red light district. They are familiar with the situation of the red light district, so many foreign merchants who come here to purchase goods are introduced to the red light district by the intermediaries. Considering all the reasons, Li Ming decided not to ban the red light district, but the supervision of the red light district began without relaxation. After all, a contagious disease can really break out if you are not careful, so Li Ming adopted standardized management for the red light district here. That is to say, taxes need to be paid, but the tax rate is very low. These taxes are mainly used for the security management of the red light district and can be used to provide medicines for treating diseases for those who are sick. Some diseases can really spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Li Ming's policies were still supported by everyone, so in the following time, many survivors began to move to Li Ming's military control area. In addition to Li Ming's several major markets, many black markets or ghost markets and other folk small markets have also emerged in his military control area. Li Ming did not ban these folk trade activities, but only strengthened the supervision of public security. For the vast number of survivors, the sphere of influence of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is definitely the safest place, so gradually, the population in the control area of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is also increasing. With the increase in population, Li Ming's control area has also begun to become more and more prosperous. After all, population is the foundation of economic prosperity. Soon, in Li Ming's control area, a scene of vigorous growth and vitality actually began to appear. His market's business hours have also been extended from 8 hours a day to the current 24-hour 3-shift system. Many private economies have also been born around his market. There are many stalls selling various snacks, and some are stalls selling other materials. Especially with the development of Li Ming's cold-resistant potatoes, many survivors have a lot of cold-resistant potatoes in their hands. After solving the basic problem of eating, everyone's pursuit of a better life has been put on the agenda. At this time, Li Ming's latest service attracted everyone's attention, that is, he officially began to sell electricity. Sell electricity in the post-apocalyptic world. The sale of electricity had already begun, initially through private transactions. The items being sold were charged batteries, with the price of each battery determined by the amount of electricity it stored. Generally, a common lead-acid battery could store about 25 amps of electricity, enough to power some small household appliances, so these were available on the market. These privately traded batteries mostly came from individuals who had solar panels at home, giving them the means to sell electricity. Of course, these transactions usually involved selling the battery along with the electricity inside, but the price was still quite high. Later, Li Ming's Zhongxing Trading Company also sold electricity in the form of charged batteries, but now Li Ming had found a better way to sell electricity, requiring a deposit for the batteries and only selling the electricity itself. You see, Li Ming had seized a lot of goods from abroad, including a large number of batteries and solar power equipment. In addition to these, Li Ming also sold items such as bicycle generators, which were well received by the market. Now that Li Ming was officially launching the sale of electricity, anyone wanting to buy electricity from the market only needed to pay a deposit of 100 points and the electricity fee. After that, they could simply exchange the battery when buying more electricity. The deposit was for the battery itself, and as long as the battery was in good condition, Li Ming would refund the deposit if the buyer wanted to return it. The price of electricity was measured in dian, units of electricity, after the batteries were tested by Li Ming's market using professional equipment. Each dian cost 3 points, the same as a pound of new rice, which was a bit expensive but affordable for most people. What kind of business was the most profitable in this era? Undoubtedly, it was a monopoly. Currently, only Li Ming's Zhongxing Trading Company could provide a large, stable supply of electricity to the market. Because his base had a surplus of electricity almost every day, rather than letting it go to waste, he might as well put it to good use. This not only improved the living conditions of the survivors but also generated additional revenue for Li Ming. Soon, he began to promote this model in markets across the country, offering batteries with capacities of 10, 20, 50, and 100 units of electricity, allowing people to purchase different amounts based on their needs. This method of selling electricity caused a great stir in the market. Although electricity was common for modern people, it was undoubtedly precious for modern life. And the price of electricity sold by Zhongxing Trading Company was not really expensive. Apart from the 100-point deposit for the battery, the electricity itself could be purchased according to one's needs. When a battery was depleted, it could be returned. If it passed inspection and was undamaged, you could continue to buy more electricity and exchange it for another battery. If you didn't want to buy more electricity and wanted to get your deposit back, you could do so as long as the battery wasn't damaged due to personal issues. This model essentially allowed even the lowest level survivors to have the opportunity to use electric lights and other household appliances again. In any case, Zhongxing Trading Company's cheap electricity supply was once again praised by the survivors. 3 points per unit of electricity, what more could you ask for? Soon, the first batch of 2 million batteries that Li Ming put into the market were all rented out, and then he put another 3 million batteries into the market. It could be said that Li Ming was truly a conscientious businessman. Of course, the 100-point deposit wouldn't be a loss for Li Ming. After all, the various resources he could get in exchange for 100 points were enough for him to produce several new batteries. As the quantity increased, he made even greater profits. You might make a huge profit, but I'll never lose. With the launch of Li Ming's cheap electricity supply plan, the survivors, who had become somewhat desperate, were given new hope. Electricity was now available, and the widespread promotion of cold-resistant potatoes had saved countless survivors from starvation. The most severe test for the survivors was now the extreme cold. After all, temperatures of -50 degrees Celsius were no joke, and survivors were freezing to death almost every day. The residents of these residential areas would place the bodies of those who had frozen to death in their buildings into empty houses below, piling them up for unified disposal later. Time passed day by day, and it had been over a year since the apocalypse began. Everyone was gradually adapting to this new world. In fact, for the vast majority of survivors, the greatest threat was still the extreme cold. But the price of fuel was really not cheap. Whether it was coal or firewood, both were absolutely essential survival resources. On the other hand, people weren't lacking in food. After all, cold-resistant potatoes had been promoted for more than half a year, and many survivors who had planted them could barely feed themselves, but heating remained a problem. Until Li Ming's cheap store and relatively affordable coal supply became available, the cost of fuel for everyone decreased significantly. To some extent, Zhongxing Trading Company had become a veritable super-large state-owned enterprise, and this behemoth was related to the survival of countless ordinary people. The credibility of Li Ming's points was linked to survival resources, so its value was extremely stable, and it had become one of the universally used post-apocalyptic currencies in the Tianhui Empire. Whether it was private transactions or transactions between major forces, everyone used points as currency, which greatly improved the living standards of ordinary people. However, beneath this prosperity, a conspiracy was quietly brewing. As mentioned earlier, the existence of Li Ming's trading company harmed the interests of many organizations and forces. After all, they could have been local emperors, but Zhongxing Trading Company messed up their plans. Although Li Ming had reprimanded some people, there were still others who were very unwilling. They possessed a lot of resources and hid in the shadows, like a hidden cobra, ready to strike a fatal blow to Li Ming at any time. Conspiracy at this moment, not only in Marga, but also in many other cities, forces with relatively abundant material reserves were gathering together, discussing how to deal with Li Ming. These people were well aware that they were no match for Li Ming in terms of military strength, and Li Ming's ruthless methods during the previous crackdown had indeed made them very wary. Since hard tactics wouldn't work, they could only resort to economic means. The so-called economic means were not complicated. That was to short Li Ming's integration points and destroy the credit of the integration points. After all, Li Ming's integration points, to some extent, already belonged to the collection of seigniorage. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's approach was to gradually establish the monetary status of integration points. Then, through the universal currency status of integration points, they could collect benefits such as seigniorage. Therefore, many forces that were already very unhappy with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce were naturally unwilling to see this happen. Therefore, they decided to undermine the credit of Li Ming's integration points. The best way to undermine the credit of integration points was twofold. The first method was to create counterfeit money, that is, to produce fake integration points to disrupt the market. Since your Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce can harvest everyone's resources through integration points, then we can also create fake integration points to exchange for a large amount of resources from you. If we can't exchange for a large amount of resources with fake integration points, we will spread rumors everywhere and disrupt your reputation, driving out good currency with bad. The second method is to raise prices by hoarding and disrupting market prices. A major reason why everyone accepts integration points is that the value of integration points is stable. It can be said that after the initial market fluctuations, the value of integration points has stabilized. Soon, this group of merchants gathered together and began to discuss specific actions. At this time, in a private base located in Marga, the outside was covered with ice and snow, but the base was brightly lit and warm as spring. A middle-aged fat man took a sip of wine and said, "Gentlemen, the purpose of inviting you here today is very simple, that is, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce and these people are living too well, posing as the imperial government. It seriously harms our interests. I have decided to teach them a lesson. What he said was also true. Li Ming's policies were simply useful to ordinary survivors at the bottom, and for this group of people, it seriously damaged their interests. President Jia is right. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce and these people are constantly expanding their military control zone through the market, and they are also constantly diverting a large number of people from our bases. It's simply hateful, said another fat-headed base leader wearing glasses. That's right, I also agree with what President Yao and President Jia said. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce and these people actually launched something like integration points. It's simply collecting seigniorage. We must insist on free market transactions and absolutely cannot accept this kind of seigniorage. Yes, the three of you are right. Cough cough. President Jia, who spoke at the beginning, cleared his throat and said loudly, since all of you brothers and seniors support my idea, then we must these people's arrogance. We must let the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce know that although we can't beat them militarily, they are still too inexperienced to play economics and do business. Next, our actions will be divided into these two parts. The first part is that we ourselves will also print a batch of counterfeit integration points. After Fatty Jia said all his plans, the venue fell silent. There were a total of more than 30 base leaders of private bases or heads of private markets in the entire venue. In short, these 30 or so people were all leaders of relatively large forces in manga. It can be said that this group of people also controls a lot of materials on the market. About nearly 20% of the materials circulating on the market are circulated by these organizational forces. If the plan is really successful, then their right to speak will undoubtedly be greatly improved in the future. However, Li Ming's bloody crackdown and ruthless methods still made many bosses dare not easily agree. After all, meddling in this kind of thing is really going to kill people. That, President Jia, are we really going to play so big? A boss said with cold sweat on his forehead. The plan of this President Jia was really frightening. He actually wanted to manufacture fake integration points. If the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce knew about this, none of them would survive, and all of them would have their heads chopped off. The piles of corpses next to Hero Square were the best proof. They didn't want to become one of them. Hee, President Wang, what are you panicking about? As long as things are done discreetly enough, even they won't be able to find out anything. They can only swallow the bitter fruit themselves, because this is related to the credibility of their integration points. As long as they care about the credibility of integration points, then they can only bite the bullet and accept this thing. At that time, we can rely on this thing to continuously obtain a large amount of materials from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. President Jia said excitedly, his whole person beaming with joy. That makes sense. Anyway, we don't show up directly, just release it little by little. And this kind of integration point doesn't seem to be difficult to print. That's true. Although the paper of this integration point is a bit special, and the ink is also a bit special, these are not problems. And what kind of technology can there be in an integration point? We can all print a lot of it. I agree with President Jia's plan. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is simply. Soon, with the end of their meeting, the conspiracy against the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce also began to be implemented. Wang Xing was a stall owner in the market of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. He sold the cold-resistant potatoes he grew every day. Although he couldn't be considered very rich, his life in the apocalypse was considered pretty good. This day was December 3, 2026 of the solar calendar. He opened his shop in the market as usual. Not long after opening, several people came, holding integration points and wanting to buy his cold-resistant potatoes. Boss, how do you sell this? Wang Xing then said, 1 integration point for £2. Give me 20 pounds. Okay, did you bring your own bag? I brought it. After saying this, the person started handing his bag to Wang Xing. Wang Xing didn't suspect anything and started loading potatoes, loading 20 pounds for the other party. The other party took out a 10 integration point note and gave it to Wang Xing. Wang Xing took the integration point note and subconsciously touched it with his hand, feeling that the feel was a bit wrong. This gentleman, there is a problem with the feel of your integration point note. Can you change it for me? Currency incident. The buyer was a little unhappy. What's wrong? What's wrong with this point ticket? Sir, this point ticket doesn't feel right. Do you have any other point tickets? Could you exchange it? Wang Xing asked. Humph, so much trouble. The man impatiently took out another point ticket and handed it to Wang Xing. After Wang Xing checked it carefully, he confirmed it was genuine before accepting it. Then, he handed the potatoes to the man. Here are your potatoes. The man left immediately after buying his things. This scene was happening all over the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce markets across the country. These merchants never dreamed that Li Ming's anti-counterfeiting measures for the point tickets were so sophisticated. About 3 hours after the man who bought the potatoes left, the market patrol team came to Wang Xing's stall. The leading officer said to Wang Xing, Mr. Wang, we need to ask you about something. Is this a convenient time? Yes, you can ask anything. As long as I know, I will definitely tell you. It's like this, Mr. Wang, did anyone buy potatoes from you today and give you a point ticket that didn't feel right? The officer asked. Oh? How did you know? I encountered this situation with the first customer of the day. The person gave me a point ticket, and when I touched it, it didn't feel right, so I asked them to exchange it for another one. After checking it and feeling it was okay, I accepted it, Wang Xing replied. A soldier next to the officer quickly recorded the information. The officer continued, do you remember those people? Do they often come to the market to buy things? The officer's question wasn't random. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's cameras and facial recognition AI could basically identify many regular customers. And Wang Xing, as a long-time stall owner here, naturally recognized the regular customers as well. Wang Xing shook his head. I don't recognize that person. Anyway, that person isn't one of my regular customers. Oh, right, there seem to be several of them, about 5 or 6 people together. The officer smiled. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Wang. As compensation, we will give you 10 g of cold-resistant cabbage seeds. Wang Xing was stunned, never expecting such a windfall. Soon, a soldier handed Wang Xing a small paper packet. Wang Xing accepted it and immediately expressed his gratitude. Li Ming was inspecting the base when his personal secretary, Captain Wang Shuang, walked up to him and whispered, General, there's a problem. Li Ming relaxed when he saw that the other party's expression wasn't too serious. Speak, what is it? In the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce markets, just in the 5 markets of Marga City alone, approximately 150 incidents of attempted use of fake point tickets were discovered in one day. Li Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Go, back to the office. Soon, Li Ming appeared in his office. He gathered his subordinates and held a meeting. I have called everyone to a meeting today because a very serious matter has occurred. We have received reports from markets all over the country that many forces are issuing fake point tickets in the market, with malicious intentions. Intelligence Department, I order you to immediately find out which forces are doing these things. The Minister of Intelligence, a middle-aged man with glasses, said, Report, General, we have already collected relevant intelligence. I request permission to use the projector. Granted. Soon, the projector was turned on. The Minister of Intelligence took out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer. The projector began to display many people's photos and the forces behind them. The Minister of Intelligence used a laser pointer, pointing to the first photo, and said, Everyone, please look. This fat man is called Jia Chang, the boss of a private base in Marga City. Our General Staff Intelligence Department has been paying attention to this person for a long time. This man is lecherous and dissolute. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he used his wealth to buy a large amount of supplies and gathered many thugs to work for him. This plan to manufacture counterfeit money in Marga City was proposed by him. According to the information obtained by our intelligence department, the plan he proposed is divided into 2 parts. The first part is to produce a large number of fake point tickets to disrupt the market, attempting to completely squeeze our point tickets out of the market. The second part is to use a large number of fake point tickets to buy our supplies in large quantities from our markets, leading to a shortage of supplies and soaring prices, further destroying the credibility of our point tickets. In addition, according to the news from our undercover agent inside, a total of more than 30 private bases are participating in this operation. They control about 20% of the materials circulating in the entire market. Obviously, this is a conspiracy against us. In other larger cities, similar situations have also occurred. The intelligence is all on this. The Minister of Intelligence, Lao Zhang, began to explain the intelligence to everyone while operating the projector. After speaking for about an hour, Li Ming nodded with satisfaction. The intelligence department's intelligence work was quite good. Li Ming directly asked, Minister Zhang, do you know the location of these people's bases and the addresses of their material reserves? Minister Zhang smiled slightly and began to adjust the projector. After a while, a map appeared on the big screen, marking the locations of everyone's material storage and bases. General, comrades, these people have truly applied the saying a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows to the extreme. Their materials are basically stored in 2 or 3 parts. Li Ming nodded. The intelligence department has done a great job. I guess you should have been monitoring these people for a long time, right? General, to be honest, the base leaders of these private bases are basically not good people. You should be very clear about their character. They have long attracted the attention of our intelligence department. It can be said that their every move is under our surveillance. It's just that we have always been thinking of playing a long game to catch big fish, so we haven't touched them. Now that they have taken the initiative to jump out and seek death, we can only fulfill them. Li Ming waved his hand, signaling Minister Zhang to sit down. Then, he turned to the General Staff Department personnel. Chief of Staff Zhao, the military action plan will be handed over to you to formulate. I only look at the results. A military officer with 3 gold stars on his shoulders stood up. Please rest assured, General. We have made all the preparations. Please give the order. Completion check, the entire original text has been translated. Length comparison, the length of the translated English text is comparable to the original Chinese text, ensuring completeness. Confirmation statement, the translation is complete, accurate, and natural sounding. Dispatched Ma Shan issued the battle order, codename for this operation, Tornado. Yes, sir. After the meeting, Li Ming's headquarters quickly began issuing battle orders to armies across the country, including a composite division located in the city of Marga. Throughout the base, alarms sounded. This composite division, along with several composite brigades, was in the midst of training. Upon hearing the alarm, they immediately assembled. The speed of the troop assembly was extremely fast. Attention! Right, dress. Eyes front. At ease. Attention! One command after another was issued from the mouths of the officers. The troops were fully assembled within 3 minutes. Subsequently, an officer wearing a gold star appeared on the training field. Report, Division Commander. The troops are assembled, awaiting instructions. The officer of the watch ran over to report, saluting. The division commander returned the salute, and the officer ran back to the front of the queue and stood at attention. After seeing everyone standing properly, the division commander spoke, everyone, at ease. With a swish, everyone simultaneously stretched out their feet. Then, the Major General began to announce the headquarters battle order. This operation involved deploying a composite division to directly target the 30-plus private base leaders in the Marga city area and their material storage bases. The objective of this operation was to eliminate these private base leaders and key personnel. The remaining ordinary people were not within the scope of the attack. As for seizing supplies, that was just a bonus. To Li Ming, it was all about spending other people's money generously, and with his ability to amplify everything 100-fold, taking out a portion of these supplies for discounted sales and compensating some people's losses would be more than enough. Soon, the composite division within the base began to mobilize rapidly. One after another, all-terrain military trucks drove out of the base, forming convoys of various sizes and entering Marga city. Many survivors collecting supplies outside the city also saw Li Ming's convoy. At this time, some survivors keenly realized that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was definitely planning an even bigger operation. Accompanying the military action was the propaganda from Li Ming's radio station and the market's loudspeakers, explaining how to identify genuine and fake integral tickets, and also stating which forces were manufacturing a large number of counterfeit integral tickets on the market, and other information. Many survivors were shocked when they heard this news. Damn, there really are people who aren't afraid of death. They actually dare to target the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. No wonder I saw so many military truck convoys moving out today. So it was for this. This is simply digging the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's foundation. They actually want to use fake integral tickets to obtain a large amount of supplies. This is probably going to be another bloody storm. Countless ordinary survivors were discussing this everywhere, and some private base leaders also heard about this through the radio, and they immediately felt a very ominous premonition in their hearts. Their plan was not going smoothly from the start. Apart from the difference in feel, there were also differences in other aspects between the fake and real integral tickets. Anyone who checked carefully could see the differences. As a result, many of the people who went out to spend fake integral tickets yesterday were arrested by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's patrol team, because many people reported that their integral tickets had problems, and they were caught red-handed. Subsequently, Li Ming's intelligence department followed the clues and, with the help of various intelligence provided by undercover agents, it could be said to be a nightmare for this group of plotters. At this time, these leaders were all praying that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce hadn't discovered them, but it was too late. In an office building in Marga City, Jia Chang was enjoying life in his private base when about 300 troops appeared outside and surrounded Jia Chang's base. Report, Boss Jia. Something bad has happened. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has dispatched troops to surround our base. Also, I just received a call on the walkie-talkie that several of our material storage locations have been destroyed by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. What? At this time, the fat and greasy Jia Chang no longer had his past arrogance and domineering manner, only panic and despair. He never dreamed that in less than 2 days, all the plans would appear on Li Ming's desk. Soon, Han Huaxing's voice came from outside, "Listen up, people inside. You are surrounded. You have 3 minutes to consider. Immediately lay down your weapons and surrender with your hands up. You will be spared death. This operation will only kill the ringleaders." The loudspeakers outside kept shouting, while Jia Chang was panicking and trying to run to the basement, but his confidants all had a strange look in their eyes. Soon, the gate of Jia Chang's base opened, and survivors walked out of the office building one by one, followed by several people holding weapons and tying up Jia Chang. "You bastards! I've treated you so well, and you actually betrayed me!" Jia Chang shouted angrily. One of his subordinates said gloomily, "Boss Jia, you can't blame us for this. Blame yourself for doing things that angered the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. You offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Why should we bear the consequences with you?" "That's right, Boss Jia. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Jia Chang was quickly arrested, and then a battalion of troops began to search Jia Chang's base, seizing a large amount of supplies. This operation lasted for about a week. All the private bases in Marga City that conspired with Jia Chang were destroyed by Li Ming's army, and a large amount of supplies were seized. Soon, Li Ming began to pronounce judgment on this group of people. The pile of corpses in Heroes Square had a few more corpses. Then, Li Ming began to have people broadcast, "Citizens of Marga City, hello. We are the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce radio station. We are now broadcasting a notice that survivors who have been cheated of supplies by bandits such as Jia Chang can receive a share of supplies as compensation at Heroes Square, and hand over the fake integral tickets to us for recycling and destruction. Any forces or individuals who counterfeit integral tickets will be severely cracked down on by our army. The fate of Jia Chang and others is the proof." The areas where counterfeit currency appeared were not only in Marga City, but also in other cities. Those forces were also attacked by Li Ming. Li Ming once again used tough measures to prove to all the forces what it means to have the gun, have the world. Within the Alliance and the Apocalypse, the most powerful force is the gun. As the saying goes, power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Although it hasn't reached that point in the current apocalypse, the collapse of social order is evident. Therefore, Li Ming maintains a strong armed force not only to protect his own industries but also to maintain relatively stable social order in his territory. Another more important reason is to use the army to maintain his own interests. This incident proves that if Li Ming didn't have a strong military force to protect him, the credibility of the integral tickets would likely have been destroyed by this group of people. The integral ticket is a very important link for Li Ming. As long as the value of the integral ticket remains strong and its credit stable, when everyone believes that this thing can serve as a general equivalent, Li Ming can collect seigniorage. With the ability to amplify materials 100-fold, coupled with his powerful military strength, it can be said that he is invincible, forming a perfect closed loop. Li Ming had planned it this way in reality, but this group of people messed it up. Fortunately, Li Ming's intelligence department was effective and immediately destroyed this group. All the heads of the private bases involved were chopped off. The beheadings served as a warning, which shocked many restless forces. Similar incidents also occurred across the country, but Li Ming's integral tickets, in terms of manufacturing difficulty, were no less than normal currency. It can be said that counterfeiting and forgery were very difficult. Thus, many forces began to target some small denomination integral tickets, but these forces were wiped out by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's army as soon as they acted. It was another bloody storm. It can be said that every large-scale deployment of Li Ming's army brought a lot of casualties. Of course, these people deserved to die. Disrupting the economic order that Li Ming had worked so hard to create, who else but these people deserves to die? At this time, within a civil force alliance composed of 30,000 remnant imperial troops, these matters were also being discussed. Commander, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's people are too bloody in their actions. An officer expressed his opinion. The middle-aged man in his 40s, sitting at the head of the table, didn't show any change in expression upon hearing this. He said calmly, "Shaoli, you need to understand our current situation. This is the end of the world. Drastic times call for drastic measures. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce provides about 60–70% of the materials on the market. Do you know what ordinary survivors will face without these materials? Without their survival materials, most of the ordinary survivors you see would not be able to survive, understand? The most terrible thing about the end of the world is not natural disasters but man-made disasters. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is gradually establishing a new social order. Even if the means are bloody, at least their direction is not wrong, which is to restore a relatively stable social order. Disorder is the most terrifying, especially under our operating mechanism of a large government and a small society." The officer opened his mouth as if wanting to say something. At this time, an older officer spoke, "Commander, you are right. Objectively speaking, those base leaders of private bases who were severely beat the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce really deserve to die. We also have good military power. Should we also follow their approach and launch against some illegal private bases?" The middle-aged man pondered, "Your suggestion is good. Doing so can allow us to obtain more survival materials and ensure that more ordinary survivors survive. Immediately arrange for the intelligence department to select targets." I really underestimated the intelligence capabilities of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. "Commander, their intelligence capabilities?" the young adjutant asked in confusion. The intelligence capabilities of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce are really terrifying. As soon as some trends appear on the market, they immediately take action, nipping all dangers in the bud. Without excellent intelligence capabilities, it is impossible to so accurately. "Amazing," the middle-aged man said with emotion. "Commander, won't we be moving the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's cheese by doing this?" another imperial officer asked. No. From the current situation, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce should still only be thinking about maintaining stability within their own territory. I don't know if you have noticed that every time the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's army is dispatched, it is basically because someone has touched their interests. To some extent, although these people are private soldiers, it must be admitted that they are very disciplined. They are not an army that likes to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Our solving of some ice or private bases is essentially a way of maintaining social order. They will not object, but will be happy to see it happen. From the current actions, they are essentially still a chamber of commerce, and I am sure that they definitely have their own industrial processing and manufacturing capabilities. They seem to only be enthusiastic about doing business, and they don't seem to be interested in establishing a regime themselves. The officer was puzzled after hearing this. Commander, from their current actions, it feels like their actions are no different from a regime? Such as launching strict crackdown operations or something. Xiao Feng, you are wrong. This essentially still stems from interests. They are a chamber of commerce, and what they pursue is profit. It is undeniable that they have a powerful armed force, but the essence of their launching strict crackdowns is to ensure that they have the most potential customers. It can be said that every living survivor is their potential customer. Even we are their potential customers. They are using their industrial production and manufacturing capabilities by having the vast number of survivors go out to collect everything useful as raw materials, then producing products and selling them. All of this is essentially more of a commercial behavior, and the political meaning is not strong. How should I describe it? They are a miniature model of the Tianying Empire, with profit driving everything. Of course, they do have the strength to establish a regime, but from the current situation, I don't know why, they have never been willing to establish a regime. This is indeed very strange. The military commander also looked puzzled. Cough, cough. An officer with the rank of brigadier general cleared his throat. Commander, do you think they feel that the time is not yet ripe to establish a regime? You know what, from their current actions, everything is leaning towards this aspect, but they have never publicly established a regime. Could it be that this natural disaster will continue to last? Will there be different natural disasters? Opening upon hearing their commander's words, everyone felt a chill. If true, the weight of those words was immense. Another new cataclysm? The current disasters were already deadly enough. If another new disaster were to appear, how would ordinary people survive? These words represented the lives of countless ordinary people. Commander, the commander waved his hand. This is just my speculation. I feel they must think the time is not yet right. My judgment comes from the Zhongxing Merchant Guild, who feel these disasters won't end so easily. Based on the partial satellite data we have, this disaster is global. Some regions are experiencing different types of disasters than we are. If a new cataclysm truly appears after this extreme cold ends, it will be terrifying. Commander, what should we do? Immediately issue orders for the army to mobilize and eliminate all private bases engaged in wrongdoing. Seize their supplies, distribute some to the ordinary survivors, and the rest will belong to our base. We must stockpile as many resources as possible. Open the base and recruit ordinary survivors. Let them help us gather resources, and then we will use these resources to trade with the Zhongxing Merchant Guild for a large amount of survival supplies, the commander ordered immediately. Commander, how many survivors should we recruit? What are the requirements? The adjutant recorded the orders and continued to ask. Recruit 100,000 survivors in the first batch. Carefully screen all applicants, with strict selection based on physical fitness, personal conduct, and resource reserves. After all survivors join our base, immediately implement military management. Anyone who violates the law will be severely punished. Harsh times require harsh measures. Yes. Soon, the news that the Allied Association, located in the imperial capital of Tarwar, had begun recruiting survivors spread. Before the cataclysm, Tarwar City had a population of about 75 million. After the apocalypse, the surviving population is now about 45 million. Liming's Merchant Guild and the Allied Association are both working to restore social order, so the overall order in Tarwar City is relatively stable for the time being. After the Allied Association announced the opening of the base to recruit survivors, it quickly attracted a large number of survivors to sign up for the selection. For many ordinary survivors, the first choice for survival now is naturally to enter the Zhongxing Merchant Guild's market to work. This is basically equivalent to having a golden rice bowl in the apocalypse. The income is stable, and they provide accommodation and a lunch. Many goods and supplies are discounted for internal employees, and there are occasional benefits. Moreover, the safety is better. The next best option is to find a way to enter the Allied Association's base. However, the Allied Association is a civilian force composed of the remnants of the Imperial Army, and it has never been open to the public. After all, rumors say that the Allied Association controls an Imperial strategic material reserve, so joining this base can guarantee food and clothing, and the chances of survival are very high. Moreover, because it is a force composed of the remnants of the Imperial Army, the Allied Association has very good discipline, which is viewed favorably by ordinary people. So, many people directly choose to participate in the Allied Association base's selection process. Along with the Allied Association base, several other major forces in the Imperial capital also opened their bases to recruit survivors. Although these major forces are not as good as the Zhongxing Merchant Guild and the Allied Association, they are not far behind. The internal management of these major forces is more standardized than some small private bases. Almost all major forces have realized the meaning behind the Allied Association's unusual actions. At this time, the leaders of almost all major forces with a bit of foresight realized the upcoming risks, that is, the cataclysms are likely to continue, and new cataclysms will appear. Everyone knows that the Allied Association has never opened its base, but now it has opened it. This is very unusual. So, these major forces began to recruit survivors to collect supplies for them, so as to trade with Li Ming's merchant guild for a large amount of survival supplies. At this time, Li Ming in Marga City also received news that the bases of several civilian forces composed of the remnants of the Imperial Army had begun to open to the public, which also stunned him. He didn't expect these bases to recruit survivors. It was a very unexpected thing. Wang Shuang, immediately notify Minister Qian and Minister Zhang to come see me. I have some things I need to discuss with them. Li Ming instructed Captain Wang Shuang. Yes. Soon, the two ministers appeared in Li Ming's office. One was the head of Li Ming's think tank, and the other was the minister in charge of his supplies. Li Ming's office was simply decorated. Seeing the two arrive, he smiled, "Please find a place to sit. I have important matters to discuss with you and need your advice." The two ministers found a single sofa to sit on, and Captain Wang Shuang brought 2 cups of tea. Minister Qian couldn't help but said, "Chief, please ask anything you want." Li Ming took a sip of water and said, "Minister Qian, Minister Zhang, according to the latest news I received, do you know that several forces composed of the remnants of the Imperial Army have begun to open their bases and recruit survivors?" Upon hearing this news, the two were relieved. Minister Qian said, "Chief, I was just about to talk to you about this matter. Our think tank has already discussed this twice." "Oh, tell me your thoughts." Li Ming showed an interested expression. "This is the thing, Chief. According to our team's speculation, it is very likely that these forces have seen that this cataclysm is global through the partial satellites they control. They have a very strong sense of crisis, so they are preparing to stockpile a large amount of survival supplies," Minister Qian said. Li Ming thought for a while and said, "Do you mean they plan to establish a seed base?" Minister Qian didn't expect that his chief would consider so much, but he still said, "Chief, we also think so. It has many benefits for them to recruit a large number of survivors into the base. First of all, according to the latest intelligence, the conditions for them to recruit survivors are not low. First of all, if you want to join their base, you need to pay 50 kilograms of food supplies. In addition to this condition, a series of background checks are required. No criminal record, clean background, and also need to undergo some physical fitness tests, and also need to have a skill." Minister Zhang, who was on the side, was quite surprised after hearing this. "Are they recruiting soldiers?" Technological advances. Minister Qian shook his head. "They are not recruiting soldiers. In essence, their ideas are the same as ours, which is to establish a seed base. Currently, we have recruited nearly 7 million various technical talents and medical personnel. As the apocalypse continues to develop, there will definitely be more talents joining us. Setting such high selection conditions is essentially a screening process. With limited resources, some survivors are destined to be abandoned. In this case, which force wouldn't recruit more capable survivors?" Minister Zhang nodded after hearing this. Li Ming said, Old Xian is right. This is indeed preparing to build a doomsday seed base. It seems they have guessed that there may be other natural disasters in the future. Chief, I personally feel that these forces formed by the remaining imperial troops are likely to engage in a lot of trade with us in the coming time, Minister Qin interjected. Li Ming turned to look at Minister Zhang. Minister Zhang, how is the material reserve situation? Chief, rest assured, we have already prepared the material reserves. The current operation of the factory is just to maintain the production line. As long as you give the order, we can immediately produce new products continuously, Minister Zhang reported. Good, these days, as long as we have food and guns in our hands, we don't have to fear any forces. In fact, the various talents recruited in our base are also a kind of screening. Everyone wants talents. So, we will continue to increase our efforts to recruit talents. Although we don't want ordinary survivors, we should still recruit the talents we need. In essence, we are the real Doomsday seed base. I have a feeling that there will definitely be more terrifying natural disasters in the future. After listening to Li Ming's words, Minister Qian asked, Chief, can I ask what other natural disasters there will be in the future? The current extreme cold disaster is just one of the tests. The future natural disasters will become more and more terrifying. According to the General Staff Intelligence Department, many regions around the world are currently experiencing some abnormal weather. Some places are extremely arid and hot, with temperatures reaching 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, and some places are as extremely cold as we are. There are also places where the original deserts have become oceans, and some ocean areas have become land. In short, all kinds of extreme natural disasters have appeared, so we must prepare for the final destruction of the land and make all preparations. Chief, if this is the case, then we have to prepare to build a base like Noah's Ark, otherwise, the current base is still a bit unsafe. Minister Zhang said in a bit of shock. Don't worry about this. Currently, a plan we are promoting is the real Doomsday plan. In addition to building various Doomsday weapons, we are also preparing to build a real mobile Doomsday base, which is currently in preparation, and there is still time. If even we can't survive this kind of Doomsday, then it is even more unrealistic for other forces. Li Ming's words were not bragging. After all, he now possesses the world's most terrifying industrial production and manufacturing capabilities. In this extreme environment, industrialized production and manufacturing capabilities play a huge role. Moreover, he also possesses many black technologies. With the blessing of these things, at least he believes that his problem of surviving the apocalypse should not be a big one. Chief, if they trade with us, should we lower the price? Minister Zhang asked. Li Ming stood up, walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, and said, buy at the normal price. If the quantity is very large, give a 10% discount. After all, it's all for survival, and letting more people survive is the most important thing to consider right now. Yes. After studying these matters, Li Ming went to his factory and army to conduct inspections to see how the application of his black technology was going. He took a military vehicle straight to several branch bases near the main base to check the situation, and the results were gratifying. Now these black technologies have begun to be partially applied in practice. For example, black technology solid-state batteries have begun to be used in hybrid power applications on tanks and armored vehicles. For existing vehicles and equipment, hybrid power is used. Usually, it is driven by fuel, and the car can also charge the battery while driving. After the battery is fully charged, the charging connection will be automatically disconnected, and then the car will be driven by fuel power normally. After the fuel is exhausted, it can continue to be driven by electricity. It can be said that this battery can drive a military truck for 600 to 800 kilometers. As for armored vehicles such as tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, they use the improved second-generation solid-state battery. A tank is driven by 4 large solid-state batteries, which can guarantee a range of about at this time. An expert was explaining the solid-state battery to Li Ming. Chief, the solid-state battery currently equipped on trucks is our first-generation solid-state battery, named Pioneer No. 1. After a period of use on trucks and after improvements, the second-generation Pioneer No. 2 battery is prepared for armored vehicles. Li Ming nodded. The overall performance of these batteries should be good, right? Chief, for military all-terrain trucks, using fuel cell hybrid power, in actual use, filling up with fuel can guarantee the car's range from more than 600 kilometers to about 1,400 kilometers now. After all, it is fuel plus battery drive. After the fuel is used up, use a battery-driven motor. The total range can run so far. After these cars are replaced with our latest diesel engine and motor, the car can fully charge the battery after driving for half an hour with a diesel engine. From actual use, the best way to use it is to always drive the car with a battery, and the internal combustion engine is used to generate electricity. It should be powered by electricity as the main power, and the internal combustion engine is used as backup power and for charging, so that the truck's range can become farther. After listening to the expert's words, Li Ming thought thoughtfully, what are the improvements of our Pioneer No. 2 battery compared to Pioneer No. 1? Chief, Pioneer No. 2 is improved on the basis of the first generation. We have optimized the design of the entire solid-state battery. First of all, the number of charge and discharge cycles has increased from 30,000 times in the first generation to about 45,000 times. With experts besides the increased charging and discharging cycles, the battery capacity has increased by about 15% with the same volume due to the adoption of the latest electrolyte. This also means that the range and other aspects have also been greatly improved. At the same time, the usage conditions of the Pioneer 2 in extreme environments have also been greatly relaxed. The operating temperature can range from -80 degrees Celsius to +280 degrees Celsius, which will greatly improve the safety and durability of the battery. Li Ming was overjoyed after hearing this. Good, very good. You have not been complacent but are actively improving. Good. Chief, we are currently conducting an experiment on the feasibility of all-electric propulsion for armored vehicles, said the expert, Mr. Hu. Li Ming became interested after hearing this. If it's all-electric propulsion, how will the armored vehicles be charged? Chief, according to our current results, the Pioneer 2 battery is only being tested on a small number of armored vehicles, and testing has already begun. A 60-ton main battle tank, using only 4 large Pioneer 2 batteries, plus the power consumption of various electronic devices and instruments inside the tank, can travel approximately 600 kilometers. Light armored vehicles, such as wheeled vehicles, equipped with 2 batteries can travel approximately 750 kilometers. Assault vehicles or all-terrain vehicles, these types of light vehicles, can travel approximately based on these tests. It proves that all-electric armored vehicles are feasible. Moreover, electric drive has an even better advantage, which is that energy utilization efficiency is higher, far higher than internal combustion engines. Even our latest diesel and gas turbine engines only have an energy utilization rate of about 55% to 60%, while electricity can reach over 90%. As for the battery charging issue, our latest tested armored vehicles have 2 solutions. The first is hybrid power, which we can absolutely achieve with our latest technology. That is, electricity is the main power source, and the internal combustion engine is the auxiliary power source. The second solution is to ensure range by replacing the batteries. With the support of logistics troops, a tank can complete the replacement of the battery pack in about 10 minutes. For wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, the time can be shortened to within 6 minutes. As for assault vehicles and all-terrain vehicles, the time will be even shorter, basically comparable to refueling. So, my suggestion is that all light assault vehicles should be all electric, while wheeled vehicles and tanks should wait until testing is complete before making a decision, said Mr. Hu, expressing his inner thoughts. Li Ming carefully considered Mr. Hu's suggestion. All-electric power has many advantages, but military equipment is different from civilian equipment. Military equipment must ensure absolute reliability in extreme environments. Mr. Hu, I ask you, how reliable are these batteries in military equipment? Li Ming asked with concern. Mr. Hu knew that the chief was tempted when he heard this question. He said to his assistant, "Bring the test report." 3 minutes later, the assistant brought a test report. Mr. Hu skillfully flipped through the test report. Chief, according to our actual use tests, the biggest problem with electric drive is charging. For this reason, we have compiled test reports on the following military equipment under pure internal combustion engine, hybrid power, and pure electric drive. According to this report, For tracked vehicles, the reliability of internal combustion engines is the lowest, followed by hybrid power, and pure electric power is the lowest. Because internal combustion engine-driven vehicles need to ensure that the external pipelines of the internal combustion engine are unobstructed, and there are various mechanical wear, etc., so the reliability is the lowest. Compared to the complex pipeline system of internal combustion engines, the structure of hybrid power is the most complex, and it is the most troublesome to repair after a failure. However, if electricity is the main driving force on weekdays, and the fuel engine is used as a charging tool and auxiliary power, the reliability is also very high. The structure of pure electric power is the simplest, and the reliability is the best. It is also the fastest to repair. After all, military weapons and equipment emphasize that things with simple structures are often more reliable. Compared to the pipelines of internal combustion engines, pure electric vehicles are all connected to batteries and motors by wires, so it should be very promising. After listening to Mr. Hu's words, Li Ming thought for a while, how is the application of these solid-state batteries in drones and other unmanned equipment? Chief, it's very useful. The attack radius of the most ordinary civilian FPV drone has increased from about 10 kilometers to 85 kilometers. Military reconnaissance and strike integrated drones, under full load with pure electric drive, can fly around most of the planet, with an attack radius of approximately 8,500 kilometers. If we use our latest power system, the strike radius, range, and payload of the drone will continue to increase. In short, the prospects are very good. In addition, we plan to upgrade and improve some well-preserved drones immediately after the existing drone batteries of the troops are scrapped, so that the cost will be much lower than producing new ones, and the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Li Ming was very satisfied with their progress. He looked at another military industry expert, Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian, how is the development of the latest stealth fighter? Reporting to the chief, the matching engine has been officially produced, and all aspects of the fuselage have been manufactured. Only the final assembly process remains. By the way, the matching latest anti-G suit has also come out. This anti-G suit can reduce the overload of about 8 to 11 GS and is specially used to match the Mirage fighter. Good, after these fighters are officially formed, I will reward and celebrate your achievements. Thank you, Chief. How is the progress of bombers and transport aircraft? Li Ming asked another military industry expert. Chief, the transport aircraft with a maximum load of about 85 tons has been successfully test-flown and is currently undergoing relevant tests. According to the performance currently displayed, this aircraft can be used as our main transport aircraft and can be modified in various ways, such as into tankers, early warning aircraft, etc. Li Ming was very happy. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. You must also pay attention to your health. For our base, you talents are all valuable assets. Are there any difficulties in scientific research that you need me to solve? Chief, we have too few high-altitude test platforms and wind tunnel experimental equipment. We have to wait for several days each time before it's our turn. Mr. Qian couldn't help but say. Li Ming's expression became serious when he heard this. Getting more and more promising, rest assured, I will immediately construct new wind tunnels and test platforms, so it won't be so crowded. Also, I will add another one of these super large hydraulic presses. That's great. The experts were very pleased. In fact, Li Ming had already noticed the issue of wind tunnels and test platforms that they raised, so the construction of new platforms had already begun. However, the construction of such platforms is a very complex project in itself. You should know that even before the cataclysm, only a few major countries could build these devices, no more than 5 countries. The technological content involved is self-evident. Li Ming inspected the training and small-scale military exercises of his army and found that the newly recruited troops had fully formed combat effectiveness. At this time, his regular army ground forces had reached a full 700,000 men, and the light infantry and garrison forces maintaining law and order had also expanded to 800,000 men. The army had expanded to a total force of about 1.5 million troops. In addition to the Tianhui Empire, many troops were stationed in overseas bases. These overseas bases were basically to protect the security of his own mines. Fortunately, many countries on planet Baltan were completely destroyed in the apocalypse, with very few survivors, especially some countries with insufficient industrial capacity, which were devastated by the disaster. Even developed countries were treated equally in the face of the cataclysm. Many countries had been looted by Li Ming before, and the losses were already very serious, with shortages of supplies. With the addition of the apocalyptic disaster, the losses were even more severe. Moreover, no other country in the world had such a powerful force as Li Ming to maintain social order. Basically, they were all forming factions, with gunfire and shouts of killing everywhere. It can be said that many people may not have died in the cataclysm, but in infighting. In a state of anarchy, violence is the only law and rule. Countless forces abroad have fallen into infighting. After all, many countries around the world have a small government and a large society. In this case, the forces of a large number of grassroots civil organizations are usually very strong, and now, without a government, they are even stronger. In order to compete for power and resources for survival, these forces break out into various battles almost every day. Time passed day by day. At this time, within the Tianhui Empire, large and small forces were recruiting survivors from the outside world. Currently, the strength within the empire that everyone recognizes is that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is the most powerful force within the empire, a unique existence. The second tier is the several forces formed by the remaining imperial troops, and the third tier is some major forces in various places. The second and third tier forces have begun to recruit survivors. And Li Ming's markets all over the country have also ushered in a very hot trading period. Basically, every day these forces are desperately collecting everything that can be used. Including but not limited to anti-theft doors, scrap metal windows, all kinds of scrap copper and iron, and other scrap materials. In particular, some garbage recycling stations that have been barely preserved have become the focus of competition among many forces. In addition, many forces have also begun to send people to nearby counties and other places to collect various supplies, which inevitably leads to serious conflicts with the local forces in the counties or some small cities. Li Ming is too lazy to care about these things. He only cares about the security of his own territory and the cities where troops are stationed. He is not God. In essence, he is just an ordinary person with a cheat, nothing more. Of course, there are also benefits to these forces recruiting people. The first is that the chances of survival for the survivors are greater. For Li Ming, he doesn't care about these private forces as long as they are not too excessive to ordinary people. And these forces have also figured out the bottom line of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, so they are mainly in a cooperative mode with these survivors. Of course, there are others, that is, the forces formed by these remaining troops. If those who join Li Ming's forces are basically the top batch of people, then those survivors who can join these forces are also the highest quality batch of survivors. Li Ming is very clear that the management methods of these bases are very interesting, and they adopt complete military management. The management is very strict, and of course, the advantage is that there is no turmoil in the entire base, and everything runs in an orderly manner. However, there are also many problems with this kind of management, that is, many people cannot tolerate such strict management, but many people have to persevere in order to survive. These forces, large and small, except for these powerful forces that have certain underground bases, the rest are basically using office buildings and residential buildings as bases. Among them, the Fuxing Society and the Tongmenghui and other forces have their own underground bases. Although they are not very large, they are enough to grow some of their own food. At present, some of the crops they grow are ordinary potatoes and sweet potatoes as reserve food, and some are cold-resistant potatoes and cold-resistant cabbage obtained through transactions with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, which are grown in the cold environment outside. The power of the collective is very strong. These forces have exchanged a lot of cold-resistant crop seeds from Li Ming through transactions, and Li Ming is happy to see it happen. After all, when everyone has a certain amount of supplies and there is no pressure to survive, everyone's mood will be relaxed. Some of the survivors in the extremely cold apocalypse have grown a considerable number of cold-resistant potatoes, while others have grown some potatoes and cabbage. When entering the year and a half of the extremely cold period, basically as long as they are not lazy, the survivors have at least dozens of kilograms of cold-resistant potatoes as reserve food. Some hard-working survivors even have hundreds or thousands of kilograms of cold-resistant potatoes, in addition to supplies, there are also a lot of integral tickets. It can be said that Liming has greatly alleviated the food shortage situation through cold-resistant potatoes and other crops, and many hard-working survivors have really become rich and can guarantee to solve their own food and clothing problems. Liming solved the problem of everyone's eating through cold-resistant potatoes, and also solved the problem of heating for many people through relatively cheap electricity. It can be said that of the original 3 billion people in the Tianhui Empire, there are now about 2 billion people who have survived, and Liming has made great contributions. His series of measures have given everyone hope of survival. In these desperate cold days, everyone's life has gradually improved. As everyone's supplies and money become more abundant, the economy has gradually prospered again. After all, the pursuit of a better life is everyone's nature. Adapting to the extreme cold. Apocalypse. For the countless survivors of the Radiant Empire, life was becoming increasingly hopeful. After all, many people had genuinely accumulated a considerable amount of survival supplies through diligent manual labor and farming, including the universally recognized legal tender, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce points. With extra money, people naturally spent it. Consequently, more and more survivors came to Liming's market to buy electricity, vegetables, and fruits. Although these vegetables and fruits were not cheap, survivors could occasionally buy a little to taste, and countless survivors ate these small portions of fruits and vegetables while fantasizing about the day the apocalypse would end. After all, compared to the beginning of the apocalypse, these were already heavenly days. Being able to eat enough and not feel so cold at night was already good enough. What more could one want? However, human desires are endless. As the saying goes, with a full belly, one thinks of something else. Thus, the red light district around Liming's market began to flourish rapidly. Whenever Liming's Chamber of Commerce opened a new market, these red light districts would closely follow, opening not far from Liming's market. Some even created all-in-one services for eating, living, and entertainment, setting up nightclubs or various club-like establishments. In fact, Liming wanted to crack down on these places, but he simply couldn't manage it all, so he could only implement standardized management. With Liming's standardized management, the spread of diseases caused by male-female issues was controlled. After all, the fees he collected from these places were genuinely used on these people. Medical treatment cost money. Liming naturally wouldn't pay, so some of the one-time fee romance workers had to pay themselves. In fact, some of these people were truly pitiful, while others were simply lazy. For a time, many service industries around Liming's market flourished, indirectly providing many people with work and employment opportunities. For those who opened shops, although Liming collected about 10% of the revenue each month as taxes, this money was well spent. Firstly, this area was within Liming's sphere of influence, patrolled by Liming's army, ensuring safety. Moreover, the overall environment was stable. It could be said that as long as one could open a shop here, the income would generally be good. Because many merchants from other places came to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce market to purchase goods, they initially solved their own food and accommodation problems, but now they could find a hotel or inn to stay in. Liming's market itself was also an office building, and several empty office buildings around it were converted by Liming into various facilities. For example, hospitals were set up in these office buildings, with the office rooms transformed into wards, doctors' offices, and equipment storage rooms. After a year and a half of development, the overall medical level of Liming's hospitals was close to the level of a municipal Grade 3 Class A hospital before the disaster, with both equipment configuration and doctor staffing approaching that of a Grade 3 Class A hospital. Even better, the supply of various medicines was relatively sufficient, which also solved many people's employment problems, as some jobs, such as cashiering and accounting, still required professionals. The doctors in these hospitals were basically rotated from Liming's medical base. The entire hospital was a 20-story building, with a light infantry battalion stationed inside to protect the hospital's security and maintain order. Now, everyone in Marga City was very clear that if they wanted to enjoy medical services, only the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce hospitals could provide them. The medical level here was even comparable to some hospitals before the disaster. The existence of these hospitals also drove many industries around the hospitals, such as catering services, accommodation services, and so on. Many people from other places also came here for medical treatment. After all, the original imperial medical system had begun to collapse, and now, to survive, one could only come to the hospitals here. Li Ming had established 3 large hospitals, 6 Grade 2 Class A hospitals, and 20 primary healthcare clinics throughout Marga, and it could be said that he had initially established a relatively reasonable medical system in the apocalypse. There were many people seeking medical treatment in the apocalypse. It should be said that people who had survived to this day in the apocalypse had more or less some diseases, and the hospital business was very booming. The entire hospital was open 24 hours a day. During the day, it was basically overcrowded, but although there were many people, no one dared to take any extreme actions. A full infantry battalion was stationed in the hospital, standing guard in the hospital lobby with live ammunition, and a patrol team patrolled the hospital every hour. If the hospital was attacked by armed forces, this battalion could defend the hospital, and reinforcements from the infantry regiment stationed nearby could arrive within 10 minutes, and Air Force support could arrive within 20 minutes. Within an hour, reinforcements of 4 combined arms brigades and 1 combined arms division could enter the city. No major force in the entire Marga city had any designs on this hospital, mainly because the hospital's backing was too strong, and another reason was that it was a hospital. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't need to go to the hospital in the future? Now, if you destroy the hospital, what will you do if you get sick in the future and there is no hospital to treat you? You can only wait to die. So this was also an important reason why no major force had any designs on Li Ming's hospital. Although the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's medical services were not cheap, this was the apocalypse, and the price of medicines was not a joke. It was expensive for a reason. However, many survivors could afford to treat common colds and other minor illnesses. It could be said that Li Ming's cold-resistant potatoes solved the survival problems of countless people. In addition to hospitals, Li Ming also built some service facilities such as hotels in these office buildings. Simple renovations could turn them into guest rooms, with electric heaters, electric blankets, and electric water heaters, powered by dynamic batteries. It could be said that staying in these hotels, you could take hot showers without any problems, and it was completely no different from before the disaster. Of course, such good service quality meant that the price was also very high. However, many merchants from other places still chose to stay in the hotels opened by Li Ming, just because it was really comfortable to stay here. The saying "feeling at home" was not just empty words. Li Ming was gradually controlling countless industries throughout the Radiant Empire, industries that were crucial in the apocalypse. Fried noodles. The extremely cold time passed day by day. Unknowingly, Li Ming had survived in the apocalypse for 2 years. It was November 7, 2027, according to the solar calendar, and the system's voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully surviving in the apocalypse for a full 2 years. Rewarding the host with a special reward, Noah's Ark Base Upgrade Plan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special ability, Danger Warning. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special ability, Insight. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking special equipment, Doomsday Airship. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Naval Shipyard Upgrade Plan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of the most advanced Great Alloy Technology data and production process data. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of S-type composite material technology data and production process data. The system's voice kept ringing, and Li Ming also received his rewards. It had to be said that this reward was really rich. In addition to the Noah's Ark base, there were also 2 very practical abilities. In addition, there were many material technologies and production data. Coupled with the rewards he had obtained through check-ins over the past 2 years, there were also many black technologies, including one thing that Li Ming was most concerned about, which was special material engineering plastics. Li Ming had made many modern improvements to the existing AKM assault rifle. One significant improvement was the installation of a retractable buttstock made of special engineering plastic. The handguard of the rifle was also replaced with this engineering plastic. In addition to being more comfortable against the cheek, this engineering plastic had stable performance in high and low temperature environments, and it was also very wear resistant and lightweight. Even the receiver cover of the rifle was replaced with engineering plastic. In short, a large number of modifications were made to the Army's existing AKM rifles to improve weapon performance. In addition to these accidents, Li Ming's individual weapons had also made considerable progress. He manufactured the latest model of rifle himself, producing a small number of them and equipping them to special forces to test their actual combat performance. It could be said that Li Ming's strength was constantly improving almost every day. At this time, he had gathered various outstanding technical talents, technical backbones, and scientific researchers from all over the country in his bases across the country, totaling as many as 10 million people. These personnel were all recruited by Li Ming during the extremely cold apocalypse and were under the monitoring of the system's nanobots. Currently, this group of people is still very good. Without such a group of talents, Li Ming's industrialization could not have developed so quickly in a short period of time. It should be known that the industrialization path of any major country in the world basically starts with decades. Li Ming has already possessed the capabilities of a roughly medium-sized industrialized country in just 2 years, which is already very terrifying. Currently, his industry has been divided into light industry and heavy industry. The heavy industry sector already has nearly 240 types of heavy industry, which can be said to be very complete. It basically involves petrochemicals, metal smelting, metal processing, mechanical processing, military equipment manufacturing, and other industrial sectors. Li Ming can even independently produce all the world's medical equipment and medical devices, and can also independently produce the world's most sophisticated machine tool equipment, etc. In short, industrial pearls are not worth much in Li Ming's place. As for light industry, it mainly includes wool textile, cotton textile, food industry, and the production of some daily necessities, etc. In addition, the most noteworthy thing is that Li Ming can also achieve independent production of many drugs. Basically, the vast majority of clinically used Western medicines can be produced. In addition, there are a large number of Chinese medicinal material preparation and processing and production plants. After all, his bases are all over the world. In China alone, there are more than 170 agricultural bases, and the planting industry is very developed, so the output of Chinese medicinal materials is very high. Various preparations and processing of medicinal materials are carried out and then stored, and then they can be put on the market. As for the food factory, Li Ming has openly developed a lot of military food, such as compressed biscuits, individual self-heating food, individual dry food, etc., which have been produced in large quantities. Regarding the civilian food sector, Li Ming openly launched fried noodles, a special food, to the market. After all, fried noodles are simple to process. Pour the flour into a pot and stir-fry it. Some of them are added with sugar, while others are added with salt. In addition, there are many dried sweet potato vines and some other vegetables added to it for frying, which increases the nutritional content of this thing. Soon, this kind of fried noodles became popular in the market. This kind of 1-gene bag of fried noodles is packaged in paper bags made of plant fiber. Soon, this kind of fried noodles won everyone's love, because this thing has too many advantages. There is sugar or salt in it, and there are also a small amount of vegetables. At the same time, it is more convenient for long-term storage, and it is also convenient to carry. It is convenient to eat. You can eat it by simply brewing it with hot water. Even in an emergency, you can directly eat it dry. What's even better is that this thing tastes very good and has a strong sense of satiety. Generally speaking, 1 gene of fried noodles can basically maintain 2 days of satiety without any problem. In extreme survival situations, 1 gene of fried noodles can even maintain 4 or 5 days of survival. As for the price, this bag of fried noodles sells for 5 points. This price is not expensive. After all, 1 gene of fresh flour and rice is worth 3 points. This thing is also cooked for you, and it contains salt and sugar, has flavor, and has vegetables. Is 5 points expensive? Once fried noodles were launched, they became a popular commodity across the country and sold very well. Even many ordinary survivors with spare money spent money to buy a few bags to store as emergency rations. The other major forces also traded and purchased a large amount of fried noodles to store as dry food reserves. For a time, the sales of fried noodles on the market were simply comparable to the scarcity of Loyang paper. The price of fried noodles on the black market was 7 points or even 8 points a bag. After all, if you want to legally buy this thing in Li Ming's market, you need to queue up. There are too many people buying it. In addition, many survivors have money, so it is normal for this thing to be popular. For the majority of survivors, Li Ming's Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has become an indispensable part of everyone's life. Within nearly 2 years of entering the extreme cold, everyone has become familiar with the existence of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Everyone's daily life is closely related to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. To some extent, it is uncertain whether everyone can survive to this day without Li Ming's market, let alone the fact that everyone is now planting potatoes and storing a lot of food. The price of cold-resistant potato seeds has also dropped from 10 points at the beginning to 8 points per serving. Corpse, it's not surprising that stir-fried noodles became popular. After all, during extreme cold, fuel is almost as valuable as food. Although everyone has started using Li Ming's electricity, the price isn't exactly cheap, just not too expensive. Many survivors still endure the cold by wearing thick clothes and burning firewood and other materials for warmth. In such a situation, no one is willing to use fuel to stir-fry noodles or anything like that. They basically roast potatoes or even eat them raw. The emergence of stir-fried noodles allows everyone to quickly eat cooked food, which is of great significance. While the outside world is snapping up Li Ming's stir-fried noodles, Li Ming is currently inspecting various bases across the country to check on the harvest of underground base crops. Although he has things like cold-resistant potatoes, he still prefers to eat normal crops. At this time, he has arrived in Emperor capital, Tar War. Li Ming went directly by military transport helicopter, escorted by about 6 stealth-armed helicopters. Li Ming's special plane has been specially modified. The entire transport helicopter cabin is a conference room, not only with a conference room but also a rest area where he can lie down and sleep. It also has all kinds of facilities, very complete. After about 3 hours of flight, Li Ming arrived at the base in the Tar War area. This base is also Li Ming's other level 3 base. He inspected all the facilities of the entire level 3 base and also looked at the market situation, affirming the work of the base here. As the 2-year mark of the extreme cold period approaches, Li Ming inspected bases all over the country, collected a large amount of materials for enhancement, and also learned about the situation of the bases. In general, the situation is not just good, but very good. Of course, this good is only for him. For other forces, the apocalypse is still torment. Even the largest forces dare not squander supplies casually. At this time, everyone is very clear about the importance and scarcity of supplies, so food is strictly controlled within various forces across the country. Only base leaders and people of that level can eat slightly better, but it is unrealistic to return to the normal level before the disaster. Through this national inspection, Li Ming also saw the lives of other bases and learned about the living conditions of ordinary survivors. Generally speaking, it is developing in a good direction. At least survivors who are willing to plant cold-resistant potatoes do not lack food. This makes him very satisfied. This can be regarded as a glimmer of hope seen in the desperate and cruel apocalypse. Time flies, and it comes to January 2028. On this day, Li Ming received a system notification. Ding, system notification, the extreme cold disaster is about to end. Please pay attention to preparing for the next disaster, extreme heat disaster. Although Li Ming has the apocalypse password, he is not happy at all in his heart, because extreme cold is better. As long as you pay attention to keeping warm and have food, everyone can basically survive. This extreme heat disaster can really lead to difficulty in drinking water, which can really kill people. Moreover, as the ice melts, many things that were frozen, such as corpses and all kinds of garbage discarded during the initial floods, will be exposed. In the hot weather, corpses are everywhere in the flood. When the sun shines, the corpses will quickly rot and stink, and may even cause terrible plagues. In addition, the garbage in the flood is also very deadly. After thinking about it, Li Ming felt that he couldn't do nothing. He looked at the system's warning time and found that there was still a countdown of nearly 20 days, so he knew that there was still time. Then he immediately issued an order, ordering troops from all over the country to be dispatched to deal with the corpses of the group of people who were severely punished during the extreme cold period. Li Ming had been prepared for a long time. He had established some thermal power plants and solar power plants in many areas of the country, although the scale was not very large, mainly to supply power to markets and hospitals. The main power supply method is still solar energy, and now these thermal power plants will play an important role. Soon his army was dispatched on a large scale again. Many survivors on the street were shocked, thinking that the army was dispatched to fight again. As a result, they found that Li Ming's army was going to Hero Square. More importantly, everyone found that these troops were actually going to deal with the corpses of the criminals who were severely punished in Hero Square. Many people were confused. What is Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce doing? Some sensitive forces took the actions of the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce as a weather vane. At this time, in the Fuxing Society, President Chen Gongping and others were studying this matter. President, why did the people from the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce suddenly think of dealing with these corpses? In the current extreme cold conditions, it is very difficult to deal with corpses, and these corpses will not rot or stink. Are they idle? A young leader asked. Xiao Wang, you have to see the essence through the phenomenon. I feel that the people from the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce should not be idle, they must have their own intentions. A director said. Chen Gongping frowned and began to think. The director's words just now made him vaguely remember something, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Xiao Wang, what did you say just now? Chen Gongping asked. President, I said that it is a bit troublesome to deal with corpses in this extreme cold situation, and the corpses will not rot or stink. Why would they think of dealing with corpses? Xiao Wang said. Dealing with corpses? Chen Gongping's brain was running fast, thinking about the reason why Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce did this. In fact, this move is indeed very strange. After all, it has been almost 2 years since the execution, why are they dealing with the corpses now? The word corpse lingered in Chen Gongping's mind. Soon his heart sank, I finally know why they did this. President, what's the matter? Director Wang asked anxiously. The Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce should feel that there may be high temperatures in the future. Once the temperature gradually increases, the ice will definitely melt. If the temperature is high enough, the corpses will quickly rot. If the corpses rot and stink at that time, it will cause a plague. No wonder the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce army has begun to move out. It turns out that it is to prevent these corpses from causing trouble in the future. The Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce may have predicted the upcoming weather. What? Everyone gasped after hearing Chen Gongping's guess. Before the extreme heat in the apocalypse, everyone is very sensitive, especially the major forces like the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce, whose every move has its own meaning. Now, this group of people has actually begun to clean up the corpses. Does this prove that these corpses might cause a lot of trouble in the future? Many members of the Fuxing Society were shocked after hearing Chen Gongping's speculation, because if this speculation were true, it would be a very terrible thing. There is an ancient saying that a major disaster is inevitably followed by a major epidemic, which means that if disinfection work is not carried out in time after the flood recedes, it will definitely cause an epidemic. This is because the floodwater itself contains all kinds of bacteria and viruses. If the number of corpses is large and the temperature rises, causing the corpses to rot, an epidemic is almost inevitable. The thought of an epidemic breaking out in the apocalypse, with its lack of medical resources and medicine, is simply a death sentence. President, do you mean that it is very likely that some things like temperature increases and ice melting will happen in the future? Director Li asked. Chen Gongping nodded, that's right, of course, this is just my speculation, but I personally think this possibility is still very high. You can imagine, if the temperature rises and the ice melts, many things that are currently frozen will appear in the flood after the ice melts. If the temperature rises, the garbage in the flood will inevitably breed all kinds of mosquitoes and other creatures, which will inevitably cause many diseases. Therefore, the Zhongqing Chamber of Commerce is dealing with corpses to prevent a major epidemic from breaking out in the future. After hearing these words, everyone's minds recalled the appearance of insects in the dung pits of some rural areas in summer when they were young, and goosebumps arose involuntarily. President, what should we do? Someone asked. Immediately arrange for people to monitor the outside temperature and start recording it every day. We must pay attention to the temperature changes. I feel that new extreme natural disasters may occur in the future, so we must be prepared. Yes. Not only the Fuxing Society, but also other cities across the country, the actions of Li Ming's army in handling frozen corpses have also attracted the attention of many other forces. Not all forces are as smart as the Fuxing Society, but some more thoughtful forces have also seen some deeper meaning from it and began to pay attention to the changes in temperature. Li Ming is naturally also paying attention to the changes in temperature. Since entering January 2028, he has started to record the temperature changes every day, and time has passed day by day. Li Ming was not idle during this last period of extreme cold. He directly used the extreme cold temperature to create a large number of ice blocks. This is not difficult to manufacture. After treating the drinking water, pour it into the mold, then cover it, and use the outside low temperature to freeze it. Basically, it can be frozen into ice blocks in 10 minutes. These ice blocks were put into the space by Li Ming for storage. At this time, Li Ming's bases all over the country began to manufacture ice blocks in large quantities. These ice blocks are naturally what he wants to prepare for the extreme heat. On the one hand, ice blocks can be used for cooling and preventing heat stroke, and on the other hand, they are prepared to launch new products in the market, that is, all kinds of ice sand and ice cola. At the same time, his food factory is also preparing to produce popsicles and ice cream. He is very confident that these things will definitely sell well in the market. Especially if it is not sold very expensively, someone will definitely pay a high price to buy it. Soon Li Ming's temperature record showed fluctuations, from a temperature of minus 55 degrees Celsius to a gradual rise to minus 35 degrees Celsius. In just 10 days, the temperature rose by 20 degrees. Of course, for ordinary survivors, wearing very thick clothes during the extreme cold period, everyone basically cannot feel this 20-degree temperature change. However, the Fuxing Society noticed the increase in temperature, including the Alliance and the Xingxing Society. Several remaining military forces also keenly noticed the temperature change. The temperature is rising at a rate of about 2 degrees per day. At this time, as long as the forces with a keen sense of smell realized that there may be new uncertain changes next. And Li Ming here began to prepare new preparations for the market, these hotels and hospitals, that is, preparations to prevent mosquitoes from entering these places. At the same time, a lot of insecticides and other materials were also prepared to kill the mosquitoes breeding in the flood. Speaking of this day, it was already January 20th, 2028. At this time, even the most insensitive survivors noticed the temperature rise. Starting from this day, Li Ming noticed that the temperature began to rise back to minus 5 degrees. At this time, Li Ming's own inventory has a large number of mosquito nets, mosquito coils, insecticides, disinfectants, water purification tablets, disinfectant tablets, and various disinfectant powders and other materials have been transported to markets all over the country, ready for sale and use. In addition, along with these materials, a large number of drugs to prevent malaria, cholera and other infectious diseases have also been prepared, and the number of troops stationed in the hospital has been increased to prevent social order from being disrupted. In addition to these materials, a large number of constant temperature clothing also began to enter the assembly line production, to ensure that the army has one per person, and there are also a large number of drugs to treat heatstroke and high temperature, such as Huaxiang Jingqi water, Jingqi powder, and various herbal teas have been prepared. When the temperature rose back to minus 2 degrees, all the survivors were a little panicked, because they also felt the terrible things in the flood. Of course, this temperature rise is not a sudden temperature rise to above zero, but a gradual rise. When entering the last 10 days of January 2028, the temperature is almost zero. Many survivors' clothes also began to peel off layer by layer with the change of temperature, and these clothes were already dirty. At this time, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's radio station began to broadcast, and countless survivors' radios sounded with rustling electromagnetic waves. Hello, survivors, this is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's radio station. According to our Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's continuous monitoring of the temperature for a month, according to the current law of temperature rise, it is expected that the temperature will rise rapidly in the next half month, and we may face extreme high temperature weather in the future. Please be prepared and do appropriate protection. After hearing this news from the radio, countless survivors did not know whether to be happy or sad. arrives one for many survivors. It's hard to say whether the news of potentially extreme high temperatures in the future is good or bad. After all, extreme cold can really freeze people to death. At the coldest times, people wish they could crawl into a furnace. Of course, many people only paid attention to the first part of the announcement that the temperature was rising and ignored the latter part, the extreme high temperature weather. So many survivors cheered. Hooray, the disaster is finally coming to an end. The extreme cold is finally over, great. We finally made it through. When can we return to a normal life? Although the ice surface still exists, no one dares to gamble on whether it is still solid, so Liming's market has temporarily suspended business for a few days. Countless survivors were initially happy to hear this news, but many quickly calmed down. They began to recall the things in the floodwaters and the garbage in some empty houses in their residential areas that served as garbage rooms. What strange creatures would these things produce in the hot summer weather? Some survivors couldn't help but feel a chill when they thought of these things. The excitement about the impending end of the extreme cold disaster disappeared completely, because life had to go on. Many people also began to imagine whether the supply of drinking water would become a problem if it really got extremely hot in the future. In the extreme cold, you could melt snow to get water, but what about in extreme heat? So, among the survivors, some who had solved their food problems by growing cold-resistant potatoes during the extreme cold, and who had surplus food and points tickets, began to look around for people to trade with. As for some lazy people, they simply laid down and gave up. Whatever happens, happens. Destroy it all, I'm really tired. But after lying down for a while, they realized they were unwilling to die like this, didn't want to die, so they had to get up again. Of course, this temperature rise still couldn't stop some survivors' desire to survive. After all, although there was sunlight before, in the extremely cold environment, the sunlight really didn't feel warm at all. Now, this sunlight gave many survivors a warm feeling, and many survivors boldly walked on the ice, having a sliding frenzy on the ice. God finally opened his eyes. Finally seeing hope for the end of the disaster. God has opened his eyes. During the extreme cold, everyone's body was wrapped in thick clothes like a bear, so you couldn't see everyone's figure at all. But now that the temperature has risen, everyone is wearing much less clothing, so many people's heads and bodies have been exposed. How should I put it? Most survivors can ensure they don't starve to death by relying on cold-resistant potatoes, but malnutrition is certain. The survivors were all sallow and emaciated, and each one became like a big-headed sun cartoon character, their large heads seeming like they would break their slender necks and fall off at any moment. These survivors didn't know that danger was approaching quietly. Soon, the ice under the feet of these survivors who were sliding on the ice made a cracking sound. Some survivors with good ears immediately turned around and ran back into the building. As this group of people ran back, the ice began to crack. However, after being tormented by the apocalypse, many people's physical fitness had seriously declined. Therefore, only some who were very close to the building entrance were able to run back into the building first, still in shock. Some who didn't hear well and were far from the building entrance, the ice under their feet shattered, and these people fell directly into the cold ice holes. Save me. Under the effect of the cold, biting ice water, this group of survivors who fell into the ice holes never climbed out of the ice holes. And this scene was happening everywhere in the entire Tianhui Empire, everywhere. Many people survived the typhoon, survived the rainstorm, and also survived the harsh extreme cold weather, but died because of their momentary whim. At this time, Li Ming came to the outside of the base with his secretary, followed by several guards and a meteorologist. Soon, the group came to the outside of the base. Walking near the ice surface, a guard took out a thermometer to measure the temperature. Good, the temperature had already reached 5 degrees above zero. In just one day, the temperature had risen by 5 degrees. At the same time, another guard carefully stepped on the ice surface. The entire ice surface made a crisp cracking sound, and cracks appeared in the ice surface visible to the naked eye. Water gushed out from under the thin cracks in the ice surface. The meteorologist recorded something with a serious expression. Soon, he stepped forward and said to Li Ming, "Chief, the temperature is rising much faster than we imagined. It is estimated that by 2 p.m. today, the temperature may reach 10 degrees above zero." Li Ming's face looked very bad. Go back to the base first. Sure enough, by 2 p.m., the temperature reached 12 degrees Celsius. Li Ming really didn't expect the temperature to rise so quickly. He ordered people to release drones to check the situation in the city and found that the entire outside world was no longer covered in ice, but only a vast flood. Soon, bases and markets across the country reported the local situation. Basically, it was similar to what Li Ming had guessed, that is, there was no ice surface outside, only floods, and the temperature was rising rapidly. The drone hovered over the city of Marja, and the high-definition camera faithfully transmitted all the images to the command center's big screen. Li Ming and the team of experts looked at the screen with solemn expressions. They saw a vast flood around the base, which actually began to sparkle in the breeze. Of course, the base was located in a mountainous area, very remote, so basically no other debris could be seen around except for the flood. Later, when the pictures from the city came back, Li Ming felt a little heavy. The entire city's floodwaters were floating with all kinds of garbage debris, as well as some animal and human corpses. Fortunately, the temperature is not high now, only about 12 degrees above zero. These corpses in garbage bags will not cause much harm for the time being. If the temperature reaches 40 or 50 degrees in a short time, it will only take 2 days for these things to become extremely terrible. That scene is simply. At the same time, Li Ming's preparations in all aspects have also begun, and constant temperature clothing has also begun to be distributed to medical staff working outside.